Immovable object. North Korea 70 years at war with American power. A.B. Abrams Introduction Part 1, The Korean War. Ch1 The beginning. Ch2 Strategic implications of the Korean War's outbreak. Ch3 The Korean War. Ch4 The battlefield moves to North Korea and China. Ch5 Absolute destruction, the ravaging of North Korea. Ch6 As if all Koreans were the enemy, American wartime conduct towards South Korean civilians. Ch7 An indelible impression, Western conduct towards North Korean civilians and prisoners of war. Ch8 Ending the war, maximum pressure and a hard lesson on American power. Part 2, The Cold War years. Ch9 War in peacetime, ongoing conflict after the Korean War armistice. Ch10 Proxy wars, how North Korea and America wage war through third parties. Ch11 The U.S. military in South Korea. Part 3, State survival in the unipolar era. Ch12 The 1990s, an arduous march and a new world order. Ch13 The 21st century and renewed maximum pressure. Ch14 Introducing mutual vulnerability, implications of North Korea attaining a nuclear-tipped ICBM. Ch15 2017 Donald Trump and the brink of crisis. Ch16 North Korea wins. Ch17 The art of the deal. Part 4, New battlefronts and the evolving nature of conflict. Ch18 A clash of ideologies, the resilience of North Korea. Ch19 Information war, the final frontier. Ch20 Economic warfare. Appendices, major incidents in the 2010s. Appendix I The Kim Jong-nam assassination. Appendix 2 Death of an American student. Appendix 3 Storming the North Korean embassy. Index Introduction The year 2020 marks the 70th year of an ongoing war between the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK otherwise North Korea, and the United States of America, which from its outset in June 1950 saw 3 years of open hostilities and has continued under a fragile armistice for 67 years since. This conflict is the longest between any two modern industrial nations in history, and by far the longest war in U.S. history, beginning just months after the outbreak of the Cold War with the Soviet Union and the formation of the People's Republic of China, and continuing long after hostilities with both these larger states subsided. The U.S. has since 1950 waged well over a dozen other hot wars from Panama and Grenada to Iraq and Somalia, all of which were very distinct in their nature from that which took place in Korea and could be concluded far more quickly. The period of open hostilities between North Korea and the United States from 1950 to 1953 represented the only major conventional ground war waged between Western and East Asian powers since the mid-19th century. To a greater extent than any other Cold War conflict, its legacy continues to have reverberations for the entire Asia-Pacific region and the wider world. A unique aspect of the U.S. North Korean conflict from its outset has been its comprehensive nature and the considerable ideological and cultural disparity between the two actors. The northern half of Korea is one of very few inhabited parts of the world never to have been placed under Western rule, and has evolved to present one of the most consistent challenges to Western-dominated order not only politically and militarily but also ideologically. The identity of the Korean state north of the 38th parallel and its deep cultural and ideological roots, Confucian, socialist, and otherwise, means it represents an entirely unique form of adversary for America which has proven considerably more difficult to tackle than almost any other. While conflict has been continuous over 7 decades, the way it has been waged has changed considerably over time, from open warfare in the early 1950s to low-level provocations and brinkmanship the following decade, and a greater focus on economic and information warfare today. This work will attempt to comprehensively explore the nature of conflict between the United States and the DPRK, the way it has been waged and evolved over 7 decades, and the intentions of both actors towards the other. The first section will explore the origins of conflict, namely the formation of separate states on the Korean Peninsula and the outbreak, conduct during, and conclusion of the Korean War. Some key aspects include both parties' conduct towards civilians and treatment of prisoners of war, America's strategic bombing campaign and use of unconventional weapons, and both parties' incentives for initiating, continuing, and ending hostilities. The legacies of this conflict on the bilateral relationship today, and in particular how historical memory and identity were shaped and have since influenced North Korea's state and society, are also covered. The second section of this work will assess the Korean War's aftermath and the continuation of hostilities primarily during the Cold War period. This will include the evolving nature of the conflict in the context of the wider Cold War, shifting economic and technological balances of power, and the circumstances surrounding and conduct during major military incidents. The emergence during this period of war by proxy as a major aspect of the conflict between the two parties is also explored in depth, with both sides having repeatedly provided significant material assistance and in many cases manpower contributions to opposing sides of several major conflicts, from the Vietnam War in the 1960s to the conflict in Syria in the 2010s. The nature of U.S. South Korean relations in the Korean War's aftermath, and the conduct of the U.S. military towards South Korean civilians, is also elaborated primarily to provide a contrast to America's relationship with the DPRK. Assessment of U.S. interactions with the South Korean population in parallel to its conflict with the DPRK shows a potential alternative fate for the Korean people to that under Pyongyang's rule, providing context critical to understanding the nature of the U.S. North Korean conflict. The third section of this work covers the evolution of U.S. North Korean relations from the end of the Cold War to the present day. Pyongyang's prioritization of a nuclear deterrence program following the Soviet collapse, the leveraging of economic crisis in the DPRK by Washington and Seoul to press Pyongyang for concessions, and the Bill Clinton administration's agreed framework deal are among the phenomena and events explored. The differences in policy between U.S. administrations is also assessed, as is Pyongyang's leveraging of the increasingly overstretched nature of American defense commitments to its own ends from 2002. Growing use of alternative means of warfare such as cyber and information warfare are also covered, as are the implications of gradual progress made by North Korea in seeking a longer-ranged and more sophisticated nuclear delivery capability. This section concludes with an assessment of conflict from 2017 and U.S. relations with the DPRK under the Donald Trump administration, the first year of which coincided with the DPRK's successful development of both a fully miniaturized thermonuclear warhead and intercontinental ranged ballistic missiles. The crisis which brought both states near the brink of war that year, and the potential evolution of both bilateral relations and of North Korean capabilities, is then explored further. The fourth and final section of this work focuses on the non-military forms of conflict between the DPRK and the U.S. in the present day, which continue to be waged and will increasingly be relied on as developments in both states' military capabilities make kinetic attacks by either increasingly unthinkable. Economic warfare and U.S. attempts to constrain economic growth and place downward pressure on living standards in the DPRK through a number of means, from economic sanctions to pressure on Korean trading partners, are explored in detail. An assessment of North Korea's ideological foundations, and the factors which have set it apart from other American adversaries, are also made. The work further sheds light on the growing consensus in the West on the need to use information warfare to force societal change and westernization of the Korean state as a means of undermining its identity from within, and the measures undertaken by Pyongyang to prevent this. The means of waging information warfare and the objectives of both parties in doing so are also explored. Part 1. The Korean War. Chapter 1. The Beginning. The New America, superpower and emerging global hegemon. The United States emerged in August 1945 as the undisputed hegemonic power in the Pacific. The claims of its only two rivals, Britain and Japan, had been quashed by 4 years of extremely costly total war in the region. Of the three parties to the Washington Naval Treaty and London Naval Treaty, America was the last standing. Britain was on the brink of bankruptcy and heavily dependent on U.S. support as a result of wartime expenses on multiple fronts: Western Europe, Africa, South Asia, and the Pacific, while the Japanese Empire, the most assertive challenger, was thoroughly ravaged and forcefully dismantled. Japan's modernity and sovereignty had long been an abnormality in the Asia-Pacific, where Western imperial rule and a state of colonial underdevelopment among Asian nations were the norm. The Asian empire's defeat appeared at the time to have corrected this irregularity, and a regional order dictated almost exclusively in accordance with Western interests, namely those of the United States as the new leader of the Western world, could thus prevail indefinitely. So it was that the commander of U.S. Army forces in the Far East, General Douglas MacArthur, a chief architect of the campaign which brought about Japan's surrender, proclaimed upon America's victory, "The Pacific is now an Anglo-Saxon lake." 1. While the Soviet Union balanced the power of the American-led Western Bloc in Europe, the Asia-Pacific had long been the domain of maritime rather than continental powers, which played to the strengths of the West and the U.S. In particular, America's vast and undisputed naval superiority and power projection capabilities could thus ensure Western dominance of this region remained unchallenged. While Imperial Japan had invested heavily in maritime power projection capabilities sufficient to contest Western control of the seas, the Soviet Union would not begin to seriously do so until the 1980s grand project involving at least two 80,000-ton high-endurance supercarriers. 2. Multiple 28,000-ton nuclear-powered cruisers. 3. And other heavyweight assets. Most of these were never completed, however, due to the state's collapse. U.S. maritime dominance has thus remained undisputed to this day. America's wartime mobilization and military successes had given the emerging superpower a new level of confidence in its ability to effectively govern not only the Western Hemisphere, which had been policy for well over a century under the Monroe Doctrine, but also Eurasia, where its intervention had been key to shifting the balance of power against the Rome, Berlin, Tokyo axis. With Tokyo's surrender in 1945, the United States Navy would rule the waves from the Mediterranean to the East China Sea, and with 350,000 troops in Japan. 4. And hundreds of thousands more in Europe, China, and Korea, an American world order was in the making. American global leadership could itself be recognized as a new and distinctive phase in a several hundred-year-old global order centered on the dominant might of the West. Under this order, the mantle of the leading Western hegemon had shifted between the Western powers as newer models for empire building and sustaining hegemony replaced older ones. The American hegemon inherited considerable assets from its predecessors, from the empires of Portugal and Spain, which relied almost purely on brute force and terror to dominate overseas territories in the 15th century. 5. To the British Empire, which predominated in the 19th and introduced many more sophisticated and subtle means to administer and assert control. 6. The U.S. improved on preceding Western models for building and maintaining overseas empire with more modern concepts and strategies. Subjugation to this new hegemon was to be less direct than to those beforehand, and nominal self-rule was widely granted to American client states under this new order. 7. Perhaps the greatest facilitator of America's newfound hegemonic position, more critical than its recently achieved global military reach or its weapons of mass destruction, was the sheer size of its economy, which in 1945 amounted to approximately half of global GDP. 8. With the economies of major rival powers without exception devastated, from Germany and Japan to the Soviet Union and Britain, it seemed as if most of the world with the exception of the USSR was dependent on American aid and loans. Wartime mobilization in the U.S. had seen the country's economy double in size within 4 years from December 1941. 9. And, in part due to technological transfers from Britain. 10. And the flow of scientists from Germany. 11. Its defense sector was without compare. The clout economic primacy provided the United States was compounded by the technological primacy of its armed forces, and by its unique ability through long-range bombers, overseas bases, and high-endurance naval assets to project power far from its own shores and across Eurasia. No rival power could similarly hope to threaten the American mainland. British intelligence officer Peter Calvo-Corsi notably observed of the state of affairs after the U.S. detonated its first nuclear bomb over a Japanese city. For the first time in the history of the world, one state had become more powerful than all other states put together. 12. While the number of nuclear warheads available was limited at the time, the sheer size of the American war economy, the safety of its mainland effectively out of reach of all challengers, and the sophistication of its defense sector, meant that even if this statement were an exaggeration it may have only been a slight one. The sheer power that a massive and fully mobilized wartime economy had bestowed upon the U.S. was perhaps best epitomized by the B-29 Superfortress bomber program and its role in bringing about a Japanese defeat. This entirely unique aircraft was by far the heaviest ever to be mass-produced, with approximately 4,000 of the 60,000 kilograms bombers manufactured using components from across the United States. No remotely comparable aircraft existed anywhere in the world with rival German 13 and Japanese 14 programs brought to an end by the Axis defeat. Far more so than the atom bomb, the Superfortress was responsible for the ravaging of the Japanese mainland in a brutal and intensive firebombing campaign targeting 67 population centers over several months. Estimates for the death toll vary widely, with the number killed in the single bloodiest incident, the firebombing of Tokyo on the night of March 9, 1945, estimated at 100,000 to 120,000 residents within hours. 15. With some estimates placing the death toll at closer to 500,000. 16. Deployed to bases overseas, this asset had a near global reach and allowed the United States to destroy population and industrial centers while its own mainland remained relatively safe. It was indicative of the state of the Soviet Union's strategic deterrent at the time that it relied on the much older and lighter American-built 11,000 kilograms A-20 bombers provided as part of U.S. Lend-Lease assistance, which had a very short range and low payload relative to the B-29 and were considered obsolete by 1945. The destructive capacity of the United States military as a result of both the scale at which it could manufacture advanced armaments and their sophistication was thus wholly unrivaled in 1945 even without considering the atom bomb, which was an exclusively American asset. Post-colonial state and the New Korea. While the United States had emerged in 1945 more certain of its position than ever, Korea's place following the Japanese Empire's defeat was highly uncertain. The country had last known independence under the Choson dynasty in 1905, a state which had invested heavily in economic modernization with its capital the first in East Asia to have streetlights, electricity, trolley cars, telephone systems, and running water. 17. Korea under Choson had been an effective protectorate of the United States and Britain. Citizens of both Western states had been granted extraterritoriality effective immunity to Korean law, and the U.S. had been provided with a most favored nation status including extensive trade privileges. Privileges were formalized under the Sheffield Treaty signed with the United States in 1882 and the United Kingdom-Korea Treaty of 1883. Under Article 1 of the former, Washington was expected to come to the country's aid in the event of unjust or oppressive treatment by a third party. When news of Japan's intentions to annex Korea emerged in the 1890s, King Go-hong, the last Choson king, sent multiple requests through his emissaries for assistance to ensure Korea's independence. Washington for its part saw greater benefit in reaching an accord with the Japanese Empire, and agreed to recognize Tokyo's sovereignty over the Korean peninsula if American sovereignty over the Philippines was in turn acknowledged, which Tokyo accepted under the Taft-Katsura Agreement. 18. Britain too reached a similar accord, with Article 3 of the treaty signed by Ambassador to London Hayashi Tadasu and the British Foreign Ministry stating, Japan reserves special interests, political, military and economic, in Korea. The United Kingdom acquiesces to the right of Japan to take measures in Korea for guidance, administration, and protection and promotion of these interests. 19. Japan reciprocated by recognizing British sovereignty over India. Adding insult to injury in Korean eyes, the settlement of the Russo-Japanese War, which left Korea a Japanese protectorate, was mediated by U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt, who was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his contribution. As a protectorate from 1905, Korea's sovereignty was seriously compromised, with the size of the Korean army forcibly reduced by 95%, All police work transferred to the Japanese gendarmerie and a Japanese military presence set to remain indefinitely. 20. Less than 5 years later, in 1910, Korea was officially annexed and placed under Japanese rule. Japan's rule over Korea would see a harsh suppression of the country's language and traditional culture, both of which would be illegalized under a Japanification program. Tens of thousands of Korean sexual slaves, known as comfort women, were forced to serve the Japanese military. A generally accepted figure in South Korea today is up to 200,000 women, mostly from Korea, but also from other parts of Asia, meaning under 200,000 from Korea itself. 21. The highest estimates place the number at approximately 200,000 Koreans exclusively. 22. A further 450,000 Korean male laborers were sent to Japan involuntarily. 23. Including Koreans relocated for forced labor to northern Korea and Manchuria for work in mines and factories, scholars have placed the numbers effectively enslaved under Japanese rule at over 1 million. 24. Unlike Western colonies in the Asia-Pacific such as French Indochina, however, under Japanese administration there was no policy of colonial non-industrialization or the development of underdevelopment, the intentional retardation of economic development and of education in a colonist state to sustain poverty and subsistence living among Asian subjects. 25. Japan by contrast went to great lengths to increase agricultural. 26. And industrial. 27. Outputs in its overseas colonies, primarily enriching the Japanese mainland, but also positively affecting living standards for the populations in Korea, Taiwan, Manchuria, and elsewhere. One prominent example was the construction of one of the world's largest irrigation damming networks to increase agricultural output in northern Korea. By the end of the Japanese occupation period, 75% of the rice production of what became North Korea relied on this efficient dam-based irrigation system. The Suiho Dam, built as part of this Korean system, was the second largest in the world after the Hoover Dam in the United States. 28. Korea had been an independent nation within well-recognized territorial confines for over a millennium, which, combined with its pronounced ethnic, linguistic, and cultural differences from neighboring states and near unique level of ethnic homogeneity, provided considerable basis for nationalism and the rejection of external subjugation. The idea of a struggle for a modern and independent Korea was thus popular among the country's intelligentsia both domestically and in Japan during the colonial period, and concepts of a First Korean Republic were heavily influenced by both nationalism and Marxism. The surrender of the Japanese Empire on August 15, 1945 led to renewed hopes for Korean independence, with nationalists across the peninsula quickly moving to organize a new government, the People's Republic of Korea. The republic was proclaimed less than a month after Japan's surrender, and was responsible for managing rice collection and food stock and redistributing land formerly held by Japan and its collaborators. By inclusion of the entire population, this Republican movement gained a great deal of legitimacy and popularity. The People's Republic was, according to U.S. military reports, operating successfully before the first Americans arrived in the country. 29. The Republic was governed by a network of people's committees across Korea under the leadership of Lee Woon-hyung, a former member of the Goryeo Communist Party and vocal activist against Japanese rule. Lee had been a member of China's Kuomintang Nationalist Party and had affiliated closely with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, paying a visit to Moscow in an official capacity in 1921. Having anticipated Japan's defeat, Lee had played a leading role from 1944 in laying the ground for a new independent Korean state, forming the Korean Restoration Brotherhood and the Committee for Preparation of Korean Independence. Lee aimed through his movement to unify the political left and right under the cause of national independence, which he was largely successful in achieving, with the People's Republic of Korea receiving broad support from across the political spectrum. Professor of History at New York University and expert on Korean history Monica Kim noted regarding the independent establishment of a sovereign Korean state, using the network of people's committees already in place on the ground, the Korean populace had clearly decided to act on the structural change they wanted to see happen, which was the immediate replacement of markers of Japanese colonial sovereignty with local Korean authority. The Korean populace was not waiting for the U.S. military to grant them their independence. 30. A memorandum to Public Safety Officer would later note on November 7, 1945 the following observations by U.S. officers in Korea. The People's Committee in the more rural districts is well organized and has a large and influential membership. They do not appear to be gangsters, hoodlums, or a bad element organization, but on the contrary a representative group of Korean people. 31. Edward Grant Meade, who worked under and later wrote extensively on the U.S. military government in Korea, referred to the People's Republic of Korea as the de facto government on the Korean peninsula, the positions of which represented with reasonable accuracy the views of the Korean majority. 32. Lee Woo-hyung's efforts were key to the initial success of the People's Republic of Korea as a viable state, which was highly popular for its provision of inalienable individual rights and freedoms for the first time in Korean history, including rights for peasants to own land, its redistribution of the properties of the Japanese and their collaborators, and its nationalization of major industries. The state's 27-point program laid out the following guidelines. The confiscation without compensation of lands held by the Japanese and collaborators, free distribution of that land to the peasants, rent limits on the non-redistributed land, nationalization of such major industries as mining, transportation, banking, and communication, state supervision of small and mid-sized companies, guaranteed basic human rights and freedoms, including those of speech, press, assembly, and faith, universal suffrage to adults over the age of 18, equality for women. Labor law reforms including an 8-hour day, a minimum wage, and prohibition of child labor. And establishment of close relations with the United States, USSR, Britain, and China, and positive opposition to any foreign influences interfering with the domestic affairs of the state. 33. The People's Republic in hopes that it would provide a fully sovereign, genuinely nationalist, and progressive government would be short-lived in southern Korea, with U.S. forces arriving in the country in September 1945 and forcibly dismantling the state. The Republic was outlawed on December 12 under the newly declared United States Army military government in Korea, Yuzamjik, which under Lieutenant General John R. Hodge would rule southern Korea in accordance with Washington's designs for the territory. 34. This ended prospects for genuine self-rule in southern Korea for decades to come, arguably indefinitely, with American rule imposed in its place and all subsequent South Korean governments, though to varying degrees, beholden to the U.S. in many areas of their policy making. 35. Despite having demonstrated effective governance and popular support, the Republic was deemed illegitimate by the Americans. This was on the basis that Korea could not yet be a nation-state and the Koreans not yet citizens, as political authenticity lay exclusively with the United States. 36. The independence and nationalist character of the People's Republic was seen as a threat to American designs for the Korean nation, and although the state's land redistribution efforts were primarily aimed at righting the perceived injustices of the Japanese imperial period, they were nevertheless sufficient to label the state a communist government in the eyes of the Americans. As General Hodge, later referring to the People's Republic, stated, "One of our missions was to break down this communist government." 37. The nature of land redistribution efforts strongly indicates they were a product of nationalist rather than Marxist ideology, and although the Republic included communist elements, it represented a united front of nationalists which collectively did not have any obvious communist leanings. The People's Republic of Korea was not only dissolved, but participation in the People's Committees which comprised it was outlawed, as was the publication or circulation of, or intent to publish or circulate, materials printed by or on behalf of them. Displays of the Republic's insignia, flags or uniforms were also prohibited by decree of the U.S. military government. 38. These decrees were accompanied by considerable restrictions on the rights of Koreans to political assembly or to freely criticize American military rule, which were issued in response to the low popularity of Uzamjeek. 39. A state of emergency was declared and the American Counterintelligence Corps, CIC, was put into action, undermining opposition and enforcing the ban on independent assembly of political groups deemed undesirable by the U.S. military. The South Korean Labor Party and other political parties were also banned. Criminalization of political activities critical of American rule amounted to criminalization of peaceful opposition to the imposition of foreign authority over Korea and of all leftist or genuinely nationalist political activity. The CIC for its part was widely likened by the Korean population to the notorious Japanese secret police, the Kempeitai, as a result of its actions. 40. The Corps was, according to Captain Kenneth McDougall, who served under Uzamjeek, well known by the local populace and took a hand in manipulating local politics. This included raids on the headquarters of undesirable political parties. 41. An infiltration of undesirable political organizations using trained informants. 42. William J. Teague, a CIC agent in Korea during the occupation, noted regarding the organization's power and authority over the Korean population, for the early months of the occupation, CIC was God in Korea as far as the police and the general populace was concerned. 43. Fear of the CIC was key to establishing the rule of the U.S. military, and later of the American-appointed South Korean government, over the Korean populace. It did so despite the former's lack of public support or popular legitimacy, and in spite of the gross unpopularity of the latter among the Korean population. 44. As First Lieutenant Jack Sells of the 11th CIC Detachment noted, the letters CIC strike fear into the hearts of all Koreans. Referring to the South Korean CIC later established and trained by the Americans to carry out the same tasks, he noted Korean CIC is an utterly ruthless organization. American CIC is generally regarded in the same light. 45. CIC Master Sergeant Joseph Gorman similarly described the Corps as very much feared. 46. An American trusteeship. An American trusteeship over Korea, under which the authority of the People's Republic had been forcibly dissolved, had been strongly opposed both by nationalists in the country and by the Korean Provisional Government based in Shanghai. At the Cairo Conference in 1943, the American, British, and Kuomintang Chinese leaders Franklin D. Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Chiang Kai-shek had drafted the Cairo Declaration, in which they laid out plans for the dismantling of the Japanese Empire and the fate of its overseas territories including Korea. The first version read that Korea should be granted its independence at the earliest moment, but President Roosevelt replaced the word earliest with proper on November 25, which had significantly different implications for Korea's fate. Prime Minister Churchill soon afterwards suggested changing the phrase at the proper moment to in due course, which was fixed in the final version of the declaration. In due course was open to interpretation and highly ambiguous, leaving the Western powers with room to maneuver in their policy making to avoid binding them to granting Korea its independence. On December 4, 1943, 3 days after the declaration was issued, members of the Provisional Government of Korea visited the American Embassy in China. They asked for clarification as to the meaning of the term in due course. The embassy did not provide an answer but reported their inquiry to Washington. The United States, Britain, and Kuomintang China all declined to comment in any official capacity. Later statements by Roosevelt referencing the Korean issue boded ill for the nation's independence, confirming many of the worst apprehensions of Korean nationalists, with the president announcing that Korea's independence would take the same course as the Philippines, specifically a 40-year tutelage. 47. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945 he put the figure at about 50 years, although the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin strongly urged his ally to consider a shorter period. 48. Regarding the Philippines model, the Southeast Asian archipelago had seen its own nationalist movement, the First Philippine Republic, brutally quashed by American military action. The resulting Philippine-American War had lasted 3 years from 1899 and saw resistance fighters frequently tortured to death by water cure among other means. 49. Much of the population were forced into poorly sanitized concentration camps referred to as the suburbs of hell by American commanders. 50. An estimated 1.4 million. 51. Or more. 52. 53. Of the population of 6 to 8 million. 54. Filipinos were killed. When the Philippines eventually did attain independence, it did so granting extensive concessions to the United States politically, militarily, and in terms of trade, while the American CIA continued to play a very considerable role in influencing the country's political processes. 55. The independence the United States planned to grant Korea was nominal only and arguably left the nation in a worse position than the Japanese Empire had beforehand. 2. On August 14, 1945, in anticipation of the Japanese surrender which came later that day, 2 lower-level officials from the Pentagon's Strategy Policy Committee, Dean Rusk and Charles Bonesteel, were tasked with splitting the Korean peninsula into American and Soviet trusteeships. Reportedly using only a National Geographic map, without an idea of the landmarks which could be used to partition the peninsula, they opted to use the circles of latitude on the equatorial plane. The two initially considered the 39th parallel but thought this would be unacceptable for the Soviets as it would grant the Americans the vast majority of the peninsula. They thus opted for the lower 38th, granting themselves the southern half and the Soviets the northern half. The Soviet Red Army had already taken Japanese-held Manchuria and was well positioned to take all of Korea. Moscow's concession of the southern half of the peninsula, which the Americans would reach over a month after the Red Army arrived in the north, was made in good faith to ensure a post-war balance between the world's 2 leading powers and possibly in hope that the Americans would reciprocate with a joint trusteeship over Japan, which they did not. 56. Following the dissolution of the People's Republic, the actions of the U.S. military government indicated plans for application of the Philippines model to Korea. The first American civilian officers selected for deployment to the peninsula had received 9 months of training for the Philippines with no more than a single hour's lecture on Korea, according to the Vice Consul for the American military government in Korea, Gregory Henderson. 57. The nature of the Korean military subsequently established by Uzamjeek closely resembled the American established military forces in the Philippines, with both set up primarily to ensure internal security against groups opposing the occupation. 58. Where Korean nationalists had sought the dismantling of the Japanese colonial administration, General Hodge announced that this administration would remain in place, including Japanese bureau chiefs and the Governor-General, prompting a massive public outcry. 59. Uzamjeek would later further decree that the laws and regulations of the Japanese colonial period, previously abolished by the Korean People's Republic with considerable public support, would remain in place in full force under American rule. 60. Under public pressure, the Governor-General, Abe Nobuyuki, was replaced by an American and the bureau chiefs removed. The Japanese administration overall remained largely intact, however, from Japanese bureaucrats to the collaborators who retained their material privileges and the officers who would command the armed forces. Japanese collaborators would thus remain a central force in the politics of Southern Korea for decades to come, with a study conducted by the South Korean government in the early 2000s finding that over 90% of pre-1990 South Korean elites had ties to collaborationist families or individuals. 61. In the Korean armed forces set up under American rule, the presence of Japanese collaborators was even more pronounced, and almost all officers were graduates either from the Imperial Japanese Military Academy in Tokyo or the Manchukuo Army's Military Academy. Military historian Alan Millett, a colonel in U.S. Marine Corps and former president of the Marine Corps Officer Association, described them as veterans of Japanese service and class enemies of the North Korean communists. They tended to be Christians, educated, and middle class. 62. On November 5, 1945 The Yuzamjik ordered, any former officers, regardless of their background Japanese Army, Manchurian, or Chinese were to register so they could form the Korean Army. 63. The United States Office for Strategic Services, OSS, the predecessor to the CIA, selected Dr. Syngman Rhee, a Korean dissident who had resided in the United States for 25 years, for the presidency of the new American established Korean government. Rhee was previously impeached by the Provisional Government of Korea for misuse of power, and while his vision for the peninsula closely aligned with Western interests, he had little standing in the country itself. 64. The Princeton-educated politician was strongly pro-American and pro-Western, a devout Christian and a staunch anti-communist. He was considered an ideal candidate by head of the United States Pacific Command General MacArthur to head a new Korean government, and was flown to Tokyo from his home in Washington, D.C. to meet with the general in mid-October 1945 before being dropped in Seoul on MacArthur's personal plane. The CIA's personality assessment of Rhee had described him as having devoted his whole life to the ultimate objective of controlling that country, Korea. In pursuing this end, he has shown few scruples about the elements which he has been willing to utilize for his personal advancement, with the important exception that he has always refused to deal with communists. Rhee's vanity has made him highly susceptible to contrived flattery or self-seeking interests in the U.S. and Korea. His intellect is a shallow one, and his behavior is often irrational and even childish. 65. Appointed to positions of considerable power at Rhee's side were a number of the most notorious collaborationist officers from the Japanese imperial era, who proved invaluable in suppressing dissent against American military rule. These collaborators owed their positions to the United States intervention, having otherwise been set to lose power and in many cases face trial. They came to form an invaluable apparatus vital to governing Southern Korea in accordance with American designs. 66. Former Japanese collaborator Pak Hong-sik, a later advisor to the United States Korean Economic Mission, testified that the military in Southern Korea was primarily led by former Japanese commanders, stating to this effect, the central figures in charge of national defense are mostly graduates of the former Military College of Japan. 67. An example was the first Chief of Staff General Yeong-jun, who had previously pledged fealty to the Emperor of Japan in blood, and Kim Chong-won, former Japanese officer in the Philippines and New Guinea, who was prized as a military commander by the new government for his brutal tactics. American Ambassador John Mucho called him ruthless and effective. 68. According to both South Korean and American reports, such individuals were responsible for numerous atrocities against the population in Southern Korea, from massacres of political prisoners to brutal beatings of civilians including women and children. 69. They enforced the will of the U.S. military government and later the U.S. installed Rhee government. 70. Despite statements by Supreme Commander MacArthur that the American occupation would be guided by a nation whose long heritage of democracy has fostered kindly feelings for peoples less fortunate, and strong American rhetoric professing their democratizing influence, Yuzamjik not only disbanded the Democratic Republic previously in place but also appeared to have had a strong preference for a non-representative system which denied the Korean people self-rule. 71. Creation of a racialized theorization of the Korean population provided a vital pretext for the bypassing of the rules of law in governance by the Uzumgeik and the CIC and dismissing the political structures developed by Koreans in favor of those chosen by Americans. 72. The idea that Koreans were unfit for self-rule suited American interests, providing a pretext for imposition of their own will and the overthrow of the republic previously in place. Similar conclusions by Western powers that non-Western peoples across the world were not ready for self-rule had been used as pretexts for asserting Western dominance for over a century in much the same way. 73. A report by CIC agent in Korea Theodore Grimond stated to this effect regarding observations of the Korean population, they were not trained in any skills and that included the art of governing themselves. A very few were able to function at all if someone were not telling them what to do and how to do it. A democratic government or any government other than a dictatorship of some kind would have brought chaos. 74. The aforementioned first-hand reports by Western observers attesting to the People's Republic's effective rule, and the considerable economic and social progress made by the Democratic People's Republic in Northern Korea, strongly contradicted these claims and demonstrated that Koreans were fully capable of governing themselves as they had been for millennia, although it was contrary to the American interest to admit it. Captain James Houseman, serving under Yuzam-jeek, concluded to much the same effect: "We had no illusions about forming a true democracy. Benevolent dictatorship would do for starters." 75. Second Lieutenant Joseph Farrell gave a similar assessment of the Korean population supporting the imposition of American rule, stating, "To describe the average mentality of the South Korean ROK citizen, I would judge the level of the average ROK as being that of at least a 7-year-old boy." 76. Officials in the re-government itself appeared to have a similar discriminating attitude towards their population, believing that they were unfit for the responsibilities of government and that only those who have lived abroad can be counted upon to have the proper attitude. 77. Effectively, only those coming from the Japanese imperial system and thoroughly Western East Korean exiles such as Ri himself were considered fit to rule the new Korea, being remade in America's image, with paucity of the latter leading to a heavy reliance on the former. The vast majority of the Korean populace would have no say in the matter. The effective quashing of the Popular People's Republic and the governance to which the population of Southern Korea was subsequently subjected, described as ineffective and corrupt. 78. Even by its Western allies. 79. Led to rebellion against both the U.S. military government and the apparatus it had put in place. Rebellion escalated as this apparatus increasingly took responsibility for governance in the stead of direct American rule. Benevolent dictatorship ultimately amounted to brutal suppression of nationalist and leftist forces in Korea, with the U.S. directly sponsoring extremist youth groups often described by the Americans themselves as terrorists. 80. In full knowledge of the means they would employ to undermine resistance to American designs. American scholar and later prominent CIA consultant Chalmers Johnson referred to one such group, the Northwest Youth League, NYL, as a paramilitary vigilante organization, whom the U.S. Army tolerated with full knowledge of their reputation for brutality. 81. The NYL, and to a lesser extent the Taihan Youth Corps and Northwest Young Men's Association, were the most prominent of these groups. These youth groups were critical to the survival of U.S. military rule and later the re-government, and the American Counterintelligence Corps described them as having exercised police power more than the police itself, and their cruel behavior has invited the deep resentment of the inhabitants. 82. The value of these youth groups as a paramilitary force went beyond the employment of violence, although this was critical, and they were vital to gathering intelligence for the CIC and creating blacklists of targets. Target lists were comprised of those individuals whose political affiliations made them a threat to Yuzam-jeek. 83. American reports repeatedly indicated that Yuzam-jeek was aware of and tacitly approved of the methods of youth groups to suppress dissent. Indeed, many of the youth groups derived their authority from association and close cooperation with the American CIC. 84. Donald Nichols, a commander in the American CIC, noted in reference to the conduct of these youth groups, "On many occasions, I had to accept the methods used during interrogation by our allies. I had to maintain an air of detachment, even approval." He described some of these incidents in gruesome detail, noting that there were some he would never be able to erase from his memory due to the severity of the brutalities committed. 85. American historian and renowned Korea expert Bruce Cummings noted regarding the conduct of the American-aligned youth groups towards civilians suspected of supporting leftist or nationalist activities against the occupation, in Hagui village, for example, right-wing youths captured a pregnant 21-year-old woman named Mun, whose husband was allegedly an insurgent, dragged her from her home, and stabbed her 13 times with spears, causing her to abort. She was left to die with her baby half-delivered. Other women were serially raped, often in front of villagers, and then blown up with a grenade in the vagina. 86. Noting the endorsement the leaders of terrorist youth groups received both from the CIC and from the RE government even when found to have killed and brutally tortured civilians with leftist leanings, Professor of History at New York University, Monica Kim, concluded in her own study, these very brutal, very public acts of violence were integral to the anti-communist politics practiced and developed on the southern half of the Korean peninsula in the post-1945 era. In other words, the Northwest Young Men's Association's practice and mobilization of violence were a part of the everyday political landscape created under the Uzamjik-supported regime. 87. The conduct of the youth groups towards the population thus reflected the nature of U.S. governance and the system the U.S. military imposed to replace the People's Republic of Korea. Among the most notorious single incidents of rebellion against American rule was the insurrection on Jeju Island. Their extreme political repression and massacres of political protesters at the hands of youth groups, namely the NYL, and the police force, sparked open rebellion among its rural population in 1948. 88. The U.S. military referred to the ensuing conflict as the Jeju Civil War, with American public sources claiming 15,000 to 20,000 islanders were massacred in the 13-month clashes which ended in May 1949. South Korea's own official figure for the death toll stood at 27,719, while North Korea claimed over 30,000 islanders had been butchered in the government's response. South Korean scholarly sources have more recently put the death toll at 38,000, although according to declassified intelligence reports the military governor of Jeju had himself privately told American intelligence that 60,000 islanders had died and up to 40,000 had been forced to flee to Japan. Officially 39,285 homes had been demolished and, according to the governor, most of the houses on the hills were gone. Only 170 of 400 villages remained, with up to a fifth of the population killed. 89. The U.S. reportedly arranged for former Imperial Japanese counterinsurgency forces to return to Korea from American-occupied Japan for operations against the Jeju Islanders. 90. Scholar Wang Suk-young referred to the disciplining actions against Jeju's population carried out primarily by the American CIC and associated youth groups with police support as one of the most violent events in 20th-century Korean history. 91. Another prominent rebellion was the Daegu Uprising of September 1946, which started in the city of Busan on the southern coast and spread across southern Korea from Gyeongsangbuk-do in the northeast to Jeollanam-do in the southwest, also reaching the capital, Seoul. The protests demanded political and workers' rights which had been abolished with the end of the People's Republic and the release of political prisoners. While the response was far less bloody than the Jeju incident, the U.S. Army military government relied on battle tanks and a number of radicalized youth groups to put down the rebellion, staging mass arrests and often brutally torturing the participants. Homes and property of the protesters were permanently confiscated in many cases, leaving them destitute as a warning to future dissenters. 92. On August 15, 1948, the government of Syngman Rhee unilaterally declared the Republic of Korea with the full authorization of Uzamjik. This was done without consulting with the governing people's committees in the North or the USSR. It effectively ended prospects for a Korean unification process overseen by the two superpowers as had been initially planned. Rhee's government very soon faced full-scale rebellion across the country for its highly unpopular policies, against which the response was a reign of terror targeting those with communist or socialist leanings and nationalist sympathizers of the preceding Korean People's Republic. Government forces led by former officers in the Imperial Japanese Army and affiliated militarist youth groups were estimated to have killed 100,000 civilians in South Korea by 1952% of the population at the time. 93. According to a report published many decades later by the South Korean government-funded Truth and Reconciliation Commission, these figures were highly conservative. Kim Dong-chun, a leading member of the South Korean Government Commission, who had investigated these killings for 2 years, stated that he estimated the death toll was at minimum half of the 300,000 South Koreans who were imprisoned in concentration camps by the Ri government. 94. South Korean reports from the early 2000s indicate a far higher death toll of between 600,000 and 1.2 million. 95. New York Times correspondent Walter Sullivan wrote in early 1950 that large parts of southern Korea are darkened today by a cloud of terror that is probably unparalleled in the world. The persistence of guerrillas puzzles many Americans here, as does the extreme brutality of the conflict. He went on to argue that there is a great divergence of wealth in the country, leaving even those previously relatively better off among the peasant population living a marginal existence. Exact ions from the peasants, not only on Jeju but throughout southern Korea from both the government and the landlords, was up to 70% of the annual crop. Sullivan believed that it was the suppression and exploitation of the majority of the population that was the primary cause of unrest, not only on Jeju but throughout the country. 96. While Ri had the support of the United States, and his government inherited much of the colonial apparatus of Imperial Japan, his extreme lack of popularity led to poor electoral performances. Although he won the 1948 presidential election, these were hardly an indicator of his popularity and could not be considered free or fair. This was not only due to the intimidation of political opposition widely reported by American sources, but also because there was no opposition candidate running against the one the American OSS and General MacArthur had chosen. Ri's rival, Kim Koo from the Korean Independence Party, a nationalist who had headed the Provisional Government of Korea, refused to take part in the election as it was conducted on the premise of forming a separate South Korean state and dividing the peninsula in two. Although Kim viewed growing communist influence in the country with much apprehension, he had opposed the joint Soviet-American trusteeship of Korea and had met with the Northern Korean leadership and its president, Kim Il-sung, to discuss prospects for a peaceful reunification independently of the United States or Soviet Union. Unlike Ri, Kim prioritized Korean reunification and opposed foreign intervention in the country's affairs. He would be targeted for assassination by the CIA and killed within a year of the election. 97. Eyewitness testimony collected by the U.S. Military's Psychological Warfare Section was one of many sources shedding light on the conduct of the Ri government during elections. An example was the following testimony by a university student: the government mobilized youth groups at election places. If men refused to vote for the right people, they were beaten up. I saw goon squads all around with sticks at election time. There was an atmosphere of terror all around there. He added, regarding means of ensuring political control, that the Ri government put terrorists in the schools, not to study, but to keep surveillance on all other students. Anyone talking about politics was sure to be regarded as a communist. Members of the youth groups had engaged in a wide array of activities which, according to the Psychological Warfare Section's report, included covering for the killings of politically suspect professors. Accounts from other sources on the ground painted much the same picture. Such actions served to alienate much of the population, and as a direct result much of the public was moved to support the coming of North Korea's armed forces in 1950 as a liberation from the rule of the Americans and of Ri. 98. According to CIA intelligence reports, even in the capital Seoul most of the student population actively worked with and welcomed the arrival of the North Koreans, a direct result of the conduct of both Yosamjik and the Ri government. 99. The unpopularity of Ri's administration forced it to rely heavily on intimidation to contest elections. An example was the treatment of representatives who had opposed constitutional amendments to increase the powers of Ri's presidency, who were subsequently detained and charged with communist connections to ensure a favorable outcome. 100. Two United Nations commissions reported on the Ri government's mishandling of elections and heavy reliance on threats to gain votes. Threats to confiscate rice ration cards on which much of the population relied to subsist was a milder form of coercion, according to UN observers. 101. The CIA had a similar view of Rhee's administration, reporting in 1950, Syngman Rhee and his regime are unpopular among many if not the majority of non-communist Koreans. 102. During the Republic of Korea's first parliamentary elections, held 2 years after the presidential election on May 30, 1950, the results for Rhee's ruling Liberal Party proved disastrous with 128 of the 210 seats won by independents and Rhee's party retaining only 22 seats. 103. The fact that Rhee's administration used violence to intimidate its political opponents and gain votes, and had lost overwhelmingly regardless, was testament to the intense public disapproval. The failure of Rhee's party in the first parliamentary elections came just a month before the outbreak of the Korean War. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, salvaging Korean independence where the rule of the United States Army military government in southern Korea, and arguably more so the Syngman Rhee government under the Republic of Korea from 1948, represented the frustration of the Korean nationalist movement's aspirations for the nation's future. This future was at least in part realized in Northern Korea where a very different form of government came to power. When the Soviet armed forces arrived in Northern Korea on August 24, 1945 to exercise governance over their own mandated half of the peninsula, they too found the nation under the governance of several people's committees under the People's Republic of Korea. While there was widespread opposition to the Soviet trusteeship in the north, Moscow did not impose a military government as the Americans had in the south. Moreover, the Soviet civil administration did not abolish the People's Republic outright nor illegalize the People's Committees as the U.S. military government did in the south, but rather incorporated this governing apparatus into the Provisional People's Committee, PPC. Under this committee, with the full endorsement of the USSR, abolishment of the Japanese colonial system continued with the collaborationists tried and their assets and privileges gained under Tokyo's rule redistributed and removed. 104. Perhaps the most significant contrast between the Soviet and American trusteeships in Korea, which would lead to the major differences between the two Korean governments that emerged under them, was that the USSR allowed the Korean nationalist project to continue with minimal interference whereas the American military government went to great lengths to suppress it. As prominent Korea expert, Columbia University professor Charles Armstrong, concluded, the Soviet occupation authorities in Eastern Europe were much more heavy-handed than their American counterparts. The opposite is true in Korea. He further noted the scarcity of Soviet manipulating of North Korea's internal affairs, in sharp contrast to Soviet client states in Europe and Mongolia or to the American client state south of the 38th parallel. 105. The governing people's committees in Northern Korea were neither established nor run under Soviet direction. 106. And had already began to organize governing institutions including a police force before the Soviets arrived. 107. The lack of Soviet influence on Korean internal politics. 108. Would become particularly evident in the 1950s, with Pyongyang purging overly pro-Soviet Koreans from government and making an ideological and political break with Moscow after the superpower revised its previous positions under the premiership of Nikita Khrushchev. 109. No similar break from the U.S. would ever have been possible in South Korea due to the far greater penetration the Americans had achieved and would maintain indefinitely. The distinct nature of the North Korean state as a continuation of the prior Korean nationalist movement, rather than an artificial creation of Moscow, was further attested to by its separate ideology, very much distinct from the USSR and that which Moscow imposed on Mongolia and the Warsaw Pact nations. 110. And ultimately by the state's survival where the Soviet decline and eventual collapse saw the artificial client states fall with it. As Kim Namsik, a South Korean scholar who witnessed this period in North Korea firsthand, observed regarding the independent nature of state formation north of the 38th parallel, the People's Regime of North Korea was founded on the basis of the People's Committees spontaneously organized after liberation. The People's Committees were not created from the center but organized from the bottom up. 111. Although forced to accept a 3-year Soviet military presence, the Provisional People's Committee in Northern Korea was able to carry out much of the mandate of the Korean People's Republic, leading to widespread admiration and support from nationalists in the South and among the overseas Korean community. The earlier 27-point program of the People's Republic was effectively fulfilled entirely under this government, with the exception of the final 2 points: establishment of close relations with the United States, USSR, Britain, and China, and positive opposition to any foreign influences interfering with the domestic affairs of the state. The Soviet civil administration ensured that the new government in Northern Korea, which made its temporary capital in Pyongyang, would remain locked into the Soviet alliance system, meaning while interference in domestic affairs was limited, the formation of close ties to the Western Bloc and a position of neutrality in the emerging Cold War were effectively ruled out. The independent nature and leftist leanings of the PPC, however, meant that, like the People's Republic of Korea that preceded it, hostility from the Western powers and the United States in particular was guaranteed, even if this new government in Pyongyang had been allowed to make diplomatic overtures, as other leftist and nationalist groups in the region and beyond would come to learn in the early Cold War years. 112. The leadership of the PPC, much like that of the People's Republic, had its roots in the anti-Japanese struggle for independence. The body's chairman, Kim Il-sung, was the leader of an anti-Japanese guerrilla movement and the son of prominent Korean nationalists Kim Hyung-jik and Kang Pan-sok. The chairman's parents had, according to North Korean sources, run secret Korean language classes at a time when Korean was banned and the Japanese language was imposed, and were involved in the founding of the armed guerrilla movement against Japanese rule. Whether Kim and Kang's movement was affiliated with communist ideology or with a basic Korean nationalism remains uncertain, but their eldest son Kim Il-sung was heavily influenced by their activities. He went on to found the Down with Imperialism Union, DIU, in 1926 in what was then Manchuria, today a part of China with a high population of ethnic Koreans. The union was intended to promote resistance to Japanese occupation and was heavily influenced by Marxist thought, which was increasingly gaining traction as the wave of the future for the Korean nation to replace the feudal monarchical system which had preceded Japanese rule. 113. DIU was, according to the North Korean leadership of later years, a fresh start for the Korean Communist movement and the Korean Revolution, the beginning of the struggle to found a new type of party referred to as a means for anti-Japanese national liberation struggle relying on the masses. 114. 3. Regarding Kim Il-sung's rise to assume leadership, this process too presents a strong contrast to that of Syngman Rhee in southern Korea. Japanese sources indicate that Kim was elected as the leader of Korean guerrillas over older and more experienced partisans. 115. And was already well known across the peninsula for his activities and those of his parents against the empire. This paved the way for his leadership of the post-colonial government. As Charles Armstrong emphasized in his own study of the immediate post-Japanese period, at the time of liberation 33-year-old Captain Kim Il-sung was the leading Korean among the Manchurian partisan exiles in the Soviet Far East. Kim's emergence as leader of the Korean group does not arise from his being the hand-picked choice of the Soviets for their occupation government, which was the assumption of many Western observers, both at the time and since. 116. The PPC was organized at a meeting in February 1946 of 137 representatives, most of whom had comprised the leadership of the People's Republic of Korea, including 2 representatives each from the Democratic Party of Korea, the Independence Alliance, the Communist Party of Korea, the General Federation of Labor Unions, the General Federation of Peasant Unions, and 1 each from the Women's League and the Democratic Youth League. 117. On the second day of the meeting on February 9, 23 members of the Provisional People's Committee were elected, including 6 from the Communist Party, 5 from the Democratic Party and 2 from the Independence Alliance. On March 23, Committee Chairman Kim Il-sung, also now Chairman of the Communist Party of Korea, issued a 20-point platform for reform and decolonization of Northern Korea. This very closely resembled the 27-point program of the People's Republic of Korea, fulfilling the mandate of ending the legacies of Japanese rule, providing the people with inalienable rights and modernizing the nation's economy. This program was implemented across northern Korea under the PPC's jurisdiction, and stipulated the following. 1. Completely purge all remnants of the former Japanese imperialist rule in the political and economic life in Korea. 2. Open a merciless struggle against reactionary and anti-democratic elements within the country, and absolutely prohibit activities by fascist and anti-democratic parties, groups, and individuals. 3. Guarantee the freedoms of speech, press, assembly, and faith to all people. Guarantee the conditions for the free activities of democratic political parties, working associations, peasant associations, and other democratic social organizations. 4. Have the entire Korean people possess the duty and the right to organize people's committees, the unified local administrative institutions, through elections based on a universal, direct, equal, and secret ballot. 5. Guarantee equal rights to all citizens regardless of gender, faith, and possession of property. 6. Insist on the inviolability of residence and person, and the lawful guarantee of property and personal possessions of citizens. 7. Abolish all legal and judicial institutions used during the time of the former Japanese imperialist rule and also influenced by it, and elect people's judicial institutions on democratic principles and guarantee equal rights under the law for all citizens. 8. Develop industries, farms, transportation, and commerce for increasing the well-being of the people. 9. Nationalize large enterprises, transport institutions, banks, mines, and forests. 10. Allow and encourage freedom in private handicraft and commerce. 11. Confiscate land from Japanese persons, Japanese nationals, traders, and landowners who practice tenant farming, scrap the tenant farming system, and transfer all confiscated land into properties of peasants, free of charge. Have the state manage all irrigation facilities free of charge. 12. Struggle against speculators and loan sharks by enacting market prices for daily necessities. 13. Enact a single and fair tax system and implement a progressive income tax system. 14. Implement an 8-hour work system for workers and office clerks and regulate minimum wages. Prohibit work for males below the age of 13 and implement a 6-hour work system for males aged 13 to 16. 15. Implement life insurance for workers and office clerks, and implement an insurance system for workers and enterprises. 16. Implement a universal compulsory education system, and extensively expand primary schools, middle schools, high schools, and universities under state management. Reform the people's education system in accordance with the democratic system of the state. 17. Actively develop the national culture, science, and art, and expand the number of theaters, libraries, radio broadcasting stations and movie theaters. 18. Extensively install special schools for cultivating the talent being required in all sectors of state institutions and people's economy. 19. Encourage people and enterprises engaged in science and art, and give aid to them. 20. Expand the number of state hospitals, eradicate infectious diseases, and treat poor people for free. The 20-point program was implemented gradually over the following year, beginning with the confiscation of land from Japanese nationals and collaborators on March 8. On June 24, an 8-hour workday was implemented, and work for those under 14 years old was prohibited. On July 22, a law on gender equality was enacted. On August 10, over 1,000 major industrial facilities, or 90% of industry in Northern Korea, were nationalized. Reforms under the 20-point program, from inalienable rights to the right to form people's committees and gender equality, were unprecedented in Korean history. To raise revenues for the new state, the PPC decided on December 27 that farmers were to provide 25% of their harvest as agricultural tax. While high, this paled in comparison to the reported 70% exactions from peasants in southern Korea from both the government and landlords. 118. The result of the PPC's successful implementation of its policies, and the gross economic mismanagement south of the 38th parallel under Syngman Rhee, was a considerable discrepancy in the quality of life between the two by 1948. On August 15 of that year, the Provisional Southern Government declared the formation of the Republic of Korea in the South with Rhee as its president. While the partitioning of Korea into Soviet and American spheres of influence had occurred in 1945 on the basis that nationwide elections be carried out to reunify the peninsula within 5 years, the Rhee government's extremely poor electoral prospects led both U.S. and South Korean sources to predict a major loss if these were carried out freely and fairly. 119. The U.S. was thus adamant that elections be carried out under the UN Temporary Commission on Korea, which the Soviets for reasons later elaborated believed would show a strongly pro-Western bias and would allow the Western Bloc to manipulate results in their favor. Later counter-proposals from North Korea for reunifying elections held under an unspecified framework, to be decided on by both Koreas together, were in turn flatly rejected by the South with the U.S. also threatening penalties against Seoul should it accept them. 120. Washington's apprehensions towards unifying elections were strongly in line with a wider Cold War trend, namely that the democratic process could only be endorsed if it produced candidates favorable to the interests of the Western Bloc. 121. This was far from the case for the expected outcome of a free and fair unifying election in Korea. An almost exact reoccurrence of this would occur in Vietnam, where the South Vietnamese government, proving itself highly repressive and carrying forward many of the policies of the French colonial period, was expected to overwhelmingly lose unifying elections which were scheduled for 1954 under the Geneva Accords. The U.S. prompted a South Vietnamese withdrawal because, in the words of President Eisenhower, had elections been held, a possible 80% of the population would have voted for the communist Ho Chi Minh as their leader. 122. The CIA had predicted in their own report, if scheduled national elections are held in July 1956, the Viet Minh will almost certainly win. 123. Preventing unifying elections was thus the only means by which the two Western client regimes could retain power in the divided East Asian states. The Rhee government's unpopularity was not without cause, and other than severe abuses of the population, mass killings, and Seoul's economic ineptitude, it bore a strong contrast to the rapid economic and social progress in the North. In his 12 years as president, Rhee would never institute a national economic policy, and his country made negligible economic gains as a result. While Seoul could rely on U.S. aid for 1/3 its budget, a lifeline seen as critical to maintaining what integrity the state had, little was done to monitor its use, and much of these funds were diverted by officials for personal use. 124. As Professors U.K. Heo and Terence Roerig noted in their study of South Korean political history, alongside rampant corruption, Rhee also had little expertise or interest in economic development, and his economic ministers were similarly inexperienced and untrained in economic policy making. 125. Time magazine thus referred to southern Korea under Rhee as an economic wasteland, really one of the poorest places in the world. 126. A further result of the Rhee government's economic failings was the promotion and strong encouragement of prostitution servicing the U.S. military. 127. A means for Seoul to earn much needed foreign currency, which by the end of Rhee's rule accounted for nearly 25% of gross national product, GNP. 128. This and the accompanying rise in human trafficking and sexual slavery was abhorred in Korean society. 129. And further undermined the popularity of Rhee's government as well as the United States. The considerable discrepancy in the achievements of the two Korean governments meant that it was widely expected that had nationwide reunifying elections been carried out, the PPC would have won overwhelmingly. Thus American sources, from the CIA, 130. To the New York Times. 131. Widely reported. 132. That a reunified Korea with free elections would almost certainly lead to Ri's fall and a form of governance similar to that in place in the North. Pyongyang's adherence to the nationalist mandate of the People's Republic of Korea, in contrast to the Southern government's continuation of many prominent aspects of the Japanese colonial system from land distribution to military structure and civil administration, guaranteed it widespread support in Southern Korea. Such an electoral outcome would not only see Ri removed from power and likely tried, alongside the Japanese collaborators forming much of his political and military leadership, but it would reverse the considerable investments the U.S. had made to undermine the People's Republic of Korea and establish a Western-aligned client state. The Northern government integrated several aspects of the People's Republic, from its leadership to its ideals, into its own governance, meaning its rule of Southern Korea would closely resemble that of the People's Committees which preceded imposition of American military governance below the 38th parallel. With the American-backed Southern government declaring a Seoul-based Republic of Korea, ROK, and unilaterally claiming jurisdiction over the entire Korean nation, the Pyongyang-based Provisional People's Committee declared its own republic, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, to protect its claim to sovereignty against Ri's government. The result was the formation of two separate Korean states each claiming to represent the entire Korean nation. One was nationalist, progressive, decolonist and fast modernizing. The other was in a state of effective civil war and suffering from the results of severe corruption and economic mismanagement, heavily reliant on and largely subservient to the United States, and governing through an apparatus inherited from the Japanese colonial period. China was at the time ruled by three major rival governments each with separate capitals all competing for support and territory, including the Western-aligned Kuomintang, the Yan'an-based communist government and the reorganized national government of the Republic of China formed with Japanese support. 2. The development of underdevelopment was common to Western empires in the Asia-Pacific, and strongly discouraged economic modernization of the colonies or client states of which the Philippines was a key example and French Indochina another. Japanese rule, for all its faults, had as previously mentioned invested in education, modernization, and industrialization in Korea in a way Western empires did not in their own East Asian colonies. 3. It was and remains difficult to equate the two governments in respect to their legitimacy because one represented a continuation of the republican system Koreans had chosen and overwhelmingly supported before foreign intervention in the country while the other was very conspicuous in its artificial imposition by a foreign power leading to widespread resistance and civil war south of the 38th parallel. While the government in Southern Korea had a support base in the north as well as domestically, this was overwhelmingly comprised of devout Christians who identified with Ri and Japanese collaborators who relied on his and America's protection to survive. This support base represented a small minority as evidenced by numerous aforementioned American reports from the time contrasting strongly with the far more widespread appeal of the Northern government's nationalist vision. The image of Syngman Rhee, a West-earnest exile with a European wife flown in from Washington on an American military plane, contrasted strongly to that of Kim Il-sung, a much-renowned freedom fighter who had led guerrillas against Japanese rule for decades. 4. It is notable that following the forced abolition of the People's Republic by the U.S. military government, no similar decolonization program could ever be implemented south of the 38th parallel, which would form the crux of the major contrast which emerged between the two states. Chapter 2. Strategic implications of the Korean War's outbreak. 2. Korea's and the outbreak of war. The result of the declaration of the Republic of Korea, ROK, on August 15, 1948 was the emergence of two neighboring states with overlapping claims to sovereignty over the Korean nation. With the new South Korean state under Syngman Rhee unilaterally laying claim to all of Korea, the provisional government and constituent people's committees in Northern Korea had little choice but to contest this by declaring its own state, the Pyongyang-based Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK. This was declared within a month of the Rhee government's declaration on September 9, and the DPRK also claimed sovereignty over the entire peninsula. The nature of the two states' competing mandates, and above all their clashing roots and identities in either the Japanese and American imperial projects or the Korean nationalist movement, meant that peaceful coexistence between them remained unlikely. The re-government's near-complete lack of interest in economic affairs, as attested to by a range of American sources, combined with severe corruption, continued to negatively affect living standards, leaving many in desperate poverty. The DPRK's economic situation was very different. According to reports from the CIA, while North Korea faced issues from labor shortages and struggled to meet its extremely ambitious state planning goals for expanded industrial and agricultural output by 1949, living standards nevertheless saw a very substantial increase by the end of the decade. 1. Despite significant wartime damage to the Japanese industrial infrastructure, manufacturing had significantly exceeded previous levels by 1949. Industrial output and state industry in 1949 were 340% and 420% of the levels in 1946, representing not only a recovery but also a 20% increase over the Japanese imperial period. 2. The rural economy had also seen considerable improvements, with gross output of agricultural and animal products increasing by 40% from 1944 to 1949 despite a wartime slump in 1945. The average salaries of factory and officer workers increased by 83%. 3. Thus the discrepancy in living standards between the two Koreas appeared to be fast growing and strongly favored the DPRK. In light of the fragility of the southern government, ongoing internal conflict and the poor electoral performance of Syngman Rhee's Liberal Party, it appeared that all Pyongyang needed to do to prevail was to wait out its rival's downfall. The passage of time would only widen the economic discrepancy between the two states and strengthen the DPRK position relative to the ROC. Rhee's government was confronted not only with an active insurgency, but also with widespread dissatisfaction among the population and a strong movement demanding peaceful reunification which the president vehemently opposed. The disastrous performance of Rhee's Liberal Party in the ROC's first parliamentary elections on May 30, 1950, less than a month before the outbreak of the Korean War, and considerable pressure from both the public and rival parties to begin peaceful reunification, gave Pyongyang further cause to perceive a favorable resolution to be forthcoming via peaceful means. Although the United States threatened a withdrawal of aid should a peaceful merger of the two Korean states take place, passing the Korean Aid Bill to this effect through Congress in February 1950, the vast majority of political forces in the ROC strongly favored immediate steps towards peaceful unification. Electoral fraud and American support could only take Rhee so far, and with his government enjoying so little public backing. 4. Pyongyang had considerable grounds to expect major political change in South Korea, particularly after the elections in May. There was little need for a military solution, either directly or by proxy, and Pyongyang's awareness of this was perhaps best indicated by that fact it did not provide armaments to anti-government guerrillas in the south despite the permeability of the inter-Korean border at the time. Had it done so, the outcome of insurgencies such as that on Jeju may have been very different. The election of an assembly in Seoul strongly in favor of cooperation and peaceful reunification on terms similar to those proposed by Pyongyang made a bloodless reunification appear likely a far more desirable outcome than what could ever be achieved by force. Reports from the CIA and the New York Times among other sources all indicated that a reunifying election would yield a result strongly favoring the northern political system. 5. With Rhee's administration faced with a loosening grip on power after the election, a stagnant and aid-dependent economy mired by corruption. 6. Little public support. 7. And a sizable ongoing insurgency, military force was only means of ensuring its survival. This included the threatening of political opposition, the establishment of concentration camps, mass arrest and torture of political prisoners, and the killing of over 2% of the population to quash dissent. 8. This also materialized in the Rhee government's approach to North Korea, with the president dismissing the potential for negotiation as concessions and a road to disaster and strongly advocating forceful reunification. when on June 7, 1950 North Korean President Kim Il-sung called for nationwide elections to be held in August, and for a consultative conference in Haeju from June 15 to 17, this was strongly opposed by both RE and the United States. When 4 days later the DPRK sent 3 delegates to the South in a peace overture to begin talks on reunification, this too was rejected outright by RE. 9. RE's government had strongly prioritized militarization, which it could ill afford, increasing the size of the armed forces to 100,000 personnel in the summer of 1949 to gain a considerable numerical advantage over the North. Reports from Western and international observers indicated that the president and much of the ROK's military leadership appeared strongly inclined to initiate a conflict against the DPRK, staging frequent provocations across the 38th parallel for this purpose. 10. William Matthews, a reporter accompanying prominent statesman and later Secretary of State John Foster Dulles to a meeting with RE, reported immediately afterwards that the president was militantly for the unification of Korea. Openly says it must be brought about soon. RE pleads justice of going into North Country. Thinks it could succeed in a few days, if he can do it with our help he will do it. Matthews further warned that the South Korean president was willing to initiate an attack on the DPRK even if it brought on a general war. 11. Reports of the ROK leadership's offensive designs appeared to be strongly reflected in its actions. Several skirmishes along the 38th parallel took place from May to December 1949 between the Republic of Korea Armed Forces, ROKAF, and the Korean People's Army, KPA, which according to internal American accounts were almost all initiated by the South Koreans. The head of United States Korean Military Advisory Group, KMAG, General William L. Roberts, observed of the border clashes that the ROK was the more belligerent party, stating, "Almost every incident has been provoked by the South Korean security forces." 12. The general reported separately on multiple attacks on border villages in the DPRK, saying that each was in our opinion brought on by the presence of a small South Korean salient north of the parallel. The South Koreans wished to invade the north. 13. Sources from the DPRK claim that thousands of South Korean troops led by Brigadier General Kim Suk-won, a close confidant of Syngman Rhee, led units from the ROKAF across the border on multiple unprovoked assaults, initiating 6 months of border fighting. Kim was a former captain in the Imperial Japanese Army's mechanized artillery who had played a leading role in the invasion of Manchuria. These claims are supported by the general's calls for war with the North to bring forceful reunification under ROK rule. He had said to this effect, "We should have a program to recover our lost land, North Korea, by breaking through the 38th border which has existed since 1945. Kim told the United Nations Commission on Korea, UNCOC, shortly before the outbreak of the war that the moment of major battles was rapidly approaching. 14. Had the Southern generals' months-long incursions into North Korea not been met with staunch KPA resistance, it is far from unlikely that the ROKAF under his command would have pressed further and perhaps sought to take Pyongyang itself with a full-scale invasion. General Kim was far from alone in calling for attacks on the DPRK with the intent of debilitio against the northern state and imposition of ROK rule. British sources reported just weeks before the outbreak of the war that KMAG advisors had raised concerns that the ROKAF's over-aggressive officers in command positions along the parallel presented a significant risk that a border incident could precipitate civil war. 15. Other British intelligence sources similarly concluded that the leadership in the South was willing to initiate a war of aggression, with one stating that South Korean commanders' heads are full of ideas of recovering the North by conquest. 16. Prominent UN diplomat and expert from the United Nations Commission on Korea Agon Ranshofen Wertheimer observed similar dangers to peace on the Korean peninsula posed by South Korea's apparent willingness to initiate a full-scale war. He wrote to this effect in September 1949. The ROK might feel that its chances of absorbing the North are diminished from month to month in view of the growing strength of Kim Il-sung's armies. The temptation for Rhee to invade the North and the pressure exerted upon him to do so might, therefore, become irresistible. The top military authorities of the Republic are exerting continual pressure upon Ri to take the initiative and cross the parallel. 17. Thus, as both short and long-term power trajectories strongly favored the North, only the South could have benefited from initiating a conflict. While Ri and much of the military leadership appeared by all accounts to be eager to initiate a war to impose their rule over the DPRK, it was in their interest to ensure the full support of the United States and if possible American participation in such an offensive. A number of high-level American reports shed light on the means by which this could be done. Col. M. Preston Goodfellow, former deputy director of the OSS and a personal friend of Syngman Rhee, had previously paid many visits to the president in Seoul and had been recommended for stationing in Korea. 18. In his discussion with the Kuomintang Chinese ambassador, it was made clear that an outcome favorable to both the Rhee government and hardline anti-communist factions in U.S. would be a North Korean attack on South Korea. This would provide pretext for American military intervention, which could be used to launch a full-scale joint invasion of North Korea to realize Rhee's designs. Goodfellow told the Chinese ambassador that the momentum for attack had shifted, and the ambassador reported from their meeting. It was the South Koreans anxious to go into N.K., because they were feeling sharp with their army of well-trained 100,000 strong. But U.S. government was most anxious to restrain any provocation by the S.K. And Goodfellow had gone there lately to do just that. I asked how great was the possibility or danger of war breaking out in Korea. Goodfellow said U.S. government position is this: avoid any initiative on S. Korea's part in attacking N.K., but if N.K. should invade S.K., then S.K. should resist and march right into N.K. In such a case, the aggression came from N.K. and the American people would understand it. 19. To gain American support for an invasion of North Korea, it was vital for the Rhee government to somehow achieve a North Korean attack, perhaps through the border incidents which international observers reported his forces were continuously provoking, or at least to create the impression that the KPA had started a war. While South Korea had by all accounts been the more belligerent party and carried out multiple attacks on the north, some continuing for several months, Goodfellow's statement elucidates the strong incentive for the more aggressive parties in the ROK to attempt to provoke a North Korean attack or counterattack to win support for their own invasion plans. Rhee was personally said to have lobbied forcefully for U.S. backing for a military solution to the division of the peninsula, and himself hinted that a KPA attack on the border could be used as a pretext to launch a full-scale invasion to forcefully topple the DPRK. In the event of a KPA border attack, Rhee said, U.S. support would be needed to hurl them back, but also to attack their retreating forces and in so doing to liberate our enslaved fellow countrymen in the north. 20. A potential North Korean attack was seen as highly favorable to both the expansionist goals of the Rhee government and the interests of hardline American anti-communists, who sought a pretext to directly confront the Red Menace. In the eyes of many in the U.S. leadership, General MacArthur included, war in Korea was an effective means of bringing about a greater confrontation with the communist powers in East Asia, reversing the communist victory in neighboring China and restoring the Western-aligned Kuomintang client government to power in Beijing. U.S. Ambassador John Mucho thus observed from Seoul. There is increasing confidence in the army. An aggressive, offensive spirit is emerging. Nerves that were frayed and jittery the past few months may now give way to this new spirit. A good portion of the army is eager to get going. More and more people feel that the only way unification can be brought about is by moving north by force. Chiang Kai-shek told Rhee that the nationalist Chinese Kuomintang Air Force could support a move north and that they discussed the possibility of the nationalists starting an offensive move against Manchuria through Korea. There is some feeling that now is the time to move north while the Chinese communists are preoccupied. I doubt whether Rhee would actually order a move north in his saner moments. However, Should we have another Kaesong or Ongjin flare-up, a counterattack might lead to all sorts of unpredictable developments. 21. Ri's government had everything to gain from provoking a war and if possible the impression of a northern invasion. This would guarantee Seoul the support of the United States, the sizable Chinese Kuomintang forces on Taiwan and most likely other powers of the Western Bloc, as well, saving Ri's ailing government and facilitating realization of its expansionist designs. The outbreak of open war in Korea in late June can be attributed at least in part to this motivation. When hostilities broke out on June 25, 1950, international observers present could not determine which party fired first, neither could the U.S. ambassador in Seoul. South Korean state radio did report a successful ROCAF attack on the border city of Haeju, however, something the North Koreans confirmed but Seoul later retracted, which indicates that an ROCAF border provocation could have sparked the conflict. 22. The South Koreans would later amend their claim to state that they had in fact attacked Haeju at a later date, long after announcing the successful capture of the city. As shown in a detailed study by historian Karunakar Gupta at the University of London, this was effectively impossible, given the positions and largely disordered nature of their fast retreating forces at the time. If there was an ROCAF attack on Haeju, it had to have been in the war's opening hours. 23. Preceding British and U.S. reports indicating it was the South which had initiated almost all border clashes strongly supports this, and gives a strong indication that it was most likely the ROC which first initiated hostilities. The conflict subsequently intensified as North Korea responded with a major counterattack, escalating in a way that it never had before, with the leadership giving the order to launch a full-scale attack on the ROC in response to the attack of Haeju. American interests and the outbreak of the Korean War. While the outbreak of war in Korea was key to saving Syngman Rhee's government, the United States itself had a great deal to gain from the conflict. Implications of a war against a communist power in response to an alleged communist aggression, even that by a small developing nation of under 10 million people, would provide ample pretext to remobilize the U.S. economy against a new threat and turn the previously unfavorable tide of the Cold War in favor of the Western Bloc. President Harry Truman thus stated within hours of the war's outbreak, despite no evidence regarding which party had initiated it, that communism has now passed beyond the use of subversion to conquer independent nations, and will now use armed invasion and war, a claim which would facilitate a wide range of measures to escalate the Cold War and engineer a Western advantage. 24. After initial clashes which both Koreas blamed the other for initiating, North Korean forces were able to gain a decisive advantage and press an offensive southwards. The wars and early offensives are detailed in the following chapter. While tactically its allies, the South Koreans, were losing ground, strategically America's position was strengthened considerably vis-a-vis the Soviet Union, allowing it to partially recover following the disastrous loss of China a year prior. State Secretary Dean Acheson noted in this regard that the Korean War came along and saved us. 25. The outbreak of the war facilitated the drafting of NSC 68, the key National Security Council report that became one of the most important statements of American foreign policy, and provided the blueprint for the militarization of the Cold War from 1950 to the collapse of the Soviet Union at the beginning of the 1990s. 26. NSC 68 advocated prioritizing the development and large-scale deployment of thermonuclear weapons and the means to deliver them across Soviet territory. It further called for a significant expansion in military expenditure, which would quadruple following the war's outbreak. A peacetime military draft was established for the first time, along with a permanent standing army of 3 million American personnel deployed across the world. The rearmament of West Germany. 27. And Japan. 28. Despite considerable prior controversy, was also enabled under the new imperative of fighting communism, a part of the response to the Korean War's outbreak. The United States further moved to escalate its involvement in Vietnam in support of French colonial forces, sowing the seeds for further conflict yet to come. 29. The strengthening and expansion of the recently formed U.S.-led NATO military alliance unifying the powers of the Western Bloc was a further result of the war in Korea. 30. By the end of the year, President Truman had used the war as a pretext to declare an indefinite state of emergency, mobilizing the U.S. for a permanent state of Cold War. In the president's words, he summoned our farmers, our workers in industry, and our businessmen to make a mighty production effort to meet the defense requirements of the nation, every person and every community to make, with a spirit of neighborliness, whatever sacrifices are necessary for the welfare of the nation, all state and local leaders and officials to cooperate fully with the military and civilian defense agencies of the United States in the National Defense Program. 31. The United States, and to some extent the entire Western Bloc, devoted itself fully to a state of war against the communist world. The microcosm that was conflict between two visions for Korea's future, one as a nationalist, independent, and post-colonial continuation of the Korean Republican project and the other as an externally imposed client regime with little vision for economic or social progress, was used as a pretext for an initiative with truly global implications. In Europe, at the time seen as the most vital Cold War theater, the American position was bolstered considerably by the outbreak of war in Korea to the detriment of Soviet interests. The war began just 9 months after the USSR tested its first nuclear device, had yet to widely deploy the munitions, and was far from achieving nuclear parity with the United States. This American advantage was emphasized by both General MacArthur and by CIA reports, the latter of which noted, the Soviets had fewer than 25 atomic bombs, a fraction of the U.S. arsenal of over 500 atomic bombs and at least 264 nuclear-capable aircraft. 32. The pretext of a communist threat based on events in Korea was instrumental in allowing the United States to press its nuclear advantage to the fullest, deploying large numbers of nuclear weapons to Europe at a rate which the Soviets could not match at the time, thereby shifting the balance of power in the strategically vital theater strongly in their favor. A report from the prominent neoconservative think tank Project for the New American Century was among the sources which strongly alluded to the Korean War's role in facilitating America's ability to press its nuclear advantage in Europe. 33. While hardline anti-communist factions in the U.S. government and military achieved the remobilization of American resources to fight the Cold War which they had long advocated. 34. An equally significant beneficiary of open war in Korea was the formerly struggling American economy. Although it had thrived and doubled in size during the Second World War. 35. There were considerable fears among the U.S. leadership for the potentially catastrophic consequences peace could have on the country's heavily war-oriented economy. A heavy reliance on wartime production had developed during the conflict with the Axis powers, leading to a hard recession in the 5 subsequent years. Thus, the dominant trend in American economic and military thinking, according to a number of highly placed sources, was a fear of genuine peace due to its negative implications for the country's economic well-being. This concept of the need for a permanent war economy to avoid economic contraction and retain high employment rates emerged in 1944 as wartime production peaked. Sustainment of high defense spending to maintain high employment and stimulate economic growth has since been referred to as military Keynesianism or weaponized Keynesianism by a number of prominent experts, politicians. 36. And scholars. 37. The importance of this was further highlighted in 1954, when the U.S. economy would again dip into recession after the Korean War armistice ended hostilities. Examples of the importance of wartime demand in stimulating key industries included the rise in annual production of aircraft, ships, rubber, steel, and aluminium. These sectors boomed from 1940, the year before America entered the war, to 1944 when wartime production peaked, respectively, rising by 1,045%, 1,175%, 276%, 89%, and 50%. Production booms in these sectors, and an even larger boom in munitions production, led an overall trend throughout the U.S. economy. 38. Unemployment as percentages of the population and labor force respectively dropped drastically during this period from highs of 8.1% and 14.6% in 1940 to just 0.7% and 1.2% in 1944, with both again rising from 1945 as arms production wound down, which continued until 1950. 39. Defense production, more so than production of civilian goods, was and is today considered not only more profitable, but capable of generating more jobs. 40. The U.S. economy had sharply contracted in the aftermath of the Second World War and, following peak arms production in 1944 GDP, the following year was 4% lower. In 1946, a year of almost total peace which preceded the Cold War, real GDP fell by 20.6%, the worst fall in American history, far exceeding that of the Great Depression. 41. Although the U.S. economy was contracting in 1949, albeit at a slower rate, it saw significant expansion from 1950 with growth rates at 8.7% that year. 42. The needs of the Korean front, preparations for a greater war against the Soviet bloc and the resulting boom in armaments production for the United States served as a highly potent stimulant. Several large-scale armaments projects which faced imminent closure due to loss of funding were saved by the outbreak of war in Korea. The Bell Aircraft Company, for example, had employed over 28,000 workers for the B-29 bomber program alone, despite its sole plant in Georgia manufacturing under 17% of the total fleet. Employment at the Bell plant fell from 1945 but would rise again from 1950 as refurbishment contracts for old B-29s were signed. The acceleration and expansion of new bomber programs with more funding further stimulated manufacturing and raised employment levels. 43. In Southern California alone, projects developing strategic bombers, supercarriers, and a previously cancelled Convair contract to develop an intercontinental rocket for the Air Force were resumed. The colossal wartime aircraft production industry was again booming in 1952, and these defense projects, sourcing labor and components from across the United States, were vital to the country's economic well-being. Los Angeles County, for example, had 160,000 people employed in aircraft production, with defense and aerospace accounting for 55% of employment. In San Diego this figure was nearly 80%. Defense industries, reliant on war to stimulate demand, kept hundreds of thousands of factories running throughout the United States. 44. Award-winning journalist I.F. Stone gave an insightful assessment of the relationship between war and the orientation of the American economy, writing shortly after the Korean War's outbreak. With the arms race and the rampant inflation and costs piling up, American leadership was still gripped by dread of the consequences of peace upon the economy. This dread was dictating the actions of the politicians and mega-business leaders. An economy accustomed to injections of inflationary narcotic trembled at the thought that its deadly stimulant might be shut off. The dominant trend in American political, economic, and military thinking was, and is, a fear of peace. 45. With the economy heavily reliant on stimulation from military expenditure, war, or an ever-present threat of war was highly favorable. General MacArthur was one of many in the U.S. leadership who attested to America's fear of peace and over-reliance on its war economy, stating 4 years after the Korean War began, "It is part of the general pattern of misguided policy that our country is now geared to an arms economy which was bred in an artificially induced psychosis of war hysteria and nurtured upon an incessant propaganda of fear." He warned that this economic orientation renders among our political leaders almost a greater fear of peace than is their fear of war. 46. The highly skewed orientation of the U.S. economy towards war production, and reliance on high military expenditure to a far greater extent than other industrial nations. 47. Was also attested to by U.S. President Eisenhower. The president, who would take office in 1953, would state to this effect: Our military organization today bears little relation to that known by any of my predecessors in peacetime. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security more than the net income of all United States corporations. This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence economic, political, even spiritual is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. Having himself served as first Supreme Allied Commander Europe, Eisenhower warned that such a heavy reliance on military industries for America's economic well-being threatened to compromise democratic processes. State policy could be substantially influenced by the indefinite need to continue the large-scale manufacture of war materials. 48. There was thus a strong incentive not only to intervene militarily in Korea, but also to engineer circumstances under which hostilities between the two Koreas were likely to break out in the first place. Tolerance of overly aggressive officers in the ROCAF who frequently launched incursions into North Korea was an example. Another was the emphasis placed in January 1950 that South Korea was outside America's defensive perimeter in East Asia. 49. Giving Pyongyang room if not a green light to respond to future provocations with overwhelming force. 50. The outbreak of the Korean War put America's vast war economy back to work, and it would continue to work indefinitely thereafter to arm the United States and its allies from Iran to Japan. Now fearing communist aggression based on allegations of a North Korean attack, America's defense clients across the world were driven to maintain far larger standing armies and navies and to adopt far more interventionist foreign policies to contain the Red Menace, providing a further boost to U.S. defense manufacturing. 51. By far the largest permanent military-industrial complex thus grew and thrived in the United States, with government spending providing a significant boost to GDP growth from 1950. 52. This indefinitely postponed the post-war recession which had seemed inevitable before the war. Chinese and Soviet interests and the outbreak of war in Korea. While the outbreak of war in Korea was key to ensuring the survival of the re-government in the South and had considerable strategic and economic benefits for the United States, the conflict created immense difficulties for both Moscow and Beijing. The newly formed People's Republic of China, PRC, then less than a year old, saw its window for the recapture of the last major Kuomintang-held territory of Taiwan quickly close, and with it the chance lost to recover the national treasures and substantial gold reserves. 53. Which had been taken to Taipei and bring the Civil War to a final conclusion. What British and American intelligence termed the last battle of the Chinese Civil War was expected to occur within weeks, with the PRC expected to win an overwhelming victory. War in Korea justified American intervention in the Taiwan Strait, providing protection to the remnants of the Western-aligned Kuomintang which lasted throughout the Cold War. 54. American journalist and reporter John Gunther thus reported from Tokyo on Beijing's attitude towards the outbreak of the Korean War and the alleged North Korean attack. They deplored it, strange as it may seem now. For the North Korean aggression had, for the moment at least, cost Mao Zedong a prize he coveted above all: Formosa, Taiwan. 55. Denial of the strategically critical territory to China, with the protection of Kuomintang remnants becoming official U.S. policy from June 1950, as General MacArthur among other hardliners had long advocated, played well into the hands of more extremist anti-communist elements in the American leadership. PRC control of Taiwan would, according to prior statements by the general, allow American adversaries to deploy 10 or 20 air groups, serve as a major forward operating base for submarines, and allow enemy forces to increase air efforts against American bases such as those on Okinawa by 100% as well as against Western-controlled shipping lanes. He further warned that Beijing could provide bases on the territory to the Soviet Red Army, compensating for the latter's overall weakness at sea and complementing its already predominant power on land, stating, Formosa in the hands of the Communists can be compared to an unsinkable aircraft carrier and submarine tender ideally located to accomplish Soviet offensive strategy and at the same time checkmate counter-offensive operations by United States forces based on Okinawa and the Philippines. He equated the importance of this asset as a base for aircraft alone to 10 or 20 aircraft carriers. 56. Denial of this territory to the PRC was thus a major strategic benefit gained from the Korean War's outbreak and a major loss for China and the communist world. Taipei was further allowed to hold the Chinese seat at the United Nations Security Council as one of only 5 permanent members, a considerable asset lost to Beijing for over 20 years. The continued existence of the Taipei-based Kuomintang government further bolstered American efforts to isolate PRC, with Washington pressing many of its client states not to recognize the new republic. This practice continues to some extent to this day, with a number of Western client states continuing to recognize Taipei as the government of all of China and threatened with repercussions by the US should they shift to form ties with Beijing. 57. Had there been no alternative Western-aligned Chinese government in Taipei to contest Beijing's claim, the Western Bloc would have lacked a pretext upon which to campaign for the denying of recognition to the PRC. Arguably more so than China, the Soviet Union suffered a major setback to its interests not only in Northeast Asia but globally as a result of the outbreak of war in Korea. Moscow had at the time been seeking peace and improved relations with Washington, with General Secretary Joseph Stalin indicating that he wished to personally meet with President Truman. In contrast to the United States, it was the continuation of the peaceful status quo, rather than the outbreak of war, which benefited Moscow's interests and strengthened its Cold War position. As more nations gained independence from European colonial rule, and with Soviet ideology holding widespread appeal at the time due to the considerable successes of the Stalinist industrialization and development program, the Soviet Union was in a strong position to win a soft war in which its ideals and in particular its model for economic modernization would win over developing nations as allies. 58. The fact that the USSR was enjoying considerable economic growth. 59. Where the U.S. was sliding deeper into recession, further strengthened the appeal of continued peace to the Soviet leadership, a trend which the outbreak of war would end. John Foster Dulles, author of the influential American Containment Policy Analysis, War and Peace, and soon-to-be Secretary of State, dismissed what he termed Soviet peace offensives as deceptive Cold War strategy which posed an imminent threat to U.S. interests. In terms of prestige and influence in the Third World, economic growth, and military modernization, the USSR was seriously undermining the formerly overwhelming advantages the Western Bloc had enjoyed and was doing so without firing a shot. Shedding light on the Soviet favoring trend in global power trajectories preceding the Korean War, Dulles declared, "As things are going now, we must develop better techniques. The USSR can win everything by the Cold War they could win by a hot war." 60. The outbreak of the war quickly blunted these previously successful peace offensives, seriously undermining the Soviet position. War in Korea further provided the United States with the pretext it needed to retain naval and air bases in Japan indefinitely, which were perfectly situated to housing strategic nuclear-capable bombers for targeting Vladivostok, the Soviet Far East, and cities across East Asia. This opened a second permanent front for Soviet air defenses which would require considerable investment to shore up, and also placed China permanently in the firing line. This occurred alongside expanded deployments of nuclear assets to Europe, and allowed the U.S. administration to dismiss considerable Japanese pressure to withdraw its assets at the time of Japan's scheduled independence in 1952. 61. Calls in Japan for peace treaties with the USSR were postponed indefinitely on American authority, which have affected relations until today. 62. The USSR had gone to considerable lengths to prevent the outbreak of war on the Korean Peninsula and would subsequently take measures to prevent its escalation. When addressing the Soviet military mission in Korea before the war's outbreak, Soviet Chief of General Staff Marshal Matvei Zakharov had informed them that although it was easy to organize an air force of 1,000 planes or so for the Korean People's Army, and there were no shortages of trained Korean pilots, it was necessary for political reasons to refrain from doing so. The Marshal feared that the presence of a potent KPA air wing would escalate regional tensions and lead to an arms race, which could in turn bring war with the United States, and we are not interested in provoking such a war. The USSR for this reason ensured that they supplied North Korea with only what was necessary for defense to retain a balance of power with the South, and not more. 63. The private report of Senator H. Alexander Smith to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee stated to much the same effect regarding the Soviet stance towards tensions on the Korean Peninsula and measures taken by Moscow to avert war. They did not wish to initiate World War III by creating an incident in a minor area like Korea. 64. With hostilities on the peninsula seriously undermining both Beijing and Moscow's interests, the lack of Chinese or Soviet complicity in initiating war in Korea was perhaps best demonstrated by their lack of support for the Korean People's Army even after the outbreak of hostilities. In the opening months of the war, when engaging a growing and heavily armed coalition of primarily Western powers led by the United States, the vastly outnumbered KPA did not receive much needed material support from either the USSR or China. 65. A stalemate at what came to be known as the Pusan perimeter near the southernmost tip of Korea and a halt in the KPA advance southwards was a direct result of its extremely strained logistics and lack of supplies. Had this not been a constraining factor, the KPA would have likely controlled the entire peninsula by the end of July 1950 despite initial American and European reinforcements, and the calculus for any further landings of Western troops would have been entirely different. 66. Although the Western Bloc depicted the Kim Il-sung regime as proxies of the international communist conspiracy, and as aggressors acting at the behest of Moscow and Beijing, the absence of much-needed material assistance to the KPA, which likely would have turned the tide of the war, strongly undermines this narrative. Time magazine noted on October 6, 1950, regarding the lack of Soviet and Chinese support for the DPRK's war effort, if Russia, USSR or China intended to intervene in Korea, they should have done so earlier when they could have pushed UN forces into the sea. 67. Supreme Commander of the Korean War Effort, U.S. General Douglas MacArthur stated to much the same effect following the turning back of the KPA in September, had they Chinese or Soviets interfered in the first or second months of the war, it would have been decisive. We are no longer fearful of their intervention. 68. The state of the KPA's inventory strongly indicated that it did not enjoy support from the world's second-largest military-industrial economy, forced to abandon tanks due to lack of fuel and press obsolete First World War-era rifles into service. Beijing and Moscow's unwillingness to provide support to North Korean forces was a strong testament to the importance they attached by both to avoiding confrontation with the Western Bloc or escalation of the conflict in Korea. At a Tokyo HQ Korean War briefing, the speaker for the military's Far East Command explained that the KPA was suffering shortages of men and equipment, which would not have been the case had they been receiving external material support. The speaker also explained that there was no indication that the North Korean tank losses were being replaced by further supplies from the Soviet Union, which furnished the original armor and lent instructors who taught the North Koreans how to use it. 69. Furthering this point, Tokyo HQ reported later on the same day that the weapons captured from the North Koreans have been a wide assortment, even including some World War I rifles. The latest estimates are that neither the North Korean Army nor the Air Force has any post-war Soviet weapons. Further dismissing reports of Soviet material assistance, the announcement confirmed that the recent report that communist-flown jet planes have been sighted over South Korea now is evaluated as an error in identification. 70. Complementing the briefings from Tokyo HQ, intelligence sources later reported to the New York Times that they had no knowledge that the North Korean invaders actually received new supplies from the Soviet Union since the war began. Not only were the Soviets not sending weapons, but none of their military advisors were assisting the Korean People's Army in their advance. 71. These reports discredit the notion that the KPA offensive was part of a Soviet conspiracy, or that North Korean forces were acting under orders from Moscow. Had the Soviets backed a North Korean invasion, they not only would have been expected to adequately arm their allies but also to support similar provocations across the world against the Western Bloc once the Western powers were bogged down in the theater. On the basis of claims that North Korea had carried out an unprovoked invasion at Moscow's direction, Western leaders had widely expected such moves to be taken. 72. Soviet actions, however, continued to demonstrate their need to avoid confrontation at almost any cost. According to CIA reports from November 1952, the Soviets did not back leftist or anti-colonial insurgent groups elsewhere in the world as would be logical had Moscow orchestrated the Korean attack, nor had it or any of its clients taken to the offensive elsewhere in the world despite the concentration of Western forces in Korea providing an excellent opportunity. 73. This would hardly be the case had Moscow engineered the whole conflict for the purpose of tying up Western forces in Korea, as was widely claimed in the West at the time. Soviet measures to avoid escalation or further conflict, at a time when months of near-continuous KPA victories over U.S. forces had stunned the Western Bloc, see following chapter, and raised the prestige of national liberation movements to new heights, demonstrated the extent to which the USSR sought to avoid conflict. 74. In retrospect, failure to press their advantage may well have been a mistake on Moscow's part, when considering the highly offensive actions the Western Bloc would itself take in the Korean War's aftermath against both the Soviet bloc. 75. And non-aligned nations which refused to join the Western-led anti-Soviet alliance Indonesia. 76. Iran. 77. And Ghana. 78. Being among the prime examples. A continued civil war, was June 1950 really the beginning? It is important to consider that the outbreak of war in Korea between the two newly formed states north and south of the 38th parallel, neither of them UN members or enjoying significant international recognition and neither recognizing the other's sovereignty or right to exist, was perceived in many circles at the time as a continuation of the brutal civil war which had been ongoing in South Korea for 5 years. A push north under orders from ROCAF officers could be seen as a continuation of the campaign to eradicate communism and anti-American nationalism from the Korean peninsula, in line with the aspirations of Syngman Rhee and his associates. A push south by the Korean People's Army meanwhile could be perceived as an intervention, perhaps a humanitarian one, to bring an end to the slaughter of the Korean people under the American-installed government which enjoyed little legitimacy in the eyes of the populations. 79. On either side of the parallel. The first shot of the Korean War, some may argue, was not the crossing of the parallel by the ROCAF or KPA, most likely the former based on the preceding circumstances, but rather an incident which had started war in southern Korea almost 5 years prior. This was the forceful abolishment of the Korean People's Republic and later extremely brutal suppression of its remnants under the United States military government with the assistance of youth groups described as terrorists even by their American allies. 80. And with the backing of the Rhee government itself. Doing so was not only a denial of the right of the Korean population to self-determination by the forceful overthrow of their republic and its institutions, but also a denial of the right of the Korean nation to decolonize given the forced sustainment of the Japanese colonial administrative system and the protection of the immense privileges of Japanese collaborators by the U.S. at the expense of the vast majority of the population. The Counterintelligence Corps itself furthered this interpretation with its own report, stating, in many respects, the armed conflict that broke out in Korea in June 1950 was simply a new phase of a war that had been going on silently, insidiously, for 5 years. In its earlier phases, this war made few headlines and drew little attention. But CIC agents in the Korean occupation had known the quiet struggle. It was a war of espionage. 81. There was a strong though often unseen logic to this. Prominent American historian and Korea expert Bruce Cummings noted that assessment of the Korean War as part of an ongoing civil war within one nation since 1945, and drawing of analogies to the American Civil War, seriously undermined the official American view that Kim Il-sung committed international aggression. Say it and the logic collapses, the interpretation loses its power. He observed regarding the possibly artificial distinction between the war from June 1950 and that which had begun in September 1945. For Americans, a discrete encapsulation limits this war to the time frame of June 1950 to July 1953. This construction relegates all that went before to mere prehistory. Alleged North Korean invasion on June 25 is the original sin, all that comes after is postbellum. It also presumes to demarcate the period of active American involvement. The American focus on who started it is a political and often an ideological position, a point of honor that abstracts from and makes easy and comprehensible the politically shaped verdicts that began with Washington's official story on June 25, 1950. The Korean War was, and is, a civil war. Only this conception can account for the 100,000 lives lost in the South before June 1950 and the continuity of the conflict down to the present, in spite of assumptions that Moscow's puppets in Pyongyang would surely collapse after the USSR itself met oblivion in 1991. 82. Operations by the American Counterintelligence Corps and its local allies had from late 1945 targeted remnants of the People's Republic of Korea and other nationalist and leftist elements in southern Korea, with the members of political parties and polities killed, tortured, or placed in concentration camps. Their families, including children, frequently shared the same fate. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea was an amalgamation of nationalist and leftist forces which had formed the People's Republic and its constituent People's Committees, a direct successor to the state the Americans had abolished in southern Korea. War against the DPRK was thus a continuation of the war against both Korean nationalist and leftist forces in southern Korea which had opposed American rule, a conflict which the Americans themselves had started in 1945 through their actions against the People's Republic, the People's Committees and undesirable political parties. This was despite the Republic and the Committees having been deemed even by American reports to be representative of the will of the Korean population. 83. While the Soviet Union had occupied northern Korea itself, it had not forcefully interfered in domestic politics in a comparable way. 84. Nor had it sought to abolish the existing de facto government of Korea or its People's Committees. Thus, while Korean nationalism had no significant cause for conflict with the USSR, the U.S. had effectively initiated a conflict in final months of 1945 by abolishing the Korean Republic and brutally imposing its will, and this conflict had continued to escalate it since. Forms of escalation ranged from ever harsher crackdowns on nationalist and leftist groups in South Korea and imposition of Syngman-rhee to the actions of the Rhee government, including its armed forces' regular and unprovoked incursions north of the 38th parallel. The conflict between American dominance and Korean nationalists' assertion of their right to self-rule and self-determination first emerged in September 1945 and would continue throughout the Cold War and well into the 21st century through the conflict between the DPRK and the United States. Chapter 3. The Korean War. Ground War in Northeast Asia. The Korean War remains the only major conventional ground war waged between Western and East Asian powers since the mid-19th century, and at the time of its outbreak it was the first major conventional war since Imperial Japan's surrender, ending hopes for a peaceful new era of interstate cooperation. For the United States, the war remains the bloodiest it has fought since the dismantling of the Japanese Empire, with over 4 times the casualty rate of the Vietnam War and, according to a wide range of testimonies, surpassing even the excesses of the Second World War in either the European or the Pacific theaters in the destruction wrought and the brutalities committed. Supreme Commander of U.S. and UN forces in Korea General Douglas MacArthur, who had previously led the war effort against Imperial Japan as commander of U.S. Army forces in the Far East, testified to this effect after witnessing the war in Korea. "I have never seen such devastation. I have seen, I guess, as much blood and disaster as any living man, and it just curdled my stomach the last time I was there." He referred to the war as a slaughter never heard of in the history of mankind. 1. Similar sentiments were expressed by a number of prominent figures in the American leadership who witnessed both wars firsthand. 2. The losses North Korea suffered during the war have few parallels in history, with conservative estimates placing the death toll at 20% of the population. 3. And some estimates ranging as high as 30%. 4. The extent of the damage surpasses that of any other nation's wartime experience in modern history, with 635,000 to 698,000 tons of bombs dropped on the country. 5. Compared to 503,000 tons dropped on the Japanese Empire in its entirety during the Pacific War. 6. To put the intensity of this campaign in perspective, the small Korean Republic of 120,000 square kilometers was subjected to bombardment with more ordnance in 3 years by the United States military than the entire Japanese Empire at well over 3 million square kilometers over 4 years, even if including the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 7. Although fewer bombs were dropped on North Korea than would be dropped in the Vietnam War, the significantly smaller size of the country, the shorter time period over which the attacks were carried out, and the far greater concentration of the population in major settlements, between them by some estimates, makes the bombardment of Korea the most intense in world military history. The war exerts a major influence on Korean identity, particularly in the DPRK, the results of which can be seen to manifest widely from its education and popular art to its foreign policy and more recently its pursuit of a nuclear deterrent. The consequences of the conflict both for the Korean nation and for the wider world remain significant today, from the ongoing cleanup operation for unexploded American ordnance, which is expected to continue to endanger North Korean civilians for at least 100 years. 8. To the Korean People's Army's current defense doctrine. The evolution of the U.S. nuclear and chemical weapons. 9. Programs and associated delivery systems, Western perceptions of Chinese and North Korean military capabilities, and the indefinite American military presence globally are other examples of the war's profound and lasting influence. The nature of the war's outbreak remains far more obscure, however, and while Washington and many of its allies from the outset declared Pyongyang's sole responsibility for initiating hostilities an undisputed fact, an assessment of the circumstances under which this conclusion was reached and how the U.S. came to lead a broad coalition into war provides context key to understanding the conflict's place in the global Cold War and its importance. Determining the aggressor, building of a United Nations coalition against North Korea. Almost immediately after the outbreak of hostilities, the United States moved to form a military coalition through the recently formed United Nations with the purpose of gaining both material and diplomatic support for an armed intervention against North Korea. The American representative alleged that the unprovoked assault by the Korean People's Army was an attack on the vital interest which all members of the United Nations have in the organization. 10. The overwhelming influence of the United States and its allies at the UN at the time, an organization first conceptualized by the U.S. State Department near the end of the Second World War and based in New York City, meant that Washington had little trouble projecting its own narrative of the events in Korea and gaining the UN support. The United Nations Security Council's, UNSC, 4 permanent members in attendance at the time were the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the Taipei-based Republic of China, all anti-communist states, with the latter 3 close U.S. partners heavily reliant on American aid. The UN Secretary-General of Norwegian origin Trygve Lie himself was no neutral outsider, but a staunch anti-communist, as made very clear in his later memoirs, which reveal his maneuvering in the UN to best assure Western interests were served against those of the USSR, the DPRK, and other non-Western actors. 11. It was later revealed that in 1949 Lie had entered into an agreement with the U.S. State Department to dismiss those whose political leanings were not favored by Washington from employment at the UN. 12. The Soviet Union, which previously held the UNSC's 5th permanent seat, had boycotted the Council in protest at the United Nations' refusal to recognize the People's Republic of China or provide Beijing with a seat at the Council or the General Assembly. This refusal was seen in Moscow and much of the non-Western world as a politicized decision by the Western powers and a sign of their disproportionate influence in the organization, given that the Western client government in Taipei, which held the Chinese seat, was in control of significantly less than 0.5% of Chinese territory. The USSR's absence meant it was unable to veto Western drafted resolutions against North Korea. Due in part to the nature of the accession process at the time, only 4 Soviet bloc nations were UN members when these resolutions were passed, none of them Security Council members. 13. As a result of these factors, the United States was able to dominate and effectively set the agenda at the UN. Despite overwhelming American influence at the organization, the United Nations investigative team could not bring itself to condemn North Korea as the aggressor, lacking verifiable evidence implicating the Korean People's Army as the initiator of hostilities. The cable from the United Nations mission in Seoul confirmed that observers at the inter-Korean border were unable to determine which of the Koreas had initiated hostilities. The UN Commission merely reported that the South Koreans alleged they had been attacked and that Seoul denied the North Korean radio account that claimed the South had attacked first and that Northern forces had repelled the invaders and then gone over on to launch a counter-offensive. The Commission itself expressed no opinion as to who had started the war. 14. North Korean official sources claimed that the ROCAF troops had attacked and captured their assets on the 38th parallel and seized the small city of Haeju near the border. 15. These claims were initially substantiated by South Korean sources, with the ROC Office of Public Information announcing the capture of the northern city by the ROCAF. 16. According to North Korean sources, KPA forces moved to reclaim the city and repel other attacks which had occurred simultaneously on the border, and proceeded to launch a counterattack. With the capture of Haeju undermining the South Korean narrative of an unprovoked northern attack, Seoul later denied that the successful attack on the city had ever taken place, retracting the earlier report by the Office of Public Information which had supported the DPRK's claim. 17. The frequency of major ROCAF attacks on northern border settlements preceding the war, which as previously mentioned were confirmed by U.S. and British intelligence. 18. And the significant aforementioned gains Seoul had from provoking a KPA counterattack, lend credibility to Pyongyang's claim that it had come under attack without provocation. The U.S. State Department for its part purposefully withheld evidence from the United Nations Security Council when calling for a military intervention against the DPRK. The 171-word cable received from Seoul by the U.S. differed considerably from the 38-word and highly paraphrased sentence it presented to the Security Council. 19. The full text of the cable and the early reports which could have further elaborated on how hostilities broke out were all withheld without explanation. U.S. Ambassador Mucho reported from Seoul that he could only partly confirm the ROC's accusation of North Korean aggression. Even weeks later, Mucho never gave evidence or tried to claim that the DPRK had been responsible for the opening of hostilities, let alone that they were the sole initiator of aggression as the U.S. was claiming before the Security Council. American military advisors serving alongside the South Korean forces on the border were not cited as sources to confirm the ROC's claims. 20. The United States not only asked the Security Council to brand the DPRK the sole aggressor despite a complete lack of evidence, but the resolution it introduced, UNSC Resolution 82, also asked for a ceasefire directed solely at the KPA. India's delegation raised questions over the use of the term act of aggression, citing insufficient evidence provided by the accusers. Delhi thus refused to contribute to the Western-led war effort. 21. The Yugoslav delegation, representing a country with hostile relations with the USSR and highly dependent on American aid and political support, nevertheless insisted that although the US asked for North Korea to be declared the aggressor, there seemed to be lack of precise information that could enable the Security Council to pin responsibility. 22. Yugoslavia instead proposed that representatives from the DPRK be invited to present Pyongyang's side of the story, which, had the Council been seeking an objective assessment of the causes of the war, would have been a sensible course given the scarcity of evidence or intelligence implicating the country. Such a course of action would not have been in the interests of the Council's permanent members, however, and would have undermined their ability to dictate the narrative of the war's outbreak to facilitate an armed intervention on the Asian mainland. It appeared neither the U.S. nor its allies could present evidence implicating North Korea, and while it is uncertain whether Pyongyang could have proven its purported innocence had it been allowed to make a case at the Council, a lack of evidence by both sides would not have given cause to an international intervention supporting either party. When the Soviet Union returned to the Security Council 3 months after the war's outbreak, Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov put forward a motion for representatives from both the DPRK and ROK to be heard at the United Nations. This was met with the same staunch opposition from Taipei and the Western powers, and the Western-dominated Security Council decided to invite representatives from South Korea alone. 23. The U.S. and its allies thus maintained a monopoly on the narratives put forth at the United Nations. Many cables and documents in U.S. possession on the subject of the war's outbreak were denied as evidence to the Security Council, likely because they did not point to North Korea as the sole aggressor. 24. Although UN investigators had no proof that North Korea was the aggressor, and had never made such a claim, peacekeeping actions were initiated at the behest of the Western powers against the DPRK. This amounted to a United Nations military task force being placed under the direct command of the U.S. Military Specific Command in Tokyo and its Supreme Commander General MacArthur, which itself was accountable only to Washington and not to the UN. UNSC Resolution 84, which passed on July 7, established the UN military coalition as an asset to assist U.S. goals on the peninsula. It stipulated that all members providing military forces and other assistance, make sure such forces and other assistance available to a unified command under the United States, adding that the U.S. was itself free to designate the commander of such forces, for which MacArthur was chosen. 25. The nature of the UN intervention as an auxiliary force to the United States military, under direct American command, led President Eisenhower to later conclude that the UN coalition's true purpose was to provide the U.S. with the means to intervene without the appearance of acting unilaterally. He stated, the token forces supplied by other nations, as in Korea, would lend real moral standing to a venture that otherwise could be made to appear as a brutal example of imperialism. 26. The United States thus gained substantial diplomatic cover and manpower contributions to its war effort against the small Northeast Asian Republic. 27. And would seek nothing less than the complete destruction of the state and imposition of the client government of Syngman Rhee in its place. The Korean People's Army meets the United States military, offensives and counter-offensives. The outbreak of the Korean War saw the fighting capacity of South Korea's armed forces almost immediately collapse in the face of a KPA counter-offensive, with North Korean forces pressing southwards after the recapture of Haeju in an attempt to reunify the peninsula by force. Despite its numerical superiority, within days the South Korean military faced mass defections to the KPA. Those that weren't defecting were retreating. 28. Within a week, Supreme Commander General MacArthur cabled Washington that only a quarter of the ROCAF's personnel could even be located. 29. Within a month, fully half of the ROCAF were dead, captured or otherwise missing. Only 2 divisions maintained their equipment, while the remainder, around 70%, had lost or abandoned it. 30. The ROCAF's near collapse resembled that of the Chinese Kuomintang forces 5 years prior during the Chinese Civil War. 31. And South Vietnamese forces 2 decades later, all armed and trained by the United States and retaining significant material advantages, but crippled by corrupt leadership and poor morale, leading to mass defections and desertions when facing a better motivated adversary. 32. British journalist Philip Knightley was told by an American colonel regarding the performance of the ROCAF, and the poor impression they made on the Americans in combat, South Koreans and North Koreans are identical. Why then do North Koreans fight like tigers and South Koreans run like sheep? 33. This contrast can be attributed to the discrepancy in the morale and leadership of the two armies and the perceived legitimacy of their governments and causes. The head of the South Korean CIA, Brigadier General Kim Hyong-UK, confirmed that this was the primary factor allowing North Korean troops to defeat South Korean forces despite their considerable disadvantages in numbers and armaments. The nature of the government in ROK meant few were willing to die for it. 34. It is notable, as an example of this, that every ROKAF division in 1950 without exception was under the command of former officers from the Imperial Japanese Armed Forces. 35. The Morse code HA was used across the front to indicate South Korean forces hauling ass, that is, retreating. Even in later stages of the war, after the tide had turned against the Korean People's Army, South Korean units would continue to prove highly unreliable. American General Matthew B. Ridgway noted in 1951 his dismay that the South Koreans were unwilling to fight a war supposedly being waged for their own freedom. He wrote, "I drove out north of Seoul and into a dismaying spectacle. ROK soldiers by truckloads were streaming south, without orders, without arms, without leaders, in full retreat. They had thrown away their rifles and pistols and had abandoned all artillery, mortars, machine guns, every crew-serviced weapon." 36. With the benefit of hindsight, mass defections and the collapse of the ROKAF could have been predicted. In a single incident in 1949, 2 whole army battalions and a South Korean warship had defected to the north, and due to the nature of governance under RE, this was hardly an isolated event. A year prior at Yeosu on the southwestern coast, 2,000 South Korean soldiers and much of the local population staged a major armed rebellion. While ROKAF units led by U.S. officers succeeded in putting down the revolt, guerrilla activity by surviving soldiers and civilians was ongoing at the time of the Korean War's outbreak. The RE government's extreme and indiscriminate response to the Yeosu rebellion had, alongside massive casualties, left over 20,000 homeless, further embittering the local population. 37. Where the South Koreans failed to successfully engage the Korean People's Army, the United States military was expected to perform considerably better. Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist David Halberstam noted regarding the prevalent attitude in the U.S. military towards the North Koreans, and the expectation that they would yield at the very sight of Western soldiers in the field, almost everyone, from top to bottom, seemed to share the view that the moment the North Koreans saw they were fighting Americans rather than the ROKs, they would cut and run. It was arrogance born of racial prejudice. 38. Such attitudes prevailed even at the highest levels of command, with the KPA by virtue of their East Asian ethnicity assumed to be incompetents who would not dare fight Westerners. Supreme Commander General Douglas MacArthur, for one, had an intuitive approach to military intelligence, mingling hard facts with the enemy's presumed racial qualities. "Chin men can't fight," he had once said, and he didn't expect Koreans to fight much better. On the day of the war's outbreak, the general demonstrated complacency and overconfidence, stating regarding the KPA, "I can handle it with one arm tied behind my back." The following day he told John Foster Dulles that if he only deployed U.S. 1st Cavalry Division to Korea, why, heavens, you'd see these fellows KPA scuttle up to the Manchurian border so quick, you would see no more of them. 39. Within 10 days of the war's outbreak, the United States military had seen its first major engagements with the Korean People's Army, the first open battles in a conflict which would last over 70 years. The Battle of Osan saw the U.S. Army's 1st Battalion, 21st Infantry Regiment and supporting 52nd Field Artillery Battalion, surprised by the professionalism and training of the KPA, forced into a swift retreat and taking heavy casualties. Positions were abandoned prematurely, leaving considerable stashes of equipment behind alongside wounded soldiers and allowing the KPA to capture 82 Americans. 40. The battle was over within 3 hours, the first of a string of defeats over several months which saw U.S. and Allied forces pressed into a fast contracting perimeter in the southeast corner of the Korean peninsula. The U.S. Army 34th Infantry Regiment the following day deployed a force of 2,000 men to face the KPA in the Battle of Pyeongtaek, with the Americans failing to stall Korean forces or cause significant delays, and again facing heavy casualties and retreating. 41. The battle's aftermath saw the regiment's commander replaced and the units again sent north, but according to American reports, the 34th immediately became disorganized and again retreated when facing KPA resistance. 42. The Battle of Cheonan the following night again saw the 34th Infantry routed, taking heavy casualties and forced into a disorderly retreat by the KPA, again abandoning considerable quantities of equipment and seeing many of its number taken prisoner. 43. North Korean forces continued to advance southwards in the face of a crumbling and almost entirely ineffective South Korean force and an American force which fared little better. As one British report stated regarding the performance of U.S. troops, in their very first contact with the North Koreans they were outmaneuvered and soundly defeated. Retreat was the only option. 44. On July 14, a week after the victory at Cheonan, the KPA faced a large American force at the city of Daejeon comprised of the U.S. Army's 19th, 21st, and 34th Infantry Regiments under the command of Major General William F. Dean, approximately 9,000 U.S. personnel with some limited support from reorganized South Korean units. Able to retreat into the Daejeon, U.S. forces succeeded in stalling the KPA in a series of intensive street battles which caused considerable damage to the city. They were forced to retreat within a week, suffering over 1,000 casualties with 922 killed and 228 wounded. Almost 2,400 men were declared missing in action, and given the low probability of defection and the Army's inability to locate the vast majority of them, a total casualty number of over 3,000 men remains likely. 45. General Dean, for his part, after reportedly abandoning his command post to personally hunt down and destroy a Korean T-34 tank, was apprehended as a prisoner of war. 46. The trend towards a constant U.S. retreat, heavy losses, and a seemingly unstoppable Korean advance would continue for several months. In an attempt to turn the tide, and blaming the poor equipment of its existing army regiments for their failures on the battlefield, the U.S. military deployed superior and better armed cavalry regiments. These elite reinforcing units were active in the theater by the end of July, but they too proved incapable of defeating the KPA on the ground and quickly fell into disorder. Coalition wartime reports revealed that within 2 days of engaging North Korean forces, the 7th Cavalry Regiment had shot several of their own men by accident. On the next, third, night, July the 25, elements were positioned on a hillside a few miles behind the front line. Rumors went around that the North Koreans had made a breakthrough, causing mass panic. In the morning, 119 cavalrymen were unaccounted for, along with many of the unit's heavy weapons. A soldier interviewed said, "It was just nothing but mass confusion. You didn't. You stop here. You dig in. You just wait. You're gonna have to leave." Nobody knew what was going on. Matter of fact, I didn't even know if we had a platoon leader, majority of the time. I didn't know if we had a platoon sergeant. There was nobody in charge. 47. In the face of overwhelming KPA victories, Supreme Commander MacArthur and the American leadership were faced with the reality that they had seriously underestimated the capabilities of the North Koreans, who, despite limited armaments and supplies and a lack of overseas support, had soundly outmatched the U.S. Army in the field. MacArthur at first wanted an American regimental combat team in Korea, then 2 divisions. Within a week he cabled Washington that the KPA was operating under excellent top-level guidance and had demonstrated superior command of strategic and tactical principles. By the beginning of July, MacArthur wanted a minimum of 30,000 American combat personnel, meaning more than 4 infantry divisions, 3 tank battalions and assorted artillery. A week later he asked for 8 whole divisions. 48. By the end of July, with the continued inflow of reinforcements and supplies, the United States and their allies retained an overwhelming numerical advantage with 140,000 men on the front facing the KPA's 70,000. The U.S. Navy and newly formed U.S. Air Force were able to supplement this already vast advantage with uncontested naval and air superiority, while supporting elements bringing in supplies from overseas could provide significant technological and logistical advantages. 49. Despite every material advantage, the U.S. would continue to retreat and see its perimeter contract, albeit at a slower rate, over the following month of August. The fighting stabilized at the Pusan perimeter, a 130 km by 80 km right-angled front in the southeast of the peninsula. North Korean Premier Kim Il-sung, who on July 5 was declared Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army, later recalled that the military leadership had planned to end the war by the end of July, a goal very nearly achieved had it not been for the vastness of the inflow of American reinforcements and their concentration at Pusan. 50. Engagements near this perimeter were often within range of the guns of U.S. warships, which combined with carrier-based aircraft and bombers based in Japan provided a tremendous further advantage in firepower which the KPA would struggle to overcome. Korean firepower, limited to handheld weapons and a scattering of light artillery and tanks, was negligible by comparison. 2 months after the war's outbreak in late August, the U.S. and their allies were still pressed on the defensive, with the KPA making startling gains for 2 consecutive weeks which placed a serious strain on their enemy's heavily fortified perimeter. Korean forces simultaneously pressed their adversaries on 3 points at once, Gyeongju, Masan and Taegu, bringing the perimeter near breaking point. As U.S. forces were pushed closer to the coast, the benefit of naval bombardments continued to grow. Even a small number of American warships could boast more firepower than the entire KPA, and combined with air and artillery strikes, they inflicted considerable casualties. American warships including gargantuan 58,000-ton Iowa-class battleships, the heaviest and most powerful in the world at the time, would on several occasions during the war serve as mobile artillery, striking the KPA from well beyond retaliation range with massive firepower. 51. It was a total mismatch of the greatest firepower in the world against a well-trained but relatively small and scantily armed ground force fighting primarily with light man-portable weapons. Nevertheless, even the fire laid down from the sea, sky, and from artillery assets, paired with the coalition's significant numerical, logistical, and other armament advantages, could not initially halt the North Korean advance at Pusan. The KPA crossed the Naktung River and captured the cities of Pohang and Sinju in the first 2 weeks of September, breaking enemy lines and again forcing a retreat. 52. But simultaneously placing greater pressure on its own supply lines. American historian Roy Appelman noted in regard to the situation in Pusan following the capture of these 2 cities, after 2 weeks of the heaviest fighting of the war, he wrote, UN forces had just barely turned back the Great North Korean offensive. By September 15, U.S. forces, which were doing the bulk of the fighting, had alone suffered 20,000 casualties. 53. On September 9, KPA Supreme Commander Kim Il-sung said the war had reached an extremely harsh, decisive stage. 54. With Commander of the U.S. 8th Army General Walton Walker reporting 2 days later that the front-line situation was the most dangerous since the perimeter had been established. 55. Although the Western powers widely depicted the KPA as a proxy of the international communist conspiracy, the pinning of the U.S. military at Pusan, when Washington viewed defeat and withdrawal from the peninsula as a very real prospect, had provided the perfect opportunity for either Beijing or Moscow to intervene with material or manpower support to turn the tide and rout remaining Western forces from Korea. Such action would, according to General MacArthur among others, have proven decisive. 56. They refrained from doing so, however, forcing the North Koreans to contest with a massive manpower and material disadvantages and increasingly strained logistics which prevented them from bringing about a decisive routing of their adversaries. 57. Indeed, in a later study the U.S. Army's Institute for Strategic and National Security Research and Analysis, the U.S. Army War College Strategic Studies Institute, would attribute the halting of the KPA advance and North Korea's inability to take complete control of the peninsula to serious logistical issues. 58. These could have easily been circumvented by Chinese or Soviet material support. With almost half of global GDP, a population 15 times that of North Korea, and growing support from across the Western world with British and Australian troops and warships already arriving, the U.S. and its coalition benefited from tremendous material advantages which only grew as more and more assets were diverted to the front. So great was the threat the KPA was seen to pose that all of United States combat-ready divisions, with the exception of the 82nd Airborne Division in Germany, would be deployed to Korea. 59. Against the increasingly undersupplied KPA, which was forced to abandon its battle tanks due to a lack of fuel, America's vast military-industrial base was tasked with providing its forces with any equipment they could possibly need. This ensured that U.S. forces would enjoy considerable advantages not only in quantity of arms deployed, but also in quality. While the U.S. put its most capable battle tank, the M26 Pershing, into service in Korea, the most capable Soviet tanks of the time, the T-55 and IS-3, were never supplied to the KPA. This left Korean forces to make do with a very small number of older and lighter T-34 tanks, a design which dated back to 1940. The American M26 was 60% heavier and considerably more modern. By early September over 500 of these superior tanks were deployed at Pusan, outnumbering KPA armor by more than 5:1. 60. The case of battle tanks provides an exemplar of a general trend which disadvantaged the KPA, which, as reported by Tokyo HQ, were forced to rely on obsolete World War I rifles and did not receive any post-war Soviet weapons. 61. The performance of the Korean People's Army was such as to leave a lasting impression on the U.S. military leadership, achieving what had been thought impossible against impossible odds. As a victor of the Second World War, which had less than 5 years prior placed Tokyo under occupation and dismantled both the Japanese Empire and the German Third Reich, the leading empires of East Asia and Europe respectively, the U.S. had since considered itself near invincible. This made 3 months of constant retreat in the face of repeated Korean victories a particularly staggering and astonishing phenomenon. Major General Dean, who led the 24th Infantry against the KPA in the war's opening stages, reported to Supreme Commander MacArthur, "I am convinced that the North Korean Army, the North Korean soldier, and his status and training and the quality of his equipment have been underestimated." 62. U.S. Army General Matthew Ridgway, the commander of the 8th Army, later appointed Supreme Allied Commander Europe and Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, was himself taken aback by the KPA's performance, stating, "We had never imagined that the NKPA North Korean People's Army, same as KPA, was a force so well trained, so superbly disciplined, so battle ready." 63. Even Supreme Commander MacArthur, after having done so himself, warned of the dangers of underestimating the capabilities of North Korean soldiers and its military leaders. 64. He stated to this effect, "The North Korean soldier must not be underestimated. He is a tough opponent, well led, and has combined the infiltration tactic of the Japanese with the tank tactics of the Russian of World War II. He is able to march and maneuver and to attack at night with cohesion. Tank work is extremely efficient and skillful." 65. U.S. Marines land at Incheon, the tide turns. By mid-August, KPA supply lines were stretched thin and coming under increasing pressure from American air attacks as more American bombers were deployed to the Korean front. With North Korea lacking naval capabilities of any significance, a blockade of Pusan or interdiction of supplies and reinforcements was impossible, allowing growing numbers of U.S. and other Western forces to deploy behind the perimeter. The Korean numerical and material disadvantages thus grew more dire by the day, but were still insufficient to reverse the tide in favor of the U.S. and its allies. 66. It was only when General MacArthur staged and personally oversaw an amphibious landing of 80,000 U.S. troops behind KPA lines that North Korean forces were, for the first time in the 3-month war, forced onto the defensive by the overwhelming capabilities of their enemy. Landings at the port city of Incheon were preceded by an intensive bombardment of KPA positions by U.S. and British naval assets. From September 10, suspected KPA defensive positions and nearby villages with a suspected North Korean presence, such as Wolmi and Tanyang, were doused with napalm and subsequently strafed by American aircraft. According to a later investigation by a South Korean government commission, these attacks purposefully targeted villagers and caused hundreds of civilian casualties. 67. On the 13th, a fleet of 2 British heavy cruisers and 6 American destroyers fired almost 1,127 mm shells to eradicate the limited Korean coastal fortifications in place at Incheon and nearby Wolmi Island, crippling KPA defenses in preparation for the massive amphibious assault which would follow. 68. Lacking any significant naval or air assets of their own, KPA forces near Incheon were unable to retaliate against such strikes. The vast majority of U.S. troops landing at Incheon were elite Marines from the 1st Division, although the U.S. Army 7th Infantry and other supporting units also participated alongside a massive joint task force from the U.S. Navy of 270 warships. Incheon's location was ideal, less than 100 kilometers south of the 38th parallel and under 200 kilometers from Pyongyang, which was within a day's strike distance for American mechanized units, and over 300 kilometers from Pusan where the main KPA force was located. The introduction of such large numbers of additional U.S. personnel left the KPA impossibly outnumbered, and with a third of the enemy force in a position to march northwards on its cities, the North Koreans were forced to withdraw from the Pusan perimeter to protect their own territory. While the relief of the Pusan perimeter was widely portrayed as a tactical defeat of the Korean People's Army, the increasingly scantily armed but battle-hardened contingent in southeastern Korea were not defeated in battle but rather conducted an orderly withdrawal of their assets without significant losses. Fuel shortages and the T-34's poor suitability for mountainous terrain and forests, however, meant that much of North Korea's armor was completely abandoned. Shortages were exacerbated when the air wing of the American carrier USS Valley Forge destroyed a large oil refinery at Wonsan and with it, thousands of tons of petroleum products. As the bulk of the KPA withdrew north, guerrilla forces including the entire KPA 10th Division abandoned their artillery and disappeared into the mountains south of the 38th parallel, from where they would continue to harass U.S. forces for much of the war. The cadre had been formed of veteran officers in early 1950 and had spearheaded the offensive across the Noktong River in September. Although the Incheon landing succeeded in turning the tide against the KPA, bringing the vast American advantages in the quantity of its manpower and its armaments fully to bear against the small East Asian state, the highly optimistic early reports that North Korea's military power had been neutralized were later proven false. Had the UN forces under U.S. command fulfilled their mandate to restore the Republic of Korea, returning Syngman Rhee and his associates to power and re-establishing the 38th parallel as the dividing line between the two Koreas, they likely would have seen no more of the Korean People's Army after the Incheon landings and subsequent recapture of Seoul. The latter occurred on September 25 and saw an American force of over 40,000 take over 1,500 casualties against a small and lightly armed KPA garrison of under 8,000 men. Supreme Commander MacArthur's decision to press northwards indefinitely with the intention of bringing debillatio to the DPRK and imposing the Rhee government's rule in its place, however, forced the withdrawing North Korean forces to regroup from mid-October and continue the fight. This regrouping took place near the country's northern border, where the climate was extremely harsh. The speed and effectiveness with which the KPA did so surprised and impressed not only their enemies, but the armed forces of neighboring China as well. British correspondent and writer Russell Spur himself observed that the North Koreans had in fact astonished the Chinese by the speed at which they had reconstituted their shattered forces. 69. American pilots began to observe large and intact North Korean formations in October at a time when the KPA's fighting capacity was considered almost completely spent. As reporter Hugh Dean, former coordinator of information and naval intelligence officer on General MacArthur's staff, reported, the general had announced that the Korean People's Army had been destroyed when in fact a number of reconstituted divisions were about to take the field against him. 70. North Korean officers themselves claimed that withdrawal north was part of a strategy adopted after Incheon to draw out the U.S. military and then envelop them. How aware the KPA military leadership was of General MacArthur's intentions to invade and destroy their state, rather than halting the coalition's advance at the 38th parallel, remains uncertain. Chief of Political Intelligence for the KPA's 8th Division Pak Ki-song stated regarding the post-Incheon withdrawal, the main force of the enemy still remained intact, not having been fully damaged. When they were not fully aware of the power of our forces, they pushed their infantry far forward, to the Yalu River. This indicated that they underestimated us. All these conditions were favorable to lure them near. 71. A KPA officer captured later in the war explained what he alleged was the true nature of the organized withdrawal, stating, "One may think that going down all the way to the Pusan perimeter and then withdrawing all the way to the Yalu River was a complete defeat. But that is not so. That was a planned withdrawal. We withdrew because we knew that UN troops would follow us up here, and that they would spread their troops thinly all over the vast area. Now, the time has come for us to envelop these troops and annihilate them." 72. The officers' claims could well have been made in order to avoid admitting defeat or demoralizing their soldiers, but they were consistent with Western reports from the time. Reginald Thompson, a British reporter present at Incheon, reported that 2,000 KPA soldiers present were quickly defeated by a landing force over 20 times their size, with the majority taken captive. These Korean troops had turned out to be young, wholly inexperienced decoys, while the bulk of KPA, including their more experienced personnel and officers, had disappeared like wraiths into the hills. MacArthur's trap had closed, and it was empty. The KPA appeared to have mastered the art of strategic withdrawal, escaping a massive U.S. offensive without serious losses. 73. The tactics described by the KPA officers were notably prominent in the strategic thought of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, PLA, an organization in which at least 3 Korean divisions had served during the Chinese Civil War before returning home to form the KPA's hardened elite. In particular, the PLA strategy of luring the enemy in deep closely resembled the KPA's strategic withdrawal, which was described by Chinese Communist leader Mao Zedong as follows: "We have always advocated the policy of luring the enemy in deep, precisely because it is the most effective military policy for a weak army strategically on the defensive to employ against a strong army." 74. Supreme Commander Kim Il-sung and much of the KPA leadership had fought alongside Mao and PLA, and many strategic concepts were thus shared. The idea that the KPA was applying this same strategy, luring UN forces deep into their territory before revealing their reconstituted divisions, thus remains plausible. Impossible terms: what America's conditions for ending hostilities meant for North Korea and why this guaranteed the war would continue following the reconquest of Seoul on September 25 and swift withdrawal of North Korean assets above the 38th parallel, the question remained whether U.S. and Allied forces would halt at the original inter-Korean border, or whether either the White House or Tokyo HQ would seek to press northwards and impose Seoul's and their own authority beyond South Korea's previous borders. The latter, though strongly advocated by RE and anti-communist hardliners in the West, was beyond the mandate of UNSC Resolution 84 and risked bringing U.S. forces to the borders of China and the Soviet Union, the former which lay little over 300 kilometers beyond the 38th parallel. At a press conference on September 21, the day before the Second Battle of Seoul began, President Truman was asked if he had come to a decision regarding a potential move of American troops beyond the 38th parallel. United Press reported the following day. He said he had reached no decision and that after all it is up to the United Nations to decide, as American troops are only part of the overall UN army opposing the North Koreans. He promised to abide by any decisions reached by the United Nations. With Truman under considerable pressure from prominent hardliners including MacArthur himself, his official position on invasion quickly changed. At the following week's press conference, Truman said he could not say publicly whether General Douglas MacArthur's forces would cross the 38th parallel. The word publicly implied that while the decision was still under debate at the UN, the president had some knowledge of the course MacArthur would take. 75. When asked whether MacArthur had the authority to order a crossing of the parallel, Mr. Truman remarked that General MacArthur was under direct orders of the President and the Chiefs of Staff and that he would follow those orders. This fueled speculation that the President was avoiding answering the question directly to mislead the press. A 3-paragraph dispatch from Washington at around the same time quoted responsible informants stating the Supreme Commander had been authorized by Washington to send United Nations troops into North Korea if necessary as a military measure to destroy the power of the fleeing North Korean army. 76. Whether coalition forces would invade the DPRK was not only not put to the United Nations, but appears to have been left to the discretion of an outstandingly hawkish general with hardline ideological opposition to the North Korean state. MacArthur would eventually receive authorization to cross the 38th parallel on September 27, but by this time the invasion was a fait accompli with U.S. troops having already deployed across the parallel on the Supreme Commander's own authority. 77. General MacArthur's masterstroke, which decisively ended prospects for an early peace in Korea, was his preemption of any possible United Nations negotiation of a settlement by unilaterally demanding Pyongyang's unconditional surrender. 78. Such terms were wholly inappropriate to the situation, and it was clear from the outset that it was effectively impossible for Pyongyang to accede to them. This made the war's continuation and a U.S.-led invasion of the DPRK inevitable. As chairman of the U.S. Department of the Army's Historical Advisory Subcommittee, Robert Saitino noted regarding the nature of unconditional surrender and why it prolonged wars, no self-respecting military or self-respecting state could ever submit to unconditional surrender. It's like the end of your national existence, a consensus widely shared by military historians. 79. The United Nations could have offered to negotiate with Pyongyang directly, request a surrender on specific terms, or even sought a change in government through countrywide elections under international supervision. All these terms were more likely to have been accepted by Pyongyang than the blank check MacArthur had demanded they sign, which placed the future of the recently liberated nation in his hands and in those of Syngman Rhee. MacArthur would later confirm that the American objective from the outset was not status quo ante bellum, but rather that the mission was to clear out all North Korea, to unify it and to liberalize it. 80. The general had pledged in an impassioned speech 2 years prior, made at Rhee's inauguration, that the artificial barrier dividing Korea must and shall be torn down. 81. And he appeared to consistently favor offensive rollback action against rather than containment of communist states. As early as July, when American forces were still retreating and taking heavy losses, the general saw the final goal of a U.S. counteroffensive as being to compose and unite Korea, this at a time when politicians had yet to publicly voice any approval for such a move. 82. General Omar Bradley would later insist that Washington had never issued orders of a political nature and that MacArthur's sole mission was to destroy North Korea's armed forces. 83. MacArthur thus appeared to have taken matters largely into his own hands in pursuing political objectives. While MacArthur acted on his own accord in drafting surrender terms and sending troops into North Korea, the invasion was far from unpopular in the United States and received significant support both from politicians and the general public. As American historian and Korea expert Professor James Mattray noted, few Americans raised any words of opposition to MacArthur's offensive into North Korea. In fact, most commentators demanded a final settlement in Korea. In one Senate speech, the Democratic chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Tom Connolly, called upon the United Nations to reaffirm its commitment to the creation of a united Korea. Republicans were even more enthusiastic about the prospects for victory in Korea. John Foster Dulles explained in one private letter that if we have the power to do otherwise, it would be folly to go back to the division of Korea at the 38th parallel. Dulles conveyed his opinion to the administration in a memorandum to head of the policy planning staff Paul Nitze. If we have the opportunity to obliterate the line as a political division, he reasoned, certainly we should do so in the interest of peace and security in the area. 84. Another prominent advocate for invasion was the director of the Office of Northeast Asian Affairs, John M. Allison. 85. American leftists were similarly vocal in their support. 86. As were the Pentagon and State Department. 87. Thus support for what Matre referred to as the decision to pursue the complete destruction of North Korea notably came from across the American political spectrum. 88. Announcing the surrender terms, General MacArthur proclaimed, "I call upon you, the North Korean commander and the forces under your command, in whatever part of Korea situated, forthwith to lay down your arms and cease hostilities under such military supervisions as I may direct." Regarding what an unconditional surrender would have meant for the North Koreans, it would have facilitated an American occupation under a client dictatorship known to massacre its own people en masse. 89. The one which America had installed in the South under Syngman Rhee. The Rhee government had killed 2% of its population at the most conservative estimate over the past 5 years. 90. With later South Korean studies placing the death toll between 600,000 and 1.2 million. 91. The government and associated youth groups had targeted suspected leftist and nationalist sympathizers and their families indiscriminately in southern Korea, and had a vendetta against the Korean Workers' Party, their families, and their wide support base in the north. Rhee's government claimed sovereignty over the whole of Korea, and his soldiers and militant youth groups were widely known to massacre possible communist sympathizers, let alone communists themselves, often using extremely brutal methods. 92. Rhee had made his intentions in occupying the north very clear, stating, "I can handle the communists. The Reds can bury their guns and burn their uniforms, but we know how to find them. With bulldozers we will dig huge excavations and trenches, and fill them with communists. Then cover them over. And they will be really underground." 93. Rhee's threat was far from mere rhetoric. His forces had in fact killed and buried suspected communists and dissenters and their families, including children, in their tens of thousands in mass graves in South Korea, exactly as he described, during peacetime. 94. These killings escalated immediately after the outbreak of the war, with the Reuters dispatch reporting shortly after the war began, 1,200 communists and suspected communists have been executed by South Korean police since the outbreak of the hostilities, Kim Tae-sun, chief of National South Korean Police, said today. 95. The Rhee government's frequent practice of burying suspected communists and their families in mass graves was widely attested to by both government and allied American sources. The U.S. Third Engineers Company witnessed one such an incident, with Private Donald Lloyd recalling the actions of ROCAF personnel. "We heard the machine gun fire and saw them burying them in this big pit. There were women in that pit holding babies. I'd say 100 people." 96. CIA operative Colonel Donald Nichols detailed in his book the systematic slaughter of political prisoners in South Korea near Suwon in the first week of July 1950 by much the same means. He wrote, "I stood by helplessly, witnessing the entire affair. 2 big bulldozers worked constantly. One made the ditch-type grave. Trucks loaded with the condemned arrived. Their hands were already tied behind them. They were hastily pushed into a big line along the edge of the newly opened grave. They were quickly shot in the head and pushed into the grave." 97. The South Korean government's Truth and Reconciliation Commission conducted a thorough investigation into these incidents after the establishment of democratic rule in the country, several decades after Rhee's overthrow. The commission proved using declassified records that the Rhee government, with full American compliance, was responsible for extermination programs targeting suspected dissidents and their families, uncovering mass burial sites containing thousands of bodies, including many children. 98. Although the United States had knowingly falsely attributed many of the mass graves and massacres to the North Koreans, publicizing footage of the remains as evidence of its enemies' war crimes, most prominently in the Humphrey Bogart-narrated film, The Crime of Korea. 99. South Korean government investigations proved that the Rhee government was in fact the perpetrator. The victims among South Korea's civilian population numbered in the hundreds of thousands in the weeks following the outbreak of the Korean War alone. 100. Even Britain and France expressed major doubts as to whether the Rhee government was a suitable administrator for Korea should the peninsula be unified by military force opposing his imposition on Northern Korea. They claimed the ROK government had shown itself to be weak, corrupt, and highly repressive and would in all likelihood provoke a widespread terror. They questioned not only whether the Rhee government should be given control over the North, but whether it should even be allowed to retain control over the South after the war's end. 101. Rhee's government did not recognize the DPRK, much as it had wholly dismissed the Korean People's Republic in southern Korea and the People's Committees on Jeju Island. So would the communist forces be treated honorably as a defeated enemy or as treasonous seditionists attempting to overthrow the one true government of Korea? Almost certainly the latter. Considering that an unconditional surrender would leave North Koreans at the mercy of such a leader, who had demonstrated even according to his allies gross and inhumane mistreatment of suspected dissidents and their families, it seemed that there was little if nothing to lose in fighting on, not merely out of pride but due to a basic need to survive. It was clear that General MacArthur's surrender terms could never be accepted, and that they therefore guaranteed the war would continue. The North Koreans would fight to the bitter end. Regarding the course the Korean state would take should it be forcefully unified, the CIA had strongly advised the White House against an invasion of North Korea and particularly against imposing the Rhee government on the North Korean people. The agency noted, however, that if instead of imposing Rhee, free elections were to be held to unify the country, then it would very likely bring about a communist government for the whole of Korea. 102. The New York Times similarly reported that free elections in Korea would produce a communist majority, thus bringing about the same result as if the United Nations had not intervened. 103. While the United States had anointed itself the world's champion of democratic values, it was more than willing to subvert the democratic process overseas should an outcome contrary to Western interests be expected. Lawmakers from across the American political spectrum, alongside South Korean officials and others, all spoke of reunification following the forced dismantling of the DPRK, but all seemed aware that a genuine democratic process which allowed the communists to contend for power could not be allowed. 104. Warren Austin, U.S. ambassador to the UN, thus made a speech on August 17 which revealed that the United States wants them elections to be held on the basis that the Republic of Korea's jurisdiction would be extended over North Korea automatically. With the Rhee government imposed as the overseer of the electoral process, a favorable outcome could be engineered likely after the execution of the hundreds of thousands of members of the Korean Workers' Party and further executions and intimidation of their extended families. 105. In the eyes of the North Korean leadership, unconditional surrender could mean absolutely anything, including the sexual enslavement of the Korean women. 106. Organized mass politicide of hundreds of thousands or more. 107. And an indefinite Western military occupation. 108. Exactly what happened under the Rhee government in the South. It would mean an industrialized and fast modernizing country falling under the administration of a government which had left its people destitute and was so inept it would never draft an economic policy in its 12 years in office. 109. The North Koreans would thereby lose all say in determining their future. Such harsh surrender terms may well have been put forward by MacArthur with the expectation that they would not be accepted. The general's desire for an expanded campaign which took the fight to China's borders, in line with his support for a rollback of communism and designs to return the Kuomintang to power, was a significant incentive for him to seek to ensure the war would continue. MacArthur spoke openly of plans to reverse the outcome of the Chinese Civil War by force, for which control of Korea was key. 110. The general was on record, alongside many in the Pentagon and State Department, as advocating using the momentum from the Korean conflict to take offensive action against the newly formed Chinese People's Republic. 111. He maintained close ties with Taipei and would repeatedly advocate deploying sizable Kuomintang forces to the Korean front to participate in an American-led offensive. 112. Something also called for by other American military leaders. 113. These factors combined with a demonstrated eagerness to advance northwards right up to the Chinese border where the risk of clashes with Chinese forces was known to be high, have been highlighted by several analysts as indicators of MacArthur's final goal. 114. American historian Alan Levine, who made no secret of his hardline anti-communist position in his works, noted regarding the widespread support in the West for an invasion, even those who cared nothing about Korea found handing the communists a beating emotionally satisfying. 115. With the North Koreans having caused the wholly unexpected and humiliating months-long routing of the U.S. military, the need for vengeance against the North Korean state and people was a motivating factor. This would find often horrific expressions in the conduct of American forces towards the DPRK's population, see Chapter 7. A statement by MacArthur, though addressing the ROC rather than the DPRK, is remarkably true when applied to the latter considering the surrender terms offered, they have chosen to risk death rather than slavery. While U.S. sources frequently blamed insufficient armaments for their early failures, Army regiments were equipped with munitions which were nothing less than state-of-the-art to engage the KPA. The 3.5-inch M20 Super Bazooka was a key example, and was used extensively at the Battle of Tijuana. The weapon had entered production in June 1950, just 2 weeks before the beginning of the war, and was considered the most advanced munition of its kind in the world at the time. Some KPA units by contrast were using rifles over 30 years old. Chapter 4. The battlefield moves to North Korea and China. A note on naming of warring parties. While more commonly used terminologies in Western scholarship to refer to the two warring parties are the Communists and the UN forces, an assessment of these terms reveals them to be somewhat misleading regarding the true nature of the belligerents and the conflict itself. The fundamental cause for the revolutions in North Korea and China, and the primary reason why the Koreans and the Chinese were fighting, was not to preserve a certain social or economic system but rather to assert their right to national dignity, sovereignty, and independence which had long been denied to Asian states under the Western-dominated order. They will therefore be identified by their national identities rather than their ideological affiliations, as is more fitting given the nature of their struggle. The forces of the United Nations meanwhile would indicate some form of international consensus and a united cause of world powers, but the true nature of the force was nothing of the kind. As previously mentioned, the organization was founded as an initiative of the U.S. State Department, and there was little doubt that it was a heavily Western-dominated body. The 4 permanent Security Council members in attendance included 3 Western states and the losing side of the Chinese Civil War, now an effective Western protectorate controlling under 0.5% of Chinese territory. States with greater independence from Western influence such as Yugoslavia and India notably did not support the UN force, although they too were heavily reliant on US aid. The UN force was itself placed under the direct command of the US military, which answered to Washington rather than the UN. To refer to the war as one fought by the United Nations, therefore, is to mask its true nature as a war fought by the Western Bloc alongside a number of its client states to suppress East Asian resistance to Western domination. The terms East Asian Allies and U.S.-led coalition are thus used in their stead to give a more accurate picture of the nature of the belligerent parties. These refer respectively to the Chinese and North Korean Allied Force and the predominantly Western coalition operating under American command. Invading North Korea and provoking China, how the U.S. turned a prospective victory into a second. Routing the first U.S. troops crossed into North Korean territory on September 26, with paratroopers dropped from the air by the 21st Airlift Squadron operating from Tachikawa Air Base in Japan. The Joint Chiefs of Staff and President Truman would only authorize the invasion the following day. 1. U.S.-led coalition forces subsequently advanced across northern Korea rapidly, with the KPA providing little resistance and continuing its strategic withdrawal. The advance was met with much apprehension in neighboring China. On October 1, in an address at the first anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, Premier Zhou Enlai warned that his country would not supinely tolerate an invasion of North Korea. Despite strong rhetoric, however, Beijing appeared eager to avoid war and would intervene only when its own territorial integrity was directly threatened. Regarding China's propensity to intervene in the defense of its neighbor, the CIA provided President Truman with a top-secret report on October 12 titled, "Threat of Full Chinese Intervention in Korea, or 58-50. The document stated, despite statements by Zhou Enlai and troop movements to Manchuria, there are no convincing indications of an actual Chinese Communist intention to resort to full-scale intervention in Korea. The agency report further noted, such action is not probable in 1950, the most favorable time for intervention in Korea has passed. The CIA observed, as many did at the time, that had China sought to support the DPRK, the provision of even limited material assistance could have turned the tide at the Pusan perimeter in August, let alone a large manpower contribution. With the approach of U.S.-led forces openly hostile to the new Chinese Republic, and its leaders pledging to roll back communism, Beijing feared for the security of its Manchurian industrial centers on the Korean border, which included key power plants the two countries used jointly. Having spent 13 years under the Japanese Empire, which had prioritized industrial development in its Northeast Asian territories with impressive results, Manchuria was by far the most industrialized and developed area of China and a vital part of the nation's economy. A New York Times correspondent at the time pointed out that the Yalu River power plant on the border with Korea has been supplying electrical power for the Manchurian industrialization program, which the Chinese regarded as their pilot zone for nationwide industrialization. This industrial zone was thus of great importance to Beijing. A detachment of Chinese infantry was deployed to form a thin buffer on the Korean border to protect Beijing's vital industrial interests. To avoid risks of a direct conflict with the U.S., these forces were deployed under the Chinese People's Volunteer Army, PVA, the 13th Corps under General Peng Dehuai rather than from the main armed force of the PRC, the People's Liberation Army. U.S.-led coalition forces for their part, fully aware of the presence of Chinese ground troops, continued to advance rapidly towards them, ignoring Chinese concerns regarding the security of its industrial zone. On October 16, General Peng reinforced border units by dispatching the 42nd Army of the PVA, followed by troops from the 370th Regiment. This too failed to deter the coalition advance, with U.S. forces simultaneously spearheading an assault on the North Korean capital Pyongyang, which was captured on October 20. Subjected to an intensive bombing campaign by the U.S. Air Force, population centers in the DPRK from the capital to small hamlets had been thoroughly ravaged, with the KPA making little effort to defend them in order to avoid direct confrontation with the overwhelming capabilities of its enemy and instead continuing its ordered withdrawal north. The fall of Pyongyang thus came quickly and with relatively few losses for the invading force. What is perhaps most notable about China's early deployment of PVA forces to form a buffer south of the border to protect its power plants was that reports of this deployment were censored from American media. As a result, when reports emerged that Chinese forces had been engaged in Korea, they made it seem as if an act of Chinese aggression had taken place and the PVA had assaulted coalition forces from their side of the border. It was in fact U.S.-led coalition forces on October 25 which had approached Chinese lines, where the PVA had been known to be operating for over a week, close to the Sino-Korean border. The resulting battle ended in a Chinese victory, the complete disintegration of the South Korean 2nd Infantry Regiment, and the capture of 2 U.S. Army officers. 2. The defeat of these forward-deployed units was insufficient to stall the advance of coalition forces, with a joint U.S., British and Australian force encountering minor KPA resistance at Kongja just 80 kilometers from the Chinese border on October 29 and continuing to press their advance northwards. As U.S.-led coalition forces continued to advance towards Chinese lines, chances of further direct clashes continued to increase. October 25 saw the beginning of the Battle of Unsan, a 10-day clash between the PVA and 2 elite U.S. cavalry regiments, the 5th and 8th, with South Korean support. The result was a routing of the U.S. Army and their ally, with heavy casualties estimated at between 1,680 and 2,000, the vast majority of them American. 3. Chinese forces were estimated by UN Command to have taken over 600 casualties. 4. The battle ended on November 4, with the PVA advancing from the Chinese border and beginning to capture ground from retreating coalition forces. In a show of strength, Chinese forces began to fly MiG-15 jet fighters over the border regions from November 1. Chinese forces sought to avoid escalation, and while they had proved effective in repelling hostile advances on their positions, they still avoided actively engaging U.S. forces with their aircraft. Seeking to negotiate peace in the aftermath of their overwhelming victory at Unsan, the PVA abruptly broke contact with coalition forces on November 5 rather than pressing their advantage with the pursuit. General MacArthur, for his part, apparently aware of the importance of industrial assets on the Sino-Korean border to Beijing, recommended the following day that the large Yalu River hydroelectric dam vital to the Manchurian economy should be bombed if Chinese forces refused to withdraw from Korea unconditionally. 5. The Suiho Dam represented one of the largest economic assets in Japanese Manchuria, and had the third largest power station in the world and the largest outside the United States. China's moves to de-escalate were met with a positive response from the United Nations, with the UN Interim Committee on Korea issuing a statement on November 7 to reassure the Chinese Communists regarding their interests on the Korean-Manchurian border. China quickly responded, and on the same day Tokyo HQ released that Chinese and North Korean troops in a surprise maneuver broke contact with United Nations forces on the defense line north of Unju this morning. 6. These Chinese moves were widely interpreted by American analysts as intended to reduce tensions at the expense of the PVA's own advantageous position in order to facilitate the opening of peace talks with the United Nations. 7. MacArthur's headquarters did not seem to welcome the ending of hostilities and asserted that a withdrawal must be taking place with the intention to regroup large concentrations of communist troops for a new onslaught rather than retreat. The withdrawal from combat had to be depicted as having aggressive intent. 8. This narrative was quickly undermined, however, with the People's Volunteer Army maintaining a defensive line which within 2 weeks had persuaded most of the American command that China's intentions were not aggressive. Staff members of the U.S. 8th Army increasingly ascribed China's motive for intervention as nothing more than the protection of its industrial infrastructure, including its vital hydropower plants, located on the Yalu River. 9. Over 2 weeks after the PVA broke contact with U.S. forces, the U.S. Army X-Corps intelligence reported on November 22 that Chinese forces were apparently preparing to make a defensive stand in his present positions, and that there was no evidence to indicate any considerable number of PVA units have crossed the border since the initial reinforcement. 10. With the PVA having sacrificed the opportunity to press an offensive southward using the considerable momentum from their prior victories, or to reinforce their forces in Korea with additional units, Beijing had engineered a lull in the fighting from which peace may well have emerged through direct negotiations. By November 8, a Chinese delegation was set to arrive at peace talks with the United Nations, which would begin a week later on the 15th. For MacArthur, now close to the Chinese border and with what were widely perceived to be sufficient assets not only to expel the PVA from Korea, but to bring about the total capitulation of the Chinese People's Republic. The prospects for a negotiated peace threatened prospects for a rollback of communism that he desired. This was particularly true given the likelihood that at least a partial withdrawal of the U.S. military presence in northern Korea would be a likely outcome of negotiations. Thus, on November 8, just hours before the first round of UN peace talks were set to begin, a new and very significant provocation was announced. A U.S. Air Force spokesman in Washington announced on November 8, an earlier ban against flights within 3 miles of Manchuria put in place to avoid provocation of China had been lifted and that United States pilots in Korea are operating right up to the Chinese border along the Yalu River. A devastating attack soon made it clear why the words "are operating," rather than "may operate" as would normally be the case when lifting regulations, were used. The target was Sinuihua, a Korean city which lay right on the Chinese border, over which 79 B-29 Superfortress bombers and 3 fighter planes flew that day. This massive formation carried several hundred tons of ordnance and indiscriminately obliterated the city. The American attack was said to have destroyed 90% of the city using rockets, demolition bombs, and 85,000 incendiaries. 11. The scenes were reminiscent of the firebombing of Tokyo 5 years prior, with the very same weapons again being used to ravage a densely populated East Asian city. It later emerged that MacArthur had personally ordered the bombing of every means of communication, every installation, factory, city, and village in North Korea on November 5, which was agreed to by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. 12. That day 8 North Korean Yak-9 fighters attacked an American bomber unit with Soviet accounts claiming 5 B-26 and 1 B-29 bomber downed and the Americans claiming damage to just 2 bombers. The Koreans suffered no losses. 13. Unlike the Chinese, the KPA had far fewer reservations about employing its air power, which appeared to have now been replenished but was still extremely limited, against the adversary. MacArthur's directive for indiscriminate attacks on population centers and infrastructure across northern Korea was announced 3 days later on November 8 and christened with the ravaging of Sinuihua. The result was a renewed bombing campaign against the population of North Korea. The destruction wrought by large-scale firebombing raids was comparable to and often exceeded that of nuclear attack depending on the warhead, weather conditions, and the building materials used in the target population center. The New York Times reported regarding the firebombing of Sinuihua on November 8, the attack came almost simultaneously with an announcement by an Air Force spokesman in Washington that United States flyers had received permission to bomb right up to the Manchurian border instead of remaining 3 miles south in an attempt to avoid possible frontier violations. 14. Considering the preparation such a large strike force would need and the timing and circumstances of the bombing, it is highly likely that the attack had been planned and prepared long before authorization was been given, if not that the bombers had already been dispatched by that time. It was another fait accompli by MacArthur's HQ, a provocation staged just when there was a chance for peace and the Chinese evidently sought de-escalation and a negotiated settlement. A massive attack on a civilian population center in a particularly sensitive area was the best way to disrupt the peace process. American journalist I.F. Stone, assessing the policy of MacArthur's headquarters, the effect on the civilian population, and what he concluded were attempts by the Supreme Commander to quash prospects for a negotiated peace with China, reported. Just when there was a lull in the fighting and it looked as if peace were possible, MacArthur staged a gigantic and murderous raid directly across from the Chinese frontier, destroying most of a city in an area where bombings had been forbidden to prevent border violations. He had gotten the Air Force to lift the bombing restriction. How, when, or why nobody knows. Perhaps he did it by starting the raid first and asking permission afterwards. This is what he is reported to have done the very first week of the war, in forcing the president to allow him to bomb north of the 38th parallel. There were reports, the New York Times said, that General MacArthur had ordered the first bombings of North Korean cities without authorization from Washington. The pretext for the raid was to eliminate Sinuiju as a future stronghold for supplies and communications. This was stated in the announcement later issued by Lieutenant General George E. Stratmeyer, commander of the Far East Air Forces. The description based on the briefing in Tokyo is not pleasant reading. The attack began in the morning when fighter planes swept the area with machine guns, rockets, and jellied gasoline bombs. They were followed by 10 of the super forts which dropped 1,000-pound high explosive bombs on railroad and highway bridges across the Yalu River and on the bridge approaches. If dropped on the bridges as well as the approaches, the bombers were obviously operating right up to the boundary line on the river itself. After this, the remaining planes used incendiaries exclusively on a 2.5 mile built-up area along the southeast bank of the Yalu. General Stratmeyer maintained that all targets were of a military nature and bomb runs had kept away from the city's hospital areas. At the same time, the Air Force claimed 90% of the city had been destroyed. How these statements can be reconciled I do not know. There is an indifference to human suffering to be read between those lines which makes me as an American deeply ashamed of what was done that day at Sinuiju. Tokyo headquarters, with or without connivance by Washington, ravaged a city when a truce was in prospect. It deliberately took action which might have provoked a Third World War when the Chinese, of whose intervention it complained, were withdrawing. That the military knew what they were doing is indicated by a short Associated Press dispatch from Seoul which was printed the same day as the news of the mass raid on Sinuiju. A United States Eighth Army spokesman said that Chinese Communist troops might be avoiding fighting in North Korea pending high-level diplomatic moves that would affect the course of the Korean War. This spokesman stated that the withdrawal of the Chinese in the northwest has been gradual over a 4-day period, while in the northeast a 10th Corps spokesman said the Chinese 184th Division was in retreat from the giant Changjin hydroelectric complex. If the Chinese were even abandoning their dams, they must have wanted peace badly. Was the mass raid intended to goad them to war? The mass bombing raid on Sinuiju November 8 was the beginning of a race between peace and provocation. A terrible retribution threatened the peoples of the Western world who so feebly permitted such acts to be done in their name. For it was by such means that the pyromaniacs hoped to set the world afire. 15. While the beneficiaries of continued hostilities may have hoped that, in response to the massacre of Sinuiju's population on November 8, Beijing would withdraw from peace talks or order the PVA under General Peng to launch a renewed assault, the Chinese and North Koreans appeared to endure the obliteration of the city without significant response. With prospects for peace nevertheless diminished by the bombing raid, America's most powerful coalition partner, Great Britain, moved quickly to draft a peace plan to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion. This was presented by Prime Minister Clement Attlee and Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin, and proposed the establishment of a buffer zone through North Korean territory between Chinese People's Volunteer Army and U.S.-led coalition forces, which would extend 60 to 100 miles south of the Yalu River, which divided Korea and China. 16. The peace proposal was widely criticized in the United States, with the notion of a basic concession to the Western Bloc's new adversaries drawing comparisons to the Munich Agreement of 1938, which had acknowledged the Nazi German annexation of Czechoslovakia. 17. General MacArthur in particular was highly vocal in his outrage at the peace plan, relaying that to yield to so immoral a proposition would bankrupt our leadership and influence in Asia and render untenable our position both politically and militarily. 18. Ultimately MacArthur, much like Rhee, appeared to seek only a military solution which would end in the United States asserting its authority over both East Asian states and dictating terms. The possibility for compromise which could save lives was consistently dismissed out of hand. As chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Omar Bradley observed, the only possible means left to MacArthur to regain his lost pride and military reputation was now to inflict an overwhelming defeat on those Red Chinese generals who had made a fool of him. In order to do this, he was perfectly willing to propel us into an all-out war with Red China and possibly the Soviet Union. 19. MacArthur thus chose to press the offensive through provocation of the inoffensive adversary, continuing to target PVA with bombs and incendiaries. 20. and attempting to dispatch troops to the Chinese border, which the U.S. Army X-Corps 7th Division briefly achieved on November 21. 21. General Peng continued to respond with restraint, with the PVA conducting basic defensive maneuvers when necessary but refraining from major counteroffensives. While Tokyo HQ was going to great lengths to avoid a truce, the Chinese appeared to be doing everything they could to facilitate a quick and peaceful solution. On November 22, in a gesture of goodwill, Chinese forces released 27 wounded American prisoners of war, delivering them to the care of the U.S. Army. 22. The American response was further escalation. On November 22, General MacArthur announced that he expected that the Korean War would be over by the end of the year, which, given his rejection of peace proposals, provided some indication that a major new offensive was being prepared to force the East Asian allies to yield to his terms. He further announced plans for the formal integration of Northern Korea into the Republic of Korea, which was expected to commence as soon as the peninsula could be placed under his complete control. 23. The offensive materialized on November 24 in an all-out assault on Chinese positions, again escalating hostilities after the PVA had gone to great lengths to engineer a de-escalation 17 days prior. The Home by Christmas offensive saw hundreds of thousands of coalition forces, primarily U.S. Army I Corps and 9 Corps divisions with limited British, Turkish, and ROK support, press northwards with massive air support provided by the U.S. 5th Air Force. The American military leadership, despite its force's previous 3-month routing by the KPA and subsequent losses to the PVA, had again made the mistake of grossly underestimating their Northeast Asian adversaries. Despite its immense material advantages, the Home by Christmas offensive ended in disaster for the coalition. What the offensive did achieve, however, was a wearing out of the patience of the Chinese, bringing a final end to prospects for an early negotiated solution without a full-scale confrontation between the PVA and the U.S. military on the peninsula. The Chinese military leadership from that stage onwards committed their forces to the full recovery of Northern Korea and restoration of the DPRK up to the 38th parallel. The second routing of the U.S. military. The fate of the Home by Christmas offensive, as massive as it was ambitious, was effectively decided in the Battle of Changchun River, a week-long confrontation with the Chinese PVA starting on November 25. The battle pitted over 254,000 coalition forces against 230,000 Chinese troops. 24. And saw the outnumbered and outgunned People's Volunteer Army attempt a counter-offensive against their enemy, which, if successful, would blunt the U.S.-led attack and turn the momentum of the wider campaign against them. With no substantial air units of their own capable of contesting air superiority or launching air strikes, Chinese units were forced to rely heavily on the cover of night. The destruction of the U.S. 8th Army's right flank and effective collapse of the South Korean II Corps allowed Chinese troops outflank their enemy, and by December 2, 8 days later, they had won a decisive victory and routed coalition forces. While U.S.-led coalition forces benefited from superior numbers, it was hardly their only major advantage. Again, the massive capacity of the American defense sector, which uniquely for a major industrial power was wholly unscathed by war, provided a vast superiority in weaponry which was thought to guarantee an American victory. The Chinese, by contrast, had seen their country devastated by a war with Japan, by a civil war, and by preceding decades of conflict both among warlords and with Western powers. The country's manufacturing and military-industrial bases were thus negligible, failing to provide not only heavy weapons, aircraft, or naval vessels, but even small arms matching the caliber of the Americans. The PVA was forced to rely either on weapons captured from Japanese imperial forces or those American weapons which had been sent as aid to the Kuomintang forces during the Civil War. 25. Even basic equipment such as armored vests gave U.S. forces a distinct advantage, reducing casualties by 30%. The Chinese had no such luxury. 26. The PVA victory, despite a significant numerical disadvantage and without armor, artillery, or air support which the Americans had in abundance, thus came as a surprise at Changchun, the first major victory by a Chinese force over a Western army in over a century and the first large battle waged by the forces of the new Chinese People's Republic. Losses at Changchun had taken the coalition's Turkish Brigade, 4 South Korean divisions and most of the U.S. 8th Army out of action, leaving just 2 Army Corps combat ready. 27. The U.S. 8th Army alone was estimated to have suffered over 11,000 casualties against the Chinese. 28. With Turkish and South Korean forces also losing several hundred men. Major General Lawrence B. Kaiser, a veteran of both World Wars, was relieved of his command following the battle's conclusion. 29. Defeat at Changchun ended prospects for U.S.-led coalition forces to hold on to territory so far north of the 38th parallel and so near the Chinese border, and U.S. 8th Army Commander General Walton Walker ordered the retreating forces to stage a complete withdrawal from North Korean territory the day after the battle concluded on December 3. 30. Simultaneously to the Battle of Changchun, a smaller engagement pitting 2 forces of over 100,000 troops against one another occurred at Chosin Reservoir. The battle began 2 days after Changchun and ended 16 days later in an overwhelming victory for the Chinese PVA and the Korean People's Army, again against overwhelming odds. Chinese and Korean forces' lack of any significant air or air defense assets had allowed the U.S. air units to take a particularly high toll on their numbers, and bombardment from the sky was very heavy. There were never less than 24 F-4U Corsair aircraft pounding their positions with guns and napalm, sometimes as many as 60, and these were not the only Western aircraft operating. 31. The sub-freezing temperatures meanwhile took a serious toll on the Chinese and Korean forces, which were scantily clad and supplied relative to their adversaries. Up to 90% of the People's Volunteers involved suffered some form of frostbite, with the 27th Army taking thousands of non-combat casualties as a result, which supplemented the overwhelming material advantages of the U.S. and its allies. 32. A document from the PVA 27th Army from November 1950, which U.S. forces claimed to have captured, stated regarding the difficulties faced at Chosin, a shortage of transportation and escort personnel makes it impossible to accomplish the mission of supplying the troops. As a result, our soldiers frequently starve, they ate cold food and some had only a few potatoes in 2 days. They were unable to maintain their physical strength for combat, the wounded could not be evacuated. The firepower of our entire army was basically inadequate. Tinnitus and a wholly deficient signal communication network further undermined the Chinese war effort, according to PVA reports. 33. British military historian Max Hastings reported regarding the crippling disadvantage faced by the PVA in the winter months. The men of the UN complained of the difficulty of fighting the ferocious cold as well as the enemy. But the winter was neutral. The Chinese were far less well equipped to face the conditions than their opponents, possessing only canvas shoes and lacking such indulgences as sleeping bags. General Peng's casualties from frostbite dwarfed those of the Americans. And the Chinese could expect no ready evacuation or medical care. 34. Where a swift and absolute coalition victory had been expected, the Home by Christmas offensive resulted in decisive defeat and heavy casualties at its 2 most major battles, Changchun and Chosin, and further losses in smaller engagements such as the 3-day Battle of Verwan. The U.S. and its allies were forced into a full retreat which came to be known as the Big Bug Out. Hastings compared the collapse of the divisions of the U.S. 8th Army to that of the French in 1940 and the British in Singapore in 1942, both large forces which despite considerable material advantages had ceased to function as fighting forces in the face of adversity. He wrote regarding the surprise of PVA and KPA victories. Most Americans expected Chin-A men to be dwarves, but they found themselves assaulted by units which included men 6 feet and over. Yet the enemy wreaking such havoc with the 8th Army was still, essentially, fighting a large-scale guerrilla war in that it was devoid of all the heavy firepower every Western army considered essential. It was a triumph not merely for the prestige of communism, but for that of an Asian army. From General Walton Walker's headquarters to Tokyo Command Center and on to the Joint Chiefs' offices in the Pentagon, there was bewilderment and deep dismay about the collapse of the Eighth Army. For public consumption, the sheer surprise and weight of the Chinese offensive were emphasized. But professional soldiers knew that these were not enough to explain the headlong rout of an army that still possessed absolute command of sea and air, and firepower on a scale the communists could not dream of. The Chinese victories were being gained by infantry bearing small arms and regimental support weapons above all mortars. The Americans had been subjected to very little artillery fire, and no air attack whatsoever. 35. American Lieutenant Colonel Roy Appleman wrote regarding the ability of Chinese forces to engage U.S. and other Allied troops in a climate more brutal than the Battle of Stalingrad despite significant material disadvantages. Looking at the other side of the hill, one cannot withhold some admiration, and humanitarian sympathy, for the Chinese peasants who made such great effort and sacrifice in trying to carry out their orders. One must say of them that Sung's 9 Army Group did some spectacular things. It fought without air support, it had no tanks or artillery and almost no heavy mortars, it had poor and almost non-existent ammunition after the first day or two of battle and no food or ammunition resupply once it crossed the Yalu River, and it possessed no adequate footgear for the feet or mitten for the hands of its soldiers in an Arctic climb. In fact, the operations were a mismatch of a fine modern, mechanized body of soldiery against a peasant army of light infantry, but one that was highly mobile and expert at night fighting. The best weapons the Chinese possessed were the American Thompson submachine guns, 81mm mortars, grenades, and rifles they had captured from Chiang Kai-shek's armies. Yet they did drive the X-Corps completely out of Northeast Korea and occupied and held henceforth that part of the country. No American troops ever returned there. 36. The decisive defeat of coalition forces shifted the calculus of the U.S. military leadership dramatically, leading to their not only abandoning ambitious goals for absolute victory in Northern Korea but even drafting contingency plans for the complete withdrawal from the peninsula. 37. President Truman, seeking to reassure the indignant General MacArthur, sent him a letter on January 12 to restore some heart. He assured the Supreme Commander that even if the Korean peninsula was lost, the campaign would be continued from offshore islands. 38. Such a strategy closely resembled the case in China a year prior, where U.S. and Kuomintang forces would continue serious harassment and at times offensives against the mainland for over 2 decades using a network of bases on outlying islands centered around Taiwan. 39. A second option was the use of nuclear arms against Chinese and North Korean assets, which Truman confirmed on November 30 was under active consideration. 40. The performance of Chinese forces and their victories despite every material disadvantage stunned the West, much as the victories of the KPA had before them. 41. Such overwhelming Asian victories against Western armies in turn undermined theories of Western supremacy which had been the basis for regional and global order for centuries. Max Hastings observed regarding the way Chinese used their tactical and combat skills to compensate for their vast material disadvantages. The undoubted Chinese skills as tacticians, night fighters, navigators, masters of fieldcraft and camouflage, caused even many senior UN officers to forget the enemy's huge disadvantages in resources and firepower. Worse, the leaders of the UN forces in Korea found themselves facing the stark fact that, man for man, most of their troops were proving nowhere near as hardy, skillful, and determined upon the battlefield as their communist opponents. It is difficult to overestimate the psychological effects of this conclusion upon strategic and tactical decision-making. 42. The U.S. Army 2nd Division published the following regarding the strengths of the Chinese soldier, and his ability to operate with far less firepower and supplies. He is well and courageously led at the small unit level, and the results of actions at this level offer definite proof that he is thoroughly disciplined. His conduct of the defense is accomplished in spite of UN air superiority, UN liaison aircraft and inferior communications equipment. He is operating on a shoestring basis, as is evidenced by the hodgepodge of equipment piled up on the battlefield after every encounter. 43. This bore a stark contrast to perceptions of East Asian military potential before the war. By contrast to the Chinese forces' ability to make do with very little, General Matthew Ridgway, who would succeed MacArthur as Supreme Commander, referred to American personnel as pampered troops. 44. He noted the unwillingness of the Army to forego certain creature comforts, its timidity about getting off the scanty roads, its reluctance to move without radio and telephone contact, and its lack of imagination in dealing with a foe whom they so outmatched in firepower and dominated in the air and on the surrounding seas. 45. With the PVA for the first time taking to a prolonged offensive, coalition forces were forced to make the longest retreat in United States military history. 46. While Chinese forces advanced, seeking to evict coalition forces from northern Korea while themselves under intensive bombardment from the air, Beijing continued diplomatic efforts to end hostilities. On December 3, the same day as the U.S. Marines reported that the Korean town Huksu had been wiped off the map by air attack due to a suspected PVA presence. 47. The Chinese made a major release of wounded American prisoners. Also that day, 4 soldiers of the British Army saw their weapons carriers stall north of Pyongyang, forcing them to drop out of a retreating convoy. Expecting capture or death, the soldiers were found by the PVA, who helped the British push their truck and restart their engine. An English-speaking Chinese soldier reassured them, "We don't want to hurt you guys. We just want you to get off the peninsula." 48. Assessment of reports from both sides indicates such actions were not reciprocated. The coalition retreat continued through the first 4 weeks of December, with the British 29th Independent Infantry Brigade the last to leave Pyongyang on December 5, which was subsequently recaptured by PVA and KPA forces. Civilian infrastructure in the North Korean capital was destroyed entirely as part of the American scorched earth policy. Before the war, Pyongyang had a large number of factories manufacturing primarily textiles, shoes, food products, tobacco, wine, beer, and fertilizers, with an opera house, 9 theaters, 20 cinemas, 7 universities and over 100 schools. Little of this remained when the city was retaken, not due to collateral damage from fighting, which had been minimal, but rather as part of systematic program to deny the DPRK the benefits of its prior economic development. Many of the buildings were themselves of little military value, but could have been used to rehouse the millions the bombing campaign had left homeless. All Pyongyang's tram cars, bridges, schools, and its water system were intentionally destroyed beyond repair, and the city was scattered with hidden time bombs. 49. A large airstrike on its eastern airport was carried out on December 10. 50. And further bombings of Pyongyang would continue throughout the war to undermine rebuilding efforts. The Hungnam evacuation, which commenced on December 11, named after the North Korean port city where the withdrawal took place, saw 105,000 coalition personnel and considerable war materials evacuated from northern Korea. These included the elite 1st Marine Division, which had spearheaded the assault on Incheon, 2 of the Army X-Corps infantry divisions, the 1st Marine Air Wing, and 2 South Korean divisions. The PVA and KPA made no serious efforts to interfere with the withdrawal, which continued over a period of 15 days and saw 350,000 tons of cargo and 18,422 military vehicles redeployed. 51. Again facilitated by its vast military-industrial base, America's massive superiority in logistical assets was key to facilitating this successful withdrawal by air and sea. On December 17, U.S. forces evacuated Yeonpo Airfield, a captured North Korean air base near the 38th parallel and one of the final coalition strongholds in northern Korea. Somewhat ironically, given the deadline of Christmas Day set by the U.S. Military leadership for a final victory. By December 25, PVA and KPA forces had reached the 38th parallel and began to mass their forces there. The second stage of the Korean War, the battle to protect the DPRK's sovereignty, was over. The coalition, with the exception of Syngman Rhee's hardline government, had effectively conceded at least a temporary defeat of their ambitions in the northern half of Korea in the wake of the devastating Chinese-led counter-offensive. While the momentum for a further offensive south was on their side, and the PVA and KPA had consistently demonstrated battlefield superiority over their adversaries, the limitations of their logistics and strain on their supply lines would make any further offensive southwards difficult against the more numerous and better armed and supplied coalition forces. The flow of food, fuel, munitions, and other vital war materials was further impeded by American air superiority, which saw supply routes intensively bombarded. Logistical difficulties for the PVA resulting primarily from the deindustrialist and war-ravaged state of China's economy was arguably the most critical factor which prevented it, with Korean support, from going on to force a full withdrawal of U.S. and coalition forces from the peninsula. According to General MacArthur, Chinese supply lines could support 1 million troops at the Sino-Korean border where initial engagements had taken place. At Pyongyang this fell to 600,000, at the 38th parallel it fell to 300,000, by the time they reached 40 miles south of Seoul this fell to just 200,000, leaving Chinese and Korean forces impossibly outnumbered. 52. The Supreme Commander's assertions were supported by statements from the Chinese military leadership. Hu Sen, a member of General Peng Dehuai's staff, stated to similar effect, "While we wished to continue to push the enemy, we could not open our mouth too wide." China was unprepared for the new military situation created by the deep advance. We were now in a position where we could not continue to reinforce our army in Korea. 53. The martial power of Chinese soldiers sharply contrasted with the PVA's material weakness, with the former heavily compensating for the latter and allowing them to operate with a small fraction of the supplies and armaments of the Western powers. 54. Where PVA supply lines were strained, the devastation of North Korea under an intensive American firebombing campaign and subsequent scorched earth policy on retreat made supplying its forces near impossible for the North Koreans without external assistance. Pyongyang had not anticipated or prepared for a full-scale war with the United States and lacked adequate reserve supplies of food or of war materials. Nevertheless, the quick routing of U.S.-led coalition forces may have imbued the PVA and KPA with a degree of overconfidence, which led them to briefly attempt an offensive southwards. Chinese Prime Minister Zhou Enlai had implied to Indian Ambassador K.M. Panikkar, who served as a conduit for messages between Beijing and Washington, that while China was eager to know the whole opinion of the USA and the UN regarding conditions for an armistice, it would continue its offensive until the U.S. was willing to begin peace talks. As to the 38th parallel issue, it has long since been violated by the American invading armies and MacArthur, and is no longer in existence, he had said. Beijing's patience had been thoroughly tested the month before, and with the U.S. refusing repeated overtures for peace proposed by China, Great Britain, and the UN, a further offensive was perhaps the only means by which to force the Americans to reach an accommodation. 55. On December 26, a joint PVA-KPA contingent crossed the 38th parallel, and 2 days later engaged the U.S. military at Kaesong. The battle ended quickly in an overwhelming Chinese and Korean victory. Seoul was put to siege soon afterwards on December 31, and U.S. forces operating with British, Australian, South Korean and Thai support were successfully routed within 8 days by the PVA's 13th Army and KPA's I Corps. The U.S.-led coalition again had considerable numerical superiority to back up their material advantage, with 136,500 personnel from the U.S. Army backed by tens of thousands of Allied forces, including 3 whole South Korean divisions, facing an army of approximately 170,000 Chinese and North Koreans. 56. they were nevertheless routed from the city and again forced to retreat southwards. A day after the Third Battle of Seoul began, a 3-day battle for the city of Ujeongbu saw a joint British and Australian force withdraw with light casualties, conceding further ground to the PVA-KPA offensive. Morale among coalition forces reportedly sank to its lowest point in early January. 57. Facing considerable criticism over its failures, Tokyo HQ on January 9 replied by suddenly imposing censorship regulations far more severe than any known in World War II, with even speculation as to the reasons for censorship strictly forbidden. The purpose appeared to be to boost flagging morale both domestically and on the front, and to allow the military to downplay future defeats. 58. State Secretary Dean Acheson had called for reports on the devastating impacts of the American bombing campaign on Korean civilians to be censored since November, and the need to cover up the ongoing mass killings of civilians also likely motivated the unprecedentedly harsh new restrictions put in place. 59. Advancing so far south of the Yalu River, the unmechanized Chinese and Korean force operating under American-controlled skies and without an airlift capacity of its own saw its already strained supply lines further stretched. Casualties among KPA and PVA forces were considered light, but their front-line capabilities weakened the further south they pressed due to the strain on logistics. 60. This was further exacerbated by the initiation of Interdiction Campaign No. 4 by the U.S., which aimed to use its air superiority to attack supplies in transit over northern Korea. 61. The tide began to turn against the East Asian allies just 2 weeks after their victory in Seoul. On January 8, the U.S. 2nd Infantry was ordered to mount a counter-offensive against KPA and PVA forces in Wonju, with 80,000 U.S. troops backed by 3 European battalions and 2 ROCAF Army Corps engaging a smaller predominantly Korean force of around 61,500 personnel. 62. The outnumbered Korean and Chinese units were forced to retreat on January 20, taking the vast majority of casualties from air and artillery strikes to which they were unable to respond. The coalition's capture of Wonju secured the eastern flank of the retreating U.S. 8th Army, which logistical constraints had prevented KPA and PVA from pursuing. Under new and more competent leadership from General Matthew Ridgway, the 8th Army was thus able to regroup for a counter-offensive and launch a renewed assault on Chinese and Korean positions under Operation Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt was launched on January 25 and saw the beginning of 3 weeks of clashes between U.S.-led coalition and East Asian allied forces in which both sides suffered heavy casualties. The U.S.-led offensive was comprised of American, Turkish and South Korean units and saw a force of almost 100,000 push back PVA and KPA forces northwards over the Han River, establishing a more defensible perimeter. 63. The operation's success was limited by staunch resistance and a number of Chinese counterattacks which were often highly costly for the Americans, with coalition forces gaining ground at a slow pace. Alongside the advances made under Thunderbolt, the U.S. Army X-Corps spearheaded a similar offensive northwards with South Korean and French support under Operation Roundup, winning a decisive victory at the Battle of Twin Tunnels on February 1 and making promising initial advances. The situation on the front line quickly developed into a rapid series of offensives and counter-offensives with few major changes in the lines of battle. The KPA and PVA leadership responded to the loss of ground in early February with counter-offensives, counter-offensives to the Home by Christmas offensive, engaging the X-Corps and routing them at the Battle of Hoangsong from February 11 to 13, in which coalition forces suffered heavy casualties of approximately 12,000 men. Casualties for this battle were approximately one-third this number for the East Asian allies, which lost a little over 4,100 men according to American sources. 64. Momentum from this victory, however, was soon lost with coalition victories at the Third Battle of Wonju and the Battle of Chipyong-ri, both of which began on February 13. The 2-day Battle of Chipyong-ri concluded on February 15, and saw a small Chinese force inflict heavy casualties in close-quarter fighting before being shattered by napalm bombardment. American control of the air and to a lesser extent its access to battle tanks proved decisive here. For the PVA, which had reportedly expected coalition forces to retreat in the wake of their losses at Hoangsong, the defeat at Chipyong-ri came as a surprise. 65. The simultaneous battle at Wonju saw a KPA-led offensive achieve initial successes against the U.S. Army X-Corps and supporting South Korean assets, but eventually lose momentum largely due to a scarcity of supplies. General Ridgway, who commanded the coalition, took measures to increase oversight of the ROCAF due to South Korea units' prior tendency to abandon their positions and compromise coalition actions. 66. U.S. forces heavily fortified the town in preparation for an expected assault. The East Asian allies never made any serious attempt to capture Wonju, however, engaging in skirmishes in the surrounding countryside before withdrawing on February 18. The nature of their objective remains unclear. The battles at Chipyong-ri and Wonju marked the height of Chinese and North Korean joint penetration below the 38th parallel. Defeats at the hands of his East Asian adversaries led Supreme Commander MacArthur to propose more extreme escalatory solutions, including the contamination of Chinese and Korean territory with radioactive waste to stop PVA and KPA troop movements. 67. On February 22, he urged the Joint Chiefs of Staff to support anti-government insurgents in China and to make preparations for an eventual landing of Kuomintang forces with American support near Shanghai. 68. Radioactive contamination was deemed overly provocative and impractical, particularly now that the United States had lost its monopoly on nuclear arms to the USSR, while the Kuomintang were deemed in no shape to fight China even with America's backing. They had repeatedly proven wholly incompetent despite vast material advantages and massive American support during the Chinese Civil War, and an invasion of China risked provoking Soviet intervention. Support for anti-government forces within China, however, would become a staple of U.S. policy towards the country for the next 2 decades. 69. The U.S. military leadership responded to the slowdown of the PVA-KPA offensive with an offensive of their own, initiating Operation Killer under General Ridgway's command on February 20 with the intention of destroying all enemy forces east of the Han River up to the artificial Arizona line established between Yanpyeong and Hoangsong. The Arizona line lay 90 kilometers under the 38th parallel, and pressing PVA and KPA forces in this sector back towards the inter-Korean border was seen as a vital first step towards a larger and more ambitious pushback. The Chinese and Koreans for their part withdrew northwards, allowing Ridgway's forces spearheaded by the X-Corps and 9 Corps to establish themselves on the Arizona line by March 6 with relatively few casualties on either side. Operation Killer was immediately followed by the initiation of Operation Ripper on March 7, which saw more intensive fighting as coalition forces again pressed northwards and attempted to recapture the South Korean capital, Seoul. Although the ROCAF failed in many of their key objectives, the U.S. 8th Army succeeded in recapturing the city, which changed hands for the 4th time during the war. KPA and PVA forces appeared increasingly willing to fall back northwards given the difficulty of sustaining an offensive so far south, using terrain to their advantage to delay coalition forces. Before the operation's conclusion in early April, coalition forces had already initiated Operation Courageous, which involved parachuting the U.S. Army I Corps from over 100 C-119 and C-46 transports to positions 30 kilometers north of the front lines, making use of airlift capabilities and air superiority to strategically redeploy assets to encircle the KPA and PVA. The East Asian allies' almost complete lack of air cover or air defense capabilities meant that none of the slow and bulky American aircraft were lost. U.S. forces then spearheaded an offensive northwards, which saw the KPA and PVA quickly withdraw from most of their positions and re-establish their front line near the 38th parallel. Losses among the East Asian allies were very light compared to the initial expectations of the U.S. and their coalition partners, and KPA and PVA units evaded encirclement multiple times and succeeded in withdrawing with their forces largely intact. 70. the successive American offensives had gained them approximately 80 kilometers of ground, which the KPA and PVA became increasingly aware it would be near impossible to hold given the state of their supply lines, the vulnerability of both ground forces and supply convoys to air attacks, and the overwhelming advantages in both manpower and firepower of the U.S.-led coalition. The Chinese and North Koreans attempted one final offensive to recapture Seoul, known as the Chinese Spring Offensive, which saw far larger forces massed at the 38th parallel and, from April 22, launch a 30-day assault. This was PVA Commander-in-Chief Peng Dehui's final attempt to rout the U.S. and their coalition forces, amassing an estimated 700,000 men, of which 270,000 were dispatched to attack Seoul. The 3, 9, and 19 Army groups. Although they had amassed a considerable force in terms of manpower, the East Asian Allies' newfound frontline numerical advantage was only slight, with 200,000 men serving as a strategic reserve and the remaining 500,000 facing approximately 420,000 coalition troops on the front. The immediate objective was to force a major American retreat, as the PVA and KPA had done in November, although logistical issues and the new leadership of the coalition made this extremely difficult. Supreme Commander MacArthur, for his failure to respect the authority of the President and repeated military provocations of both China and the Soviet Union on his own authority, had been dismissed on April 11, with General Ridgway taking his place effective immediately. While the KPA and PVA made gains during the spring offensive, they were ultimately turned back due to the coalition's effective use of air power and unprecedentedly intensive artillery bombardments, which caused unsustainable casualties. The disproportionately high quantities of artillery U.S. forces deployed during this period of the conflict, 5 times the standard numbers, combined with the ever-present strain on KPA and PVA supply lines exacerbated by Western air attacks, ended prospects for a routing of the U.S.-led force south of the 38th parallel. 71. Again, however, the U.S.-led coalition's hopes of eliminating KPA and PVA forces were frustrated by the quick and orderly nature of the Asian allies' withdrawal once their offensive had proven unsuccessful. What followed was an effective stalemate approximately along the 38th parallel, with each side holding some territory on the enemy's half of the dividing line. Chapter 5. Absolute Destruction. The Ravaging of North Korea. Firebombing as a weapon of mass destruction. One aspect of the conduct of the United States during the Korean War which would leave a particularly profound impression on the North Korean nation was the intensive and indiscriminate targeting of population centers from the air. Modeled on the campaign which had brought ruin to 67 Japanese cities in a matter of months, the firebombing of Korea would be a continuous aspect of the war over 3 years. The aforementioned details of the bombing of Sinuiju on November 8, 1950 thus represented part of a much wider phenomenon, with population centers across the country similarly targeted. Taking Sinuiju as an example, the town had 126,000 inhabitants and 14,000 buildings, and housed light industries producing civilian goods such as soya, tofu, shoes, matches, salt and chopsticks. 1. None of its industries contributed to production of war materials. According to data published by an international commission present in North Korea at the time, a single American firebombing raid in November destroyed 2,100 of the 3,017 state and municipal buildings, 6,800 of 11,000 houses, 16 of 17 primary schools, and 15 of 17 places of worship. 80% of deaths caused by the bombing were women and children. 2. As thousands of men had been conscripted into the Korean People's Army after the Incheon landings. In hospitals, patients were burned to death in their beds by incendiary bombs. The attack appeared intended to maximize casualties, beginning with incendiaries, followed by explosives, followed by a combination of incendiaries and time bombs. This specific combination and series of bombings was designed to prevent inhabitants from doing any rescue work, thereby maximizing casualties among the targeted population. As a result, many of those who were buried alive could not be reached and died of suffocation. 3. Hospitals which were properly marked to be visible from 6,000 to 8,000 meters were found to have been intentionally targeted. 4. Incendiary attacks in Sinuiju were followed by strafing attacks, with low-flying American aircraft gunning down civilians who went outdoors either to escape or to put out the fires. Young children were also targeted in this way. 5. The town was hardly the first or the last targeted in this way, and a 3-year-long firebombing campaign against the civilian population would exact a terrible death toll and destroy 85% of buildings in the country. 6. By late 1950 the U.S. Air Force alone was dropping 800 tons of munitions on North Korea daily, much of it pure napalm. 7. With considerable further sorties flown by the Navy and by British, Australian, and South African air units. Attesting to the bombing campaign's wholly indiscriminate nature, Assistant State Secretary Dean Rusk stated that it would target everything that moved in North Korea, every brick standing on top of another. 8. There was little pretense that bombs and napalm were only intended for soldiers and munitions factories. The entire population from rice farmers in the countryside to Sinuiju's shoemakers were all condemned to death by fire. The bombing campaign's intensity had within weeks caused a shortage of targets, threatening to leave the Air Force idle. 9. Head of the Bomber Command in Asia General Emmett O'Donnell, who formerly oversaw the firebombing of Tokyo, testified that within 3 months of the war's outbreak, almost all the Korean peninsula was just a terrible mess. As a result of the air campaign, everything is destroyed. There is nothing standing worthy of the name. There were no more targets in Korea. 10. Award-winning journalist I.F. Stone reported on the bombings of civilian targets, including those in northern Korea and those in the south suspected of harboring a KPA presence. September, 1950, Far East Air Forces headquarters announced that the first stage of its bombing program, aimed at industrial installations, was complete, and that there was now a paucity of industrial targets for bombers. One of the problems which began to trouble the Air Force in Korea, judging by the communiques, was that there was nothing left to destroy. These communiques must be read by anyone who wants a complete history of the Korean War. They are literally horrifying. Crews on the B-26 light bombers of the 452nd Bomb Wing, said the 5th Air Force operational summary at 5 p.m. Tokyo time, January 31, reported a scarcity of targets at Hamhung today. According to Staff Sergeant Clark V. Watson of Hutchinson, Kansas, it's hard to find good targets, for we have burned out almost everything. Other Air Force units were still managing. The 8th Fighter Bomber Wing F-80 jets, said the same communique, reported large fires in the villages in the western sector following attacks with rockets, napalm, and machine guns. A village was hard hit south of Khor 1. Why was not explained. Whether the village represented some military objective was not stated. Sometimes a possible military objective seemed to have been hit by accident. In the same communique it was announced that the navigator of one of the light bombers that attacked Pongan near Hamhung reported, "One of our napalms must have hit a gas or oil dump. It landed and there was a big belch of orange flame and black smoke. Peasants do not detonate so colorfully." Sometimes the reason offered for bombing a defenseless village was that it was enemy occupied. The same communique said, one flight dive bombed the enemy-occupied village of Tachong and then rocketed and strafed the area, reporting several buildings destroyed and large fires started. Were all villages in enemy territory regarded as enemy-occupied? The ratio of civilian to soldier dead in these raids must have been very large. This same communique said the largest claim of troops casualties inflicted in the day's raids were 100 enemy troops killed or wounded by one group of planes. Even in a small village more civilians than that could be killed in one raid. A complete indifference to the non-combatants was reflected in the way villages were given saturation treatment with napalm to dislodge a few soldiers. 11. Napalm was a leading weapon in the American arsenal, and 32,557 tons of it were dropped on North Korea, the largest use in history. 12. The effects of these attacks were far more devastating than they would be when used in Vietnam in later years, not only due to the quantities employed but also due to the DPRK's greater vulnerability as a result of its far more developed and industrialized economy and the resulting greater numbers of densely populated targets. 13. The U.S. Air Force saw napalm as a wonder weapon for the massive casualties it inflicted. 14. Although British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was among the vocal foreign opponents of its use against civilian targets on moral grounds, Churchill stated in reference to American napalm attacks against Korean civilians, "I do not like this napalm bombing at all. A fearful lot of people must be burned, not by ordinary fire, but by the contents of the bomb. Napalm in the war was devised by us and used by fighting men in action. No one ever thought of splashing it all over the civilian population. I will take no share in the responsibility for this." 15. The British Prime Minister had himself shown no qualms about bombing population centres. 16. Had declared himself strongly in favour. 17. Of and personally ordered the use of chemical weapons, and had personally approved the development of biological weapons for use against enemy population centers. 18. The fact that he protested the use of napalm as morally reprehensible bore testament to the severity of the Korean people's suffering under it. A report on the effects of napalm surfaced when American Private James Ransom Jr.'s unit suffered an accidental friendly hit by the substance. This wonder weapon fired by their own forces had the same impact on these American personnel as it did on countless thousands of Korean civilians. The American soldiers rolled in the snow in agony and begged to be shot, as their skin burned to a crisp and peeled back like fried potato chips. These hits were only partial, and reporters in Korea saw countless cases of civilians drenched in napalm, their whole bodies covered with a hard, black crust sprinkled with yellow pus. 19. One napalm survivor interviewed stated regarding its effects, "Napalm is the most terrible pain you can imagine. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Napalm generates temperatures of 800 to 1200 degrees Celsius. 20. The incendiary sticks to human skin and cannot be removed. Burns are severe and can be subdermal." When the New York Times had described the effects of napalm on Korean civilian population centers, State Secretary Atkinson had called for such sensational reporting to be censored. 21. Physician Richard Perry, having spent years treating its victims, would write years later regarding napalm's horrific effects on civilian targets. "I have been an orthopedic surgeon for a good number of years, with a rather wide range of medical experience. But nothing could have prepared me for my encounters with women and children burned by napalm. It was shocking and sickening, even for a physician, to see and smell the blackened flesh. One continues for days afterward getting sick when he looks at a piece of meat on his plate because the odor of burning flesh lingers so long in the memory. And one never forgets the bewildered eyes of the silent, suffering, napalm-burned child. What could anyone possibly say to such a child?" 22. The firebombing campaign targeting Korean civilians itself represented part of a wider trend in the U.S.-led order in East Asia, with states across the region which resisted Washington's hegemonic ambitions seeing their population centers similarly targeted. This ranged from relatively minor bombing raids by CIA pilots against Indonesian cities later in the 1950s. 23. To massive firebombing raids against Japanese cities the previous decade and similar raids on Vietnamese and Laotian cities the following decade. Indeed, firebombing of Korean population centers had such high tolls largely because the U.S. had refined its technique over Japan to achieve an optimal combination of munition types. The U.S. military's propensity to target Asian population centers of little strategic value was demonstrated in all cases. In November 1968, for example, American bombers would target population centers in Laos after they were prevented from reaching targets in North Vietnam. Although there was no strategic value in doing so, the U.S. Deputy Chief of Mission Monteagle Stearns testified to the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations the following year regarding the Air Force's reason for doing so. Well, we had all those planes sitting around and couldn't just let them stay there with nothing to do. 24. During the Korean War, American pilots were similarly ordered to target South Korean population centers suspected of harboring a KPA presence with rockets, not for any strategic benefit but because it was better to use the rockets on a target rather than carry them home. 25. It was forces commanded under such a mindset with the same value for the lives of Asian peoples, both allied and enemy, to which the Korean population was subjected. The entry of Chinese forces into the war saw the bombing campaign against population centers further escalate. Journalist Robert Jackson stated that following the PVA's entry into the war, there was to be no attempt at ultra-precise bombing to avoid high civilian casualties. The B-29s were to carry full loads of incendiaries and their task was to burn the selected cities from end to end. 26. General Ridgway, for one, demanded bigger napalm bombs be quickly developed for use against Korean targets, 1,000-pound versions which could wipe out all life in the tactical locality. 27. There was little doubt that the vast majority of casualties would be Korean civilians. The U.S. claimed that firebombing population centers would erode morale and thus end the war sooner. This notably failed in Japan. 28. And would fail in Korea, but was repeated again to fail in Vietnam. Repetition of a demonstrably unsuccessful strategy over several decades with such a high cost for East Asia civilian populations indicates a possible ulterior motive. The bombings didn't win any wars, but they did erase economic progress and impose a terrible punishment against previously successful and modernizing East Asian nations which had defied the designs of the Western-led order. Eyewitness testimonies in Korea widely attest to the extreme devastation wrought by the American bombing campaign. U.S. Army Major General William F. Dean, following his capture at Daejeon, wrote of the destruction he witnessed during his time in North Korea. The town of Hwakan amazed me. The city I'd seen before, two-storied buildings, a prominent main street wasn't there anymore. The general encountered only unoccupied shells of town after town. Villages were reduced to rubble or snowy open spaces, nothing more remained. 29. Hungarian writer Tibor Murray, an anti-communist who later defected to the Western Bloc, had been a correspondent in the DPRK during the war. Despite his strong anti-communist views, what he witnessed in Korea made him far more sympathetic towards the DPRK, saying afterwards when interviewed in Paris, "I saw destruction and horrible things committed by the American forces. Everything which moved in North Korea was a military target, peasants in the fields were machine-gunned by pilots who, this was my impression, amused themselves to shoot the targets which moved." He said he had witnessed a complete devastation between the Yalu River Chinese border and the capital Pyongyang. There were simply no more cities in North Korea. My impression was that I am traveling on the moon, because there was only devastation. 30. Air Force General Curtis LeMay stated regarding the bombing campaign, "We went over there and fought the war and eventually burned down every town in North Korea anyway, some way or another, and some in South Korea too." 31. The general recalled separately, "We burned down just about every city in North Korea and South Korea both. We killed off over 1 million civilian Koreans and drove several million more from their homes." 32. The North Korean government instructed the population to build dugouts and mud huts and dig underground tunnels to solve the homelessness problem that had ensued. They had little other choice. As the bombings escalated, the state newspaper Rodong Sinmun came to refer to 1951 as the year of unbearable trials for the Korean people. According to North Korean figures, the war destroyed 8,700 factories, 5,000 schools, 1,000 hospitals, and 600,000 homes. 33. Entire factories, schools, and hospitals were moved underground, and farmers were often forced to hide underground during the daytime and tend their crops only under cover of night, with farms made frequent targets for strafing attacks. Agricultural output was reduced to bare subsistence levels as livestock was destroyed and shortages of everything from farm tools to fertilizers ensued. Industry and agriculture essentially ceased to function, bringing the people near famine. 34. To place a further strain on the country's food supplies, elite U.S. Navy SEAL units were tasked with destruction of North Korean fishing nets. 35. And fishing boats were also targeted by American aircraft. 36. Describing the nature and impacts of the renewed U.S. bombing campaign against Korean population centers, based on his own extensive study of reports from the U.S. Air Force, IF. Stone wrote. In 5th Air Force Operational Summary February 4, other FADs from the 8th reported excellent results in attacks on villages near Korwon, Kumkan, Chuncheon, and Chunkani. The villages were hit with bombs as well as rockets and napalm. The results were excellent. Not all the reports were so brisk. There were some passages about these raids on villages which reflected, not the pity which human feeling called for, but a kind of gay moral imbecility, utterly devoid of imagination, as if the flyers were playing in a bowling alley, with villages for pins. An example was the 5th Air Force Operational Summary 5 p.m. Tokyo time Friday, February 2. This told how the two-man crew of a downed Mosquito patrol plane was rescued by helicopter from the midst of an enemy troop concentration near Hongcheon. Some 50 enemy troops had been sighted and between 300 and 400 foxholes reported, so it was decided to give the whole area saturation treatment. A mass flight of 24 F-51 Mustangs poured 5,000 gallons of napalm over the area. The flight leader, Lieutenant Colonel James Kirkendall, of Duluth, Minnesota. The Air Force communiques gave names, as if to foster individual pride in such handiwork, reported that his flight hit every village and building in the area. Perhaps it was some uneasy qualm which led him to add, there was plenty of evidence of troops living in the houses there. The evidence itself was not disclosed. It might have been hard to find, for Colonel Kirkendall added that smoke blanketed the area, rising to over 4,000 feet when they left. His subordinates were cheerful. Captain Everett L. Hundley of Kansas City, Kansas, who led one group of 4 planes, as quoted by the communique as saying, "You can kiss that group of villages goodbye." Captain Hugh Boney Ford of Montgomery, Alabama, said he saw tracks and other evidence of enemy activity in the area. He added, "That place can really be called devastated now." Captain Boniford's remark applies to all Korea. 37. Following the emergence of a stalemate around the 38th parallel in mid-1951, the bombing of cities, villages, and hydroelectric plants allowed the U.S. to inflict devastation on the North Korean population without needing to engage its well-entrenched forces on the ground. This, it was hoped, would force Pyongyang to more urgently accept armistice terms which strongly favored the Western powers. Every day the DPRK delayed negotiations to push for better terms. The slaughter and devastation would continue at the hands of Western aircraft. 38. Defense Secretary Robert Lovett was a leading advocate of this strategy. "If we can stay firm in our terms for negotiation, we can tear them up by air," he said. "We are hurting them badly. If we keep on tearing the place apart, we can make it a most unpopular affair for the North Koreans. We ought to go right ahead." 39. In an effort to starve the population and increase pressure on Korean and Chinese negotiators, the U.S. would target crucial Yalu River irrigation dams in 1953, flooding whole towns and destroying the DPRK's rice crop, which the already malnourished population needed to subsist. 5 reservoirs were hit, flooding thousands of acres of farmland. 40. Irrigation damming provided for 75% of the country's rice crop. 41. And the U.S. Air Force envisioned destroying 250,000 tons of rice by targeting this infrastructure. This included attacks on the Suiho Dam, the second largest in the world. 42. U.S. Military reports appeared almost gleeful when reporting on the huge floods wiping out rice crops and the desperate response observed from the air of the farmers on the ground. The result was mass starvation, as expected. 43. One report stated regarding the consequence of destroying Korean rice crops by targeting dams, the Westerner can little conceive the awesome meaning which the loss of this staple commodity has for the Asian starvation and slow death. 44. Targeting dams to starve an enemy population was a severe war crime, one for which somewhat ironically an U.S.-led tribunal at Nuremberg had recently hung Nazi German military leaders. American perpetrators inevitably escaped such recriminations. 45. Mass deaths by famine in the DPRK were only prevented by China and the USSR increasing food aid. Interdiction of supplies coming into Korea by American aircraft, however, worked to undermine such efforts. Fittingly named Operation Strangle, the U.S. intentionally targeted relief supplies crossing Korea at night. 46. Despite claims to have destroyed many trucks, the operation ultimately failed to cause mass hunger on the scale intended or to seriously disrupt supplies to the front lines. Although the number of North Koreans who died of hunger during the war as a direct result of the intentional targeting of their food supplies was high, the U.S. Air Force had sought to make it considerably higher to further exacerbate famine and would have done so had their interdiction operation succeeded. 47. Air Force officers for their part were forced to grudgingly admit admiration for their adversaries' ability to operate supply lines under heavy bombardment and repair damage in short order, described as little short of phenomenal. 48. The North Koreans showed much ingenuity in avoiding Western air attacks, proving remarkably effective at repairing bridges, building artificial fords, and on occasion even laying train tracks on log caissons in place of destroyed bridges. Other measures included constructing special night-only pontoon bridges over the Han River assembled after dusk and taken apart before dawn with parts carefully concealed from Western aircraft. Railroad tracks were camouflaged, and at times tracks which had been repaired were disguised to appear destroyed. The trains themselves were concealed by day, and the KPA succeeded in getting trains as far south as Chonui, 100 kilometers south of Seoul, a highly impressive feat given the conditions. U.S. bombing succeeded in wiping out a significant percentage of the Korean population on a scale without precedent or equal in recent history to this day, with the air campaign killing the majority of the 3 to 4 million North Koreans estimated to have died in the war. 49. Some estimates by Western scholars have put North Korea's wartime casualties at near 30% of the population. 50. Air Force General Curtis LeMay said of the bombing of North Korea, "Over a period of 3 years or so we killed off what 20% of the population." 51. This figure does not account for the inevitable hundreds of thousands if not millions more wounded or maimed in the bombings and the fighting, or the tremendous economic losses the country suffered. Even General LeMay's more conservative estimate would make the losses North Korea suffered relative to the size of its population greater than that suffered by any nation during the Second World War. This death toll is extraordinarily high, not only as a percentage of the population, but as an absolute figure. 3. Nuclear war against North Korea in the 1950s. The U.S. military's repeated failure to force the East Asian allies to capitulate unilaterally, and its own high losses suffered on the battlefield despite massive material superiority, caused a growing sense of frustration among the American leadership. This led commanders, congressmen and other prominent figures to voice their strong support for escalation through the employment of nuclear arms to subdue Korean and Chinese resistance. Such calls were common following battlefield defeats throughout the war, and at times were responded to, bringing America very close to launching nuclear attacks. In the aftermath of the battles of Osan, Pyeongtaek, and Cheonan, the first U.S.KPA engagements which saw the Americans decisively routed on the 5th, 6th, and 8th of July 1950 respectively, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Omar Bradley raised the possibility of using nuclear weapons at a Joint Chiefs meeting on July 9. 52. Major General Charles L. Bold 4 days later made a similar proposition. 53. Supreme Commander MacArthur also suggested tactical nuclear strikes to destroy bridges and tunnels used by the KPA at this time, although these options were all considered impractical. 54. President Truman at the time denied that nuclear attacks were being considered. 55. But later backtracked in a press conference and stated that nuclear attacks had always been under consideration. 56. He authorized the deployment of 10 nuclear-capable B-29 bombers to Guam on the recommendation of the JCS on July 28. As American defeats continued to mount in the first 3 months of the war, with casualties running high and no meaningful gains made against the Korean People's Army, calls among the civilian, political, and religious leadership for nuclear attacks grew. After the nuclear attacks on Japan, it was widely believed that nuclear weapons would allow the Western powers to avoid fighting major wars, guaranteeing unchallenged military supremacy for years to come. Many had therefore expected nuclear weapons would be used to resolve the Korean War quickly. A notable example was Reverend Kenneth Eiler of the Wesleyan Methodist Church, who stated when addressing President Truman, "Your Excellency, as a minister of the gospel and a Bible-believing Christian, there is much that has been bothering me lately. This war in Korea. Why is it we fuss around at the fringe instead of getting at the heart of the matter? You know as well as I do where this whole matter lies. That is in Moscow. I would rather see Moscow destroyed than our boys die in Korea at the hands of the Chinese Red. You can use the atom bomb." 57. Senator Albert Gore advised to President Truman after the Korean War's outbreak. Dehumanize a belt across the Korean peninsula by surface radiological contamination, broadcast the fact to the enemy, that entrance into the belt would mean certain death or slow deformity to all foot soldiers. And further, that the belt would be regularly recontaminated until such time as a satisfactory solution to the whole Korean problem shall have been reached. 58. This was a creative idea for the use of nuclear weapons, a new way for the United States to turn a failing conventional war effort around through employment of unconventional means, in this case by contaminating and regularly recontaminating an East Asian country with nuclear waste. The implications of this proposal on the Korean peninsula would have been devastating, as once contaminated, even if not recontaminated, the environmental effects of the repeated use of nuclear weapons would have remained. The effects of such contamination can be seen on Bikini Island and in the Algerian desert today. 59. Similar solutions to the conflict based on the use of nuclear weapons were popular with much of the American public, and the majority in the U.S. supported nuclear strikes against North Korea. 60. Just as they had supported them against Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 61. Gore's son would become vice president from 1993 to 2001 and a leading presidential candidate in 2000, running on a similarly hawkish platform. The United States came close to using nuclear weapons in November 1950, shortly after the Chinese entry into the war. On the 4th U.S. State Department Director of Policy Planning Paul Nitze met General Herbert Loper, in charge of the Army's nuclear weapons, and members of the U.S. Army Logistics Staff, to discuss the viability of nuclear attacks in Korea. This would represent a tactical role for the nuclear bomb, rather than a strategic role as had been the case when targeting Japanese cities. General Loper informed Nitze that deployment of the bomb would be of little use in such a role given the rarity of large and unmoving concentrations of Chinese and Korean troops. 62. On November 28, amid the failure of MacArthur's Home by Christmas offensive, Representative Lucius Mendel Rivers of South Carolina led several members of Congress in urging that MacArthur be given authority to conduct nuclear strikes. "If there ever was a time to use the A-bomb, it is now," Rivers said. The representatives received considerable support, and sent a telegram to President Truman recommending an ultimatum be issued to Beijing: withdraw all assets from Northern Korea or face relentless atomic warfare. 63. The American lawmakers were unaware of the secret meeting which had occurred earlier in the month, or of the intelligence available to the military and the president, obtained through extensive study of the fallout from attacks on Japan. 64. Which strongly indicated that nuclear strikes would have a very limited effect in the theater. This appears to have served as the primary deterrent against the U.S. employing nuclear strikes on the battlefield, as had the use of its most powerful weapon failed to yield decisive results, as was projected, it would have worldwide repercussions for the United States. President Truman nevertheless stated at a press conference 2 days later that deployment of nuclear weapons was actively being considered. 65. Regarding the limited viability of nuclear weapons as a game-changing weapon to neutralize Chinese and Korean military assets, U.S. Army Chief of Staff General Joseph Lawton Collins stated, "Personally, I am very skeptical about the value of using atomic weapons tactically in Korea. The Communists are dug into positions in depth over a front of 150 miles. He believed that nuclear weapons would not be effective in targeting fortified positions based on the findings of American nuclear tests, stating that these tests proved that men can be very close to the explosion and not be hurt if they are well dug in." Many other U.S. military leaders similarly perceived nuclear attacks to be of limited use as a tactical weapon in the Korean theater. 66. Despite their limited viability as tactical assets, Supreme Commander MacArthur continued to advocate tactical nuclear attacks. On December 9, following a string of major Chinese victories, he requested the president grant him authority to employ nuclear weapons against Chinese and Korean targets, and 15 days later he submitted a list of targets across China and northern Korea for nuclear attack. These included troop concentrations and air bases in China itself. 67. The general's plan called for 26 nuclear strikes on retaliation targets in China and the DPRK-8 on enemy troop concentrations and air bases and 18 on industrial centers. 68. Described by British military historian Max Hastings as instilled with a yearning for crude revenge upon the people who had brought all his hopes and triumphs in Korea to nothing, this attitude towards the Chinese likely had an impact on MacArthur's willingness to employ nuclear weapons. 69. A JCS committee had previously recommended the use of nuclear arms against Chinese forces, although the plan submitted by MacArthur was not approved by Washington. 70. MacArthur reportedly also considered contaminating northern Korea and Manchuria with radioactive waste, an extreme form of scorched earth intended to render it unusable to the East Asian allies. He referred to this as a radioactive byproduct cordon. This would have rendered large parts of northeast China and North Korea an uninhabitable wasteland for generations, possibly indefinitely, depending on the method used. 71. On March 10, 1951, the general asked for D-Day atomic capability in the Korean theater after PVA forces began to mass assets near the Korean border. He later demanded that up to 50 nuclear weapons be dropped on Manchuria to thwart the massing Chinese hordes. At the end of March, atomic bomb loading pits at Kadena Air Base on Okinawa were operational. The bombs were moved to the base and assembled there. Only the nuclear cores were missing from these bombs. 72. The following week, on April 5, the United States came very close to launching nuclear attacks, an incident comparable to the Cuban Missile Crisis in its significance. While nuclear strikes on Chinese ground forces in Korea were considered impractical, the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the first time gave MacArthur authority to use nuclear weapons. The U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, and JCS had both previously refrained from giving the Supreme Commander this authority, with a good chance that MacArthur would use them prematurely or provocatively based on his previous rhetoric and prior actions. 73. Granting the hawkish general a degree of control over nuclear weapons thus marked a considerably greater willingness to risk nuclear war. The nuclear warheads transferred were intended to target military facilities and industrial centers on the Chinese mainland itself. 74. The JCS ordered immediate nuclear attacks against bases in northeast China if large numbers of new PVA troops entered the theater or if bombers were launched against American assets from the area. On the same day, AEC Chairman Gordon Dean began arrangements to transfer 9 Mk. 4 nuclear capsules to the Air Force's 9th Bomb Group, the group designated to carry nuclear weapons. JCS Chairman Omar Bradley meanwhile gained President Truman's approval for the transfer of Mk-4 bombs from AEC to military custody on April 6. The president then signed an order authorizing nuclear attacks against Chinese and North Korean targets, after which nuclear-armed 9th Bomb Group deployed to Guam. 75. Considering the low threshold required for the U.S. to conduct a nuclear attack, the possibility of nuclear war remained extremely high. That Chinese forces might have reinforced their front lines for attacks on U.S. and coalition forces from bases in China's northeast remained a significant possibility, and while it had no significant bomber assets at the time, China had begun to deploy limited numbers of fighters to the theater. There was no guarantee that Chinese forces would not have deployed more troops to the front when pressed onto the defensive as they were in March, the sole precondition for a nuclear attack. A nuclear holocaust in northeast China could well have taken place had the PVA leadership only adopted a different line of tactical decision-making. The PVA's caution to avoid escalation and its limited ability to support more battalions on the front line due to logistical constraints were key to ensuring that conditions for nuclear attack were not met, as were active measures taken by the Soviet Union to protect its new ally. The Soviet Air Force had introduced its own analog to the B-29, the Tu-4, 2 years prior, which was capable of delivering nuclear strikes to U.S. bases across Japan and Korea. With large numbers of Soviet assets including bombers stationed in China from 1950, the Chinese mainland was to some extent considered under Soviet protection, which significantly deterred the U.S. from launching nuclear attacks against its territory. This Soviet presence reportedly grew in early 1951 when the U.S. began to more seriously consider nuclear attacks on China. While direct Soviet intervention was not assured in the case of a limited nuclear strike, Moscow retained other means of escalation, including increasing material support for the PVA and KPA, providing logistical support with trucks and personnel carriers and the latest hardware such as the Tu-4 and Il-28 bombers, T-44 and T-54 battle tanks and Whiskey-class submarines. These systems were at the cutting edge of their time, and most were provided to Chinese and Korean forces shortly after the war's conclusion in 1953. They were never provided during the Korean War, likely in an attempt to avoid such escalation. Although MacArthur, the leading advocate of nuclear attacks, was dismissed as Supreme Commander on April 11, this hardly spelt an end to American nuclear threats. 17 days later, President Truman increased deployments of nuclear-configured bombers to East Asia and authorized reconnaissance flights over airfields in northeast China to obtain targeting data for potential strikes. 76. Using channels in Hong Kong to contact the Chinese leadership, U.S. envoys conveyed that MacArthur's dismissal did not mean that Washington had ruled out expanding the war into China or employing nuclear weapons. They emphasized America's ability to set Chinese economic development back many decades through use of weapons of mass destruction. 77. MacArthur's replacement, the Supreme Commander Matthew Ridgway, himself requested 38 nuclear warheads provided in May, although these were not approved. 2 months later, the JCS again considered the use of nuclear weapons in a tactical role and would do so again repeatedly before the war's conclusion. Leading nuclear scientists were dispatched to Korea to gauge the feasibility of tactical nuclear attacks. 78. In October, with effective means of deploying nuclear bombs tactically in Korea still elusive, the U.S. initiated Operation Hudson Harbor. The operation was intended to establish the capability to use nuclear weapons on the battlefield in the hopes that newer warheads would be able to accomplish what their more cumbersome predecessors could not. To test this, lone B-29 bombers were flown over northern Korea on simulated atomic bombing runs, dropping dummy bombs or heavy conventional bombs. The project called for actual functioning of all activities which would be involved in an atomic strike, including weapons assembly and testing and more. Findings confirmed that bombs were not technically useful in Korea. Timely identification of large masses of enemy troops was extremely rare, military reports from the operation concluded. With KPA and PVA forces operating in fluid and constantly changing formations, they were unsuitable targets for a weapon conceptualized to level enemy cities. 79. For the North Korean and Chinese leadership to see nuclear bombing simulated over their territory, never knowing which simulation was a dud and which may be the weapon that had so recently irradiated Hiroshima and Nagasaki, must have caused considerable trepidation. In Japan, the United States Army Air Force had also flown lone B-29 bombers over potential targets for nuclear strikes in the weeks leading up to the actual nuclear attacks, and 2 of these seemingly routine overflights had destroyed 2 cities, taking around 230,000 lives. 80. In the eyes of the North Koreans and Chinese, why would these simulated flights over Korea necessarily be any different? 81. Following the inauguration of President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1953, U.S. nuclear policy in Korea was put under review. At the outset of the war, Eisenhower, then a major general, had advised that employment of nuclear weapons should be considered, warning that a ground war would otherwise require general mobilization of the U.S. population. 82. 2 months into his administration, on March 27, the President and State Secretary John Foster Dulles agreed that somehow or other the taboo which surrounds the use of atomic weapons would have to be destroyed. Dulles stated that in the present state of world opinion, we could not use an A-bomb, we should make every effort now to dissipate this feeling. If public perceptions towards nuclear weapons were to soften, the United States could employ them to force a capitulation on American terms. The following year, the administration would consider employing nuclear weapons in Vietnam to aid French colonial forces besieged there. 83. Eisenhower stated in May that he thought it might be cheaper, dollar-wise, to use atomic weapons in Korea than to continue to use conventional weapons against the dugouts which honeycombed the hills along which the enemy forces were presently deployed. He hoped to thereby break the stalemate that had emerged around the 38th parallel, which had prevented U.S.-led coalition forces from further advancing into northern Korea. This would press the East Asian allies to make further unilateral concessions in the negotiating process. Nuclear threats were later extended under the Eisenhower administration to China and Chinese population centers. The president expressed with great emphasis the opinion that if the Chinese communists attacked us again, we should certainly respond by hitting them hard and wherever it would hurt most, including Peeping, an earlier romanization of Peking, today Beijing itself. The implication was that nuclear strikes were a possibility, and a key part of plans for what Eisenhower referred to as all-out war against Communist China. 84. While the U.S. was effectively deterred from initiating an all-out war against China, the viability of tactical nuclear strikes was repeatedly assessed and reassessed. The idea that the wonder weapon credited with ending the Second World War could not bring a theater victory in Korea was difficult to comprehend, but, based on multiple military reports concluding it had only limited tactical viability, this proved to be the case. 85. While the advent of bunker-buster tactical nuclear bombs heavily modified to penetrate deep underground would decades later make these nuclear warheads America's weapon of choice to neutralize fortifications, nuclear weapons of the Korean War era were ill-suited to such a role or to neutralizing troops on the open battlefield. 86. Biological warfare. As the U.S.-led coalition saw its position deteriorate from November 1950, despite the concentration of what was nearly America's entire active conventional force to the Korean front. 87. Evidence began to emerge that biological weapons were being deployed against Chinese and North Korean targets. This was at a time when the intensity of an already brutal firebombing campaign was escalating, dousing population centers across North Korea with napalm, and when deployment of nuclear weapons against the 2 non-nuclear East Asian states was being actively prepared for. 88. While weapons of mass destruction were well beyond the capabilities of China and North Korea to deploy at the time, with these states lacking even sufficient tanks or artillery, the United States, in its desperation to reverse its defeat, seemingly saw fit to target their populations with any practical means at its disposal. During the Sino-Japanese War, Japanese imperial forces had pursued an ambitious bacteriological warfare program, which included experimentation on live human subjects to gain valuable data for the weaponization of plague. 89. Following Tokyo's surrender, several prominent Japanese scientists involved in this program were given full immunity from prosecution by the United States, thwarting Soviet efforts to try them for war crimes. Soviet trials of those found to have experimented on live human subjects were dismissed as propaganda and ignored in the West, and it was only years later that the nature of the Japanese biological weapons program was revealed. 90. According to a British report, the U.S. military found the information provided by Japanese biological warfare scientists absolutely invaluable. It could never have been obtained in the United States because of scruples attached to experiments on humans, and the information was obtained fairly cheaply. 91. The scientists, many from the notorious Biological Weapons Unit 731, provided extensive technical information on biological warfare to American scientists from the Army Biological Research Center at Fort Detrick. Much of this information had been obtained through human experimentation. The U.S. used this as a basis to advance its own biological warfare program, and the details of this agreement with Japanese biological warfare scientists would only emerge in the 1980s as a result of the extensive research of journalist John W. Powell. 92. The use of biological weapons was among the most severe of the war crimes carried out by U.S. forces in Korea, with American aircraft dropping insects and feathers carrying anthrax, cholera, encephalitis and bubonic plague over the country and parts of northeastern China. Such operations were kept secret at the time, in part to avoid affecting public opinion both domestically and abroad due to the impact this particular form of warfare would have on the war effort's public image. The Chinese and North Koreans devoted much effort to publicizing their claim that the United States was conducting germ warfare against them, issuing statements asserting that quantities of bacteria and bacteria-laden insects were being dropped by U.S. aircraft. 93. They presented the testimonies of 38 captured American airmen who they claimed had flown the planes carrying these weapons. Many of these men went into precise and substantial details of the types of insects being carried, the types of containers dropped and the diseases used. The Chinese government published photographs of the germ bombs and the insects. 94. Amid Korean and Chinese allegations of biological weapons being used against their population centers, the World Peace Council established the International Scientific Commission for the Facts Concerning Bacterial Warfare in China and Korea in Oslo, Norway, on March 29, 1952. It was comprised of scientists from Sweden, France, Great Britain, Italy, Brazil, and the Soviet Union. After over 2 months of investigation in China, the commission produced a report comprising some 600 pages and many photos that concluded, the peoples of Korea and China have indeed been the objectives of bacteriological weapons. These have been employed by units of the USA Armed Forces, using a great variety of different methods for the purpose, some which seem to be developments of those applied by the Japanese during the Second World War. 95. Conclusions reached by the World Peace Council's International Commission were based on highly rigorous methodology, interrogation of Chinese and Korean witnesses, testing of material evidence, careful checks on the collected specimens, and elaborate statistical calculations. 4 of the investigators were renowned scientists at world-leading universities, 2 were laboratory directors and the other was Dr. Joseph Needham. Dr. Needham, a professor at Cambridge University, represented one of the most esteemed British scientists of his time, a Fellow of the Royal Society who would become a much-renowned Fellow of the British Academy and personally conferred the Companionship of Honour by Queen Elizabeth II and the only living person to hold all 3 titles. Except for a single professor from the Soviet Academy of Medicine, Drive N. Zhukov-Verzhnikov, all members of the commission were Westerners unlikely to hold biases supporting North Korea or China. No Chinese or Koreans were involved. Despite this, as the findings implicated the United States in severe crimes, the Commission was vilified and its conclusions were dismissed by the US and Britain. Those organizations and commissions which collected evidence of biological weapons use were dismissed as communist in order to discredit their investigations, allegations based on little more than that their findings implicated the US in waging germ warfare. 96. Those who were not with us or who were considered remotely critical of the American intervention were widely labeled with the communists, and international commissions carrying out scientific research, no matter how impartial, were no exception. Among the Commission's findings, it reported evidence of a swarm of voles being dropped on several villages in Kinnan, northeast China, on April 4, 1952, following the flight overhead of an American F-82 twin Mustang fighter. 717 rodents, many evidently sick, were found. Most of the rodents were buried deep underground by the frightened villagers. Plague bacilli were found on the few rodents which were not buried. Kinnan had never known plague in its recent history, and its appearance on the rodents was spontaneous and extremely difficult to explain unless introduced artificially. A telling detail was that all the voles without exception were adults of similar age, not a natural distribution of ages. The Commission concluded, there remains no doubt that a large number of voles suffering from plague were delivered to the district of Gannan during the night of 4 to 5 April, 1952 by an American F-82 double fuselage night fighter. 97. Imperial Japan's Unit 731 had themselves devised means of landing plague rats from planes in much the same way. In Liaodong and Liaxi, northeast China, the Commission found beetles, houseflies and feathers contaminated with anthrax had been artificially introduced after overflights by American aircraft. 98. 5 people, 4 of whom had been hunting for the insects, died of respiratory anthrax and hemorrhagic anthrax, exceedingly rare diseases in the area. Near Pyongyang, the Commission found evidence of cholera vibrio being artificially introduced, appearing in food dropped from the air on May 16, 1952, by a plane circling overhead. 99. The International Association of Democratic Lawyers sent an observer mission of experts to Korea in 1952 to investigate claims that the United States was guilty of genocide based on the framework of the Genocide Convention of 1948, and their commission released its own report that year based on its findings. The association is an international NGO which researches legal issues affecting human, political, and economic rights worldwide. It works as a consultative organization with the UN, UNESCO, UNICEF, and ECOSOC, and has headquarters in Brussels and Tokyo. Observers found overwhelming evidence implicating the United States in conducting biological warfare against North Korea and China. They carefully documented the types of insects which were being dropped from American planes and referred these to experts. The Commission made many notable discoveries, reporting in many cases special kinds of flies, fleas, spiders, beetles, bugs, crickets, mosquitoes and other insects were found, many of which were hitherto unknown in Korea. Insects were found in different cases far from human habitation, on snow, on the ice of rivers, on grass, and among stones. Considering the very low temperatures prevailing at the time, on average far below freezing, which normally prevent the appearance of insects, and also considering that the insects were often found in great quantities and even in mixed groups of clusters consisting of different varieties of insects which would normally never be found together, like flies and spiders, the appearance of these insects roused suspicion. The results of expert examination showed that great quantities of insects were infected. In many cases it was also found that the insects were carrying eggs, not a natural occurrence in such weather and at such a time of year. In the opinion of experts, it could be safely assumed that these insects were bred artificially. 100. The observers detailed finding half-rotten fish infected with cholera in large quantities near mountain settlements far from where such species would naturally be found. The report listed the bacteria found: Vibrio cholera, Pasteurella pestis, Ebertella typhosa, Bacillus paratyphi A and B, Rickettsia prowazekii, and Shigella dysenteriae. The Commission's findings were published in a 1952 report concluding that the United States was employing biological warfare in Korea and China, and that it had committed war crimes as well as crimes against humanity. The report stated, taking into account that the employment of bacteriological and chemical weapons over extensive areas of the country must constitute an attempt to destroy a whole people or part of a people, the Commission is of the opinion that the American forces are guilty of the crime of genocide as defined by the Genocide Convention of 1948. 101. While the United States denied charges of biological attacks, it was clear that the Chinese and North Koreans themselves believed that they had been targeted by biological weapons due to the great effort and expense they undertook to carry out a counteracting public health campaign despite the extreme scarcity of resources at the time. In March 1952 they had established 129 teams, over 20,000 people, and 66 quarantine zones. Nearly 5 million people in China's northeastern regions specifically were inoculated against plague. 102. Chinese authorities requested Soviet assistance for disease prevention and 4 antibacteriological warfare research centers were set up quickly on the Korean front. 5.8 million doses of vaccine and 200,000 gas masks were delivered, and the Chinese government initiated the Patriotic Health and Epidemic Prevention Campaign which directed citizens to kill flies, mosquitoes and fleas. 103. Journalist Tibor Murray attested to seeing the North Koreans carrying out an unprecedented campaign of public health in response to the reported biological attacks. 104. These measures are thought to have succeeded in preventing the outbreak of a large-scale epidemic, which had been the intention of the biological attacks. 105. Many Western experts who investigated claims of biological warfare against Chinese and Korean civilians went on to verify them, despite the often significant pressure from both state and non-state entities in their home countries not to do so. Dr. Gene Weldfish, an anthropologist at Columbia University, was fired for reaching the scientific but unpopular conclusion that the U.S. was engaged in biological warfare against the North Koreans and Chinese populations. 106. Dr. Joseph Needham stated he remained 97% convinced that the Chinese and North Korean charges that the United States was waging germ warfare against them were true. James Endicott, a Canadian peace activist, launched his own investigation and verified the Chinese and Korean charges of American biological attacks in his conclusion. He faced harassment from his government, as Canada was heavily involved in the war alongside the US, and had his papers seized at the airport. He was tailed by the Canadian Mounted Police and strongly criticized by his church, but despite this pressure stood by his claims. 107. Findings by impartial international scientists and investigators implicating the U.S. in biological warfare efforts have been supported by a number of other sources. U.S. personnel taken prisoner during the war confessed to participating in biological attacks. While testimonies given in custody were dismissed in the West, the assumption being that they had been extracted under coercion, after returning to the United States former prisoners persisted in making their claims publicly. These confessions could never be disproved and were backed up by independent scientific reviews. 108. The military's response to their soldiers' confessions was to claim that they had been brainwashed by the communists, an entirely unfounded theory intended to save the government and military's image. The term brainwashing was in fact coined in 1950 by Edward Hunter, an outspoken anti-communist and CIA agent who was working undercover as a journalist to discredit the testimonies of returning or captured U.S. personnel whose accounts contradicted Washington's narrative on the war. 109. The military personnel who detailed the use of biological weapons were notably associated with Fort Detrick in Maryland, a major biological warfare facility. The fact that those U.S. personnel accused of waging biological warfare later turned out to have come from a biological weapons facility would, if it were a coincidence as those who sought to refute China's claims asserted, be a remarkable and highly improbable one. 110. North Korea continues to display what it alleges are biological warfare agents, including preserved carrier rodents at Korean War-related museums such as the Sinkan Museum of American War Atrocities. The descriptions of the means by which the United States waged biological warfare against them are fully consistent with the reports of the international commissions. Based on other uses of biological and other unconventional weapons by the United States, including extensive evidence that such weapons were employed multiple times against Cuba in the 1960s. 111. Chinese and North Korean claims to have been subjected to biological warfare cannot be easily dismissed. Allegations of biological weapons use were supported by Professor Jacob G. Hornberger, founder and president of the Future of Freedom Foundation, who concluded, given that the U.S. military had just a few years before dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, why would they have any compunctions about bombing North Koreans with napalm and fleas with bubonic plague? Don't forget, after all, the mindset of the U.S. national security state. A commie is a commie and a gook is gook, no big deal to send any and all of them to the hereafter. 112. Hugh Dean, reporter and former coordinator of Information and Naval Intelligence Officer on General MacArthur's staff, extensively researched his country's waging of biological warfare in Korea, as well as its incorporation of Japanese war criminals into its own biological weapons program, and concluded on the matter. The charge that the U.S. was indeed guilty of germ warfare can hardly be dismissed on the grounds that Americans would not consider such criminality. That persuaded great numbers at the time, but since then evidence of ongoing American development of bacteriological warfare capabilities and the actual use of chemical weapons in Vietnam have come to light. Several American military high UPS, including General Charles E. Lokes of the Army Chemical Corps, on January 22, 1951, made statements unequivocally giving their support to resorting to germ warfare. 113. One notable more recent case of censorship of evidence regarding American use of biological weapons in Korea was the publishing of the book Unit 731, Japan's Secret Biological Warfare in World War II by British and American professors Peter Williams and David Wallace. The book was published in Britain in 1989, but American publishers refused to publish the book unless the 17th chapter was removed. 114. This chapter covered the legacy of Unit 731 in relation to the Korean War, giving substantial evidence of U.S. involvement in biological warfare against the Korean and Chinese populations. Prominent among the evidence was that collected by the International Scientific Commission for the Facts Concerning Bacterial Warfare in China and Korea, the evidence of which Wallace and Williams claimed was generally accepted today as being of high quality. 115. Canadian and American professors Stephen Endicott and Edward Hagerman conducted an exhaustive 20-year study into the issue of biological weapons attacks, and concluded with a high degree of certainty that the U.S. both experimented with and deployed biological weapons during the Korean War, and that the administration lied to both Congress and the public claiming that the American biological warfare program was purely defensive. The two were prominent experts in East Asian history and military affairs respectively, with the latter contributing to textbooks for the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College, the U.S. Air Force Academy, and the Air War College of the U.S. Air Force. Their work was published by Indiana University Press in 1998. 116. The details of American biological warfare operations were given, and Chinese allegations thoroughly analyzed, by researcher Dave Chaddock in his book This Must Be the Place, How the U.S. Waged Germ Warfare in the Korean War and Denied It Ever Since. It built on the earlier Endicott and Hagerman investigation, and provided evidence that former members of Japan's Unit 731 were deployed with their equipment to South Korea in 1951 to support biological warfare operations. Dr. Shiro Ishii and Dr. Masaji Kitano, second commander of Unit 731, were among those reportedly involved in these operations in Korea. 117. The fact that the world's leading superpower could be involved in deploying biological weapons against population centers was difficult for many to accept, and denial came naturally. Indeed, the tone used to refute Chinese claims was the same as that used to flatly deny the operations of CIA agents on Chinese territory in the same period, despite the CIA later declassifying information which fully verified Chinese claims. 118. Only an analysis of hard evidence could overcome inclinations to deny the uncomfortable truth of U.S. intentions towards China and North Korea and the means they were willing to employ against them. As George Wald, an expert from the Harvard Biological Laboratories and Nobel Prize winner, concluded after studying the evidence, as for the allegation that the U.S. used germ warfare in the Korean War, I can only say with some shame that what I dismissed as incredible then seems altogether credible to me now. 119. America's position as the world's dominant power and its formidable soft power made it extremely difficult to accuse it of committing such actions, despite strong evidence from a wide range of impartial and predominantly Western sources near unanimously supporting the allegations. Article 6 Clause B of the regulations set forth by the Nuremberg trials stated that the destruction of dams and dikes was considered a war crime, building on Article 23 of the Hague Convention, which, while not specifying dams, had outlawed unnecessary targeting of civilian infrastructure. 2. While there are no available statistics for the number of Koreans wounded, that the death toll was in the millions, and statistics from other conflicts where modern weapons such as incendiaries were used, injuries have consistently significantly outnumbered the number of deaths. Hundreds of thousands injured in a war where several million were killed is therefore an extremely conservative estimate, with the number of wounded exceeding the numbers killed. Several million is statistically more likely. 3. Pyongyang was forced to file a complaint to the United Nations over the air attacks on civilians, although inevitably this had no impact. 4. Some forms of nuclear contamination, such as that from depleted uranium, uranium-234 or uranium-235, can last for hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years due to the long half-life of these elements. Chapter 6 As if all Koreans were the enemy, American wartime conduct towards South Korean civilians. Although North Korea's population bore the brunt of the killings by the U.S.-led coalition, perpetrated through firebombings, massacres on the ground and the destruction of food supplies among other means, the nature of U.S. perceptions towards the Korean people as an Asiatic race and suspicions of widespread pro-DPRK and anti-Western sentiments among the ROK's population led to South Koreans being intentionally targeted on several of occasions. While its remarkable tolerance for collateral damage to South Korean civilians had devastating results, the U.S. military also adopted an official policy of targeting and killing ROK civilians shortly after the outbreak of hostilities. From the war's outset, while carrying out a constant retreat southwards, the U.S. Army carried out a brutal scorched earth policy against South Korean population centers, destroying the homes, crops, livestock, and other properties in which many families had lived for generations to deny them to the advancing North Koreans. This left millions destitute. Upon taking command of the 8th Army in December 1950, General Matthew Ridgway referred to this strategy, which by then had ravaged settlements across almost all of southern Korea over the past 6 months, as destruction for destruction's sake. 1. As later affirmed by General Curtis LeMay, we burned down just about every city in North Korea and South Korea both. 2. Ralph Bernatas, an American serviceman from F Company, recalled of the application of scorched in Korea, food whatever the hell they left nothing. I used to sit over at the farm at my fireplace, and I'd think, boy, in our country nothing like that could happen. Somebody come in here and tell me to move out, they're going to burn my house. These policies continued into the winter, and Koreans were left without food or shelter to face the country's harsh sub-freezing climate. 3. The national interest thus described American scorched earth tactics as having inflicted a tremendous death toll on the local population. 4. The South Korean city of Yongdong exemplified the application of the scorched earth policy. An Associated Press reporter observed, following the departure of the U.S. military, that what had for millennia been a major population center no longer exists as a city. It looks like Nagasaki after the atom bomb. Yongdong has probably been here for 4,000 years and never known such silence. 5. The United Press similarly reported from Wonju, a South Korean city destroyed by the retreating U.S. Army 2nd Division. Before the retreat, every house in Wonju was set afire, every bridge demolished, every morsel of food destroyed. Patrols were sent into the countryside to set fire to huts and haystacks. Then the artillery and aviation entered the picture. The London Times reported on the same incident that on January 15 alone, 22 villages and 300 haystacks were burned. 6. The American scorched earth policy bore a strong contrast to the conduct of the Korean People's Army and later the Chinese People's Volunteer Army, gaining the East Asian allies a far higher standing in the eyes of the Korean population, including those south of the 38th parallel. On November 16, 1950, the London Times published an article showing that the DPRK leadership rejected a scorched earth program, refraining on principle from burning or destroying the local population's housing, crops, or food supplies while retreating. Although it would have denied U.S.-led coalition forces valuable supplies, the North Koreans left the countryside almost untouched. A New York Times correspondent noted regarding the stark contrast that emerged. When the Koreans saw that the Communists had left their homes and schools standing in retreat while the United Nations troops, fighting with much more destructive tools, left only blackened spots where towns once stood, the Communists even in retreat chalked up moral victories. 7. The London Times report came to much the same conclusion. 8. This proved one of multiple cases where sharply contrasting conduct towards civilians indicated which of the warring parties had the best interests of the Korean people at heart. The devastation caused by the Scorched Earth campaign was very far from the full extent of American misconduct towards the South Korean population. The U.S. military was heavily complicit in the killings of over 200,000 South Korean political prisoners and their families by the Rhee government in the early days of the war, often observing and photographing the massacres. 9. American personnel on the ground also received direct orders to target fleeing civilians, leading to massacres of South Koreans across the country. While the nature of the Syngman Rhee government meant that no official investigation was permitted, and claims of massacres thus received negligible coverage until the Cold War's end, reports from the U.S. military itself and interviews with U.S. servicemen, South Korean survivors and other eyewitnesses provide key insight into the killings perpetrated. These eyewitness sources provide valuable accounts of the events which took place, giving insight into the mindsets of the perpetrators and impressions of the victims as only first-hand sources can. The view that Koreans as a people could not be trusted was highly prevalent throughout the U.S. military. This was partly due to the large number of South Korean soldiers who had either abandoned their positions or defected to the KPA in the war's early stages, the warm welcome the KPA received in many population centers. 10. And the known unpopularity of the Rhee government. 11. CIA intelligence reports showed that even in the South Korean capital, the stronghold of the Rhee government, most of the student population actively worked with the North Koreans and welcomed the arrival of the Korean People's Army. 12. The KPA was equally popular in the countryside, if not more so, with the rural population having endured great hardship under Uzamjeek and later under Rhee. The North Koreans, by contrast, according to the conservative London Times, were viewed as the leaders of agricultural and other reforms which had long been demanded. 13. Indeed, even those hardline anti-communist South Koreans who described the government in Pyongyang and its leader Kim Il-sung as detestable often saw DPRK rule as the lesser evil next to the criminality of the Rhee government. 14. Thus there was strong pretext on which to doubt the people's loyalty or affinity to the United States, Rhee, and the order they represented. Award-winning special correspondent for the Associated Press Charles Hanley noted regarding the reasons for widespread South Korean support of the KPA, many South Koreans were simply disgusted with the corrupt, autocratic years. That opposition deepened with the bloodbath of executions carried out by the retreating government through the summer, when military police and other agents shot thousands of leftist political prisoners and dumped their bodies in mass graves outside Daejeon and Daegu and elsewhere in the south. He noted that the restoring of people's committees, which had enjoyed widespread support until their forcible abolishment under U.S. military rule, as well as the promotion of women's organizations and redistribution of land, all served to make the KPA highly popular. 15. The contrasting brutality of the U.S. and ROK forces only exacerbated this. According to the accounts of South Korean villagers given years later, the KPA were highly respectful towards the southern population. Villagers interviewed particularly emphasized the North Koreans' respect for local women, which bore a stark contrast to Western soldiers who had committed widespread rapes. 16. The RE government, like the Americans, was well aware of the alienation of its own population, and after regaining control of South Korean territory it quickly arranged mass executions of suspected KPA sympathizers. According to the former U.S. diplomat Gregory Henderson, by November 1950, 16,115 suspects had been arrested and over 500 condemned to death, often after summary trial. Additional tens of thousands, probably over 100,000 were killed without any trial whatsoever when ROK soldiers and the Counterintelligence Corps recaptured areas of leftist repute. 17. In towns and villages known to hold pro-North Korean sympathies, brutal massacres by RE's forces were the norm. An assessment of military records sheds light on the orders given to American units to massacre South Korean civilians from the earliest days of the war, although not all reports from this time have been made available. Groups of Korean refugees displaced by the Scorched Earth campaign, and at times by American bombing raids on their homes, were particularly prominent targets. An example of such orders to kill refugees came on July 25, 1950, when the U.S. 5th Air Force Advanced Headquarters reported, "The Army has requested that we strafe all civilian parties that are approaching our positions. To date we have complied with the Army request." 18. The following day the 25th Infantry Division reported, General William B. Keane directed that all civilians moving around in the combat zone will be considered as unfriendly and shot. It later became increasingly clear that what was considered the combat zone was far from limited to the front lines of conflict. 19. One of the most notorious massacres of South Korean civilians was that at the village of No-Gun Ri. Survivor Soo Jong-gap recalled in an interview, "The Americans forced us out of our village. We didn't know anything, so we just followed them because they said they would take us to safety. The civilians were forced onto a railway line overlooked by the 7th Cavalry's main positions." Soo Jong-gap recalled, "I was at the head of a long line of people. I could see the American soldiers standing with rifles, trying to keep us on the tracks. They seemed to make sure that we couldn't move at all. Troops then withdrew and left the refugees on the railway line. Just after 1 o'clock I could see a reconnaissance plane circling above us. Then the Americans seemed to talk to each other on the radio. Planes from the U.S. Air Force appeared overhead, and then they dropped bombs on the contained group of people." Survivor Cho Soo-jaek recalled of the same event, "I crawled out from under my mother and climbed on top of her. I shouted 'Mum, Mum,' but she was dead. When I stroked her head with my hand, I found my hand sliding inside. I didn't know what hit my mother, but the back of her head was blown off." 20. One South Korean survivor, Yang Ha-chan, recalled when interviewed, "American soldiers broke into our house with rifles and bayonets. They didn't even take off their boots. They searched inside the house with a torch, found us and ordered us out. I was young and scared. I hid behind my mother and father clinging to them. My father said the Americans had come to evacuate us, and we should pack up and leave our home. He and his family too, along with those of Su and Cho, were intentionally targeted by American soldiers and aircraft. Chan then recalled, after the strafing and bombing everything went quiet. Then I saw the American soldiers reappear. They started checking through the dead and the living, poking the bodies lying on the railway line with their bayonets. Those who were still alive were forced to get up at gunpoint. The Americans herded us further down the railroad tracks, so those of us who survived the bombing were made to move on again. Many of the survivors of the bombing were badly wounded, but they were all herded on towards the village of No Gun Ri, directly beneath the guns of the 2nd Battalion of the 7th Cavalry. They were then exterminated by small arms fire. 21. Joe Jackman from the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry 2nd Battalion recalled of the targeting of civilians near No Gun Ri that, in regard to the Korean civilians, he and his unit were ordered to kill them all. Then of course there was a lieutenant who was screaming like a madman, fire on everything, kill them all. There was a hell of a lot of fire going. Hell of a lot of shooting. A hell of a lot of shooting. Because I know the infantrymen, we used to carry 10 to 15 bandoliers of ammunition, and even help machine gunners carrying ammunition. There was a hell of a lot of expenditure of ammunition. Regarding the nature of the targets, Jackman recalled, kids, there was kids out there. It didn't matter what it was. 8 to 80, blind, crippled or crazy, the U.S. personnel shot them. It just seemed like all Koreans were the enemy. 22. George Early of the 7th Cavalry's Heavy Mortar Company recalled being given the order to massacre Korean refugees. A lot of refugees came down the road in a group. It was 50, 60, 70 people. So I ran up the road there by the railroad tracks to Captain Johnson and told him. He said, go down, take the machine gun, shoot those people and we'll pull out. I said we can't kill all these people, and he pulled out his handgun, a .45, and pointed it at my head and he said, I said kill them, said you're disobeying a direct order in combat. He says I will kill you myself. He said go back there and kill those people. I said yes sir. 23. Hundreds of survivors of the first round of shooting at No Gun Ri ran into railway tunnels seeking shelter. They remained there under fire for the next 3 days. Survivor Yang Hachan recalled, the floor inside the tunnel was a mix of gravel of sand. People clawed with their bare hands to make holes to hide in. Other people piled up the dead like a barricade and hid behind the bodies as a shield against the bullets. George Early of the 7th Cavalry's Heavy Mortar Company recalled the situation as follows, everybody just ceased moving. No one was moving over there. They either were dead, or so seriously wounded they couldn't move, or if they were alive they weren't moving. Because if they move they know they're gonna be fired at some more. 24. Early later recalled, I remember seeing this woman on her hands and knees. She was crawling. You could just see the bullets bouncing around her. She kept crawling. And finally I guess she was just hit. And that was it. And she just stopped, just like that. Just like she was hanging on the side of this hill with her fingers. Buddy Wenzel, another serviceman from the 7th Cavalry, also testified to his role in the No Gun Ri massacre. Wenzel, recalling the orders he received, stated, word came through the line, open fire on them. They were running toward us and we opened fire. We understood that we were fighting for these people, but we had orders to fire on them and we did. 25. A Korean survivor at No Gun Ri recalled the desperation of the victims. A baby boy's mother was killed during the strafing on the rail track. The father managed to get the baby to the tunnels, but the boy was hungry and frightened. He cried and cried. And the American troops fired their guns into the tunnels whenever the boy cried. The bullets fired in the direction of the crying. People screamed that more would be shot if the baby kept crying. The father didn't know what to do. He might have thought the baby would die anyway, but he decided to silence it in order to save the others. He took the boy to the back of the tunnel and pushed him face down into a pool of water. I watched him doing that and thought, what could be more tragic than this? Yang Hachen recalled of the incident, I clung to my mother and, despite her pain and injuries, she hugged me tightly. I cried like mad. I was so scared of the dead bodies piled up inside the tunnels. I still have vivid memories of people crying and moaning because of the shooting. There were so many cries in the tunnel. I can still see bodies writhing in agony. 26. Koreans who strayed outside the tunnel to collect food or drink stream water were shot. One survivor, Koo Hun, recalled, it looked like the Americans were shooting us out of boredom. 27. While many of the Korean survivors presented their cases against the United States military, the Pentagon dismissed all such allegations as impossible and claimed the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry was not in the area where the massacre took place. It was only after a private investigation was launched into the allegations 49 years later that they could be proven. The investigators, an Associated Press reporting team, mapped the movements of U.S. forces and analyzed documents from high-ranking officers which elaborated on the policy of engaging Korean civilians as enemy targets. The final report was difficult for many Americans and South Koreans to comprehend, as such conduct was wholly at odds with common portrayals of the Americans intervening as benevolent protectors of Korean freedom. The Pentagon amended its position in response to the evidence presented, reporting the deaths as unfortunate tragedies inherent to war, but did not take responsibility for the actions of U.S. forces. They claimed no orders were given to target Korean civilians, despite substantial evidence to the contrary, including claims made by soldiers who participated in the massacre. The Pentagon declined to be interviewed on the matter when presented with evidence by investigators. 28. According to the investigators, there were orders for American aircraft to strafe refugees, but this evidence was omitted from the Pentagon's report, which claimed that the strafing of civilians by the Air Force was not deliberate. Other evidence, however, such as a memo written the day before the events at No Gun Ri by 5th Air Force Operations Chief Colonel Turner Rogers, strongly indicates that the Air Force had orders to target civilians and supports the claims of investigators against those of the Pentagon. The memo states, the Army has requested we strafe all civilian refugee parties that are noted approaching our positions. To date, we have complied with the Army request in this respect. 29. American and South Korean eyewitness reports strongly support the investigators' claim that organized strafing took place. Korean War veteran, former U.S. Congressman and Pentagon advisor Pete McCloskey confirmed that the U.S. pilots had orders to target South Korean civilians. He stated that American fighters did have orders to strafe people in white, a term for Korean civilians, who traditionally wore white approaching their position. At the Valley Forge aircraft carrier, they unearthed a log that the Navy pilots were told to shoot any group of 8 or 10 civilians approaching the Army position. I don't think there is any question that the strafing occurred under orders. There was no question that that was the order the Air Force was obeying from the Army: strafe the refugees. 30. Associated Press correspondent Charles Hanley, who was heavily involved in the No Gun Ri investigation, indicated that there was a cover-up by the U.S. military during the investigation to prevent the orders to target civilians from being publicized. The log for the 7th Cavalry, which contained a record of the orders they were given, including any orders to target civilians, inexplicably disappeared from the Pentagon's archives during the investigation. The military had, according to Hanley, suppressed vital documents and testimony, as it strove to exonerate itself of culpability and liability, highlighting glaring irregularities in the official narrative the Pentagon put forward. 31. He stated regarding this, "What is extremely important to realize is that the single critical document that would have carried the orders to shoot the refugees at No Gun Ri, the 7th Cavalry Regiment log, is missing inexplicably. And not only is it missing, but the Pentagon report does not disclose the fact that it is missing. And yet this report declared that there were no orders at No Gun Ri, declared that flatly, although it does not have the document that would prove that one way or the other. 32. If the Pentagon admitted to having ordered its soldiers to kill hundreds of South Korean civilians at No Gun Ri, or many thousands more across the country in similar incidents, it would seriously challenge the image of the United States as a protector of the Korean people. America's primary pretext for retaining a sizable and indefinite military presence on the peninsula would thus be undermined. While orders were recorded in the communications logs of each division and the log of the 8th Cavalry and others were all available, only the 7th Cavalry communications log, which based on the testimonies of witnesses from both sides would have been the most incriminating source of evidence, had disappeared. 33. Based on these highly suspicious circumstances, it is likely that the information logged in the 7th Cavalry communications record held evidence the Pentagon preferred to keep away from the public and the investigators. George Preece, a career soldier who was present during the massacre, concluded regarding the disappearance of the log, it must have been covered up. 34. Charles Hanley commented on the threat information on the widespread massacres posed to the image of the U.S. military. This is a Pandora's box for the U.S. government. It does seem that a decision was made that they had to close the door on No Gun Ri in order to close the door on God knows how many other cases. Despite the orders tying directly to No Gun Ri being absent, at least 14 other documents from high-ranking officers in the first months of the war point to a widespread policy of treating South Korean refugees as enemy targets. These include orders such as, shoot all refugees coming across the river, refugees will be considered enemy and dispersed by all available fire including artillery, and all refugees are fair game among others. 35. In the mid-2000s, 6 years after the Associated Press investigation, a letter from U.S. Ambassador John Mucho to the U.S. State Department emerged from archives and further confirmed that killing refugees was official U.S. policy, leading survivors to demand the investigation be reopened but to no avail. 36. Pete McCloskey commented on the U.S. approach to allegations of war crimes. The American government, the Pentagon, don't want the truth to come out if it will embarrass the government. I think it is almost a rule of political science. It is a law. The government will always lie about embarrassing matters. I think the Army just chose to try to downplay the terrible character of Army leadership in 1950. 37. On the day the first Associated Press report of the No Gun Ri massacre was published, it was discovered that the South Korean government had recently plastered over the bullet holes where refugees had hidden from the U.S. 7th Cavalry over 40 years before. This fueled allegations by survivors of a cover-up. 38. The U.S. government for its part announced that it would not investigate any more reported incidents of attacks on civilians, despite many similar cases being brought forward by South Korean survivors. The No Gun Ri massacre was hardly a unique incident, but it gained unique publicity because of the professional and well-publicized investigation which addressed it. Much like My Lai in the Vietnam War, the single most well-known massacre was remarkable only because it happened to be investigated and its details publicized, not because such occurrences were not commonplace. 39. The targeting of civilians at No Gun Ri did not take place on the initiative of American soldiers themselves, but rather was ordered by the military's command, with similar orders being given to ground and air units operating across the country as part of a general policy. The investigators who covered No Gun Ri did not attempt to prove any other incidents of the massacre of civilians, although similar claims by survivors of other massacres have been extremely common. The consistency of the accounts of the American perpetrators with those of the Korean survivors diminishes considerably the possibility of fabrication at No Gun Ri and other massacre sites. The lack of any incentive to fabricate atrocities, and the pressure not to testify at all due to the serious risks involved on the Korean side. 40. Mean survivor-reported massacres are generally likely to be true. Criticism of the U.S. military was strictly forbidden by ROC governments for decades, as Seoul gained much of its legitimacy from supposedly defending the Korean people from the evils of communism with American backing. This narrative rested heavily on covering up the reality of U.S. conduct towards the population and on demonizing North Korea to make America appear the lesser evil. As one no-gun RI survivor, Ian Yong, recalled, "We couldn't say publicly that the Americans committed such things during the war. The United States was such a powerful country. Speaking against the Americans was tantamount to calling yourself a communist." 41. Suspected communists were known to be disappeared, shot and buried in mass graves, a fate which awaited suspected dissenters. With testifying against the U.S. military itself extremely dangerous, atrocity fabrication by survivors remains highly unlikely. Further supporting the claims of both the survivors and the U.S. soldiers, journalists accompanying North Korean forces, who arrived at No-Gun RI in the wake of the American retreat, reported finding indescribably gruesome scenes there. North Korean journalist Chun Wook reported, "Shrubs and weeds in the area and a creek running through the tunnels were drenched in blood and the area was covered with 2 or 3 layers of bodies. About 400 bodies of old and young people and children covered the scene so that it was difficult to walk around without stepping on corpses." 42. With chances of coordination between the North Korean journalists, South Korean refugees and American soldiers in their testimonies negligible to non-existent, it is highly likely that the stories of all three match one another because all were reporting the truth as they saw it. The Pentagon elected not to pay compensation to the victims of No-Gun RI, nor to issue an apology or cooperate with any further investigations. 43. The emergence of further evidence of orders to kill refugees in the early 2000s led then Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice to cable the U.S. Embassy in Seoul, outlining that South Koreans would not be offered an explanation allowing for further obfuscation in accordance with American interests. 44. The U.S. faced the prospect of setting a precedent which would allow the victims of numerous massacres throughout the country to similarly make claims against the U.S. military. Worse still, victims of hundreds of alleged massacres in North Korea, former South Vietnam and other countries could begin to openly testify as well. David Straub, the political chief at the U.S. Embassy in Seoul during the No-Gun RI investigation, noted that meeting survivors' demands would have set an undesirable precedent for similar cases. 45. Given the considerable quantities of firepower brought to bear and the scarcity of survivors, it is highly likely that many other incidents of massacres were never reported because they left no survivors. The South Korean authorities have logged reports of 61 separate massacres of civilians carried out by U.S. forces, including the naval shelling of refugees at the port of Pohang in September 1950 and killings of families sheltering in a shrine at Kokon Ri. 46. These did not include the massive and indiscriminate air attacks and saturation napalm attacks on southern population centers with a suspected North Korean presence which were extremely common. South Korean survivors, in interviews with foreign investigators many decades later, recalled multiple grotesque scenes of carnage. 47. Oh-Won Rock, president of a South Korean association of 80 groups of massacre survivors, indicated in 2010 that the investigations had so far revealed very little of the full extent of the massacres, further noting that the ROK government had gone to considerable lengths to bury information on the massacres. 48. A week after the No-Gun Ri massacre, the U.S. 1st Cavalry is reported to have carried out a massacre at the Noktong River. The unit had just retreated across the river via the bridge, and thousands of refugees were massed on the other side eager to cross. General Hobart Gay ordered the demolition of the bridge which, according to his own memoirs, went down with hundreds of refugees still on it. The advancing North Korean forces, which had forced the U.S. 1st Cavalry's retreat, would not reach the river for another 4 days, and the decision to kill the refugees was thus in no way prompted by urgency. A second bridge elsewhere on the front was also blown up on the same day by the 14th Combat Engineers as refugees were running across it. The engineers only noted, results excellent, failing to mention the civilians they had just killed. 49. Cut off with the bridges blown, South Korean civilians waded across the river. A survivor, Kim Jin-suk, recalled, "When we were halfway across the river, what looked like American soldiers began shooting at us. First my father, who was in front, was shot. Then my brother was hit. I hid behind our cow, holding its tail. As the shooting became heavier, I saw piles of dead bodies floating down the river like straw." 50. Kim later identified that they were American soldiers which had fired on him, and he recalled that his father and many others died soon afterwards. Private Leon L. Dennis reported of the Korean civilians targeted, "They were average folks, ladies, children, and old men, carrying their baggage on their heads." 51. Cho Kun-jae, another refugee, similarly reported U.S. troops firing on refugees crossing the river and the resulting carnage. Cho survived and fled to her hometown, No Gun Ri, where a more terrible sight awaited her. 52. Melvin Durham, a U.S. Army serviceman of F Company, recalled the orders to fire on civilians to prevent them from crossing the river. "We was holding that railroad bridge to keep them from coming across that. But those people, there was women, children, old people, we had to eliminate them. Our orders was to start opening fire, and when we did, there wasn't nothing standing but a couple of cows. We fired for about an hour and a half." 53. The 8th Cavalry too were ordered by their commander, Colonel Raymond D. Palmer, on August 9, to shoot all refugees coming across the river. These stranded Koreans carried with them a sign stating, "Americans, we are not communists," unaware that U.S. commanders were under no such impressions and knowingly gave the orders to target ordinary civilians. Whether they were communist or not was irrelevant, all Korean people in the area were targets. U.S. Air Force P-51 fighters proceeded to straf the Korean refugees on the far side of the river, even those who did not attempt to cross. 54. It seemed that nowhere in their own country were South Koreans safe from American attacks, and after the Americans burned down their homes, refugees were targeted even in their places of hiding. On August 11, 1950, refugees sheltering in a Confucian shrine were massacred by U.S. forces of the 25th Infantry Division. Survivors recall that 80 were killed. A few days later, thousands of South Korean civilians took refuge from a battle on a sheltered beach, where they remained for days in apparent safety. While they seemed to have escaped the U.S. Army, they were in full view of U.S. Navy warships stationed off the coast. In the morning hours of September 1, 1950, the warships suddenly opened fire on the civilians. This was done completely without warning, and there were no North Korean units nearby. The U.S. Navy was found in an investigation conducted by the ROK's Truth and Reconciliation Commission decades later to have knowingly targeted refugees sheltering on the shoreline at Pohang. 55. Pak Kae-san, a survivor, recalled, "Of all the terrible images I remember the most, it is the moment my sister's head was blown off and my mother lost one of her breasts. These two images have haunted me for my entire life. A little baby from our family was also killed. But how could I possibly forget seeing my sister's head being blown off in front of my own eyes?" 56. As the U.S. military was pressed into a second major retreat following China's entry into the war, ending prospects of a conclusive home-by-Christmas offensive, resentment towards Koreans as an East Asian race grew. This had significant repercussions for treatment of South Korean civilians. Professor Callum MacDonald, a British Korea expert, noted that following the routing of the U.S. 8th Army, American soldiers engaged in looting, rape and assaults on civilians. The Gooks were resented and blamed for the rout beyond the Chongchon. This combined with the policy of burning houses, killing livestock, and destroying rice supplies as part of the American scorched earth policy imposed on Korea provoked a reign of terror which left South Korean civilians in the army's path desperate and often destitute. 57. U.S. forces had also closely collaborated with South Korean military units in carrying out mass killings among the civilian population. After the ROK's capital was handed over to re-government forces, Time magazine reported, since the liberation of Seoul last December, South Korean firing squads have been busy liquidating enemies of the state. With savage indifference, the military executioners shoot men, women, and children. 58. Similar massacres were reported across the country. Americans too gathered several hundred politically suspect Korean women and held them by force in a warehouse. There they were forced to satisfy the sexual needs of the American personnel. Sexual slavery. 59. Orders for American units to target South Korean civilians were not exclusively given in the opening stages of the war. On January 3, 1951, the 8th Army Headquarters instructed, "You have complete authority in your zone to stop all civilian traffic. Responsibility to place fire on them to include bombing rests with you." 60. Strafing of South Korean civilians continued to be a widespread practice of the U.S. Air Force. Although strict censorship prevented him from reporting it, Associated Press correspondent Stan Swinton wrote in a letter to his parents on January 30, 1951. "The most horrifying part of this last advance has been the hundreds of refugees killed by our strafing. The children weren't hit, they just tumbled off their mother's back and froze to death on the roadside. Do not the enemies we make among the civilian population counterbalance and more than counterbalance the damage we do to the Reds?" 61. Other reports of the strafing of civilians were common. A 4-plane mission flying near Daejeon, for example, reported strafing fishing boats when military targets could not be found. Much like the North Koreans, South Korean civilians in areas occupied by northern soldiers adapted to hiding in the daytime and cultivating their rice fields only at night to avoid being targeted by American planes, who regularly gunned civilians down in their fields on both sides of the 38th parallel. South Korean civilians recalled after the war ended that North Korean soldiers had warned them not to go out in the daytime and advised them how best to avoid being targeted by American aircraft. 62. In January 1951, South Korean refugees were still being targeted by the U.S. Air Force, even those as far from the battlefront as several miles south of Seoul. Air Force planes were known to target refugees with incendiaries without provocation, killing hundreds at a time. 5th Air Force Operations Chief Colonel Turner Rogers had previously recommended that the Army should shoot the refugees themselves rather than rely on the Air Force to do it for them. This recommendation was not heeded, and even years after the war, when the U.S. Army War College conducted a study on the lessons learned in Korea on handling refugees, they concluded, strafing fire from low-flying aircraft is very effective in clearing a road. 63. The extensive study by the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, previously mentioned in Chapter 5, found that massacres of refugees by the U.S. military occurred across both North and South Korea. They noted that these massacres occurred primarily in 2 periods as follows. A. When the American troops were advancing northwards in September and October 1950, large number of refugees fleeing northwards were cut off by the advancing troops, particularly in the areas of Sinkan and Anak. These refugees were clearly distinguishable as refugees, whole families including women and children. The men wearing traditional Korean white clothes, and the women long skirts in color, who were not at the time intermingled with troops of the Korean People's Army. It was these groups which were systematically exterminated. B. When the American troops retreated in November, December 1950, it is established that large numbers of the inhabitants of the major cities were induced by leaflets and threats to believe that the atom bombs would be dropped and that they should move south with the American troops. These refugees were deliberately exterminated in their thousands by American forces. 64. Although North Korean and Chinese sources witnessed several similar massacres, their accounts were inevitably dismissed. Western and international reports did tell very similar stories, however. New York Times correspondent Charles Grutzner, citing U.S. military sources, reported the slaughter of hundreds of South Korean civilians, women as well as men, by some U.S. troops and police of the Republic. 65. An article in the American Newark Star Ledger in July 1950 stated, "It's not the time to be a Korean, for the Yankees are shooting them all." This corroborated several other Western sources which reported indiscriminate killings of Koreans, Northern and Southern, by U.S. forces. Pak Chan-hyun, a South Korean lawmaker, found during an investigation in the 1960s that an estimated 10,000 had been executed in Pusan. American Air Force intelligence officer Donald Nichols attested in his 1981 memoir to witnessing an unforgettable massacre of approximately 1,800 at Suwon during the war. 66. British author Elizabeth Comer had accompanied American forces in the early stages of the war and observed their conduct towards the South Korean population, which included indiscriminate targeting of civilians on a massive scale. She wrote in her diary on July 14, 1950, regarding U.S. forces in Korea, "They think every Korean is an enemy, firing at, and sometimes killing refugees." 2 weeks later she described a more serious situation, writing of the U.S. military, "Day after day with their aircraft the Americans are laying waste towns and cities, killing 50 civilians for every 1 soldier." 67. Alongside orders to directly target South Korean civilians, the U.S. military's tolerance of extreme collateral damage to achieve highly limited military objectives proved devastating. A prominent example was the bombing of Seoul's Yongsan district on July 16, 1950, targeted indiscriminately by U.S. bombers when under North Korean control. The attack killed 1,587 South Korean civilians, but was considered a military necessity to slow down the KPA. 68. This attack differed from massacres such as No Gun Ri, as the bombing of Yongsan represented a willingness to kill South Koreans to achieve military objectives against the North, whereas the massacres targeted civilians for no tactical or strategic benefit. While the attack on Yongsan, much like the Scorched Earth campaign, showed a willingness to impose terrible death and destruction on the South Korean population in order to achieve limited objectives against the North, the massacres took this further, indicating a prevailing sense of enmity towards the Koreans as a race. As the U.S. serviceman Joe Jackman said, "It just seemed like all Koreans were the enemy." 69. While targeting civilians for strategic benefit, as the U.S. Air Force did at Yongsan, is a severe war crime, even the need for strategic gain could not explain the widespread and extremely brutal massacres of civilians under wholly different circumstances. American conduct, far from being an inevitable part of the nature of war, bears a strong contrast to that of the Chinese and Koreans. They were fighting an army of barbarians and the most primitive of peoples, in the words of the New York Times esteemed military editor Hanson Baldwin. 70. The prevailing American attitude towards the South Korean people can be effectively summarized by a quote from the lauded fighter pilot Ensign David Tatum: "I figured if we had to kill 10 civilians to kill 1 soldier who might later shoot at us, we were justified." His statement was published in Time magazine on January 1, 1951, the edition which awarded the American fighting man with the Man of the Year award for their conduct in Korea, in which stories from such supposedly exemplary personnel were published. Chinese military personnel, by contrast, were not only strictly forbidden from any forms of vandalism or destruction of Korean property, they were also given the following instructions by Chairman Mao Zedong upon entering the war. The Chinese comrades must consider Korea's cause as their own, and the commanders and fighters must be instructed to cherish every hill, every river, every tree, and every blade of grass in Korea, and take not a single needle or a single thread from the Korean people, just the way we feel about our own country and treat our own people. This is the political basis for winning victory. So long as we act this way, final victory will be assured. 71. Just as the good conduct of the PLA towards China's rural population had been instrumental in winning the Chinese Civil War and gaining mass public support against the Western-backed Kuomintang. 72. So too was this prioritized in the Korean theater. 73. New York Times reporter George Barrett noted the stark contrast between the Korean population's perception of Chinese forces compared to those of the United States and other Western nations as a result of their vast discrepancy in their conduct. He wrote that widespread and regular rapes committed by U.S. and Canadian forces have created a deep animosity among large sections of the Korean populace. The Koreans noted in particular that Western soldiers could commit crimes including brutal rapes and killings against civilians with impunity and without reprimand by their superiors. By contrast, Barrett noted, the Chinese military have impressed many Koreans with the discipline of their troops. Many residents of Seoul seem to go out of their way to tell about the good Chinese behavior, and especially about executions of 2 rapists the Chinese are said to have held. 74. One critical difference between Chinese and Western forces intervening in Korea was that there was no institutional bigotry towards the Korean people in the Chinese military. Racial contempt towards East Asian peoples, communist or otherwise, was prevalent at the highest levels of the U.S. military and UN command, allowing its soldiers to conduct themselves as conquerors and brutalize those under their power. The war was consistently portrayed in Western reporting as a struggle for Western civilization against an Asiatic menace, with wide-ranging reports from American missionaries to the New York Times to General MacArthur himself all portraying the Koreans as fanatical, drone-like, barbaric, and above all as subhuman inferiors. 75. This closely reflected portrayals within the U.S. military and by American media of the war with Imperial Japan shortly before as a racial war in all but name against an adversary considered racially and irredeemably evil. 76. Which had led to severe and brutal war crimes against both Japanese civilians and soldiers directly resulting from their subhuman status in the eyes of Western personnel. In both cases, the entire population was targeted for demonization on racial and cultural grounds, rather singling out the leadership or ideology as had been the case with ethnically European adversaries such as Nazi Germany. 77. As a joint study published by members of America's National Defense Intelligence College and the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, among others, concluded, American conduct towards Japan had been influenced significantly by their enemy's East Asian ethnicity seen as a threat to Western values and the West's global primacy in a way European adversaries never were. They wrote, conflict in Asia differed greatly from that in Europe, for Japan was considered to be a racial menace as well as a cultural and religious one. If Japan proved victorious in the Pacific, there would be perpetual war between the Oriental ideas and the Occidental. At the time, the conflict was perceived as a clash of civilizations. 78. Beginning less than 5 years after Tokyo's surrender, the Korean War exhibited many of the same Western perceptions of Asian adversaries, influencing their conduct towards civilians on both sides of the 38th parallel. In contrast to the Western powers, the Chinese military not only lacked a resentment of the Korean race and people, but also punished any transgressions against them severely. It is notable that Chinese forces left North Korea 5 years after the end of the war in 1958, after supporting reconstruction efforts, and have never returned to date. 79. Chinese influence over North Korea's internal politics remained negligible to non-existent. The United States military by contrast has maintained tens of thousands of personnel in South Korea to this day and continues to maintain wartime operational command over the South Korean military. 80. As well as an extensive influence over domestic political affairs and foreign policy. 81. The distinction between the way the intervening powers treated the two Koreas, one as a lesser client state and the other as an ally and equal partner, was thus clear both during and after the war. Chapter 7. An indelible impression. Western conduct towards North Korean civilians and prisoners of war crimes on the ground. War crimes perpetrated by the United States in Korea were not restricted to the aforementioned firebombing of population centers, dive bombing of hospitals or strafing of farmers. While widespread massacres of civilians were carried out in South Korea under orders, conduct towards the population in North Korea was predictably considerably worse. 3 months of near-continuous American defeats at the hands of a scantily armed peasant army a fraction of its size and the heavy casualties which ensued in this period meant that there was a strong element of retribution towards the East Asian nation and its population influencing U.S. conduct towards the North Koreans. What thus ensued in the brief American military occupation of Northern Korea were atrocities with few parallels in modern history. Reports from multiple sources consistently show U.S. personnel on the ground committing widespread rapes and extreme sexual violence against Korean women and girls, brutalization of the general population, and destruction and deliberate targeting of Korean cultural and religious heritage. The vast majority of primary sources on the events that took place in Northern Korea are from the Chinese People's Volunteer Army and the North Koreans themselves. There were, however, non-aligned international commissions sent to observe and investigate claims of war crimes being carried out by U.S. forces, as well as some foreign journalists who reported from the North. It is these international sources which can be better relied on to more impartially give an account of American and coalition conduct in North Korea. The Women's International Democratic Federation, WIDF, an international women's rights organization founded in Paris in 1945, sent a commission to Korea during the war. The federation was considered the most influential women's organization of the post-war era. 1. And was a consultant to the United Nations Economic and Social Council. The WIDF issued a report after observing Western and ROC conduct towards the DPRK's population in their brief occupation of the country from October 1950. The report stated, in the period of occupation, hundreds of thousands of civilians, entire families, from old men to little children, have been tortured, beaten to death, burned and buried alive. Thousands of others have perished from hunger and cold in overcrowded prisons in which they were thrown without charges being leveled against them, without investigation, trial or sentence. These mass tortures and mass murders surpass the crimes committed by Hitler's Nazis in temporarily occupied Europe. 2. The WIDF Commission reported that brutal sexual crimes had been widely committed by U.S. and other coalition forces. It stated regarding Pyongyang, the Americans made the opera and the remains of the adjoining house into an army brothel. To this brothel they took by force women and young girls caught in the streets. As she, a young girl interviewed, feared a similar fate, she didn't leave her dugout for 40 days. The report continued. The husband of her friend, R.I. San-sen, was beaten up by Americans because he hid his wife from them. An inhabitant of Pyongyang confirmed this statement. Many other residents of Pyongyang recounted the atrocities by Americans. Kim Sun-ok, 37, the mother of 4 children who had been killed by a bomb, stated that she was evacuated in the village by the Americans, among them the secretary of the local women's organization. The Americans led her naked through the streets and later killed her by pushing a red-hot iron bar into her vagina. Her small son was buried alive. Similar punishments were frequently given to women who resisted rape. In Myenri, a small village, 3 women who defended themselves against rape by American soldiers had their breasts cut off. Hot irons were thrust into their vaginas which killed them. This was reported by the Commission, although it was not an exceptional case. 3. Members of the WIDF Commission from Austria, China, Cuba, not then communist, Canada, the USSR, and Britain visited the province of Hwanghae. Their investigation found that along with the 120,000 civilians who had been killed by US, British, and ROC forces, civilian prisoners including children as young as 2 were beaten with iron bars and kept for 15 days without food in cells so crowded that there was no room to sit. Afterwards the prisoners, including the women and young children, were taken to the hills nearby and buried alive in trenches. A young mother managed to dig herself out, but she was captured and buried again. There was a separate mass grave especially for children. These reports were based on the testimonies of North Korean survivors. One survivor, Kim San-yen, found his son and his son's wife's bodies dead and buried with no wounds as they had been buried alive. He told the commission that he was a religious Christian man and could not bring himself to believe that Western Christians would conduct themselves in such a way. These findings have since been corroborated by North Korean government sources, which have since discovered the mass graves of civilians killed by live burial, presenting photographic evidence which affirmed the findings of the WIDF Commission and the testimonies of survivors. 4. Such reports are highly consistent with reports verified by the South Korean government's own commission regarding atrocities committed in the southern half of the peninsula, which show almost the exact same conduct: confinement in cramped cells, brutal rapes by American soldiers, and burials of women and children including infants in mass graves. This makes reports of similar conduct towards civilians in the north far from implausible. Women and children have been found executed and buried in mass graves on both sides of the 38th parallel by U.S. and ROK forces, so such reports from an international commission in the north are hardly isolated or unusual. 5. As a result of their reports on American conduct in Korea, at a time when criticism of anti-communist policy was little tolerated in then strongly McCarthyist America, the WIDF was labeled a Communist Front organization. This label came from the strongly McCarthyist House Un-American Activities Committee, referred to by the BBC as McCarthy's House Un-American Activities Committee. 6. Ties to communist powers or a communist agenda at the time remain unproven, and indeed it was highly common for any dissenters in to be labeled communist agents, or in the case of military personnel who gave accounts of U.S. war crimes brainwashed by the communists. 7. The WIDF Commission visited the Pyongyang Museum after U.S. forces had withdrawn and found the Americans had stripped it of many treasures, including 2 famous statues of Buddha which were over 2,000 years old. Priceless frescoes discovered in 30 ancient Korean tombs were also stolen, and 6 of these tombs were found to have been used for torturing Korean women. Cultural relics such as the shrine of Mo Ranbon and the Yenmayan Sa temple of Buddha among others were destroyed. This ancient temple of Buddha, Yenmayan Sa, which stood overlooking a hill surrounded by nothing but parkland, was reportedly also deliberately targeted by retreating American forces. Interviewing survivors of the brief occupation period, the WIDF Commission indicated that the majority of massacre and torture victims were farmers and workers without connection to the DPRK's government. It collected the following testimonies from survivors regarding the conduct of the U.S. military. A woman who survived said that American soldiers who had killed her family had tortured her by shoving hot needles under her fingernails. The commission observed the clear signs of disfigurement, as well as the blood on the walls of the prisons where civilians had been tortured. An 11-year-old girl called Shin Soon-ja said that she and her mother and sister had been captured by American forces. Her mother and sister were shot and she was severely beaten and put in prison. Deep scars in her head as a result of the beatings were observed by members of the commission. 8. Kim Sen-ai, another 11-year-old girl from the same school as Shin Soon-ja, said that she was in the 4th class in school when American soldiers entered her village and apprehended her and her parents. Her mother was a member of the Korean Workers' Party, and so earned special treatment. Her breasts were cut off. Her father was tortured and thrown in a river, and her 4-year-old sister was then buried alive. She asked to be able to speak to the commission and gave the mutilation of her family members as evidence for her claims. 9. Ri Sam-sil, a leading member of Kaikan's women's organization, was jailed by American soldiers, tortured by electricity, stripped, raped by 2 soldiers and dragged naked through the streets. On the day of the withdrawal of U.S. forces she managed to escape and survived the ordeal. 10. The chairman of the Wonsan Women's Organization, aged 25 and 9 months pregnant, was arrested and beaten by American soldiers, exposed publicly in the town square, and killed when a rod was thrust into her womb. Eyewitnesses were forced to be present. Korean women associated with the Korean Workers' Party or any women's organizations consistently received particularly brutal treatment. Jo Ok-hai, chairman of the Haeju Women's Organization, was imprisoned and submitted to slow torture. Her eyes were pulled out, and after some time her nose and breasts were cut off. Chun Man-suk, chairman of Kori Village's Women's Organization, was arrested and raped by soldiers repeatedly for 2 days. A large aspect of these rapes was to assert dominance over the society of the DPRK and over symbols of the independent and fully self-governed East Asian nation. U.S. soldiers appeared to do so by particularly targeting Korean women in leadership positions with sexual violence. Yan Yen-dek, a 28-year-old woman, said her 5 children and husband had all been killed during the occupation. She was imprisoned by American soldiers with her 2-year-old child who was trampled to death by GIs. Yan was subsequently raped and tortured by 2 soldiers, but survived the ordeal. In the Songsan Ri village in Anak County in October 1950, reports of rapes and torture were also widespread. One woman, Kim Wasil, defended herself against attempted rape and was put naked in the courtyard of a building where much of the population was being interned. The others were forced to watch her torture as a club 1 meter long was forced into her vagina. She immediately died and her body was hung on a telegraph pole, where it remained for the rest of the occupation period. These scenes were photographed by American soldiers. 10 other women were then raped in succession by 2 or 3 soldiers, beaten by clubs, kicked, and had clubs forced between their legs. Children were taken from their mothers and beatings, rapes, and murders went on for 8 days. On October 26, the survivors were taken to the seashore and shot. One witness escaped the convoy when it was held up on the road and was the only survivor. Atrocities by American soldiers occurred across the province. In nearby Samseng Ri, a 12-year-old boy who tried to defend his father from a beating by American troops had his eyes gouged out. 11. One 42-year-old woman was raped by American soldiers in succession. Soldiers tended to be from 18 to 22 years old. Unlike many of the Korean women raped by U.S. personnel, she survived, although at the time of the Commission's investigation she was still very ill and bedridden. Older women were also raped by the young soldiers 1/3 their age, such as in a report of American soldiers gang raping a 56-year-old woman when they occupied Sariwon, or a 64-year-old woman in Suncheon. 12. These aforementioned cases represent only a small sample of the numerous and widespread cases of war atrocities under occupation that the WIDF Commission recorded. The Commission collected only a very small sample of reports of what the Korean population suffered under the U.S.-led occupation. The WIDF Commission's findings were strongly supported by North Korean journalistic and military reports. 13. And North Korean accounts of their experience of the U.S. occupation point to very similar conduct. This is also highly consistent with South Korean reports of U.S. conduct in their own country. Reports from the northern side of the conflict by foreign journalists were relatively few. 2 journalists who did gain access to North Korean victims, however, Alan Winnington and Wilfred Burchett from Australia and Britain, gave accounts regarding the conduct of U.S. personnel which strongly supported the findings of the WIDF Commission's investigation and the survivors' testimonies. The journalists reported from both sides of the war, and their testimonies were considered invaluable by Western media who otherwise had very restricted access to information due to wartime censorship. 14. Burchett was renowned by many major U.S. media outlets as a reliable source. 15. Praised even by hardline anti-communist papers such as the U.S. News and World Report, which stated that Burchett never lied, so far as anyone could discover. 16. In 1971 he would be invited to the White House by National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger, who consulted him regarding prospects for peace in Vietnam, a war which Burchett also covered extensively. 17. Burchett and Winnington interviewed North Korean women captured by the U.S. military. One woman, Kim Kyung-suk, gave the following account, as several other women who were captured with her sat at the interview and affirmed her story, correcting various dates and details. Kim had been put into a prison for juveniles at Kaesong under the U.S. military occupation, then sent to a large group of around 150 women at Incheon. She recalled, "The Americans treated us like animals from the day we were captured. On the pretext of searching us, they forced us to strip nude. They hurled insults at us. They paraded us naked in the streets with their bayonets prodding us along and almost bursting through our skin. They brought along photographers and took pictures which they later posted on our prison compound notice board. Americans would come with rock troops and select girls for raping." 18. Kim recalled having been paraded naked through Seoul along with 50 other women in October 1950. She stated, "No one was safe from their bestialities. They even violated one 14-year-old girl whom they had rounded up as a prisoner of war. At the Incheon camp, 2 mothers with babies on their backs were repeatedly dragged off at bayonet point. The children had their mouths gagged while the mothers were taken into the American guards' quarters and raped." Kim reported that at least one young girl who had suffered from rape and torture lost her mind as a result of the psychological trauma. 19. Winnington and Burchett observed evidence of the North Korean women's testimony, where they alleged they had suffered from torture, including nails being put under their fingernails, severe beatings, or electric torture. They had the physical scars and burn marks to prove it. The 2 journalists noted that the sadistic crimes committed against the Korean population by U.S. forces were due to mentality of extreme racial bigotry akin to that which had caused the Nazi German atrocities shortly beforehand. The frustration of repeated military defeats by inferior races only worsened the brutal reprisals against the peoples of these nations. 20. For his coverage of the brutality of U.S. forces, the British cabinet considered charging Winnington with treason. 21. What was notable about Winnington and Burchett's reporting was its accuracy. While reports on war crimes committed by U.S. forces in South Korea were at the time denied by the U.S. government as atrocity fabrication, they were proved to be entirely true when American intelligence reports, photographic evidence, and other documents were decades later declassified. An example was his description of the massacres of South Korean civilians and their burial in mass graves by ROK forces. This was totally dismissed at the time but later fully verified by U.S. military sources. 22. Based on the accuracy of Winnington and Burchett's reporting on war crimes in South Korea, and of American attempts to deny their involvement, there is little reason to believe that their claims regarding the conduct of the United States military in North Korea would not be true as well. The reports by the few non-communist sources present in North Korea during the war on the conduct of U.S. occupying forces reached very similar conclusions and strongly support one another. These were highly consistent with reports and evidence of extreme U.S. and Allied misconduct towards the population in South Korea, a population towards which the Americans would be expected to conduct themselves better. A leading member of the South Korean government's Truth and Reconciliation Committee, a government body established in 1993 at the official end of the country's authoritarian rule to investigate incidents in Korean history, reported in 2004 on the conduct of American personnel towards South Korean civilians. The report by renowned Professor Kim Dong-chun stated that atrocities were committed as a direct result of American soldiers' deep racial prejudices towards the Korean people. It detailed as follows: with total ignorance of Asia, young soldiers regarded Koreans and Chinese as people without history. They usually called Koreans gooks, a term used during World War II for Pacific Islanders. The fact that many Korean women in the villages were often raped in front of their husbands and parents has not been a secret among those who experienced the Korean War. It was known that several women were raped before being shot at No-Gun Ri. Some eyewitnesses say that U.S. soldiers played with their lives like boys sadistically playing with flies. 23. The fact that the testimonies of North Korean survivors of massacres carried out by U.S. Forces were so similar to those separately collected from South Korean survivors of similar massacres all committed by the very same perpetrators strongly indicates the veracity of their claims. The Commission of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers gave similar accounts regarding the conduct of U.S.-led coalition forces occupying the DPRK. One account details that conduct of American soldiers in Sincan, which was highly similar to that described by the WIDF. Describing one case it reported, Wol Mal-che's daughter-in-law, seeing the American soldiers torturing her father-in-law, tried to defend him. The Americans attached her by the hair to a tree, cut off her breasts, put a wooden club in her vagina, poured fuel oil on it and set fire to it. They then poured oil over her and burned her alive. About 20 American soldiers took part in this murder. 24. The Lawyers Association's Commission report concluded regarding American conduct in occupied areas. The tortures and bestialities committed against individuals again reveal a common pattern of behavior throughout the area visited, and cannot be passed over as the sadistic excesses of individuals. The whole series of cases cited in this chapter of the report must not be taken as the whole evidence of cases committed but as typical of a vast number of similar cases brought to the attention of the Commission for examination of which but a small fraction are listed. Accounts of the torturing of people by beating, kicking, electric shocks, pouring water in the nose and throat to excess, cutting off various parts of the body, mutilation and the killing by shooting, bayoneting, suffocation, blowing up, burning alive and burying alive could be repeated again in sickening detail. 25. The report further elaborated. The Commission has confined itself to a statement of those facts which were proved by direct evidence which in the opinion of the Commission was corroborated and established beyond doubt. A considerable volume of written statements was submitted to the Commission, which have been taken into account only by way of corroboration of facts proved by primary evidence. We were invited to investigate many similar cases to those stated above in various parts of the country, and it was time alone that prevented this from being done. 26. The report concluded, taking the view that the extensive murders are not the result of individual excesses, but indicate a pattern of behavior by the U.S. forces throughout the areas occupied by them. The Commission is of the opinion that the American forces are guilty of the crime of genocide as defined by the Genocide Convention of 1948. The United Nations Genocide Convention defines genocide as acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethical, racial or religious group. This would include deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. This definition entered into force in 1951, as the United States carried out massacres of South Korean civilians in tandem with massacres, indiscriminate use of incendiaries and weapons of mass destruction against population centers and the destruction of dams and crops intended to cause starvation in the north. The Korean population itself appeared to be the war's target. Although American war crimes against the Korean population are a scarcely covered subject outside the DPRK, allegations of genocide have been made by a number of respected sources from several countries. Kim Dong-chun, professor at Songkong Ho University in Seoul and a leading member of the ROK's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, published his findings in an article for the Journal of Genocide Research in 2004. Professor Kim concluded that the United States military was guilty of genocide during the Korean War, citing orders to commit indiscriminate and widespread massacres such as at No Gun Ri, as evidence. Regarding the scarcity of investigations into the matter, Kim noted that it was due to the demonization of North Korea which served to justify any methods that the U.S. and South Korean army employed to oppose it. This is why existing books or articles dealing with massacres or genocides have never included the cases of the Korean War. Except for a few Western scholars who dared to mention the misconduct of American soldiers and the brutality of the ROK Army, only a small number of scholars or reporters have ever raised the issue of criminal actions of the U.S. and ROK Army. Anti-communism was in such fervor in the West, and the value of Asian lives so little regarded, that even genocidal actions against East Asian populations could be somewhat condoned in the war against a communist Asian power. 27. Michel Chossudovsky, a Canadian professor at Ottawa University and the director of the Centre for Research on Globalization, similarly concluded that the United States had committed genocide during the Korean War. This was based on the extreme civilian death toll and the indiscriminate and extreme way the American bombing campaign was conducted. Chossudovsky, citing several U.S. military sources, concluded that what was done to the North Korean people would be classified as genocide under international law. 28. American professor Patricia Hines similarly concluded when analyzing the conduct of the U.S. air campaign, the orders to wipe out all life in tactical sites when targeting population centers, and the intentional targeting of irrigation dams at the onset of rice growing season to starve the North Korean population, that the actions of the United States amounted to genocide. 29. East Asian Studies professor Bruce Cummings, an American holding South Korea's Honorable Kim Dae-jung Academic Award for Outstanding Achievements and Scholarly Contributions to Democracy, Human Rights, and Peace, reached a very similar conclusion regarding U.S. conduct in Korea. Citing the United Nations Genocide Convention signed in 1948 and implemented in 1951, as well as the 1948 Red Cross Convention on the Protection of Civilians in Wartime, Cummings concluded that although both were fully in effect during the Korean War, neither measure had the slightest impact. Through their actions in Korea, particularly their air campaign, the United States had violated both conventions and was guilty of genocide against the Korean people. 30. North Korean official histories today attribute the country's wartime suffering overwhelmingly to U.S. war crimes, an attribution largely justified given the leading role the U.S. military took committing these crimes and the fact that all coalition forces were under direct U.S. command. Other coalition members, however, were also involved in similar conduct during the war. Canadian soldiers were found to have frequently killed and raped Korean civilians despite the country's limited participation in the war. According to a study by University of Victoria professor John Price, an expert on Canada's role in the Cold War in East Asia, brutalities committed against the Korean population were substantial and exceeded anything seen during the fighting in Europe and World War II, alluding to a racialist cause for the discrepancy. 31. British troops were also widely reported to have committed severe war crimes against civilians in northern Korea. Kim Sun-sek, mother of Kim Chun-dze, stated in a testimony given to the WIDF Commission that U.S. and British forces had rounded women to serve as sex slaves after taking control of her village. Extremely brutal treatment meant that 240 of these died while only 3 survived. 32. Pak On-in from SAOKRI said her husband was arrested along with his 3 brothers. All were peasants and non-combatants, but all were killed in custody. She said she saw a teenage girl raped and killed by both American and British soldiers in front of her, and later found her husband's severely mutilated body. Song Chun-ok, a 42-year-old woman also interviewed by the WIDF Commission, said all her family had been killed including her young children. American and British soldiers used axes and knives to do this. It was not only the American soldiers who did these things. It was the English soldiers too, she recalled. I will go to the front and do anything until the whole of Korea is free from Americans, was her defiant response to the slaughter of her family. 33. Yu Tong-dze, a woman from Kwanzhou village, attested in 1951 to the killing of 35,000 non-combatants in her district alone. Her husband and 5-month-old child were killed. Massacres were carried out by both British and American soldiers. She said both equally behaved like beasts, and she witnessed firsthand how they threw innocent people in the river. She said she could identify them only by their different uniforms, but their conduct had been the same. Do they have no pity in England? Do they believe in killing little children? She asked. 34. Won Ik-soo, a 14-year-old Korean girl from Sancheon village, said several of her family members were killed by American, British and Canadian soldiers. She was arrested and showed injuries as evidence of the beatings the soldiers gave her. These reports were highly consistent with reports of British conduct less than 5 years prior towards another East Asian population when its troops were deployed against Republican nationalist forces in Indonesia. 35. Proponents of Western-led order and advocates for continued Western military intervention in Asia or the liberation of North Korea by Western military force until today, of which there are many, would likely find it difficult to believe that the self-proclaimed upholders of rules-based order would conduct themselves in such a way. Others argue that any power would conduct themselves in such a way in war, and that brutalities and atrocities are inherent to the nature of war. This, however, is far from the case. The conduct of North Korean and Chinese forces, which suffered greater casualties and far greater hardship with poorer equipment, fewer supplies, and even a lack of winter clothing in battles at sub-freezing temperatures, were found by international reports to have committed no comparable acts. Atrocities in war are often considered by both military experts and psychologists to be at least in part results of the hardships and stresses faced by soldiers, and development of such conditions as post-traumatic stress disorder, which increase soldiers' likelihood to commit crimes and violent acts. 36. In the Korean War, however, Chinese and North Korean soldiers, facing far harsher conditions, conducted themselves far better towards both their enemies and the civilian population. The extent of the misconduct of U.S. and other Western forces was thus hardly an inevitable feature of war and accordingly was much less excusable. The two critical factors which allowed people to commit atrocities in war were, according to West Point psychologist Dave Grossman, an intense belief in moral superiority and racial factors which allowed an enemy to be dehumanized. These factors both strongly applied to the U.S. military in Korea. 37. Atrocities were not endemic to the nature of war, but rather to how the forces involved perceived the population relative to themselves as inferiors and conquered subjects or as equals. Western military powers in the Asia-Pacific have consistently shown themselves to perceive local populations, particularly those outside the Western sphere of influence in states such as Imperial Japan, North Korea, China, and North Vietnam, in the latter way. The Korean War provides an exemplary case of this, which is highly consistent with conduct towards Japanese civilians less than a decade prior and those in Vietnam shortly afterwards. Very similar types of misconduct and behavioral patterns were widely reported in all three conflicts. Treatment of prisoners of war on both sides. Treatment of prisoners of war has long been considered one of the most critical indicators of the ethicality and general nature of warring parties and reflects both their overall conduct towards and perceptions of their adversaries. Under the Geneva Conventions, the body of the prisoner of war in terms of how it was clothed, fed, sheltered, marked, administered, transported, guarded, and surveyed provided a measure of the detaining society's civilization. As renowned Russian writer and philosopher Fyodor Dostoevsky famously observed, the degree of civilization in a society can be judged by entering its prisons. 38. And this applies equally if not more so to the treatment of prisoners of war. It is therefore vital to understanding the nature of the parties involved in the Korean War. Treatment of U.S. military personnel held prisoner by the East Asian allies was significantly worse during the war's early stages, as battle lines were constantly changing, supply lines were strained or non-existent, and from September 1950 the KPA was forced to very quickly withdraw northwards. No prisoner of war camps could be established, meaning prisoners could only be kept with troops at the constantly moving front, and food for American captives as well as for the Korean soldiers themselves was scarce. An estimated 90% of U.S. prisoners who died thus passed in the first year of the war. 39. With many lost during long and cold marches accompanying Korean troops. As a result of the intensive U.S. bombing campaign, Korea had been brought to ruin, and civilians were often eager to take revenge against the U.S. military by attacking prisoners. KPA soldiers often intervened to protect prisoners from civilians. An order of the DPRK's advanced headquarters strictly forbade the unnecessary killing of enemy personnel when they could be taken prisoners of war. Those who surrender will be taken as prisoners of war. 40. Reporter Hugh Dean, former coordinator of information and naval intelligence officer on General MacArthur's staff, stated regarding the conditions for Americans in custody during this early chaotic period, the plight of the prisoners was often no worse than that of the northern soldiers and people. An unknown number of prisoners were killed along with North Korean civilians when U.S. planes bombed and strafed villages immediately south of the Yalu. 41. North Korean military reports indicate that not all personnel followed orders when it came to sparing prisoners' lives, however, particularly after seeing the devastation wrought on their country by the scorched earth policies and bombing campaigns and the massacres of civilians carried out by American units. An order given on August 26, 1950, in the 2nd Division stated, "Some of us are still slaughtering enemy troops that come to surrender. Therefore, the responsibility of teaching the soldiers to take prisoners of war and to treat them kindly rests on the political section of each unit." 42. The political section referred to the KPA's General Political Bureau, which was responsible for exercising political authority over the military and ensuring that it complied with state policy. As North Korean forces withdrew, there was at times a risk that prisoners would either substantially slow the retreat or else fall back into enemy hands. In such cases, prisoners were often executed out of strategic necessity in the traditional military manner with a bullet in the back of the head. There were no reports of sadistic excesses, unprofessionalism, or the causing of unnecessary suffering by KPA personnel, but executing prisoners still not only contravened high-level orders but was also a war crime committed at the lower levels of the military. The options of KPA personnel who did choose to disobey their orders in such a way were very limited. However, the only alternative was slowing down and risking death in the hands of the fast-pursuing U.S. military, or else freeing prisoners, risking their giving away valuable intelligence and then seeing these same American soldiers continue the war against them and their people. Within a year of the war's outbreak, fighting was localized around the 38th parallel and secure prison camps were quickly established behind the front lines. Conditions for American prisoners quickly improved, and these camps were open to press, including Western reporters. Although reports of communist atrocities against prisoners were spread by the U.S. military, particularly by General MacArthur's Tokyo headquarters, they strongly contradicted the press findings and the pictures of decently fed, smiling prisoners who were allowed exercise prisoners who had allegedly been slaughtered. This raised serious questions among American reporters, and such rumors were suspected of having been fabricated as support for the war waned. A need to legitimize the struggle by demonizing the enemy had arisen, but the claims of massacres proved to have no basis in reality. 43. Britain's former Chief of Defence Staff, Field Marshal Lord Richard Carver, observed regarding conditions for prisoners, the UN prisoners in Chinese hands, though subject to re-education processes, were better off in every way than any held by the Americans, whether the latter's compounds were dominated by the Communists or by the Korean or Chinese nationalists. Kuomintang. Re-education involved communist propaganda and lessons on the evils of capitalism and the history of Western imperialism. 44. Evidence of Chinese and Korean forces slaughtering prisoners at this time was non-existent, and reports from prisoners once released and returned to the United States painted a very different picture to the claims of Tokyo HQ regarding their treatment. 45. American prisoners reported Chinese guards would invite them to their quarters for drinking and talking and liked to play music with them in joint jam sessions. 46. One American prisoner of war, Shelton Foss, recalled regarding his treatment that he, alongside his North Korean captors, played chess, sang American songs, and talked generally about the U.S. and Korea. 47. As one U.S. prisoner recounted upon being freed, conditions in Chinese camps were as follows. Prisoners rose at 7 a.m. and either took a short walk or performed light calisthenics. They washed their faces and hands, and at 8 a.m. Representatives from each squad drew the appropriate number of rations from the kitchen. Food was cooked by the Chinese and the diet was essentially the same as that provided the communist soldiers, consisting of singular items such as sorghum seed, bean curd, soya bean flour, or cracked corn, and on certain special occasions such as Christmas or Lunar New Year, the prisoners received small portions of rice, boiled fatty pork, candy, and peanuts. 48. American prisoners recalled being given access to an English-language library of more than 1,000 books, with those less literate Americans being given tuition to improve their literacy skills. 49. American prisoner Howard Adams reported not only the far better treatment of prisoners in Chinese and Korean custody relative to those held by coalition forces, but also of the mishandling of peace talks and extensive coercion of Chinese and Korean prisoners by U.S. forces. He recalled in an interview, "The American prisoners' hopes soared when the peace talks began. We thought we'd be free soon. The Chinese thought so too at one point and gave us a feast, but the talks dragged on and on as the U.S. side made ridiculous demands regarding prisoners and other issues." Adams was one of many who strongly opposed the treatment of prisoners by his own side, who he alleged were subjected to immense pressure to defect and as a result in many cases could never see their families again, see Chapter 10. 50. The Associated Press reported on April 12, 1953, as U.S. prisoners were first being released, that American soldiers returning from communist prison camps told a story today of generally good treatment. One former prisoner, Kenyon Wagner, had much praise for his medical treatment, saying he had been given the whole works. Another, Corporal Theodore Jackson, similarly praised the quality of medical treatment he and his fellow prisoners had received. "To my idea," he said, "they did fare about the best they could do with the medicines they had." Former British prisoner Arthur Hunt said that there was a daily sick call and prisoners' health was well taken care of, with inoculations given against various diseases. Albert Hawkins, another former British prisoner, said that he had reported his feet were feeling slightly numb, and was carefully attended to and fed vitamin pills as a result. Former prisoner Private William R. Brock Jr. stated that conditions in prison camps were agreeable and he had never seen a prisoner ill-treated. He said that there was no barbed wire around the camps and that each man was issued with a quilt and blanket and their houses had floor heating. 51. Upon examination when returning home, the U.S. military was surprised by the excellent physical health and low number of fatalities among the prisoners, although it was concerned by what was termed the Oriental brainwashing of the servicemen. 52. Statements from American prisoners indicated that interrogation rooms in Chinese and Korean camps were devoid of torture. 53. Despite the severe war crimes committed by the U.S. military and their partners in Korea, the North Korean and Chinese leaderships made provisions for the humane treatment of prisoners and provided food and sanitation equal to what they provided for their own troops. By contrast to the conduct of Korean and Chinese forces, mistreatment of North Korean and Chinese prisoners by U.S. and coalition forces was widespread and often sadistic. This was, however, motivated far less by military necessity and more by genuine neglect and at times racial contempt for prisoners. Prominent British military author and journalist specializing in military affairs Max Hastings found when interviewing American officers that many admitted knowledge of, or participation in, the shooting of communist prisoners when it was inconvenient to keep them alive. It is fair to suggest that many UN soldiers did not regard North Korean soldiers as fellow combatants, entitled to humane treatment, but as near animals, to be treated as such. 54. Robert William Burr of the U.S. Army 2nd Infantry Division recalled one such incident in which his platoon sergeant shot a dozen prisoners personally. He stated regarding the prevailing attitude towards killing East Asian soldiers, "At the time I would have felt worse if I had run over someone's dog with my car." 55. A very similar attitude could be observed 5 years prior in the Pacific War, when U.S. forces frequently gunned down surrendering Japanese soldiers or else killed them after interrogation. meaning very few prisoners were taken. Killing the Japanese, too, was frequently compared by GIs to killing animals in a way killing European soldiers never could be. 56. This conduct was overwhelmingly influenced by racial factors and perceptions of the enemy as subhuman, leading to multiple studies highlighting the considerable discrepancy in conduct with American treatment of surrendering ethnically European adversaries. 57. On Koji Island, Chinese and Korean prisoners were forced to construct a massive compound which would come to hold over 170,000 people. 58. Resistance to Western occupation involved all parts of society, and as such it was not unheard of to see 3 generations of the same family imprisoned together. Many children were also held in the prisoner camps. 59. The fatality rate among the prisoners was high, with many not adequately fed and dying due to malnutrition. 60. And more intentionally killed by soldiers after their capture. Prisoners were shot by soldiers for insulting their guards, hunger striking, and even for singing. 61. An example of one such incident saw around 50 women gathered in the common area of the compound begin to sing folk and political songs, and this behavior quickly spread to other compounds. They were met with gunfire by the guards, causing 29 casualties. 62. Another incident on July 29 saw protesting prisoners shot by soldiers with 3 killed and 4 wounded. 63. This was far from the most brutal case of suppression of prisoner protests. The arrival of Brigadier General Hayden Boatner saw American paratroopers, battle tanks, and flamethrowers deployed against protesting prisoners who had not even a rifle among them. The prisoners themselves seemingly expected to be gassed by the Americans and had made makeshift gas masks to protect themselves. The general stated regarding the carnage of the crackdown, "What a gruesome sight it was. A battlefield in every respect. Entrenchments, wounded, dead, burning buildings and tents with a few human hands, legs or feet here and there." 64. One prominent case of prisoner mistreatment was that of Pak Sang-hyang, a KPA officer who was repeatedly interrogated, severely beaten, half-starved and kept in solitary confinement. Pak was subsequently kept in a 6 by 3 foot cage with only strands of barbed wire for walls. He was given 1 blanket and no shoes and left outdoors for 3 winter months. He recalled after his release, "I lived like an animal. I collected every scrap of refuse. Every bit of dried grass or grain stalk was a treasure to me. I used everything I could find for padding in my clothes. I burrowed into the dirt like a rabbit and wrapped my feet up with bits of grass, straw, paper, and old rags." Pak said he did not believe he would be repatriated until an ambulance door opened and he saw Korean People's Army uniforms, and a minute later a North Korean general was hugging him. 65. Conditions for regular North Korean prisoners were similarly inhuman. A British officer noted that U.S. forces treated prisoners as cattle and subjected them to racial abuse. Similarly, like animals, Korean prisoners were often subjected to medical experimentation at the hands of U.S. forces, a severe war crime. Articles 13 and 19 of the Geneva Conventions forbade the medical or scientific experimentation on prisoners against their will and stressed that detaining powers were bound to take all sanitary measures necessary to ensure the cleanliness and healthfulness of camps and to prevent epidemics. Chinese and Korean prisoners were often operated on to give young surgeons practice, in line with their status as subhumans in the eyes of their captors. 66. Hugh Dean noted when reporting this experimentation, the American doctors, if they had qualms, could always remind themselves that the purpose was to add to medical knowledge, making possible saving of more lives, and that the victims were inferior beings, gooks to many, near animals to others. 67. Experimentation took place in 2 large military hospitals, the U.S. 14th Field Hospital near the Pusan prison camp and the U.S. 64th Field Hospital at Koji. Evidence of experimentation was collected and analyzed by both China's Xinhua Agency and by British and Australian journalists Alan Winnington and Wilfred Burchett. One of their sources were North Korean doctors released after the war and subsequently interviewed. It was revealed that 3 North Korean doctors who had been captured as prisoners had been transferred to different camps for complaining about the widespread unnecessary amputations being carried out on Korean prisoners. A 4th doctor who had raised the issue was arrested and never heard from again. One doctor, Kim Yong-suk, who had been a prisoner at the No. 4 compound of the 14th Field Hospital, noted that over a period of just 10 months from October 1950 to August 1951, over 4,000 prisoners had died, most of them due to dysentery. He stated, "We were living in tents, 2 patients sharing an army stretcher and 1 blanket. It was bitterly cold. For the first 20 days after my arrival, there was no medical attention at all. Patients were merely ordered to remain on their stretchers. Later the dysentery patients began to get treatment that can only be described as experimental patients in the same stages of disease receiving widely different treatments. One group would be ordered to take 8 sulfadiazine tablets, another group 16 or 24, 32 or up to 48 tablets daily. The maximum liquid they got with the pills was 2 cups of cold water daily, and patients became seriously ill. Many patients were also suffering from hunger and edema. There could be no doubt that it was experimentation to test the effects of very high sulfa intake, and many patients died of sulfa poisoning." 68. Dr. Kim continued, "Schistosomiasis, a disease caused by parasitic worms in the intestines, cases were not treated at all, but were examined under the direction of an American, Dr. Berry, who was interested only in determining the distributions and localization of this disease. Another Korean doctor, Pak Chu-bong, was barred from the surgical section at Pusan after protesting the severe misconduct of medical staff towards North Korean prisoners. He recalled that limbs stiff from lack of exercise or from having just been released from plaster casts were amputated." 69. The former chief of the Korean People's Army 10th Division Hospital, Dr. Ri Tak-ki, was removed for surgery after his capture for protesting malpractices. He recalled, "This hospital had no floors in the tents. 20 patients were packed onto stretchers into each tent as close as they could be fitted. Air circulation was very poor. There was no regular medical treatment. Patients went where they wanted for toilet needs. Later they built their own toilet. There was no purified water. If we POW medical assistants asked too often for drugs, or if the American doctor was in a bad mood, or didn't like the patient, we would be taken off and beaten up for agitation. Twice daily and nightly patients were forced to strip naked to prove they had no concealed weapons or propaganda." 70. Sanitary conditions in the Korean camps were so poor that there were often outbreaks of disease, primarily forms of dysentery. Prisoners were living in compounds at 4 times the legal density of U.S. federal prisons, itself far from a high standard at the time, in conditions considered appropriate to Asian peasants. British historian Max Hastings noted that Western treatment of the Koreans and the Chinese was dictated by a deeply rooted conviction that these were not people like themselves, but near animals. 71. Prisoners held on Koji Island by U.S. forces described the state of their captivity in a letter they signed in 1952. "Koji Island is a living hell. The shores of this island are no longer washed by sea water, but by our tears and blood. There is no breath of fresh air here, the pungent stench of blood fills our nostrils in every corner of the island." 72. From January 1951 to August 1952 around 2,700 patients died in captivity, mostly from prolonged starvation and lack of medical treatment. 73. The results of this severe mistreatment became clear when prisoners were exchanged at Panmunjom near the end of the war. Journalist Hugh Dean reported on this. The American ambulances and trucks bringing wounded and ill prisoners to the exchange site at Panmunjom were an appalling sight. Many were emaciated and so many lacked one or more limbs. The American correspondents heard their angry words at press conferences but knew better than to report them. Accompanying interviews confirmed and added details to the American shame. For some months what passed for hospitals were thin mats in tents. There was little or no organized sanitation, rarely latrines, no water purification. Teams of young surgeons arrived every few months, served several months and were replaced. They operated in surgeries from which other medical personnel were barred and performed many amputations, on occasion as many as 5 or 6 on a single prisoner. Repeated amputations were performed on a single limb. Of 170 chest operations on prisoners suffering from bronchitis or pleurisy, between April 1951 and July 1952 only 37 survived. 74. Reports of the dire conditions faced by the Koreans and Chinese and their widespread mistreatment when in coalition custody also emerged from the American Medical Association. In 2 articles from the 1953 March and April editions, the treatment of 1,408 cases of acute amoebic dysentery at Koji was described. In lieu of treatment, an experiment was carried out. One group of patients was given no treatment, only bed rest, nutritional supplements, sedatives, and fluid replacement. They were not expected to recover, only to act as a control group for the experiment. These 66 patients were essentially denied any real treatment. The other 5 groups were given 5 different drugs in various dosages, the effects of which were closely monitored. This methodology was clearly one of experimentation rather than treatment. 75. A report from the American Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene similarly showed that the primary concern towards sick Chinese and Korean prisoners was experimentation rather than treatment. One epidemic at Koji resulted in 19,320 hospitalizations and a very high 9% fatality rate, 1,729 deaths. This was referred to as 150 epidemics in one. It was inexplicably not reported to Washington for 4 months. Treatments varied greatly, and some 1,600 cases of the same disease followed 18 different treatment and dosage schedules. The article noted, the Korean outbreak demonstrated again that an epidemic situation provides the opportunity to accumulate valuable scientific data very rapidly. This seemed to be the priority, rather than the well-being of the Korean and Chinese patients. 76. Separate crimes were committed against Korean female prisoners, who had often fought alongside men in the KPA and of whom there were many among the prisoners of war. Women were particularly singled out for abuse by their captors. Pulitzer Prize-winning American historian John Toland, the war's contemporary, described this in his own study. He stated in one case, one girl, Kim Kyung-suk, told how they had forced a group of women prisoners into a large room. Here they were stripped. Then nude male North Korean prisoners were shoved in. "We heard you communists like to dance," an American shouted. "Go on. Dance." They pointed bayonets and revolvers at the prisoners, who began to dance, while drunken, cigar-smoking, guffawing American officers stubbed out cigars on the girls' breasts and committed inchenches. 77. Alan Winnington and Wilfred Burchett, who were present in Korea during the prisoner exchange, witnessed the stark contrast in the health of prisoners from either side and the quality of treatment they had received. They described the North Korean prisoners being returned to their country as haggard, with faces dank and moist like corpses, bearing the hideous mutilations of experimental surgery, some vacant-eyed, girls driven mad by attempted rapes. Half of the prisoners in many ambulances were lacking legs, often both legs. Even men missing 2 legs and without artificial ones were not treated by the Americans as stretcher cases, so plentiful were amputees. In a single hour it was possible to see 6 people delivered who lacked all 4 limbs hacked back to mere torsos. 78. The journalists observed the stark contrast this bore to the treatment of Americans in Chinese and Korean custody. For example, they noted that even those U.S. prisoners with minor leg injuries had been given a stretcher. 79. it is revealing that the treatment of Korean and Chinese prisoners in the custody of what was by far the world's wealthiest nation was far poorer, and conditions including accommodation, food, and above all medication were far worse than those provided by war-torn and impoverished East Asian nations to the Americans in their custody. Despite their harrowing experiences in American camps, General MacArthur had said to President Truman in October 1950 regarding the treatment of prisoners of war, "The prisoners are the happiest Koreans in Korea. They are clean and well fed for the first time." 80. Ultimately, not only was there rampant abuse, murder, and scientific experimentation performed on prisoners, but also unnecessary and severe bodily mutilation, sexual abuse of female prisoners, and a lack of sanitation or conditions fit for human beings. The extensive coercion used to prevent prisoners from returning home and forced defections from the DPRK and China to Western-aligned East Asian states is covered in the following chapter. The consistency of war crimes in Korea, reflections on broader trends in Western wartime conduct towards East Asian populations. While the war crimes committed by the United States and its allies are a scarcely known phenomenon outside the DPRK today, they remain a critical factor in shaping the perceptions of the U.S. and its intentions among the North Korean population. An understanding of what several experts and researchers from multiple countries including the United States, Canada, and South Korea have termed a genocide is essential to comprehending both the motives behind North Korean foreign policy since 1950 and the potential impacts of American military intervention in the Asia-Pacific in future for both allied and enemy populations in the region. Not only have findings been corroborated by multiple sources, including those from the US, Britain, Australia, South Korea, and several predominantly Western international commissions, which have been highly consistent with one another, but an assessment of American conduct in other conflicts in East Asia also demonstrates similar trends. Assessment of the treatment of civilians in Japan 5 years prior, and in Vietnam throughout the next decade and beyond, indicates that reports on the atrocities carried out against the Korean people on both sides of the 38th parallel are far from out of line with the general trend of American wartime conduct towards East Asian populations. Indeed, with dehumanization and similar portrayals of the enemy as a racial menace and as subhumans common to all three major American wars, many of the facilitators of such conduct were common to the three. During the Pacific War and subsequent U.S. occupation of Japan, conduct towards Japanese soldiers and civilians closely resembled that in the Korean War. Political science professor A.G. Takemi, an expert on the period, wrote regarding the conduct of American soldiers. In Yokohama, China, and elsewhere, soldiers and sailors broke the law with impunity, and incidents of robbery, rape, and occasionally murder were widely reported in the press. When U.S. paratroopers landed in Sapporo, an orgy of looting, sexual violence and drunken brawling ensued. Gang rapes and other sex atrocities were not infrequent. 81. An example of such an incident was in April 1946, when approximately 50 U.S. personnel in 3 trucks attacked the Nakamura Hospital in the Omura district. The soldiers raped over 40 patients and 37 female staff. One woman who had given birth just 2 days prior had her child thrown on the floor and killed, and she was then raped as well. Male patients trying to protect the women were also killed. 82. The following week several dozen U.S. military personnel cut the phone lines to a housing block in Nagoya and raped all the women they could capture there, including girls as young as 10 years old and women as old as 55. 83. Such behavior was far from unique to American soldiers. Australian forces conducted themselves in much the same way during their own deployment in Japan. As one Japanese witness testified, as soon as Australian troops arrived in Kure in early 1946, they dragged young women into their jeeps, took them to the mountains, and then raped them. I heard them screaming for help nearly every night. These were hardly isolated incidents, but news of the rapacious behavior of Western occupation forces was quickly suppressed through strict censorship, much as it would be in Korea. 84. Sexual slavery and trafficking of Japanese women were also widespread. 85. and these cases exemplified a wider phenomenon of the way Western soldiers treated East Asian populations under their power. Orders issued to American scientists and doctors operating in Hiroshima and Nagasaki led to widespread illusions among both historians and military officials. 86. To medical experimentation. Victims of the nuclear attacks were closely studied, but doctors were forbidden from providing any information on the cures for the effects of radiation sickness or of providing any form of treatment. 87. As Australian historian Paul Ham concluded, in short, irradiated Japanese civilians were to serve as American laboratory rats. 88. Again, the perception of East Asian civilians as subhumans was key to facilitating such conduct. Where U.S. conduct in the Pacific War notably differed from that in Korea was that the U.S. military was more reluctant to take prisoners, and of those Japanese soldiers taken into custody many were killed in a variety of ways, including being thrown off airplanes after interrogation, meaning there were no large prison camps. 89. It is notable, however, that not only were American 90 and Canadian 91 citizens of Japanese origin forced in concentration camps during the war, but they were treated considerably worse than the ethnically European Nazi German prisoners of war held in the U.S. 92. Further lending credibility to reports of gross misconduct towards the Korean population, an assessment of the conduct of the U.S. military in the subsequent war in Vietnam shows extremely similar patterns of behavior towards East Asian civilians. U.S. reports show that brutal torture and killings of civilian prisoners were far from uncommon, which was done using fists, sticks, bats, water and electric shocks. 93. Rape of Vietnamese women and children was highly common, and was carried out sadistically, symbolizing the assertion of dominance over the Vietnamese race where military victory remained elusive. Women were often raped using bottles and rifles. 94. An example of such conduct and of the prevalent attitudes among U.S. personnel was recalled by former G.I. John Ketwig, who witnessed a ceremony, what he referred to as a revenge type of thing, hate against the Vietnamese, the Gooks. When 3 young Vietnamese women were captured, he recalled, everybody circled around and they tortured these women with lit cigarettes. The one girl, they held her down and put the hose from the fire truck between her legs and turned on the water and exploded her. And the explosion of body fluids splashed across our faces. 95. Rape was such a common occurrence that it was considered standard procedure in Vietnam. Many U.S. personnel recalled being told by instructors from the Marine Corps, we could rape the women, spread them open and drive pointed sticks or bayonets into their vaginas. As a squad leader in the 34D platoon attested, that's an everyday affair, you can nail just about everybody on that at least once. While the military officially disapproved of such practices, in practice they turned a blind eye to it, accepting it as necessary for morale and effective performance in combat. Rape and threat of rape were widely used recreationally, as well as strategically, an effective way of enforcing submission as well as obtaining information from both prisoners and civilians. 96. American investigative journalist and historian Nick Turse reported regarding the extent of U.S. sexual crimes against Vietnamese civilians, I felt I didn't have the language to describe exactly what I found in the cases, because rape, or even gang rape, didn't seem to convey the level of sexual sadism. 97. Treatment of prisoners in Vietnam was similar to and in some cases more brutal than that in Korea. In 1968 and 1969 the International Committee of the Red Cross toured 60 U.S. administered detention facilities and found evidence of beatings, burnings, electrical torture, and other abuses of prisoners of war and civilian detainees alike in every one of those camps. 98. Some prisoners were kept in tiny barbed wire cow cages, similar to that of KPA officer Pak Sang Hyong, and others were subjected to stress positions as a means of both physical and psychological torture. Other examples of mistreatment included purposefully confining prisoners with others suffering from contagious diseases, chaining prisoners with their hands over their heads, arms fully extended, so that their feet could barely touch the ground, known as strappado, and placing prisoners in large drums filled with water. The containers were then struck with great force, which caused internal injuries but left no physical scars. The water cure, a common torture technique from the U.S. invasion of the Philippines, was also widely used. 99. Historian Nick Turse noted regarding U.S. treatment of Vietnamese prisoners, some had their fingernails torn out or pins or bamboo slivers stuck beneath them, or their fingertips crushed, or whole fingers cut off. Others were cut, suffocated, burned by cigarettes, or beaten with truncheons, clubs, sticks, bamboo flails, baseball bats, and other objects. Many were threatened with death or even subjected to mock executions. Daily torture was just part of a larger system of mass detention in prisons designed to break the spirit. 100. These examples complement the consistency among the various sources reporting on the Korean War regarding U.S. and Western conduct. They do so by showing a wider trend towards very similar conduct by Western soldiers towards East Asian civilians when attempting to project power into the region over several decades. Accounts from all three conflicts are highly consistent. While U.S. conduct in Vietnam and Japan are shown as examples here, other examples pointing to a similar trend include British and Dutch conduct in Indonesia. 101. U.S. conduct in the Philippines. 102. And perhaps worst of all, French conduct in Vietnam. 103. The brutalities in these conflicts equaled and in many cases far exceeded those later committed against the Korean people, and again demonstrate a long-standing and highly consistent trend towards extreme wartime misconduct by Western militaries towards East Asian populations. Perhaps due to the lack of assessments of Western war crimes in Asia as a consistent part of a wider trend, supporters of the Western-led order have repeatedly insisted that atrocities against Korean civilians are Kim regime fabrications on the basis that no allegations coming out of the enemy state could be trusted and that Western interventionism is ultimately a positive and benevolent force. The fact that such a wide variety of reports from all sides in Korea, from multiple international commissions to the South Korean Government Commission, Western journalists, and multiple studies by Western and South Korean scholars, alongside reports from the North Koreans themselves, paint the same picture, makes such allegations far more difficult to dismiss. Chapter 8. Ending the War. Maximum pressure and a hard lesson on American power. The negotiating process, abnormal terms and violation of international law. The process by and circumstances under which open hostilities in the Korean War came to an end would have lasting impacts on U.S.-DPRK relations and continue to have a profound influence on Pyongyang's strategic planning in the 21st century. The U.S. benefited from a number of advantages during the negotiating process, foremost among which were its superior capability to carry out strikes on its adversaries' infrastructure and population centers, its better economic position which allowed it to more easily sustain a war effort, and its wider range of options for escalation to inflict further pain on the Chinese and Korean populations. This last advantage came from America's greater power projection assets and its access to both overseas military bases and weapons of mass destruction. The Korean and Chinese economies by contrast were both ravaged by war and poorly placed to sustain a war effort, and both militaries lacked the capability to threaten U.S. targets as near as Japan or even Pusan, much less the American mainland itself. The discrepancy in power projection capabilities was thus truly immense, with considerable implications for the peace process, allowing the U.S. to exert far greater leverage during negotiations and ensuring that the final terms of the armistice which ended hostilities strongly favored the Western Bloc. March 1951 saw renewed calls among the U.S. military leadership for an offensive north of the 38th parallel. Its aim would be to establish a new front, a Pyongyang-Wonsan line, which would place 85% of the Korean population and the majority of North Korea's food supply under Western control. 1. An advance to the less ambitious Kansas line would push the front line over the 38th parallel, after which further offensives to reach the Wonsan line could be staged. This advance began on April 3, under Operation Rugged, and coalition forces were successful in reaching their objective after 9 days of fighting, which placed the new front line of the conflict over the border and on North Korean soil. The coalition quickly initiated the follow-up Operation Dauntless on April 11 to advance further north to positions 15 to 30 kilometers north of the 38th parallel, forming the Utah Line. While U.S.-led coalition forces made some initial gains and were able to press an offensive into North Korean territory for little over 2 weeks, these were quickly reversed by an effective KPA and PVA counteroffensive. Known as the Spring Offensive, this pushed U.S.-led coalition forces back to the 38th parallel. The cost of victory again demonstrated, however, that a total routing of the coalition forces was not feasible, given the disparity in resources favoring them, the tenacity of their new Supreme Commander Matthew Ridgway, and above all the extremely strained logistics of the KPA and PVA. The East Asian Allies' inability to contest air superiority south of Pyongyang was another major disadvantage, which put pressure on their front lines due to intensive airstrikes on both troops and supply lines. The Spring Offensive was the last major offensive by the East Asian Allies for the remainder of the war, and the Chinese and North Koreans would come to again press hard for a diplomatic solution while heavily fortifying their positions roughly in line with the 38th parallel to force a stalemate on the U.S.-led coalition. Coalition efforts to breach these defenses and again push into Northern Korea repeatedly ended in failure, and even nuclear attacks were deemed insufficient to penetrate the new PVA and KPA emplacements built along the parallel. 2. The emergence of a stalemate roughly along the 38th parallel forced both parties to the negotiating table, and coalition forces were initially receptive to calls for an armistice. In the first week of June, State Secretary Atkinson and UN General Secretary Ly both declared they favored an armistice approximately along the 38th parallel. The Chinese and Koreans also sought to restore an armistice on the 38th parallel as the boundary between the two Koreas, with a small neutral zone on each side of the line. Seeking to encourage a quick end to the war, Beijing confirmed that it would not tie its demands for UN recognition to the ending of hostilities. 3. The USSR expressed its agreement to the idea of ending a war in armistice on June 23, informing U.S. Ambassador Alan Goodrich Kirk in Moscow that the armistice should not involve political or territorial issues and should be a strictly military arrangement. 4. On June 29, the Joint Chiefs of Staff advised Supreme Commander Ridgway of the requirements for armistice. A demilitarized zone 20 miles wide should be created, no reinforcements or additional war materials were to be brought into Korea except one-for-one replacements, and prisoners would be exchanged on a one-for-one basis, which would advantage U.S. and coalition forces as they were holding far more prisoners than the East Asian allies. The U.S. initially wanted to hold negotiations on a Danish ship, although as Denmark was one of the European participants in the war and a NATO member, this was hardly seen as neutral territory. Thus, it was agreed to hold negotiations in Kaesong, the ancient Korean capital located within 10 kilometers of the 38th parallel. Although the U.S. appeared receptive to the opening of talks, offers to cease hostilities for their duration were firmly refuted due to concerns that the lifting of constant aerial bombardment and naval blockade by the Western powers would allow the Chinese and Koreans time to recover and mass supplies. Delegations met for the first time on July 10, 1951. The U.S. faced a dilemma: how to negotiate with the DPRK and China while continuing to deny both states recognition. It was thus decided to delegate the task of negotiating to the military commanders in the field rather than to diplomats or politicians. The tense at Panmunjom accordingly partitioned the military from the political. As Secretary of State Dean Acheson noted, the case for military talks through commanders in the field was strong for the following reasons: first, because neither the Chinese nor the North Korean authorities were official entities recognized by the United States. 5. The UN delegates were all Americans. The delegation for the East Asian allies was headed by North Korean Vice Premier and Chief of Staff General Nam Il, closely backed by Chinese Major General Xie Fang, an officer specializing in political affairs, and General Peng's chief of staff. Initial proposals by General Nam Il calling for both sides to withdraw to the 38th parallel, a withdrawal of all foreign forces from Korea, and formation of a 20-mile demilitarized zone were flatly rejected by the U.S. For the coming 2 years, the course of negotiations would above all else be influenced by one key factor: the Western Bloc's ability to cause the Chinese and Korean nations considerable pain and hardship at relatively little cost to themselves. This came primarily in the form of continued and intensive bombing and shelling of Korean territory, with an average daily death toll comparable to that of the September 11 attacks on the U.S. 50 years later. 6. And a massive and unsustainable cost in both material and manpower imposed on the post-Civil War Chinese economy. The newly formed Chinese Republic was forced to allocate half all government spending to the armed forces in 1951, a huge burden on the economy. 7. Lack of government funding for the civilian economy was particularly critical, considering both the extent of wartime damage from previous decades, and the new republic's state-led economic model, under which government expenditure was considered vital to stimulate growth. The war-torn country could ill afford a major conflict with a broad alliance of Western powers, and had entered into it only when its own borders had been threatened. Under pressure, the East Asian Allied negotiators finally dropped requirements for a withdrawal of foreign forces on July 25. Their demands to restore the 38th parallel as the demarcation line, however, were then also rejected. While the contemporary zigzagged front line meant this would require both sides to yield territory, after operations Rugged and Dauntless, the Western powers held considerably more territory north of the parallel than the KPA and PVA held south of it. State Secretary Dean Acheson thus suspected that the adversary could well have been surprised, chagrined, and even given cause to feel tricked at the American insistence on not accepting the status quo ante bellum, a restoration of the 38th parallel as the armistice line. 8. This hardline position was adopted despite statements a few weeks prior by Secretary Acheson, JCS Chairman Omar Bradley, Defense Secretary George Marshall, and UN Secretary General Tregov that an armistice based on the 38th parallel was the objective. A sudden shift appeared to have taken place to press the East Asian allies for greater concessions. 9. On August 10, Admiral Charles Turner Joy, who led the U.S. delegation, stated his refusal to discuss restoration of the 38th parallel border any further. General Ridgway further wanted to issue an ultimatum, insisting that the East Asian allies alter their negotiating position and accept the new borders decided by the Western powers, or talks would be broken off, although Washington overruled him on this. Ridgway nevertheless led calls for a hard line on the 38th parallel issue, leading some American accounts to place responsibility for this first impasse in negotiations solely on his shoulders. American historian James I. Matre noted that his motives for presenting a DMZ proposal certain to infuriate the other side included gaining bargaining leverage, humiliating his communist adversary, and placating South Korea. And to show his toughness in forcing the communists to accept an armistice on American terms. 10. On August 18, the East Asian allies again compromised, considering adjustments to accommodate Western interests, so the demarcation line did not need to be entirely consistent with the 38th parallel. The U.S. negotiators accepted the following day. Achieving such a major concession, a net loss of territory for the DPRK, was trumpeted as a phenomenal feat by Secretary Acheson. 11. And perceived by the U.S. military and civilian leadership as a strong sign that both Beijing and Pyongyang wanted a swift end to the war. 12. Their compromise appeared to be met with bad faith, however, with the Koreans and Chinese charging that coalition forces had violated the neutral zone around Kaesong, where the negotiations were being held multiple times. UN Command admitted to 2 of the incidents, but claimed they were accidental. On August 23, the East Asian allies claimed Western warplanes had bombed the site of the conference, although the American representatives denied this, leading the Chinese and Koreans to suspend talks until October. It remains unclear whether the bombings did occur, but considering that the East Asian powers had been far more accommodating in their positions and had a far more pressing incentive to end the war sooner, it is unlikely that they broke off talks without provocation. The Chinese and Koreans had little choice but to return to negotiations promptly despite what they viewed as an extremely provocative act. The price of failing to do so and proving overly defiant to Western terms would be high, not only as an extension of the bombardment of the North Korean population and the crippling and unsustainable cost of war to the small Chinese economy, but also because the U.S. promised harsh retaliation to force the East Asian allies back to the table. Should the Chinese and Koreans refuse to return to negotiations as the coalition forces demanded without explanation for the bombing incident, the Joint Chiefs of Staff favored lifting restrictions on bombing North Korean power plants, imposing a naval blockade on China, allowing for a hot pursuit of Chinese and Korean aircraft across the Sino-Korean border, and attempting an advance further northwards. All these measures appeared to have the strong support of the State Department. 13. Permitting hot pursuits could be the first step of bringing the air war to the Chinese mainland, which many in the American leadership strongly supported despite the risk it would provoke Soviet intervention. 14. Commander of the 8th Army General James Van Fleet sought to apply further pressure to negotiations by advancing in force to push the front northwards to the Pyongyang-Wonsan line. While the East Asian allies appeared to have given up prospects of improving their negotiating positions through offensive actions, the Americans often appeared eager to do so. Time was on their side. Prospects for such an ambitious advance were seriously undermined by subsequent battles in August against the Korean People's Army, which, unlike previously when it had staged strategic withdrawals, for the first time fought for every inch of land and proved extremely reluctant to fall back. While the battles of Punch Bowl, Bloody Ridge, and Heartbreak Ridge from late August to mid-October were all won by the Western powers with some South Korean support, the KPA was well dug in, launched multiple small counter-offensives against coalition positions, and caused very heavy casualties. Key to the coalition victory was the U.S. military's ability to rain fire on Korean positions with massive air and artillery strikes, in particular using napalm and other incendiaries. Korean forces lacked the means to respond to such attacks in kind. The last of the three battles saw the U.S. Army deploy battle tanks in considerable numbers, which proved decisive, with the Koreans already hard-pressed in their defense and lacking the firepower needed to neutralize such a large armored offensive. While the KPA had suffered tactical defeats, its effective performance against considerable odds amounted to a strategic victory, with the heavy casualties suffered by the U.S. and its allies ending prospects for further northward offensives and forcing the coalition to return to the negotiating table. The KPA's performance led to far higher estimates for the casualties that coalition forces would incur from a push to the Pyongyang-Wonsan line. These were expected to be in the hundreds of thousands, 200,000 at a conservative estimate. 15. The front line moved little after this. The East Asian allies sought to end the war quickly and to this end avoided provoking the Western Bloc with further offensives, while the Western powers saw the manpower costs of further offensives as unacceptable. The U.S. would later reconsider new offensives in 1953, however, when contemplating using tactical nuclear strikes to neutralize fortified KPA positions. The Chinese government remained strongly incentivized by its economic circumstances to avoid further offensives and conclude the war quickly. Beijing hoped that by keeping the PVA on the defensive in 1952, military expenditures could be cut by 20%. Both the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party and the PLA's General Staff Department were eager to reduce the military presence in Korea even before the war was over, and to end it as quickly as possible even if additional concessions were necessary. So desperate was Beijing to reduce military expenditures, that in October 1951 the General Staff Department planned to send 260,000 to 300,000 troops back to China to substantially reduce the burden of supplying them. 16. While the Chinese were planning to wind down their military involvement, the Western powers were only increasing their firepower while also furnishing the South Koreans with tanks, heavy 155mm artillery guns and other advanced equipment which the East Asian allies could not match. The expansion of the ROCAF to 14 divisions was decided on by Washington and the U.S. Far East Command in May 1952, and additional divisions were furnished with considerable American supplies. 17. The gross imbalance between the war-torn economies of China and the DPRK, neither of which could sustain the war effort or furnish its troops with even a fraction of the equipment of their Western counterparts, compared to the vast American war economy supplemented by its allies, gave the Western powers further room to play for time while losing relatively little in the process. Their uncompromising line in the negotiations thus only became worse when talks resumed in late October. Talks resumed on October 25 at Kaesong, although little was discussed in the first 2 weeks. On November 6, the East Asian allies sought to fix a demarcation line, which would mean a de facto ceasefire. The Western powers opposed this, seeking to continue the air and naval bombardment of Northern Korea to maintain pressure until they gained more favorable terms in all aspects of the negotiations. On November 8, Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Vyshinsky attended the United Nations and urged an end to the fighting in 10 days and withdrawal of all foreign forces within 3 months, terms the East Asian allies had initially proposed but been forced to abandon under Western pressure. 18. Soviet General Secretary Joseph Stalin later explained, on November 20, that this statement had been made to demonstrate the injustice of the American position and that the Chinese and Koreans had been willing to make considerable compromises for peace already while the Western powers had not. 19. The U.S. intended to enlarge the territory of the ROC and also ensure its ability to maintain a sizable military presence in the strategically located South Korean state indefinitely. A return to the original inter-Korean border and withdrawal of foreign forces was thus rejected, and the U.S. would continue to press for further concessions and had the leverage needed to dictate a hard line. Ending prospects for a quick ceasefire, the American delegation on November 17 made clear that military operations would continue until the armistice was signed. A few days later the East Asian allies agreed, and on November 26 conceded that the inter-Korean border would not be restored to the 38th parallel to the advantage of the Western Bloc. 20. On November 27, the American negotiators put forward further terms: an armistice commission with unlimited access to all of Korea, rights to air observation over all of Korea, and guarantees that the Chinese and North Koreans would not rehabilitate airfields destroyed by Western bombing after the war's end, the third being a particularly unusual requirement. There were to be no reciprocal restrictions on the construction or maintaining of airfields by Western or ROC forces south of the 38th parallel. The East Asian allies accepted the formation of an armistice commission so long as it was formed by representatives from both sides, but rejected free access by a supervisory organ to their territory. They also opposed limitations on post-war reconstruction. The Allies proposed an early evacuation of military forces from the demilitarized zone and coastal islands, although this was not accepted by the coalition, which were in control of the majority of the islands. On the first day of the following week, December 3, the East Asian allies agreed to a further concession. They offered to accept restrictions on the introduction of new weapons into Korea after the armistice, but proposed that a supervisory organ of neutral nations inspect ports and ensure compliance by both sides. This turned out to be a well-thought-out move and appeared to catch the Western powers off guard. While the American negotiators were expected to refuse any free inspections by the North Koreans or Chinese of their ports, non-aligned nations such as India had repeatedly demonstrated neutrality at the United Nations and could not be denied as easily. While the U.S. and its allies discussed prospects for neutral observers, the East Asian allies moved to speed up negotiations by moving to the next item on the agenda on December 11: prisoner exchanges. They began exchanging data on prisoners with coalition forces, a prelude to negotiating the exchanges. The following day the American negotiators agreed to concede control of offshore islands, their first major concession, if the Allies agreed to a free rotation of foreign forces into and out of Korea. The Chinese and Koreans, with their demand for a complete withdrawal of foreign forces rebuffed, put forward a compromise and allowance for the rotation of 5,000 foreign troops per month. This was not accepted by the U.S. negotiators, who envisaged a lasting presence of tens if not hundreds of thousands of Western troops in southern Korea. The East Asian allies sought to accommodate American demands without overly compromising their own security, and indicated that they would be willing to agree to looser limitations on the circulation of foreign forces if the Western Bloc loosened restrictions on post-war reconstruction, namely on the reconstruction of Korean airfields. This was a reasonable compromise between the interests of both parties, although still strongly favoring Western interests which would retain full access to airfields in South Korea and planned for a far larger troop deployment to Korean territory after the armistice. The Western negotiators, however, did not accept this compromise and would seek to force the Chinese and Koreans to make concessions unilaterally. 21. The East Asian allies made further concessions early in 1952, agreeing to a rotation of 35,000 men a month, enough for the Western powers to keep a very substantial force in the ROC. They further allowed for foreign inspectors to enter North Korean territory, but only at limited sites. Both sides agreed to allow the other 5 ports of entry, although the 5 largest ports in North Korea were off the list. The Western powers refused to compromise on the issue of a unilateral ban on repairs to North Korean airfields, however, so negotiations continued to stall. Prisoner exchanges would emerge as a major sticking point in negotiations. When the issue began to be discussed in December 1951, the East Asian allies proposed an all-for-all exchange under which each side would repatriate all enemy prisoners in their custody in line with international law and the Geneva Conventions. The U.S. negotiators initially did not make their position on the prisoner of war issue clear, and the American position was revealed only on January 2 of the following year when negotiators proposed terms for an exchange. These were, according to many in the U.S. military leadership themselves, predictably wholly unacceptable to the Chinese and North Koreans. Firstly, they stipulated that prisoners returned would be paroled and would be forbidden from fighting again. While this first term was harsh and highly irregular, they believed that the East Asian allies would be forced to concede on it. The second point, however, was in direct violation of the Geneva Conventions, which the Chinese and Koreans repeatedly protested, and saw the Americans introduce an entirely unheard of concept of voluntary repatriation. According to the U.S. proposed plan, at the end of the conflict, a soldier would be able to exercise his individual option as to whether he will return to his own side or join the other side. In his argument, Admiral Ruthven Libby, the U.S. delegate, used phrases such as principle of freedom of choice and the right of individual self-determination. 22. Or in the words Libby put forth, the voluntary repatriation proposal was essentially a Bill of Rights for the prisoner of war. As regards repatriation, it permits freedom of choice on the part of the individual, thus ensuring that there will be no forced repatriation against the will of the individual. 23. In response to the new terms put forward, the Chinese and Korean delegates immediately pointed out that the 1949 Geneva Conventions on the treatment of prisoners of war stipulated mandatory repatriation at the end of the war and refused the proposal. These protests and the requirements of international law were brushed aside by the American negotiators and in Washington itself. A mass defection of the nature the United States and their allies envisioned engineering would be unprecedented and was intended to affirm the West's position of moral superiority in the eyes of the world and of history. The U.S.-led coalition would prove willing to go to great lengths, including extreme means of coercion, to ensure that prisoners would consent to defect and refuse repatriation, thus providing the Western world with the public relations coup it sought. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had considered using a hard line on prisoner repatriation to gain concessions on the airfield issue, namely by holding prisoners hostage until the East Asian powers agreed to Western terms limiting post-war reconstruction. 24. Insofar as they enjoyed a strongly advantageous position in negotiations, the benefits of proposing voluntary repatriation were far greater for the Western Bloc, given their failure to decisively defeat the PVA, destroy the KPA or place North Korea under their control. The Joint Chiefs came to believe that for prisoners from the adversary Asian states to be depicted as refusing a return to their homelands in favor of life in Western client states would be a major propaganda coup for the Western world, with implications far more significant than concessions. The airfield issue. The American leadership increasingly became fixated on the need for such a victory, in particular the presidency and the State Department. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill also lent it his full support, although his Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden admitted our legal grounds were so poor for pursuing such action. 25. American policy was effectively settled by February 27 on an insistence on voluntary repatriation, following a White House cabinet meeting in which President Truman had given his final agreement and issued relevant orders to Supreme Commander Ridgway. Attending the meeting were the Secretaries of State, Treasury, and Defense, 3 staff members from the State and Defense Departments, and 2 of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The policy they agreed on would emerge as the main sticking point in negotiations for well over a year. 26. While the East Asian allies had been willing to compromise heavily to meet Western terms previously, they were, as many in the American military leadership had predicted, far from willing to compromise on the return of their prisoners, a basic right afforded to all warring states under international law. The prisoner of war issue became so heated in light of the wholly unexpected and illegal new Western demands that the signing of the ceasefire was effectively delayed for 18 months, with Western warplanes, artillery, and warships all the while continuing to bombard northern Korea. Given the details which would later emerge regarding the conditions for Chinese and Korean prisoners in the Western prison camps, and the brutal means of coercion used to force their defections and provide the West with the propaganda coup it so coveted, the East Asian allies' decision to refuse Western terms despite the cost to their populations of extending the war were arguably vindicated. Engineering a mass defection of East Asian prisoners was further intended to provide justification for the Western war effort, the ravaging of Korea and the millions of deaths which resulted. Portraying the reluctance of much of the Chinese and Korean populace to live under communist governments, but more importantly their unwillingness to live outside the Western sphere of influence, was intended to vindicate any and all measures taken by the Western powers to retain their client states and their hegemony in Northeast Asia. 27. As Monica Kim, professor of history at New York University and a leading expert on the Korean War prisoner repatriation issue, stated, for the United States, to have prisoners of war choose not to repatriate to the Northern Democratic People's Republic of Korea would be to validate the U.S. project of liberation through military occupation in the South. Thus the U.S. was seeking to be able to justify not only the deployment of hundreds of thousands of American troops from 1950 but the imposition of American rule from 1945, both directly and later through the re-government. Engineering mass defections could at the same time serve to negate, if not seriously undermine, the DPRK's claim to sovereignty over its people, much as it could for the recently founded People's Republic of China. 28. Reports from the American negotiators indicate that China was willing to concede to the voluntary repatriation of a small number of prisoners after screening the latest of many compromises, despite the Western Bloc's demands violating international law. The figure of 116,000 prisoners returned, quoted by a UN command staff officer to his Chinese counterpart, was reportedly tacitly accepted on April 1, confident that the vast majority of prisoners would elect to return to their homes rather than face an uncertain fate at the hands of the Americans, the Europeans, and the Kuomintang. Thus, when the East Asian representatives were informed 18 days later that only 70,000 prisoners would be returned from the Western camps, they were incensed. 29. It appeared as if the Western powers were continuing to push the limits to which the Allies would compromise for peace, and they finally met it when these staggering figures were cited. What the Chinese and the North Koreans may themselves have been unaware of, however, were the methods of persuasion used by the U.S. and their partners during screening to coerce prisoners to defect against their will. Forced repatriation or forced defection. Justifying Western intervention at any cost. From the spring of 1952, as it became increasingly clear that the East Asian Allied forces could not be routed, the prisoner defection issue became central to the United States' strategic interests regarding the resolution of the Korean War. CIA Director Alan Dulles was not overstating the importance of the issue when he referred to alleged mass defections as one of the greatest psychological victories so far achieved by the free world against communism. 30. The importance of engineering prisoner defections went beyond the need for a propaganda victory for the West, however, and would come to form the basis of the American claim to be a benevolent as opposed to an imperial power. Western rhetoric increasingly placed a new emphasis on moral universalism to frame the rationale of its interventionism abroad in a new light. A world order based on the dominance of Western military might ever present across the globe would remain as it had in the colonial era, but the pretext for this order and for Western interventionism would change. The West's wars were now humanity's wars fought on behalf of mankind, and those such as the Chinese and North Koreans who resisted the West were thus portrayed to be acting not only against Western interests but against the interests of humanity, the international community, and even their own people. The will of the free world and the international community and the designs of the West were to be indistinguishable. The first use of this rhetoric, and new justification for Western-dominated order and the quashing of independent anti-imperial forces by Western might, came in Korea. In order to represent humanity, the Western Bloc had to portray the order it presided over as one with universal appeal to all peoples, thus delegitimizing opposition to Western hegemony and legitimizing Western military interventions overseas. The engineering of defections by prisoners from China and North Korea, the two decolonizing states at the forefront of the conflict against the Western-led order at the time, was thus an extremely valuable and vital contributor for these designs. Monica Kim stated to this effect: "The choice of the Korean War POW would be further evidence of the fundamental appeal of U.S. mandated projects of democracy on the global stage. The notion of defending humanity came to the fore as the moral impetus for war. Sovereign recognition, decolonizing imperatives, or state interests including those of the United States, none of these elements were placed on the table regarding how the American public should imagine the U.S. military intervention abroad." She then concluded, "Desire on the part of the decolonized Korean POW and the Chinese POW would enable the critical disavowal of imperial ambitions on which the United States insisted if others demonstrated their wish to belong to the U.S. defined liberal order, then the United States was not imposing an imperial design on the globe." Desire, however, was not a predictable variable in the interrogation room. 31. Thus the need emerged to ensure that prisoners from the East Asian allied powers which resisted Western dominance would act in a way the ideology of the free world would presuppose. Brutal coercion was often the only means of achieving this. Playing a central role in manipulation of the prisoner of war issue to further the designs of American grand strategy, the Psychological Strategy Board, PSB, established in 1951, recognized that the figure of the prisoner of war could be emblematic of a new kind of war, one which was expected to continue long after the official cessation of hostilities in Korea. This was psychological war, or war for world opinion, in which the U.S. president had taken a personal interest. The undermining of the image of unchallenged Western military might which had provided the East Asian allies with much prestige could be heavily compensated for by effective psychological operations. This was described as a new frontier for U.S. ambitions and conquest. 32. The PSB was heavily responsible for engineering the American effort to depict the war as a struggle between a Western good against an Asian communist evil, a redefining of the war effort as being in the name of universal values rather than Western interests. PSB thus strongly advocated the abandonment of language of containment, and instead called for liberation of the enemy, to cite one example. Another was to drop the Made in America labels used in aid programs. Instead use tags stating, "Peace Partnership of Free Humanity." 33. The legacy of what PSB started remains prominent in Western rhetoric to this day, particularly in regard to the justification for military interventionism and the projection of American and European power. 34. By redefining war as the imposition and protection of universal values under the pretexts of universal moralism, the world was effectively placed in a total struggle between the Western-led order and those such as the DPRK and neutral non-aligned nations which remained outside it. Carl Schmitt, a prominent political theorist and former Nazi German jurist, observed at the time regarding the West's construction of universal moralism that it would bring into existence in fact allow only the existence of wars on behalf of humanity, wars in which enemies would enjoy no protection, wars that would necessarily be total. 35. In the early 1950s, the prisoner repatriation issue lay at the crux of this. Under such a paradigm, the self-righteousness of the West allowed it to justify gross violations of international law. When in early April 1952 American negotiators had offered to return only 70,000 prisoners down from a prior offer of approximately 116,000, Chinese and Korean negotiators were stunned as the Americans had predicted. Hugh Dean, American reporter and former coordinator of information and naval intelligence officer on General MacArthur's staff, reported on the U.S. strategy which necessitated a high number of defections from the armies of the East Asian Allied powers. Reduced estimates reflected the results of savage coercion in the compounds. President Truman and an increasing number of others in the leadership had come to envisage a substitute for the victory the U.S. had failed to win on the battlefield, a propaganda triumph in line with the rollback doctrine that was prevailing over mere containment. An impressive number of prisoners were to refuse adamantly and publicly to go home to the communist evils awaiting them. To do the brunt of the dirty work in selected compounds, there were 32 of them on Koji, all overcrowded. The U.S. secured some 75 persuaders from Taiwan, mostly from Chiang Kai-shek's equivalent of the Gestapo, and a larger number of members of terrorist youth groups sent in by the Syngman government. Some wore neat American uniforms, others were posing as prisoners. Their continuing task was to locate prisoners who wished repatriation and to do whatever was necessary to dissuade them. Control of the food supplies was a powerful means, and that, threats, beatings, slashings and the killing of the most stubborn, led to a gratifying number who muttered Taiwan, Taiwan, Taiwan when asked the key question. Thus many Chinese who didn't want to go to Taiwan found themselves there. Of the Chinese prisoners, 6,670 were repatriated to China, 14,235 were sent to Taiwan. 36. The Anti-Communist Youth League, one of the aforementioned far-right youth groups which had played a key role in brutally quashing dissent against the Yuzamjik and Ri in southern Korea, maintained a strong presence in the prison camps. They were in several cases given jurisdiction over meal distributions, disciplinary beatings, surveillance and interrogations, and reserved the right to punish and if they saw fit to execute prisoners. 37. Comparisons of prison camps where Chinese and North Korean personnel were held to Nazi concentration camps were common even in internal U.S. reports. 38. John Mucho, U.S. ambassador to the ROC, himself alleged that the Taiwanese representatives involved in repatriation were members of Chiang Kai-shek's Gestapo. He passed on reports that Chinese prisoners were being forced to sign petitions in blood and undergo tattooing to prove they were anti-communists and wanted to go to Taiwan. One report from a prison stated, regarding the harsh enforcement of this policy. In early 1952, the brigade leader, Li Duan, wanted to tattoo every prisoner in Compound 72 with an anti-communist slogan. He ordered the prison guards to beat those who refused the tattoo in front of the 5,000 prisoners. Some of those who couldn't stand the beatings gave up and agreed to the tattoo. One prisoner, however, Lin Swip, continued to refuse the tattoo. Li Duan finally dragged Lin up to the stage, and in a loud voice asked Lin, "Do you want it or not?" Bleeding and barely able to stand up, Lin, a 19-year-old college freshman, replied with a loud no. Li Duan responded by cutting off one of Lin's arms with his big dagger. Lin screamed but still shook his head when Li repeated the question. Humiliated and angry, Li followed by stabbing Lin with his dagger. Li yelled to all the prisoners in the field, "Whoever dares to refuse the tattoo will be like him." 39. The State Department were under no illusion as to the nature of the voluntary repatriation process, with Ambassador Mucho reporting to State Secretary Acheson as early as May 1952 that Kuomintang within the compounds dominated proceedings through violent systematic terrorism and physical punishment of those choosing against going Taiwan throughout both orientation and screening phases. Severe beatings, torture, some killings. 40. He had reported 4 months prior in January to Secretary Acheson's aide, Ural Alexis Johnson, that beatings, torture and threats of punishment are frequently unitized to intimidate the majority of Chinese POWs as part of an attempt at forced coerced removal to Formosa, Taiwan, in direct contradiction of the UNC United Nations Commission stand at Panmunjom on voluntary repatriation of internees. 41. He later again emphasized in a report to Secretary Acheson the use of physical terror including organized murders, beatings, threats, before and even during the polling process to ensure a favorable outcome on the repatriation issue. His findings were confirmed by others in the State Department. 42. Mucho would later refer to news on the treatment and coercion of Chinese and Korean prisoners as very disturbing reports of horrors being perpetuated in the prisoners' camps, for which he said the United States was responsible. 43. A report from the Department Office of Intelligence Research similarly observed, during the months preceding the screening, KMT Kuomintang POW trustees, with Chinese nationalist and American encouragement and aid, had built up a police state type of rule over the main Chinese POW compounds, which provided the foundation and means for powerfully influencing the screening against repatriation. This included enforced tattooing of the POWs and violent and terroristic coercion of the POWs by the KMT trustees during the screening, which the report concluded has seriously inflated the numbers of prisoners who chose to defect. 44. U.S. State Department officers A. Sabin Chase and Philip Mansard were sent to Korea to ascertain why such large numbers of prisoners refused repatriation. They concluded in their report that the main reason was violent tactics of the PW-POW trustees before and during the screening process. They reported a police state type of rule over the prisoner compounds and that prisoners were not only subjected to an information blockade, but also that physical terror including organized threats, beatings, and murders before and during the polling process were all widespread. While the investigators found substantial evidence of coercion, they did not find any significant lack of support for the Chinese Communist government or the People's Army among Chinese prisoners. 45. North Korean Dr. Ri Tak-ki concurrently reported that ill patients were harassed to the detriment of their recovery to ensure that they would refuse repatriation. He stated, TB patients especially need rest, but they were hounded day and night as a sort of specially refined torture to get them to renounce repatriation. 46. The Red Cross similarly reported some very grave incidents regarding the treatment of Chinese and North Korean prisoners, particularly surrounding the issue of prisoner repatriation and related coercion. Although reporters were not allowed near prison camps, one reporter for the Toronto Star managed to enter with a British delegation. His report affirmed that the prisoners were choosing not to be repatriated due to physical threats, often carried out. In some cases prisoners were instead given the option either to remain imprisoned indefinitely or to go to Taiwan, and so elected to go to Taiwan based on false information. 47. The final report by the Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission gave the same conclusion, that any prisoner who desired repatriation had to do so clandestinely and in fear for his life. 48. The extreme and often brutal means of coercion employed to force Chinese and Korean prisoners to defect often left them desperate. An example was prisoner Ju Yong-bok, who threw himself at the barbed wire fence of his compound seeking to escape the constant interrogation and torture he was forced to endure in relation to the repatriation issue. According to the prisoner's memoir, those suspected of choosing not to defect to the Western-aligned East Asian states were closely scrutinized, often treated violently and subject to routine interrogation. 49. Indian General Kodandara Subbhayatimayya, sent to represent the neutral nations, noted regarding the perceptions of many prisoners towards the coalition forces holding them, these men were terrified of the UN in general. He observed the immense pressure placed on the prisoners regarding the repatriation issue. Prisoners were terrified of the brutalities of the Western-dominated United Nations Command, the American-sponsored extremist youth groups running many of the camps, and the Republic of Korea itself, to the extent that they tried to place their lives in the hands of an entirely foreign party, the Indian observers, in hope of better treatment. Prisoners on one occasion were reported to have broken out of line and thrown themselves at the Indian forces, perhaps the only source of humanity they could hope to find in the prison camps. 50. Even reports from hardline anti-communist sources admitted that the compounds housing prisoners were run by fanatically anti-communist officers, with observers widely reporting that their use of violence and intimidation succeeded in inflating the number of non-repatriate defectors as intended. American officers reported to Chief Negotiator Admiral Joy that the screening process was not indicative of real choice by the prisoners. 51. Admiral Joy himself wrote of the Kuomintang-controlled compounds that the results of the screening were by no means indicative of the POW's real choice, and that, should Kuomintang leaders be removed, the numbers wishing to be repatriated would rise from 15% to 85%. He further noted reports that a mock screening which had taken place in Compound 92 prior to the regular screening. The Kuomintang leaders had asked those who wished to return to step forward. Those doing so were either beaten black and blue or killed. Regarding his army interpreters who witnessed the repatriation process, Joy reported they had said their experience watching Chinese POWs at the polls convinced them that the majority of the POWs were too terrified to frankly express their real choice. All they could say in answer to the questions was Taiwan, repeated over and over again. 52. Thus the moral victory of the Western-led free world over the independent Chinese and Korean republics, referred to in most Western histories of the Korean War as a key affirmation of the superiority of Western values and the Western-led order, was truly a hollow one. It reflected not moral superiority, but rather the true depravity of the U.S.-led alliance and the hollowness of their claims to represent any sort of free world. The triumph of coercion. On October 8, 1952, negotiations entered an indefinite recess, with the American negotiators unwilling to compromise on their new and illegal demands regarding prisoner repatriation, and the East Asian allies for their part, while willing to compromise on this vital issue, not willing to do so to the extreme extent their adversaries were demanding. To do so would have been a betrayal of their armed forces and of tens of thousands of soldiers who had risked their lives on the front in a way that would have significantly lowered their standings in the eyes of their populations and seriously undermined their mandates to rule. The U.S.-led coalition responded by applying maximum pressure to force the Chinese and Koreans to accept their terms. Key to the pressure campaign on the East Asian allies was not only the Western Bloc's ability to continue the war unaffordable for the allies in the long term both financially and in human lives, but also their ability to intensify and possibly even expand their aerial and naval bombardments. Such threats had been issued previously to force concessions in negotiations, but they escalated considerably over the prisoner issue, on which the Chinese and Koreans were less willing to accede to Western demands. Indeed, as early as June 1951, Secretary of Defense George Marshall had considered recommending that Premier Zhou Enlai be told that unless the Chinese agreed to Western armistice terms, we are going to give them a taste of the atom. 53. As the repatriation issue emerged as a major sticking point, the Joint Chiefs of Staff recommended lifting some bombing restrictions and blockading China if the armistice talks continued to stall. The State Department and the British supported this, although Britain opposed the imposition of a blockade. Intensification of bombing during the armistice negotiations was popular among the American public. 54. Stalling negotiations over the repatriation issue in mid-1952 saw the bombardment of North Korea's civilian infrastructure intensify, with Operation Pressure Pump initiated in July seeing raids on vital infrastructure targets in Pyongyang. Bombardments were continuous and were carried out 24 hours a day for several weeks, causing significant casualties. The attacks were directly linked by the newly appointed Supreme Commander of United Nations Forces, General Mark W. Clark, who had succeeded Ridgway in May, to force the East Asian allies to alter their negotiating position. 55. The Chinese and North Koreans for their part could not retaliate in kind with pressure of their own, which seriously undermined their ability to negotiate on equal terms. As negotiations stalled over the prisoner repatriation disagreement, the Joint Chiefs of Staff again proposed imposition of a naval blockade if the Allies did not agree to U.S. terms for armistice. Chair and founder of the State Department's Policy Planning Staff George Kennan advocated that selective bombing of targets in South and Central China could be necessary to force Beijing to agree to American terms. 56. In May 1952, the American military leadership threatened to send Kuomintang forces to the Korean front. Involvement of the Kuomintang had long been associated with a continuation of the Chinese Civil War to determine the fate of the Chinese mainland rather than the fate of Korea, and implied an extension of the war to Chinese territory, which was Taipei's final goal. On the 19th of that month, the Joint Chiefs recommended that if armistice talks continued to stall, a new offensive should be launched using nuclear weapons against targets in both China and Korea, although the effectiveness of these against KPA and PVA positions remained in doubt. Pressure escalated considerably in the final months of 1952 when more serious attempts were made to intimidate the East Asian allies into submission to the Western terms. The CIA was tasked with spreading rumors that the Americans planned to expand their bombing campaign to China and begin a total war with the new republic if their demands were not met. The Joint Chiefs meanwhile asked Supreme Commander Clark to consider plans for future operations against the Chinese mainland without restriction. 57. In October 1952, Clark advocated an offensive towards the Pyongyang-Wonsan line, an addition of 7 divisions to the coalition force including 3 Kuomintang divisions and 12 artillery and 20 anti-aircraft battalions, and expansion of the bombing campaign across China. He further advocated for the use of nuclear weapons in a tactical role to support this campaign. 58. The inauguration of the new Dwight D. Eisenhower administration 3 months later saw the pressure mount further. China's state newspaper, the People's Daily, had announced shortly beforehand on January 23, 1953 that the new president was considering further expanding the South Korean military, blockading Chinese coasts, supporting a Kuomintang offensive and carrying out nuclear strikes against northeast China. 59. On February 2, 2 weeks after assuming office, the new president announced that the neutralization of the Taiwan Strait was over, meaning the Kuomintang were free to attack the Chinese mainland. 60. The announcement was accompanied by a massive increase in American military aid to Taipei. 61. This was a particularly critical threat considering that Chinese forces were already so overstrained, and the fact that Kuomintang forces would be protected from retaliation by the vast U.S. military presence which remained in and around Taiwan. The Kuomintang had begun raids on the Chinese coast in 1951 with extensive American assistance, which could be construed as a prelude to a wider invasion which would press Chinese forces on 3 fronts. The U.S. was also arming Kuomintang forces to conduct raids into Chinese territory from Myanmar, which were carried out with the aid of CIA advisors. The Third Front. 62. The death of Soviet General Secretary Joseph Stalin in March 1953 marked a turning point in the armistice negotiations and played well into the Western Bloc's hands. The Soviet commitment to defending China in the event of a Western attack, the primary factor holding the U.S. and its allies back from expanding their military campaign beyond the Korean peninsula, was now in serious doubt. Moscow quickly withdrew its pilots from the Korean theater where they had been carrying out limited operations. At Stalin's funeral on March 15, a notable shift in the rhetoric of the Soviet leadership was evident, emphasizing peace and reconciliation with the Western Bloc at a time when their East Asian allies were under maximum pressure. The new Soviet government's support for the East Asian allies would come to decline significantly. The U.S. proved far more willing to explore more provocative actions after the Soviet leader's death, most notably the bombing of the irrigation dams in northern Korea, and there was a very real chance that they would be willing to follow through on threats to attack China, should the East Asian allies fail to accommodate Western terms. The bombing of the dams and escalation of the conventional air campaign thus raised the credibility of American nuclear threats. Armistice talks would resume in 1953, after Supreme Commander Clark wrote to Chinese and Korean commanders on February 22 proposing an exchange of sick and wounded prisoners. They replied favorably, and the exchange took place from April 20 to May 3. Seizing on the momentum of Clark's letter, Zhou Enlai in March proposed a further compromise with the Western demand for voluntary repatriation, which would be more palatable to the East Asian allies, that prisoners whom the Western Bloc alleged were refusing repatriation should first be handed over to a third party, a neutral state. 63. There, it was presumed, efforts to coerce prisoners to defect, often extremely brutally, would be reduced and the number of defectors would drop significantly, with prisoners given a far more genuine and free choice when out of the captivity of the Kuomintang and the Western powers. Beijing and Pyongyang were accommodating the illegal demands of the U.S.-led coalition regarding prisoner repatriation, but they were attempting to do so in a way less compromising to the rights of their captured soldiers so as to bring a faster end to the war. Predictably, propositions for the transfers of prisoners to a neutral state were opposed by the U.S. and their allies, as allowing them a more genuine say in whether they wanted to repatriate seriously undermined prospects for the propaganda coup the self-proclaimed free world so desired. On May 7, the East Asian allies made further concessions. The prisoners would not leave Korea but would be placed in the custody of neutral nations for 6 months. The American negotiators, however, continued to press their demands and sought an early release for Korean defectors who would not be allowed the luxury of time in the custody of neutral states and would transfer directly from prison to the re-government's jurisdiction. They further demanded that time in the custody of the neutral states be confined to 60 days, where the East Asian allies had previously proposed a period of 6 months. 64. Unwilling to compromise, the coalition moved to apply further pressure to force the East Asian allies to accede to their terms. On May 13, 1953, the U.S. began the aforementioned attacks on irrigation dams deep in northern Korean territory, a war crime they were likely willing to commit only in light of the recent developments in Moscow, which reduced the commitment of the Allies' primary protector. The official U.S. Air Force history claimed that 2 of the larger attacks on irrigation dams were the most devastating air operations of the entire war, and portended the devastation of the most important segment of the North Korean agricultural economy. 65. The DPRK's ability to sustain the war effort or feed its population were now in serious doubt. 66. A week later, on May 20, the Joint Chiefs of Staff recommended a large-scale attack involving air and naval operations directly against China and Manchuria and a coordinated offensive to seize a position generally at the waist of Korea, making clear that nuclear strikes would need to be employed on a sufficiently large scale to ensure success. 67. On May 22, State Secretary John Foster Dulles told Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, increasingly seen as a conduit for messages between the Western Bloc and the East Asian allies, that the war would be expanded to China unless Western terms for armistice were acceded to in short order. 68. U.S. Ambassador to the USSR Charles Bolin conveyed a similar message through the Soviets on May 28. 69. Even with an apparent shift in Soviet policy, the U.S. was inclined to avoid further offensives due to a number of factors. These included the large Soviet military presence in China, which made attacks on the mainland unfavorable, the heavily fortified nature of KPA and PVA positions, which limited the applicability of bombing including nuclear bombing, and the massive casualties which were expected should an all-out assault be carried out based on the precedents set by North Korean resistance at Punch Bowl, Bloody Ridge, and Heartbreak Ridge. The positions of the East Asian allies had only grown more fortified since. The U.S. military warned that attacks on targets in China would require use of nuclear weapons which, even with Stalin dead, risked provoking a Soviet response. The new government forming in Moscow, though apparently less committed to the defense of its allies, remained in transition. Western use of nuclear weapons against its neighbors seriously risked provoking the Soviets to again adopt more hard-line position. 70. While American willingness to follow through on its threats and escalate the war remained ambiguous, the threat appeared all the more imminent after the U.S. and its allies launched an unprecedented escalation in May with the bombing of the irrigation dams. In the final week of May, Supreme Commander Clark warned the Korean and Chinese negotiators that the Western terms for an armistice were final and compromises to these would not be accepted. He further warned that if the new Western terms were not accepted, the negotiations would not be recessed but permanently terminated. 71. This hardline ultimatum was further conveyed to the Soviet Union through Ambassador Bolin on June 3. 72. Threat and maximum pressure appeared to work, and the Chinese and Korean parties both acceded to the general's terms with the signing of the armistice on that basis scheduled to come into effect on July 27. The final agreement saw almost no compromise made on the Western hardline on the return of prisoners, with time in the custody of neutral nations limited and, in the case of many Korean prisoners, non-existent. UN command representatives at the signing of the armistice, much like the UN negotiators and the high command of UN forces on the field, were all Americans. The armistice was signed by U.S. Army Lieutenant General William K. Harrison Jr. and Korean People's Army Lieutenant General Nam Il. Both representatives sat at separate tables and wordlessly signed 9 copies of the armistice, which was to take effect 12 hours later. The generals signed at 10:10 and 10:11 a.m. respectively. While General Nam left promptly, his American counterpart exited more leisurely, pausing to smile, greet UN representatives and pose for photographs. Alongside an end to hostilities, the armistice stipulated under Article 4 Paragraph 60 that a conference be held within 3 months to settle the question of Korea's division. A late conference was held in Geneva in April 1954, attended by the US, China, the USSR, Britain, the 2 Koreas and 13 other members of the U.S.-led coalition force, at which the ROC representative took a characteristically hard line, insisting Seoul could be the only legitimate representative of Korea. It called for U.S. and other Western personnel to remain in Korea indefinitely, imposition of a unilateral withdrawal of Chinese forces, and elections to be held under its own jurisdiction to reunify the peninsula under it. The DPRK suggested that all foreign forces leave Korea, and that unifying elections be held under the jurisdiction of neither Korean state but instead under a joint All-Korean Commission agreed upon by both states to ensure fairness. This more equitable proposition was rejected outright, even after China proposed an amendment which would see a group of neutral nations supervise unifying elections, to which the DPRK consented. Again, the knowledge that free and fair elections would almost certainly yield a result strongly favoring the North, as attested to by the CIA among other prominent sources. 73. Had a tangible influence on U.S. and ROC decision-making. Unification under anything less than their own complete authority had to be rejected outright. Seoul and Ri himself in particular had, according to U.S. sources, favored forceful reunification and been highly reluctant to enter into any kind of negotiation requiring compromise, which partly explains why such an intransigent set of terms was put forward. 74. Although the U.S. supported South Korea's proposal, Britain and other allies were skeptical that such terms were ever a viable negotiating position. 75. While even America and South Korea's allies did not voice support for these terms, which due to their one-sidedness and uncompromising nature had effectively ended the possibility of a negotiated settlement, the Belgian and British representatives notably said that they did not reject the ideas of the Chinese proposal. 76. The conference ended with participants failing to agree on any declaration. It is important to note that had the Western Bloc sought to end the Korean War quickly at any time from November 1951, it could have simply dropped the demand for voluntary repatriation and commenced negotiations as law-abiding nations in accordance with the Geneva Conventions. Indeed, a peace agreement could have been reached over a year earlier even with voluntary repartition at the original quoted figure of 116,000 prisoners to be returned, which had been accepted to by the Chinese in April 1952. 77. Additional demands made after multiple rounds of Chinese and Korean concessions served to prolong the conflict by almost 2 years. 78. While the East Asian allies appeared tolerant of small Western deviations from their treaty obligations under the convention, including the illegal transfer of small numbers of prisoners to Taiwan and South Korea, they were unwilling to accept what can only be described as gross violations of the law and serious war crimes. These pertain to the brutal mistreatment of prisoners, including killings, medical experimentation, torture and coercion of the most extreme kind to force them to remain indefinitely behind enemy lines after the war's end. The U.S. and their allies were effectively able to play for time and exert pressure in a way the Chinese and North Koreans were not, and what little leverage the East Asian allies had was further diminished by the death of General Secretary Stalin and resulting shift in Moscow's position. Overhanging the entire negotiating process was a threat to intensify the conflict, up to and including initiating nuclear strikes against Chinese population centers. This threat escalated in 1953 and is widely credited by both scholars and policymakers with breaking the deadlock in the armistice negotiations. 79. State Secretary John Foster Dulles, for one, told his British and French counterparts at the Bermuda Conference 5 months after the armistice signing that it was the Beijing and Pyongyang's knowledge of the U.S. willingness to use force that broke hostilities, referring to the fact that America was prepared for a much more intensive scale of warfare. 80. In April 1954, at the Geneva Conference, Dulles more publicly stated that American position was advanced due to the enemy's realization that if it failed to comply with the terms set, the battle area would be enlarged so as to endanger the source of aggression in Manchuria. 81. President Eisenhower himself asserted without hesitation, when asked how the war had ended, that it had been due to danger of an atomic war. We told them we could not hold it to a limited war any longer if the communists welched on a treaty of truce. They didn't want a full-scale atomic attack. That kept them under some control. 82. The president came to the same conclusion in his memoirs. 83. The fact that the armistice was concluded so shortly after an escalation of nuclear threats convinced the Eisenhower administration that this approach had played a significant role in furthering American designs, and that the ability to issue such threats at times and in ways of their own choosing could be key to bringing about favorable resolutions to future crises. 84. This strategy was implemented by many of the administration's successors, and American attempts to coerce the DPRK through threats of nuclear force were frequent as long as there was total nuclear asymmetry on the Korean peninsula. Use of nuclear threats to press Pyongyang to accept American demands would continue after the signing of the armistice during a number of disputes and would increase considerably in the 1990s following the Soviet collapse. This would eventually lead the DPRK to seek to correct the asymmetry with its adversary by pursuing its own nuclear arms. This same phenomenon was also responsible for sparking Chinese interest in a nuclear deterrent capability which appears to have emerged during the negotiating process as a direct result of America's use of nuclear threats to force unilateral concessions. A spokesman for a prominent Chinese scientific association stated to this effect regarding the nature of negotiations with the United States, "Only when we ourselves have the atomic weapon, and are fully prepared, is it possible for the frenzied warmongers to listen to our just and reasonable proposals for ending the war." 85. The state newspaper People's Daily similarly emphasized the importance of a nuclear weapons capability to contain America's atomic militarism. 86. Alongside threats of nuclear escalation, the ability of the U.S. and its Western allies to heavily bombard North Korean population centers, supply lines, military positions, and vital infrastructure until an agreement favoring their interests was accepted was hardly lost on the country's leadership. It remains contested which means of coercion was the predominant one in forcing the East Asian allies to make concessions, with both bombardments and nuclear threats escalating considerably in the lead-up to the war's end, but it is clear that both of these played a significant role in ensuring concessions remained one-sided due to the East Asian allies' lack of similar capabilities. Many decades later, Pyongyang would come to heavily prize the ability to bombard U.S. military facilities in South Korea, in the wider Asia-Pacific region, and eventually the population centers in the United States itself. 87. Ensuring a more equal position which had long been denied to it. Without military bases on America's doorstep, as the Americans themselves had in Japan, South Korea, Guam, and elsewhere, and without comparable conventional capabilities suited to overseas power projections such as carrier strike groups, the ballistic missile would emerge as the only viable tool for this. Part 2. The Cold War Years. Chapter 9. War in Peacetime. Ongoing conflict after the Korean War. Armistice. Legacy of the Korean War. Before the military intervention of the United States and its Western allies, the Korean War had been expected to last little over 2 weeks and end relatively swiftly and bloodlessly. Neither of the Korean belligerents had made extensive use of air power, deployed weapons of mass destruction, or carried out intensive scorched earth campaigns. South Korea had been crippled by low morale and widespread public support for the North Koreans among its own population. 1. And its military had all but collapsed within days due to mass defections and general disorder. 2. The status quo on the peninsula would thus have resembled that in early September 1945 before the forceful abolition of the People's Republic of Korea by the United States military, with the Korean People's Army gaining much popularity in South Korea for its re-establishment of the People's Committees and effective restoration of the participatory democratic system which had existed beforehand. 3. It would have also brought an end to the bloodshed which had been ongoing in South Korea for 5 years under American rule and later under the U.S. imposed re-government, which had seen hundreds of thousands killed and brutal atrocities committed by ROK forces and the militant groups they and the U.S. had sponsored. Western military intervention brought terrible consequences to the severe detriment of the interests of all Koreans other than Ri and the small minority which benefited from his rule. As former CIA operations officer and intelligence expert Robert R. Simmons observed of the results of this heavy-handed external intervention, Korea's civil war, a potentially swift and relatively bloodless reunification, was converted into a carnage. 4. South Korea's population was left destitute, and their newfound poverty and desperation would be taken advantage of in full, see Chapter 11. The ROK lost approximately 1 million of its population, many of them from the military. 5. With tens of thousands killed by the U.S. and Allied Western forces in numerous incidents ranging from careless laying down of fire to direct orders to massacre civilians. The country remained under the U.S. client government of Syngman Rhee and would see little improvement to its quality of life, among the very lowest in the world, until his overthrow. As Associate Research Fellow at South Korea's Center for Strategic Foresight at the Science and Technology Policy Institute, Park Seon-won noted, the Korean War destroyed Korean society. In the 1960s, South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. In 1965, 85% of its population were still in abject poverty. 6. And economic dependence on the U.S. was extreme. Alongside considerable American aid, prostitution serving U.S. military personnel was strongly encouraged by the re-government and relied on to provide a source of foreign currency. 7. It was only after the toppling of the American-installed Rhee regime by popular protest that living conditions for South Korea's population finally began to improve under a new, more patriotic and independent military government, with President and former General Park Chung-hee proving a highly competent developmentalist. Insofar as South Korea's territory only endured a brief period of Western bombing when under KPA control, with no significant air attacks carried out by Chinese or North Korean forces, damage was considerably lighter and the country was able to begin some reconstruction more than 2 years before the war had ended. This was far from the case for the North, which remained under constant Western bombardment from air, land, and sea for over 3 years until 12 hours after the signing of the armistice on July 27, 1953. The extent of the destruction was thus far greater north of the 38th parallel, with the firebombing campaign, scorched earth policies, targeting of irrigation dams and the loss of up to 30% of the workforce, forcing the DPRK to rely almost entirely on food from abroad. American estimates of the numbers of Koreans killed range up to 5 million. 8. And 20 to 30% of North Koreans are estimated to have died, with many more left homeless, wounded or otherwise unable to work. 9. The level of wartime destruction surpassed that done to any country during the Second World War, or any at all in modern military history. Which party, if any, won the Korean War remains open to interpretation. The U.S. and the Rhee government had failed to destroy the People's Republic in the north and forcefully reunify the peninsula under a Western client regime. They had, however, succeeded in preventing the imminent peaceful reunification and the expected unifying elections which, according to sources on all sides, from the CIA, 10. to the Kremlin, 11. would have brought about a democratic victory for the DPRK government due to its considerable popularity among the southern population. The gains made towards this by the election of a parliament strongly supporting such a peaceful unification process and the marginalization of Rhee, less than a month before the war's outbreak, were thus lost. Despite his extreme unpopularity, which had made a loss of power appear imminent before the war began, Syngman Rhee and his administration were able to remain in power. The alleged communist invasion gave further pretext to strengthen the suppression of opposition, including mass executions of the politically suspect who were previously held in concentration camps. 12. The DPRK for its part may have won by virtue of its very survival, although even without considering the loss of life and wartime damage, its position had deteriorated significantly. Before the outbreak of hostilities, Southern Korea had appeared poised to be peacefully integrated into the new republic, and the Rhee government faced prospects for a loss of power from within. The DPRK nevertheless succeeded in surprising its adversaries both during the war with its effective battlefield performance and afterwards with its rapid and efficient reconstruction program. The Korean People's Army's months-long string of early victories in particular, against overwhelming odds, undermined Western perceptions of their own superiority and of the impotence of Asian armies, which had previously led Western sources to predict their own victory within hours or days. 13. The British National Air Review predicted the KPA's defeat within 72 hours of the U.S. Air Force's entry into the war, and such expectations were hardly unique or outstanding. 14. General MacArthur had himself stated within a few weeks of engaging the KPA, in stark contrast to his previous assessments, the North Korean solider must not be underestimated. He is a tough opponent, well led, with this assessment echoed throughout the U.S. military leadership. 15. The United States has remained highly wary of the KPA's capabilities ever since. Receiving significant support from China and the Soviet bloc, the DPRK succeeded in achieving annual economic growth rates of over 20% in the war's aftermath, with living standards restored to pre-war levels relatively quickly, given the extent of the damage done. Mass mobilization of its population allowed the country to economically outpace the ROC despite having suffered the vast majority of wartime destruction. While industries, dams and homes could be rebuilt and crops resown, the scars of the war would remain for many years to come. Unexploded munitions continue to be dug up 70 years later, endangering civilians and continuing to cause serious injuries. The cleanup operation is expected to take at least 100 years. 16. Figures are not available for the maiming and scarring, both physically and psychologically, of the surviving population, but given the scale of destruction and the substantial death toll, it is expected to be very considerable. North Koreans today consider the Korean War, or in their parlance the Great Fatherland Liberation War, a victory. Considering the thwarting of Western designs and those of Rhee to subjugate the Korean nation, this remains partially true. It was, however, a victory for which a very high price was paid. A new North Korea. The beginning of American involvement in the Korean War marked the end of North Korea as it had once been, and the devastation of the nation resulted in a second revolution in national identity. While previously the Korean Revolution's defining struggle was that against Japanese rule, its victory marked by the establishment of people's committees through which the population could determine their own future, the destruction subsequently wrought on such a scale by the U.S.-led Western powers over 3 years traumatized and shattered the population and redefined their national struggle as one for survival against Western subjugation. The national security state was born, power was increasingly centralized, and a strong defense and large standing army were increasingly prioritized. These measures did not face significant public opposition due to the population's newfound experience and understanding of the realities of war, the intentions and conduct of the Western adversaries, and the imperative of preparation. The wartime experience would become a central aspect of life in the new Korea, as would apprehensions towards and preparations for its possible recurrence. In particular, there was a fear of a second wave of Western firebombing attacks against both civilian and industrial targets, which would again douse the country with hundreds of thousands of tons of explosives, napalm and other incendiaries threatening millions of lives. The government's responses to address this threat were manifold. One was the decentralization of industry to reduce vulnerability to air attacks, with entire factories built and operated underground at considerable cost and inconvenience due to the imminent nature of the American threat. Across the country, underground retreats for the population were also constructed for the same purpose. 17. The influences of the wartime experience and particularly of the American-led bombing raids on both state and military planning were far from short-lived and persist to this day. The Korean People's Army would focus heavily on strengthening its aerial warfare capabilities through the deployment of more interceptor aircraft and air defense systems. Shortly after the signing of the armistice, Pyongyang became the only city in the world other than Moscow to deploy a Soviet S-25, NATO reporting SA-1, long-range surface-to-air missile network, a heavy platform with multi-channel guidance capabilities unique for its time, which was relied on heavily to defend the Soviet capital until the early 1980s. These were supported by other lighter and more common systems such as the S-75, NATO reporting SA-2, and by large numbers of MiG-15, MiG-17, and MiG-19 fighter jets. The primary purpose of all of these assets was to deny Western aircraft access to North Korean airspace and deter them from considering future incursions. The already high perception of threat by the DPRK would grow considerably from 1958, when the fear of new firebombing attacks was supplemented by a heightened danger of American nuclear strikes. The DPRK had been aware of U.S. plans to use nuclear weapons in the Korean War, their deployment to Okinawa and preparation for use, the implementation of Operation Hudson Harbor to determine their effectiveness, and the role of American nuclear blackmail in gaining more favorable terms for an armistice. Widespread calls by prominent figures in the U.S. military and civilian leadership for nuclear strikes during the war were hardly kept secret. Nuclear weapons overshadowed and played a considerable role in the American war effort despite never having been dropped, hence why the conflict is referred to even today in North Korea as a confrontation between the rifle and the atomic bomb. 18. Perceptions of an imminent American nuclear threat grew when the United States unilaterally abrogated Article 13d of the Korean War Armistice Agreement on June 21, 1957. Aware that the cessation of hostilities remained far more important to the Chinese and North Koreans than to its own interests, with American cities and the vast majority of its regional bases still well out of harm's way, the U.S. was able to risk illegally violating the armistice. Although State Secretary John Foster Dulles had initially intended to portray the abrogation as a response to a Korean or Chinese violation, both were found to be fully in accordance with the agreement, meaning no such pretext could be used. 19. American violations were made in the knowledge that a response by either Beijing or Pyongyang which risked jeopardizing the armistice would harm the East Asian allies far more than it would the United States. Their leverage remained minimal as a result of their still limited military capabilities. The Rhee government for its part had opposed a cessation of hostiles from the outset, at a time when the Chinese, Americans, and North Koreans all supported it. taking measures to sabotage the armistice negotiations and insisting the war be continued until all Korea was placed under its control regardless of the cost to the population. 20. Measures which risked new hostilities were thus hardly against its interests either. The United States thus became the first party to nuclearize the Korean peninsula, and unilaterally deployed nuclear weapons to South Korea from January 1958. 21. Approximately 950 warheads were deployed. 22. An excessive amount of force by any measure and enough to erase North Korea and much of China from the map. America's nuclearization of the Korean peninsula was seen as a particularly dire threat due not only to the scale of the deployment, but also to how the U.S. military intended to use the new weapons. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had recommended even before the deployment of warheads to Korea that any renewal of hostilities should immediately be followed by a massive atomic airstrike against North Korean forces, and directives were given to employ nuclear arms in short order. 23. With President Ri still in power until 1960, State Secretary Dulles repeatedly expressed his concern regarding the high risk that Seoul would itself initiate a new round of hostilities. The Secretary informed the National Security Council to this effect: if war were to start in Korea, it was going to be very hard indeed to determine which side had begun the war. 24. U.S. intelligence reports indicated that Ri's government was actively contemplating launching an attack in the mid-1950s. In a 1954 address to the U.S. Congress, Ri had shocked even his more hawkish American supporters by calling for use of the hydrogen bomb against the DPRK. 25. The Eisenhower administration's New Korea policy under NSC 5702/2, dated August 9, 1957, further allowed U.S. forces including their nuclear warheads to provide support for a unilateral ROK military initiative against the DPRK. 26. Ri's previously demonstrated tendency to provoke the DPRK with his own forces. 27. His insistence on nothing less than forced reunification under his rule, and the knowledge that any new war would be aided by American nuclear force, meant there was a considerable risk he could seek to restart hostilities if not properly held in check by the Americans themselves. The deployment of American nuclear arms within close artillery range of its territory had severe implications for North Korean security. While the USSR previously may have been expected to provide its ally with proportional protection in the form of a Soviet nuclear arsenal deployed to North Korean territory, even if a token force a small fraction of the size of the American one in the ROK, such support was not forthcoming. This was but one example of the unequal support the Koreas received from their superpower backers. The U.S. would also conduct multiple surveillance flights over North Korean territory and gain detailed and extremely valuable intelligence on KPA defenses, which was subsequently shared with the ROKAF. While the Soviets had comparable surveillance aircraft of their own, these were not used to provide the KPA with similar intelligence. 28. With the new post-Stalinist government in Moscow not only drastically revising its ideological position, but also seeking détente with the West at the expense of several of its old allies. 29. There was a growing rift in relations with Pyongyang from the mid-late 1950s. Faith in Soviet protection was further shaken in 1962 when the USSR was seen to have effectively capitulated under Western pressure and withdrawn its nuclear deterrent from Cuba despite an imminent threat of American attack against the small Allied state. 30. This not only strengthened arguments within the DPRK for pursuit of an independent deterrent capability, which included both conventional arms and longer-ranged strike capabilities, but it also forced Pyongyang to take additional precautions against an American nuclear attack. By the end of January 1958, the first month of deployments of nuclear weapons to Korea, the United States had stationed approximately 150 nuclear warheads across 4 different weapons platforms in the ROK. These included the MGR-1 Honest John rocket artillery system, 280 mm gun, and 203 mm nuclear howitzers and the atomic demolition munition nuclear landmine. In March, American strike fighters were equipped with nuclear warheads of their own, and this deployment was closely followed by further delivery systems for tactical nuclear weapons, including the MGM-18 Lacrosse and MGM-29 Sargent nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles and the M28 Davy Crockett Smooth Sabre guns. By the mid-1960s, over 8 different types of American nuclear warhead were deployed to South Korea, including Hercules nuclear-armed surface-to-air missiles designed to neutralize formations of Korean aircraft. 31. The deployment of nuclear warheads near the border on low-level systems such as howitzers and rocket artillery allowed the U.S. to launch strikes against targets in the DPRK at any moment with only a few seconds warning. American helicopters regularly flew nuclear weapons up to the inter-Korean border, and nuclear artillery systems were later complemented with 20-kiloton atomic demolition mines designed to contaminate large areas of South Korea for up to 2 weeks to deny it to KPA forces. This was a new and more extreme form of scorched earth. These mines were forward deployed by special teams who carried the nuclear warheads in their backpacks and moved around in jeeps. Forward deployment of nuclear weapons necessitated a very low threshold for use, or a policy of use M or lose M, as all nuclear warheads would need to be expended within hours of a war's outbreak to avoid the risk of their capture by the KPA. 32. The North Koreans themselves had no means of responding to a potential nuclear attack other than the shelling of heavily fortified American military positions with their own conventional artillery assets, hardly a credible deterrent. The DPRK thus was forced to undertake considerable investments to fortify potential targets against American nuclear attacks in response. While it had already invested heavily in a vast network of underground tunnels and bomb shelters for protection against Western firebombing attacks, deeper and stronger fortifications were needed to withstand nuclear strikes, particularly as tactical nuclear warheads quickly grew more sophisticated. Attacks on high-value targets such as the capital Pyongyang using multiple nuclear bombs were expected, and the U.S. was developing increasingly sophisticated penetrative nuclear warheads to ensure it could reach even the best defended targets. The DPRK's considerable investments in fortifying its positions with underground defenses would make the country the most tunneled in the world, and provide the KPA with a rare skill set which it would later pass on to many of its allies, see Chapter 10. Indeed, President Kim Il-sung would offer both China and North Vietnam technical expertise in building fortified underground airfields which could accommodate regiments of 32 fighter jets, a skill developed in response to the Western powers' prioritization of targeting airfields in the Korean War. 33. Perhaps the most prolific such tunneling effort was the construction of the Pyongyang Metro, which began planning as the U.S. began to deploy nuclear warheads to the Korean peninsula, with construction beginning in 1965. The metro was designed from the outset as a shelter from American bombing raids and nuclear strikes, with transportation arguably only a secondary function. For this purpose, the state went to considerable extra expense to construct the deepest and best fortified underground public railway system in the world, which at over 110 meters below the surface is today the deepest in the world. Protection for civilians sheltering underground was further improved with reinforced steel blast doors. The ability not only to shelter its people and assets underground, but eventually to wage war from underground as the network of tunnels and bunkers grew more sophisticated, itself seriously complicated American and Allied war plans and served as something of a deterrent in its own right. Several decades later, when the U.S. considered a new attack on the DPRK in the early 2000s, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld stated regarding the sophistication of the underground network of fortifications, "They have gone underground across that country in a way that few nations have done. They have underground emplacements of enormous numbers of weapons." This was part of an argument against military action made at Rumsfeld's confirmation hearing, in which he referred to the KPA as world-class tunnelers. 34. This network would continue to be expanded with techniques for fortification refined over several decades. A small war in the demilitarized zone, 1966 to 1969, amid high tensions in the post Korean War years multiple direct U.SKPA clashes took place on the inter-Korean border. Although the Chinese People's Volunteer Army was withdrawn from Korea in 1958, after having provided not only protection but also a considerable labor contribution to reconstruction efforts. 35. The U.S. intended to maintain a large presence in South Korea indefinitely. In all future clashes with the United States and its allies, the rebuilt and now better armed Korean People's Army faced them alone. The first major series of clashes, known in the U.S. as the Korean DMZ conflict, was a series of small skirmishes at the demilitarized zone from October 1966 to December 1969. These saw South Korean military and police units take the bulk of casualties at over 1,000 personnel, and the U.S. military take over 300 casualties. Of these, 374 U.S. and ROK troops were killed. KPA casualties were considerably lower, although a far higher proportion of these were deaths due to the nature of their mission's infiltration behind enemy lines. 397 North Koreans were killed in the conflict. 36. Theories on the causes of the Korean DMZ conflict differ, with some placing the blame on the United States for provoking KPA units on the border, while others have indicated that conflicts were part of a broader North Korean grand strategy. This supposedly entailed supporting an insurgency in South Korea while wearing out the U.S. military with low-intensity conflict, with the intent to exhaust American forces and force them to split their resources between two fronts, the second being the then escalating war in Vietnam. The South Korean state had by this time grown considerably more resilient than it had been in the 1950s, with the new nationalist President Park Chung-hee's governance providing a strong contrast to that of the corrupt and regressive Ri years. The new president was a former officer in the Imperial Japanese Army who was later jailed and sentenced to death under Ri on charges that he led a communist cell. Evading this sentence with support from other officers, Park returned to active service after the outbreak of the Korean War and rose to the rank of brigadier general. As acting president from 1962, Park did much to increase the legitimacy of the South Korean state in the eyes of the population and is widely credited today with having set the ROK on course for its economic rise, the result of which was a considerable improvement in general living standards. While Park was still constrained in his powers by the nature of the alliance with the United States, he had come to power through his own machinations, rather than being handpicked by the Americans and flown in from Washington as Ri had been. This, combined with a strong nationalism and vision for a modern Korea. 37. Made him considerably more independent. Changes in governance in South Korea itself following Ri's popular overthrow, combined with an extremely tight security state and an ongoing state of fear inspired by the brutal treatment of leftist sympathizers, were likely themselves largely responsible for the failure of the KPA to ignite a major insurgency in the ROK. Where the Korean People's Army could rely on widespread support among the rural population in South Korea during the Ri years, impoverished and brutalist as the peasants were by his policies, genuine efforts to raise rural living standards and a decline in the indiscriminate violence towards the population by the authorities and affiliated youth groups under President Park meant this vital segment of the population was far less alienated from Seoul. A root cause for sympathies with North Korea was thus undermined. With a new, more charismatic leader and a government seen as far more legitimate than its predecessor, morale in South Korea was considerably higher. The military had also evolved into a far more formidable force under new leadership, and U.S. reports showed South Korean soldiers to be considerably better trained and better disciplined than their American counterparts. 38. Indeed, by contrast to the South Koreans, U.S. commanders lamented the quality of their own soldiers during the DMZ conflict, resulting in multiple casualties from what could only be described as careless actions from during mine-laying, piloting, weapons maintenance and other routine activities. Rumors of drug abuse among U.S. personnel were rampant. 39. High tensions during the DMZ conflict saw the Korean People's Army Air Force shoot down a number of combat jets from the U.S. Air Force which Pyongyang claimed infringed on DPRK airspace. These included the downing of an RF-4C Phantom on August 31, 1967, an F-105D 5 months later on January 14, 1958 and an F-4B Phantom the following month on February 12. The aircraft lost, specifically the Phantoms, were the most capable in the Western Bloc at the time and were downed by Korean-operated MiG-21 fighters. These jets had been acquired from the Soviet Union from 1963, possibly earlier, and were the most advanced fighters deployed by the Soviet bloc at the time. Perhaps the most significant incident during the DMZ conflict was the capture of the U.S. Navy surveillance warship USS Pueblo by the Korean People's Army Navy on January 23, 1968, and the imprisonment of 82 of its crew. With the KPA at that time involved in the Vietnam War, see Chapter 10, the seizure is speculated to have been coordinated with the Viet Minh who just 7 days later launched the large-scale Tet offensive against American forces in South Vietnam to further stretch the U.S. military presence in the region. The seizure also came 6 days after President Lyndon B. Johnson's State of the Union address, which focused heavily on the state of conflict in Southeast Asia, but was widely considered a complete failure in America, indicative of the fragile morale and questionable unity on the home front. 40. The DPRK claimed that the American warship entered its territorial waters multiple times near Wonsan on the country's eastern coast, citing the ship's logbook as evidence. The U.S. denied that their warship had done so. The Pueblo was carrying out surveillance operations but had been intercepted by a submarine chaser and 3 torpedo boats with cover from a pair of MiG-21 fighters. These were followed by further Korean light warships. KPA forces eventually boarded and commandeered the Pueblo, killing 1 crew member who they claimed resisted detention. The remaining 82 crew reportedly succeeded in destroying some classified information, but the majority was captured. While the Pueblo was armed, the size of the Korean force deployed against it left little chance of mounting an effective defense. Following the Pueblo's capture, CIA-operated Lockheed A-12 surveillance jets flew sorties over Korean territory, locating the ship near Wonsan and photographing potential targets for attack. 41. The use of the A-12 demonstrated the importance of the incident to the United States, with only 13 of the extremely costly aircraft ever built and the platforms reserved for only the most vital surveillance missions. The CIA jets were tracked but not fired on, and succeeded in locating the Pueblo, which had been escorted to Wonsan Harbor. 42. A previously unknown site for high-altitude surface-to-air missiles was observed in Wonsan, possibly deployed in anticipation of or to deter an American intervention. 43. Cables since declassified show that the Pentagon was ready to use nuclear weapons to force Pyongyang to comply with American demands over the Pueblo incident, much as threats to use them had helped facilitate favorable terms to the Korean War armistice. 44. As American historian Peter Hayes noted, the initial reaction of American decision-makers was to drop a nuclear weapon on Pyongyang. The fact that all the U.S. F-4 fighter planes held on constant alert on South Korean airfields were loaded only with nuclear weapons did not help the leaders to think clearly. 45. President Johnson was reportedly advised by a number of officials to respond to the ship's capture with an act of war, with attack plans presented involving nuclear strikes against the Korean leadership and KPA airbases. 46. The new geopolitical situation limited the feasibility of an escalatory response, however, with prevention of an outbreak of wider hostilities vital to the American interest at the time. Seeking to avoid opening a second front alongside Vietnam, Washington was forced to take a measured and proportional response. The administration considered a blockade of the DPRK and conventional airstrikes on Korean targets, but ultimately did not pursue these options for similar reasons. 47. The U.S. response was restricted to the aforementioned reconnaissance flights, increased deployments of air, naval, and ground forces, official protests through the United Nations, and cabling of the Soviet Union. A massive show of force under Operation Combat Fox and Operation Formation Star, the latter which involved 6 American aircraft carriers, was conducted to send a strong signal to Pyongyang. 6 fighter squadrons, between them comprised of over 200 fighters, were deployed to bases across South Korea alongside reconnaissance and electronic warfare units primarily to air bases in Kunsan and Osan. Pyongyang's actions indicated awareness of the weak position America was in, and the KPA did not carry out a retaliatory mobilization of its own forces as the U.S. had expected. 48. With public opinion in America fast turning against the war in Vietnam, where the U.S. military was increasingly hard-pressed with no end in sight, the opening of a second front in Korea even in response to perceived provocations was not a politically viable option. Although their displays of force and new deployments attempted to demonstrate otherwise, the U.S. was extremely limited in the military options it had available. The KPA demonstrated a greater level of hostility towards the United States during the Pueblo incident than it had previously during the Korean War, and testimonies of captured American sailors show their treatment bore stark contrast to that of U.S. prisoners 15 years prior. While a far cry from the excessive amputations, medical experimentation, rapes, killings and squalor of the U.S. run camps holding Korean and Chinese prisoners during the Korean War, American captives from the Pueblo still reportedly received beatings and threats. It is possible that the North Koreans lowered the standards of care offered to American prisoners after seeing the state of their own prisoners returned from American hands, many of whom were terribly damaged and returned with missing limbs and severe trauma due to their gruesome experiences in custody. 49. The DPRK appeared to have no intention of holding the American prisoners indefinitely, and they were released on December 23, 11 months after their capture. In return, the United States provided assurances that it would not conduct similar spying missions in future, while the senior American representative at the Military Armistice Commission of Korea, Major General Gilbert H. Woodward, officially admitted that the Pueblo had been carrying out espionage operations in North Korean waters when captured. 50. This confession and similar confessions by American sailors appear to have been coerced, and the crew themselves all quickly refuted their stories upon returning home. This again bore stark contrast to the confessions of war crimes made by American prisoners in the Korean War, who reported no such coercion, had their statements supported by considerable evidence and in a significant number of cases maintained their stories even after release. 51. It thus remains uncertain whether the Pueblo was in fact violating Korean waters, or whether the seizure of the vessel occurred in international waters and was an intended KPA provocation coordinated with and supporting the Tet Offensive in Vietnam. The USS Pueblo itself would remain in KPA hands, and today rests on the Batong River in Pyongyang, where it is displayed as a symbol of triumph over American aggression. Communications equipment from the warship was reportedly studied and information shared with the Soviet Union, with both nations replicating these to access U.S. Navy communications. American encryption devices on board proved particularly useful for the USSR for future espionage operations. A number of U.S. reports, including a prominent thesis presented at the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College, indicate that the Soviet Union was itself heavily involved in the Pueblo incident, as it required access to the warship's equipment to make full use of its valuable new spy ring in the U.S. Navy. This spy ring was led by U.S. Navy Chief Warrant Officer and Communications Specialist John Walker, who had shortly beforehand volunteered his services to Moscow in 1968. While U.S. analysts and the Johnson administration itself seriously underestimated Pyongyang's level of independence from the Soviets. 52. This remains a plausible theory given the situation in the USSR at the time and considering that a seizure was in the interests of both countries, albeit for different reasons. 53. The Soviet Union notably provided increased economic and military support to the DPRK following the incident. 54. The second major incident in the period of the DMZ conflict occurred on April 5, 1969 when a U.S. Navy EC-121 Warning Star reconnaissance aircraft was shot down over the Sea of Japan by North Korean MiG-21 fighters. Pyongyang claimed that the aircraft had penetrated its airspace and was conducting espionage operations, while the U.S. Navy claimed it had been over international waters. 31 American personnel were killed, the largest single loss of an American aircrew during the Cold War. While the incident itself represented a major loss, the American response and its implications were perhaps even more important in their impact on relations between the two states. The new Richard Nixon administration was initially at a loss in forming a response to the shoot-down which, if American reports on the location of the interception are to be believed, represented a considerable escalation of hostilities. With the U.S. planning an imminent drawing down of its military presence in the Asia-Pacific, escalation against the DPRK remained against its interests at the time. President Nixon did however authorize plans to be drawn up for a massive counterattack, one which was intended to destroy the DPRK's capacity to wage war within hours and thereby avoid involving the U.S. in a long and drawn-out campaign. Operation Plan Freedom Drop envisaged the U.S. military using its massive nuclear arsenal to conduct strikes against military targets in North Korea, employing one nuclear weapon on each target. 55. Over a dozen tactical nuclear weapons would be used to destroy Korean command centers and airfields across the country, although it is unclear whether this would be followed by a ground invasion by U.S. forces. Attack plans were supported by Nixon's national security advisor Henry Kissinger, but those more experienced regarding the Korean situation, including the American ambassador in Seoul, the JCS chairman, the CIA director and the commander of U.S. forces in Korea, all strongly warned of the dangers of escalation such an attack would incur. 56. CIA officer George Carver, the agency's top Vietnam specialist, reported that President Nixon went so far as to authorize a nuclear attack on the non-nuclear East Asian country. The American leader was at the time inebriated, but this did not stop the military leadership from taking his orders seriously. Carver stated, Nixon became incensed and ordered a tactical nuclear strike. The Joint Chiefs of Staff were alerted and asked to recommend targets, but National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger got on the phone to them. They agreed not to do anything until Nixon sobered up in the morning. 57. Recently published testimonies from U.S. Air Force pilots stationed in South Korea indicate that units were placed on high alert and ordered to prepare for a nuclear strike on North Korean targets. F-4 pilot Bruce Charles recalled that his fighter was to deploy a B-61 thermonuclear gravity bomb with a 330 kiloton yield, 22 times that of the 15 kiloton Little Boy bomb dropped on Hiroshima. According to American sources, Little Boy had killed an estimated 192,000 residents, the vast majority of them Japanese civilians. The death toll from even a single B-61 was expected to be several times greater. 58. The nature of Charles's target remains uncertain, but given the size and strategic nature of the bomb, it is highly likely that the target was a population center with a nuclear attack on Pyongyang, a near certainty in the event of a major war. Airmen were on high alert for nuclear attack for several hours, with Charles recalling, the order to stand down was just about dusk, and it was not a certainty. The colonel said, "It looks like from the messages I'm getting, we will not do this today. I do not know about tomorrow." 59. It is notable that, according to Henry Kissinger, the president was unwilling to launch nuclear retaliation against the Soviet Union even in the event of a Soviet conventional attack on NATO, fearing that escalating to a nuclear war would devastate America. 60. He appeared to have far less qualms regarding authorization of a nuclear attack on the non-nuclear East Asian state, however. Thus, the DPRK's lack of even basic retaliatory capabilities against American targets beyond the Korean Peninsula again served to place it at serious risk in its conflict with the United States, including the risk of nuclear annihilation. Ultimately, a combination of factors including the situation in Vietnam, the heavily fortified nature of Korean targets which undermined the effectiveness of planned nuclear attacks, the strength of Korean air defenses and the presence of a sizable KPA force near the DMZ too close to American forces for nuclear attack all likely influenced Washington's final decision. While the Soviet Union showed no signs of support for the DPRK, it remained bound by Article I Paragraph 2 of the 1961 Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation and Mutual Assistance to support its East Asian neighbor in the event it was attacked. The Soviet commitment to fully honor this treaty, particularly after the deterioration of relations with North Korea in the 1960s, was questionable, more so in light of Pyongyang's neutral position and unwillingness to adopt the Moscow's hard line against neighboring China following the Sino-Soviet split. 61. Despite this, action as provocative as an American thermonuclear attack on the DPRK would likely warrant at least some measure of Soviet response. U.S. efforts to improve relations with the People's Republic of China, on which the Nixon administration's entire Cold War strategy in the Asia-Pacific depended, also made alienating a major treaty ally of the DPRK through disproportionate nuclear attacks an unfavorable policy. Ultimately, the U.S. relegated its response to working to bring a faster end to the DMZ conflict, staging major naval exercises in the Sea of Japan and providing fighter escorts for future surveillance missions. This proportionate if underwhelming response reflected the fragility of the American position at the time. 62. Conflict in Korea de-escalated significantly after July 1969 following the announcement of the Nixon Doctrine, which called for a reduced commitment to the defense of Allied states and heralded the beginning of America's disengagement from Vietnam. With U.S. forces bogged down in Southeast Asia and overstretched and overcommitted globally, with negative implications for both its finances and morale, the adoption of such a radically different new doctrine was seen as indicative of a failure of the prevailing policies and a victory for the Viet Minh and their allies. From that time, not only did the number of U.S. troops in Vietnam drastically decline, but the number of skirmishes in Korea appeared to decrease, the only major incident being the shooting down of an American O-23 Raven helicopter which by all accounts was operating in North Korean airspace. The conflict is considered to have come to a final close in December 1969 when Commander of United States Forces in Korea General John H. Michaelis, newly appointed 2 months prior, negotiated the release of the 3 American servicemen captured from the helicopter. 63. While the Korean DMZ conflict continued for over 3 years, longer than the period of open hostilities in the Korean War itself, its low intensity and the very different geopolitical context under which it took place made it inconsequential relative to the other conflicts of the time, even for DPRK-U.S. relations. The death toll of the 3-year conflict was just a fraction of that of an average day in the Korean War. The conflict did illustrate to both sides, but particularly to the United States, which was increasingly on the defensive and contemplating withdrawing from the region at the time, the considerable risks of a new war. Washington needed to avoid the compromising of relations with China and to a lesser extent the USSR, and moreover was eager under both the Johnson and Nixon administrations to avoid a new quagmire amid considerable public pressure to withdraw forces from the Asia-Pacific. President Nixon stated to this effect regarding his rationale for avoiding escalation over the EC-121 shootdown, "I still agreed that we had to act boldly. I just wasn't convinced that this was the time to do it. As long as we were involved in Vietnam, we simply did not have the resources or public support for another war in another place." 64. For the DPRK, its perception of an American nuclear threat was reinforced by the speed with which the U.S. proposed to escalate to nuclear war and its reliance on nuclear assets in the event of war. Had clashes occurred under a different geopolitical context, it is likely that nuclear attacks would have been employed very quickly on multiple occasions. The vast asymmetry between the nuclear-armed superpower with long-range strike assets and the small East Asian state which could not threaten any American targets beyond Korea was thus emphasized. The KPA's failure to ignite a significant popular insurgency in South Korea also persuaded Pyongyang that a strategy for unification based on that of the Viet Minh was no longer viable. 65. As the new leadership in Seoul had proven considerably more competent and popular than the American-installed regimes of Diem in South Vietnam or of Re, which had both proven far more vulnerable in this regard. The end of the DMZ conflict coincided with the beginning of the end of the Vietnam War, with U.S. forces beginning to make serious reductions in their military presence from 1969. The low-intensity conflict in Korea, which like that in Vietnam appeared set to continue indefinitely and necessitated a large and costly American presence in South Korea, is likely to have contributed to the Nixon administration's decision to de-escalate and withdraw assets from overseas. The intensification of the conflict in Korea in its final year presented the very real risk of opening a second front, which could have influenced the outcome of the Vietnam War by contributing to an overall shift in U.S. policy towards the Asia-Pacific. Enemies at Cold War. The end of the Korean DMZ conflict hardly spelt an end to tensions between Washington and Pyongyang, although it did mark the beginning of a new phase of hostilities which would see the U.S. regather its forces and again assume a position of strength. Despite suffering from high inflation rates, a fast weakening dollar and considerable economic uncertainty, the successful exploitation of the Sino-Soviet split and a growing defense partnership with China, withdrawal from Vietnam and the reorganization of the U.S. military improved the American geopolitical position in the Pacific considerably from the mid-1970s. Western dominance in Southeast Asia was consolidated by Indonesia's emergence as a major ally, with the Western-backed coup killing up to 3 million communists, suspected communists, and their families. 66. Emergence of Indonesia as a major Western client, and the collapse of the region's leading Communist Party and non-aligned government, was seen to more than compensate for the loss of South Vietnam. 67. Beyond the Pacific, the collapse of the Arab nationalist bloc and assertion of Western dominance in the Middle East furthered the trend towards a recovery of the Western advantage in the Cold War. 68. While the U.S. was in a strong position to increase pressure against the DPRK, Pyongyang itself increasingly suffered from the unfavorable balance of power. The American defense commitment to South Korea remained strong, and while the ROC's economy and military were negligible in the years, the country was beginning to emerge as a major power its own right. In South Korea, GDP had grown from just $2.7 billion in 1962 to $10.8 billion in 1972 under the military rule of Park Chung-hee. 69. While growth in the DRPK began to stagnate. This can largely be attributed to the overall performances of the alliance systems each was participating in, with South Korean products gaining favorable access to markets in most of the world, including all of the Americas, except Cuba, Oceania, most of Southeast Asia and the Middle East, as well as Japan and Western Europe. Trade and labor exports to oil-rich Western-aligned Middle Eastern states alone brought billions to the South Korean economy. 70. While access to the U.S. market was also highly prized. In 1965, Japan provided the ROC with economic cooperation grants and loans totaling $800 million, over $6 billion in the currency of 2020. 71. And Seoul subsequently began to receive massive injections of Japanese economic aid alongside the benefits of trade with the world's third-largest economy. 72. While South Korea could trade with America, Japan, and Western Europe among others, which between them invested billions in capital and absorbed billions in exports, the only major economy which was not prohibited from maintaining close economic ties to North Korea was the Soviet Union. Even this relationship from the 1960s to the mid-1980s was fragile at best due to political tensions. The Soviet sphere of the world economy was considerably smaller, and the Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact nations at its center were themselves beginning to stagnate with no comparable network of economically interconnected allied states to match that of the Western Bloc. From the outset of the Cold War, the disparity between the Soviet-led and the Western-led worlds in population, resources, and economic capacity was considerable, largely a result of the colonial legacy of the Western Bloc, which provided a dominant influence across 4 continents, which was only seriously disputed in Europe and Asia. Sanctions such as those under the Trading with the Enemy Act, which targeted the DPRK directly, ensured that Western-aligned states and many neutral states were limited in their ability to trade with North Korea. Thus, regardless of how efficient or sophisticated North Korean industry was, the vast majority of the world economy had been locked into a system which prevented states from buying its goods or financially supporting its research and development efforts. The ROC faced no similar constraints. North Korea's successes in forming major trading relationships outside the Soviet bloc were few, the only significant gain being the opening of Iran to trade the 1980s, with threats of Western economic sanctions and political pressure forcing most of the world to keep its distance. This was key to the West's containment strategy against the Soviet Union. 73. And when applied to a state as small as the DPRK, the effects were devastating for its growth potential. Thus, while both the DPRK and the ROC pursued state-led growth models, Pyongyang increasingly appeared to be locked into the wrong alliance system from the economic perspective, which seriously restricted its opportunities for growth and modernization. In spite of its isolation from the majority of the world economy, North Korea was still a strong economic performer relative to Soviet bloc and communist nations, and by far the most developed of these in Asia. In terms of registered industrial designs, according to data from the Geneva-based World Intellectual Property Organization, by the mid-1980s the DPRK was second only to the Soviet Union among communist nations and far ahead of all other socialist states. Major sustained investment in this field would place it in fourth place in the world after the Cold War's end in 1990, behind Japan, South Korea and the United States, but well ahead of China or the Soviet bloc nations. 74. High levels of technical education among the workforce, even in rural areas, were repeatedly reported by external observers, and domestic industrial works such as hydroelectric dams were, according to experts from companies such as the Swiss-Swedish ABB Group, considered nothing less than engineering masterpieces. 75. Despite a highly educated workforce and considerable investments in high-end technologies, however, the DPRK was unable to compete at the level of South Korea or others which were better integrated into the global economy and were not sanctioned by the dominant economic powers in the West. Pyongyang's actions demonstrated an awareness that in an increasingly globalist world, the outcome of its conflict with America was as much contingent on the success of the global struggle against the Western Bloc as it was on the events on the Korean Peninsula itself. 76. The direct consequences of the Sino-Soviet split in undermining Pyongyang's position, much as it had seriously undermined that of the Viet Minh. 77. And the very considerable aforementioned effects of America's position in Southeast Asia on its policy towards Korea in the late 1960s, had all effectively demonstrated the importance of the global struggle. The end of the DMZ conflict and beginning of a new phase of conflict between the Western superpower and the small East Asian state thus also marked the beginning of greater efforts by North Korea to bolster forces beyond the Korean Peninsula which challenged the Western-dominated order. The strengthening of these forces, including both state and non-state actors, could potentially benefit the Korean struggle, much as the success of the Viet Minh had benefited Pyongyang and the Sino-Soviet split had undermined it. Korean efforts to undermine the Western-led order and strengthen independent actors were thus linked to the increasingly unfavorable power trajectories in Northeast Asia. North Korean efforts to engage the United States by proxy and bolster its adversaries across the Third World are elaborated in Chapter 10. The post-DMZ conflict years not only saw the economic balance turn sharply against North Korea, but also saw a growth in the American military advantage. The balance of forces in the air epitomized this. From 1974 the U.S. Navy began to deploy its first fourth-generation fighter jets, the F-14 Tomcats, which were followed by the Air Force's deployment of the F-15 Eagle 2 years later. These aircraft were 2 generations ahead of the MiG-21 in the Korean fleet and outperformed it in all parameters with over 3 times the takeoff weight, twice the missile carriage, considerably heavier and more powerful radars and much longer-ranged missiles. These aircraft were both deployed to the Asia-Pacific in large numbers and left the KPA fleet effectively obsolete. South Korea too was increasingly well equipped for aerial warfare, acquiring F-5A and F-4C fighters, of which 6 squadrons were in service by 1975, and receiving more advanced third-generation F-5E and F-4E platforms soon afterwards. 78. With the KPA lacking access to the latest Soviet arms due to Pyongyang's neutral position in the Sino-Soviet split, it was increasingly at risk of losing control of the skies in a war's early stages with no major new classes of fighter or surface-to-air missile system deployed. 79. While continuing to expand its already vast nuclear-proof underground tunnel and bunker network, the DPRK expanded its conventional forces in the late 1970s and redeployed ground assets from the KPA Army close to the DMZ. The purpose of this was to shield personnel and armored units from nuclear attack by ensuring they would operate in close proximity to American and ROK forces from the war's outset. This strategy became less viable when smaller and more precise tactical nuclear weapons were later developed. 80. While a number of Western sources claimed that these forward-deployed KPA units were stationed near the border in preparation for an offensive southwards, they remained heavily outnumbered more than 3:2, 344, 000, 535,000, by ROK units at the border, even without counting the sizable American presence. 81. The claim that the redeployment was carried out with the intent of invasion were refuted by later declassified CIA documents and other official sources. 82. Even the largest border clashes between KPA and U.S. forces which occurred during the 1970s were relatively minor compared to those in prior years. The DPRK's strategy of opening low-level hostilities had been abandoned after the U.S. began its withdrawal from Vietnam, and Pyongyang overall appeared to be intending to reduce rather than raise tensions. Washington meanwhile increasingly focused its attentions away from the Asia-Pacific, with the rift between China and the USSR, China's new partnership with the Western Bloc, and the Western-backed coup in Indonesia together ending imminent threats to Western dominance in the region. As the Chinese and Cambodian conflicts with Soviet-backed Vietnamese forces demonstrated, forces which had opposed Western hegemony were now effectively divided against one another. While the balance of power increasingly favored the U.S. and its allies, the importance of close ties with China to America's new Cold War strategy served as a major deterrent to its antagonizing the DPRK, which remained Beijing's treaty ally. Pyongyang and Washington thus both sought to avoid provoking the other. The only major military incident in Korea during the decade occurred on August 18, 1976, when officers from the U.S. Army attempted to cut down a tree in the Joint Security Area, JSA, in the demilitarized zone. The tree was not in South Korean territory and the area was jointly administered by both the DPRK and the American-led UN Command, but the Americans nevertheless ignored repeated calls from Korean personnel to cease their activities. Calling on reinforcements, KPA Lieutenant Park Chul indicated that the Koreans would use force if their warnings were not heeded. U.S. reports indicate that when these warnings were ignored, 2 American officers were attacked and killed in hand-to-hand combat. North Korean reports claimed that the U.S. personnel had themselves initiated attacks on KPA forces. The U.S. military responded by raising readiness levels for its units in Korea the following day and considered retaliatory artillery attacks. The presence of KPA artillery units which were bound to respond, and the considerable risk of escalation, led to a decision against an attack. If U.S. reports are taken at face value and the Koreans initiated hostilities, it is unclear whether the attack was premeditated or the soldiers present were simply incensed at the sight of American personnel cutting down a tree without consulting them in the neutral zone. The latter appears more likely to be the case, considering that the KPA could not have known that the American officers would ignore repeated requests to stop cutting down the tree. It is important to take in consideration that although Pyongyang did not see any benefit in antagonizing the United States at this time, public sentiment towards America remained extremely hostile. The aforementioned experience of the Korean War and its continuing impact on the daily lives of the population were very significant, with up to 30% of the population killed and many more wounded. 83. The vast majority of the population had lost their homes and livelihoods, and the brutal atrocities committed remained within living memory for the majority. The possibility of sporadic attacks on Americans initiated by lower-level officers, or even soldiers themselves, can be better understood in this context. In response to the killing of 2 of its soldiers, the U.S. launched Operation Paul Bunyan with ROK support. The operation was quickly approved by newly inaugurated President Gerald Ford and was intended to demonstrate American strength and resolve. It entailed making a point of cutting down the tree in the neutral zone the KPA soldiers had sought to protect, backed by overwhelming force. In the early hours of August 21, a task force comprised of 813 U.S. and ROK military personnel entered the joint security area without warning the North Koreans. This included 64 South Korean Special Forces and 2 8-man teams of U.S. Army engineers with chainsaws. Soldiers secured the entrances to the JSA while others watched over the engineers to prevent intervention by the heavily outnumbered North Korean garrison. Soldiers were armed with M79 grenade launchers, claymore mines, and other heavy equipment and set charges on the bridges to cut off potential KPA reinforcements. Operation Paul Bunyan entailed an effective armed takeover of the joint security area by the U.S. and its ally using overwhelming force. It would ensure that even over a matter as trivial as the cutting down of a tree, which appeared to hold much meaning for the North Korean soldiers, the Americans would have their way. While the armistice had not given one party superior rights over the governing of the neutral zone, these rights had been assumed. The U.S. deployed rather spectacular and wholly disproportionate force to support its units tasked with cutting down the tree, a tree which had come to symbolize North Korea's resistance to American demands over the demilitarized zone. Assets deployed included nuclear-capable B-52 Stratofortress heavy bombers flown from Guam, escorted by American F-4 and South Korean F-5 fighters. The site was circled by 27 American military helicopters, and the aircraft carrier battle group led by the warship USS Midway was moved into position offshore. A U.S. intelligence analyst following North Korean communications noted that the massive and wholly disproportionate deployment of force blew their effing minds. 84. The KPA deployed 200 lightly armed personnel near the JSA but otherwise did not intervene. The massive demonstration of American power, which included nuclear assets, emphasized Pyongyang's position of weakness at the time, a message the U.S. military would press home. Some analysts have concluded that it was as a direct result of this particular event that led the North Korean leadership to begin to more seriously invest in higher-end and more capable deterrence capabilities, including weapons of mass destruction. 85. As the balance of power had shifted from the previous decade, the U.S. used its position of strength to press for an apology, much as the Koreans had themselves done a decade prior over the Pueblo incident. Pyongyang did not issue an official apology and maintained that the incident had been provoked by the Americans themselves. Korean President Kim Il-sung did, however, issue the following conciliatory expression of regret to the senior member of the Military Armistice Commission on the American side, stating, "It was a good thing that no big incident occurred at Panmunjom JSA for a long period. However, it is regretful that an incident occurred in the joint security area, Panmunjom, this time. An effort must be made so that such incidents may not recur in the future. For this purpose both sides should make efforts. We urge your side to prevent the provocation. Our side will never provoke first, but take self-defensive measures only when provocation occurs. This is our consistent stand." 86. This was the first and only time Kim Il-sung personally answered a protest made by a commander of the U.S.-led UN command. While the U.S. made further demands for an apology, an admission of guilt on the Korean side and the punishment of KPA personnel responsible for the killings on August 18, an effective endorsement of the American narrative of how the killings took place, these were not met by the DPRK. The Joint Military Armistice Commission held 6 sessions from August 31 under which a new means of administering the JSA were laid out, which obliged the North Koreans to construct a new road and agree to a joint observer team to survey the military demarcation line. While these were relatively minor concessions, particularly given the scale of the American threats and the relative weakness of the Korean position, they demonstrated the imbalance in the positions of the Western superpower and the small Northeast Asian state which had emerged in the early 1970s. This imbalance had grown considerably since then as a result of the geopolitical trends in the wider world. The 1980s, a cold arms race. Power trajectories would continue to strongly favor the position of the United States relative to the DPRK throughout the early 1980s. With the inauguration of President Ronald Reagan in 1981, who favored maximum pressure against the Soviet Union and its allies particularly through expanding military force, the DPRK was increasingly placed in the crosshairs of the American nuclear arsenal. At the turn of the decade, Pyongyang's relations with both the Soviet Union and China were far from close due to its continued neutrality in the Sino-Soviet split, and increasingly in China's case, due to Pyongyang's own uneasiness regarding Beijing's rapprochement with the Western Bloc. This meant that in the early 1980s, while still economically closely integrated through trade into the Soviet bloc's economy, the DPRK lacked the political and military support from its neighbors needed to counter emerging threats. A major escalation of the nuclear threat during the early 1980s resulted from the application of the air-land battle warfighting doctrine to the Korean peninsula. This new doctrine called specifically for extensive use of specialized nuclear weapons to penetrate hardened facilities across enemy territory, supported by massive airstrikes and followed by an American ground invasion, the capture of Pyongyang, and the destruction of the DPRK. The annual Team Spirit exercises held by the U.S. military and ROCAF were expanded from little over 100,000 to approximately 200,000 troops. 87. These exercises, the largest in the world, played out an offensive under-air-land battle near North Korea's borders on a regular basis. 88. The U.S. also altered its doctrine for employing nuclear weapons on the Korean peninsula to further lower the threshold for nuclear attacks on North Korea. The nuclear arsenal was to be deployed within an hour of the outbreak of hostilities, H+1, even if the ROC or the Americans themselves initiated hostilities. A report from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists noted that American plans for nuclear strikes immediately after outbreak of a potential conflict in Asia starkly differed from doctrine for nuclear use in the European theater against the nuclear-armed Warsaw Pact. The logic was that we dared not use nuclear weapons in Europe, because the other side had them, except in the greatest extremity, but we could use them in Korea because the other side didn't have such weapons. South Korean commanders had gotten used to the idea that the United States would use nuclear weapons at an early point in a war with North Korea. 89. The nuclear threat further increased when the U.S. military strategy began to incorporate employment of neutron bombs against Korean population centers. These miniaturized thermonuclear bombs, also known as enhanced radiation weapons, have a relatively small yield but are designed to maximize emissions of lethal neutron radiation. The effect of this radiation is to cause a process of neutron activation, which for those caught in its vicinity turns body tissues radioactive, leading to painful death. These bombs were notably also intended to be deployed against South Korean cities if captured by the Korean People's Army, in particular Seoul, which had a civilian population of 9 million people at the time. Use of these particularly lethal weapons of mass destruction was expected to kill millions indiscriminately, targeting both allied and adversary populations on the Korean peninsula. 90. The neutron bomb as a weapon of war in the arsenal of the Western Bloc traced its origins to the Korean War. American nuclear scientist Samuel Cohen had developed the idea in 1951 after he had been sent to Korea to gauge the feasibility of tactical use of atomic weapons under Operation Hudson Harbor. He imagined them as a means of deploying weapons of mass destruction against enemy population centers without damaging property or infrastructure, which could then be captured intact and used by advancing U.S. forces. Washington Post reporter Walter Pincus, one of the first to cover the bomb's development in the 1970s, referred to the new weapons as specifically designed to kill people through the release of neutrons rather than to destroy military installations through heat and blast. 91. The new weapon was considered to have a lower threshold for use than other nuclear weapons, thus further increasing the threat of a nuclear war against the non-nuclear DPRK. 92. The new nuclear threat further reinforced North Korea's perception of its own vulnerability, which was particularly difficult to address given that more advanced Soviet aerial warfare systems capable of intercepting American air attacks, both conventional and nuclear, remained unobtainable. This, combined with the growing economic disparity favoring its adversaries and the growing disparity in conventional forces, led the DPRK to seek a deterrent capability of its own. While the country had shown some early interest in acquiring a greater retaliatory strike capability with the purpose of more effectively deterring America by asymmetric means, efforts to acquire such capabilities appear to have escalated at this time. Early efforts by the KPA to extend its strike range were aided considerably by the acquisition of the Scud-B, a Soviet short-range ballistic missile which had been sold to the DPRK by Egypt. Although the Scud-B had been in Soviet service since 1964 and was far from state-of-the-art when received between 1979 and 1980, the missiles were never deployed by the KPA. They were intended solely for the purpose of reverse engineering, providing technologies which kick-started an auspicious indigenous ballistic missile program. 93. The Koksan artillery system was a smaller but still ambitious project to develop the world's longest-ranged artillery gun, which it succeeded in doing by a considerable margin with a very long 60 km range. This was over triple the range of its most capable Western analog at the time, the M109, and allowed the KPA to threaten targets far deeper behind enemy lines and fire on them from more secure rear positions. The M1985 240mm Rocket Artillery System 3 was also a notable development with an estimated range of 60 km, which would be significantly improved on in later years. The Korean People's Army's Guided Missile Division, the 4th Machine Industry Bureau and the Engineering Research Institute of the Academy of Defense Sciences were reportedly all involved in reverse engineering of the Scud-B. 94. Which they succeeded in doing in a remarkably short period. The first North Korean ballistic missile, the Hwasong-5, entered service in 1984 and marginally improved on the specifications of the Scud-B with a 320 km range. New guidance systems were also developed for the missile, alongside unique warheads with specialized submunitions. The costs of mass-producing the system were heavily subsidized by considerable exports, with Iran alone known to have purchased at least 100 and Egypt also acquiring large numbers to build on its Scud-B arsenal. The munitions were manufactured at a rate of around 10 per month, and their deployment to the Korean peninsula provided an asymmetric asset which seriously undermined the growing superiority of the U.S.-led alliance. Although North Korea had increasingly struggled to counter the growing conventional power of its adversaries from the early 1970s, the development of tactical ballistic missiles would increasingly come to be relied on for its defense. An enhanced longer-ranged missile, the Hwasong-6, began production in 1989 and retained a 500 km range, allowing it to strike U.S. military bases across all of South Korea from launch sites safely behind KPA lines near Pyongyang. Like its predecessor, the missile gained considerable foreign interest and was exported to Iran, Egypt, Syria, Yemen, Libya, and Vietnam, which helped cover the program's costs and future research and development efforts. Although North Korea appeared to have the beginnings of a highly promising missile program, it still sought to update the KPA's conventional capabilities by acquiring more advanced foreign hardware. As relations with Beijing grew more distant, Pyongyang attempted to restore its relationship with Moscow as a means of improving its economic and military situation. The latter had particularly suffered over the past 2 decades due to the KPA's restricted access to Soviet arms. In May 1984, President Kim Il-sung paid a 5-day visit to Moscow in which the terms of a new economic and military partnership were laid out. the Korean leader made specific requests for a number of advanced weapons systems required to counter growing American power, and his Soviet counterpart, General Secretary Konstantin Chernenko, pledged to provide all the supplies needed. 95. As the DPRK was by this time increasingly self-sufficient in many fields of its military industries, manufacturing its own advanced Konmaho battle tanks which were heavily specialized for its mountainous terrain. 96. And Nijin-class frigates for its navy. 97. Among other systems, requests for Soviet assistance focused heavily on improving the country's aerial warfare capabilities. President Kim would pay a second visit to Moscow in October 1986 where further deals for more advanced arms were made and economic and military cooperation was further improved. With South Korea having placed its first order for American fourth-generation fighters, lightweight F-16 Fighting Falcons, in December 1981, and with the U.S. by this time stationing a vast fleet of more advanced fourth-generation jets to the region, the acquisition of new air defense systems and new combat jets was seen as a priority for the DPRK's security. The mass destruction of the Korean War had taught a lasting lesson regarding the consequences of allowing U.S. aircraft access to North Korean airspace. At the time of President Kim's first visit, only the United States and Soviet Union had developed fourth-generation combat aircraft which were fully active, which combined with the USSR's place as a world leader in air defense technologies made access to Soviet systems particularly vital. A first block of Soviet arms shipments included 60 MiG-23 third-generation fighters, which were equipped with new R-23 missiles that provided the KPA with the ability to engage targets beyond visual range for the first time. These were supplemented by S-125, NATO reporting SA-3, low-altitude missile systems to complement both the existing medium-range S-75 platforms and indigenous shorter-ranged handheld systems such as the Hwasong-Chong. While these were not the latest Soviet systems available and had been in service for some time, U.S. reports reflected on their deliveries with considerable apprehension. 98. The second block of Soviet arms delivered to the DPRK from October 1986 consisted of a number of newer and less widely used systems. These included MiG-29 fourth-generation fighters, Su-25 attack jets, a tin shield early warning target acquisition radar, and S-200, NATO reporting SA-5, long-range surface-to-air missile systems. 99. According to a number of reports including the South Korean Ministry of National Defense's 1997 white paper, MiG-25 Foxbat interceptors were also delivered to the KPA to improve tactical air combat capability. Evidence of this reported delivery remains elusive, but if true it would have provided North Korea with the fastest combat jets in the world. The KPA Air Force also acquired more advanced air-to-air missiles, namely the R-27, which not only closed the capability gap but also provided it with a capability advantage over its U.S. analog, the AIM-7 Sparrow, relied on by the Americans and South Koreans. The impact of these systems was to restore the KPA Air Force as a near-peer fighting force, at least qualitatively speaking, and to strengthen the country's air defense network so as to seriously complicate plans for a potential air attack. While the KPA was still outnumbered and outgunned, and an offensive remained unfeasible even if this had been Pyongyang's intention, its modernization could contribute significantly to deterring an American attack. Two primary factors prompted the change in Soviet policy towards the DPRK. The strengthening of U.S. forces in East Asia was seen as a common threat to both states, particularly as China's position remained ambiguous as it continued to improve ties to the Western Bloc. Providing the KPA with modern arms, which it would itself man and maintain, was considerably cheaper than expanding the Soviet air and air defense forces in the Far Eastern regions and plugged a gaping hole in the defenses of the two allies. A second related factor was the increasingly skewed balance of power on the Korean peninsula from the mid-1970s, which Moscow perceived as raising the risk of the stronger party initiating a war. By helping the DPRK to strengthen its defenses, the KPA would be better able to deter potential aggression, which in turn made war less likely, and thereby reduced the chances that the Soviet Red Army would be called into action under its treaty obligations. North Korea's support from the Soviet Union against an increasingly assertive adversary would be short-lived, with the coming to power of General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev in March 1985 marking the beginning of the end for the superpower which had been the DPRK's primary sponsor since its independence. The new Westphalian leader for the first time recognized the Republic of Korea in September 1990 and downgraded diplomatic relations with the DPRK while seeking rapprochement with the Western Bloc. The new neutral stance of the USSR in the Korean conflict, while the United States itself refused the DPRK recognition and maintained the goal of the state's destruction and its territory's absorption into the ROC, prompted Pyongyang to question the feasibility of continued reliance on Soviet support or military protection. While a boosting of ties to the Soviet Union and the benefits of newfound alliances in the Middle East, namely with the newly declared Islamic Republic of Iran, did provide some respite for the DPRK from the overall decline in its economic and military positions, negative trends would accelerate towards the late 1980s. The coming decade would see tensions between the United States and the DPRK escalate further, the risks of war increase considerably and the very survival of the Korean Republic brought into serious question as a tumultuous shift in world order occurred. The MiG-21 by this time served as the KPA's primary fighter with around 60 in service and would be relied on more heavily than its growing ground-based air defense network to intercept potential threats during the DMZ conflict. Even when the KPA had been ill-prepared for a conflict in 1950, American and Allied projections that North Korea's ability to wage war could be neutralized within hours or days were decisively disproven. Initiating a new war with the country, now far better armed and fortified, on the basis that such an early knockout blow could be dealt, thus hardly appeared a sound strategy, particularly for those who had served during the previous war. The rocket artillery system's Korean name is unknown, and it is thus referred to in the West as M1985 based on the first year it was observed. Chapter 10 Proxy Wars, How North Korea and America Wage War Through Third Parties. Global conflict between the United States and North Korea has taken many forms over 70 years, and since the stalemate and armistice of 1953 it has continued to evolve and expand to theaters well beyond the Korean peninsula. A part of what can be considered a minor Cold War between the small East Asian state and the Western superpower has come in the form of personnel deployments to support third parties fighting the other, either through the provision of armaments and training or through a direct combat role. There have also been multiple incidents of both sides providing considerable expertise, arms, and other material support to opposing parties in various conflicts without directly participating themselves. Provision of advanced armaments and training to a number of the West's adversaries emerged particularly from the early 1980s as a means for Pyongyang to shift the balance of power in various conflicts against the Western Bloc and its allies. Its ability to do so increased from this time as the country developed a significant technological base and production capacity for asymmetric weapons systems such as ballistic missiles. Such arms transfers have seriously impeded Western designs for unrestricted power projection. With America relying on its global network of military bases to project power overseas, the proliferation of ballistic missile technologies capable of targeting these military bases and potentially vulnerable Allied targets such as oil fields and airports has caused major difficulties. Leading American expert on North Korean arms sales Professor Bruce Bechtel observed that the DPRK was not just a threat to American interests in East Asia because of its advancing weapons systems. North Korea is in fact an equally menacing threat to American interests and the interests of the international community because of its military proliferation. Regarding the nature of the threat to U.S. and Western interests, he noted, the WMD and related platforms, ballistic missiles, that North Korea continues to proliferate in the Middle East present a threat that could directly challenge the United States or nations in Europe. 1. The expert thus referred to the DPRK's development of new and more capable weapons systems as two-headed threats, which not only shifted the balance of power in Northeast Asia against the Western Bloc but did the same in other regions such as the Persian Gulf. 2. Korean arms have undermined freedom of action for Western militaries on multiple fronts by providing potential targets with a deterrent capability and when needed a battlefield capability. A comprehensive understanding of the nature of the U.S.D.PRK conflict thus requires an assessment of the wars by proxy between the two states. Fighting in Vietnam, 1960s. Information regarding North Korea's participation in the Vietnam War remains limited, but Korean People's Army pilots, air defense crews and other personnel were involved in supporting the Viet Minh against the United States and its allies during the protracted conflict. Premier Kim Il-sung had referred to the war as the focal point in global struggle, and expressed the belief that the war presented an opportunity to destroy illusions of American strength with potential global implications. 3. In August 1965, the Korean leader reportedly stressed the importance of assisting the Vietnamese struggle in a meeting with a visiting Chinese delegation, stating, "If the American imperialists fail in Vietnam, then they will collapse in Asia. We are supporting Vietnam as if it were our own war. When Vietnam has a request, we will disrupt our own plans in order to try to meet their demands." 4. As North Korea began to provide large-scale assistance to the Southeast Asian state, the French Foreign Ministry concluded Pyongyang is not content to just verbally support the opponents of the U.S. in Vietnam. Marshal Kim Il-sung himself repeatedly recommended the sending of volunteers to Vietnam by all socialist countries. The Korean leader declared in December 1966 that North Korea was going to bring even more diverse forms of active aid to the Vietnamese people. 5. Perhaps the best-known Korean contribution to the Viet Minh's war effort was the dispatching of pilots to fly air defense missions for the Vietnam People's Air Force. An official Vietnamese military history published in 2001 stated regarding this assistance, under the terms of an agreement between Korea and Vietnam, in 1967 a number of pilots from the Korean People's Army were sent to Vietnam to provide us training and the benefit of their experience and to participate in combat operations alongside the pilots of the People's Army of Vietnam. On a number of flights, Korean pilots scored victories by shooting down American aircraft. 6. The exact size of the North Korean air contingent in the country remains uncertain, with neither party having revealed details. A 2007 report from a retired Major General from the North Vietnamese Air Force who had worked closely with the KPA indicates that 87 Korean pilots had served in the country between 1967 and 1969, losing 14 men and downing 26 American aircraft. 7. Vietnamese military sources place the figure at 384 KPA Air Force personnel, including 96 pilots. 8. Reuters reported the number of North Korean airmen in the Vietnam War was in the hundreds. 9. Documents from the Vietnamese Armed Forces indicated that Pyongyang made an official request on September 21, 1966 for permission to send aircraft to protect North Vietnamese population centers from American air attacks, which was subsequently approved by the Vietnamese Communist Party's Central Military Party Committee. Subsequent discussions held from the 24th to the 30th of that month saw Vietnamese and KPA military delegations headed by the respective Chief of General Staff of each arrange for the dispatch of a Korean People's Army Air Force contingent to North Vietnam. The agreement stipulated that the KPA would provide pilots for one regiment consisting of 2 companies of MiG-17 and 1 company of MiG-21 fighter jets, classes of aircraft operated in large numbers by both services. Vietnam would meanwhile provide the aircraft and all necessary technical equipment, maintenance, and logistics support for the Korean pilots. Korean air units would operate under the command and control of the North Vietnamese Air Defense Command. The arrival of KPA airmen was a very considerable asset to the Viet Minh's war effort, with the units providing a 50% increase to North Vietnam's fighter strength at a time when air defense was becoming particularly critical. 10. Capable fighter pilots took several years and a great deal of material investment to train, leaving them in far shorter supply than fighter jets themselves, and this had seriously restricted the Viet Minh's ability to upgrade its air defenses before the arrival of Korean pilots. According to Allied sources, KPA frontline pilots around the year 1970 were highly experienced, many with over 2,000 flight hours, which was a level it would have taken Vietnamese pilots at least a decade to reach. 11. Given the timing of the first deployment of North Korean air units, it was likely initiated in response to Operation Rolling Thunder, under which the United States intensively bombarded North Vietnamese population centers from mid-1965, losing over 900 aircraft in the process. 12. The intensive bombing of Hanoi saw direct American attacks on North Korean airfields nearby and more direct clashes between KPA and U.S. air units. Increasingly effective American electronic warfare systems at this time left North Vietnam's S-75 anti-aircraft batteries effectively useless, meaning combat jets had to be relied on more heavily for defense against mounting U.S. air attacks. The value of a large contingent of experienced Korean pilots, who comprised half of the Vietnamese fighter fleet, was thus very significant. 13. Former Vietnamese Deputy Defense Minister and a former Vietnam War pilot, Tran Han, stated regarding the performance of Korean pilots deployed to counter the Americans in Vietnam, "We found them to be very brave. Their national pride was so high. They feared nothing, even death." 14. At Pyongyang's Victorious Fatherland Liberation War Museum, North Korean leader Kim Il-sung is quoted as having told KPA units to defend the skies of Vietnam as if they were the skies of Korea. 15. The KPA for its part gained valuable experience for its pilots in engaging the latest American combat aircraft such as B-52 Stratofortress bombers and F-4E Phantom fighters, which were very different from and 2 generations ahead of those which had participated in the Korean War. These new jets were expected to spearhead any future American offensive on the Korean peninsula. A number of reports also indicate that KPA forces participated in ground battles alongside Viet Cong insurgents in South Vietnam, although this has not been officially confirmed. A delegate of the Vietnamese National Liberation Front, Nguyen Long, reportedly told a Romanian diplomat in Pyongyang that the North Koreans had plenty of people active in South Vietnam, and had sought to send a larger contingent. Language barriers and communication difficulties made larger operations alongside the Viet Cong guerrillas difficult, however. 16. South Korean reports indicate that KPA psychological warfare specialists were also sent to aid the Viet Minh, and that guerrilla forces were trained in North Korea for operations against South Vietnamese and U.S. forces. These reports were supported by the research of U.S. Army intelligence officer Kim Ji-yul, citing North Vietnamese military and Romanian diplomatic sources among others. 17. Alongside personnel contributions, the DPRK dispatched large quantities of construction materials, tools, and automobiles as aid to the Viet Minh. 18. Technical assistance in a field of particular Korean specialty, the construction of fortifications for civilians and for military and industrial assets against American bombing, was also provided. As the war began to escalate in 1965, President Kim Il-sung stressed the importance of fortifications in his discussions with the Viet Minh leadership, stating, "Based on Korea's experience, you should build your important factories in the mountain jungle areas, half of the factories inside the mountains and half outside, dig caves and place the factories half inside the caves and half outside. Building a factory in a cave, such as a machinery factory, will require a cave with an area of almost 10,000 square meters. It took Korea from 1951 to 1955 to 1956 to finish building its factories in man-made caves, but today we can do the work faster." He offered 500 Korean experts and workers to assist the Viet Minh in constructing the necessary fortifications, stating that the KPA had learned how to build larger cave fortifications to house entire regiments of fighter aircraft underground and had overseen such construction to assist the Chinese PLA. 19. North Vietnamese Deputy Prime Minister and Politburo member Le Ton Ghi concluded in his confidential report following his discussions with the Korean leadership and President Kim's offer for assistance in fortifying North Vietnam, "The North Korean leaders were very honest and open, they expressed total agreement with us, and their support was very straightforward, honest, and selfless." 20. Korean state media made multiple calls for volunteers to fight in Vietnam, a cause which reportedly had widespread public support. An ideological solidarity with a second East Asian nation which, following its liberation from colonial rule, was placed under intensive bombardment by the United States and its allies, may have struck a chord with the Korean experience. An example of such a call for support was that by the first vice-chairman of the Korean Democratic Women's Union, Kim Ok-sun, who wrote a column in Rodong Sinmun on April 7, 1965, stating, "Korean women will send their husbands, sons, and daughters, as volunteer forces to support the Vietnamese people, urging the nation to send its beloved husbands, sons, and daughters, in order to support the South Vietnamese people and women who are fighting the U.S. imperialists." 21. This report and others like it lent credence to reports of KPA forces assisting the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. Many Korean workers and students reportedly volunteered to assist the Vietnamese cause as a volunteer force. 22. The U.S. Embassy in Moscow at the time described the stance of the Korean leadership towards the war as follows: "One's position on Vietnam is a touchstone for judgment on whether one is resolutely combating imperialism and actively supporting the liberation struggle." 23. While China and the Soviet Union, then embroiled in the Sino-Soviet split, repeatedly blocked one another's assistance to the Viet Minh, denied North Vietnam access to the latest weapons systems and attempted to force Hanoi to choose a side between them. 24. The DPRK appeared the most resolute supporter of the Viet Minh's cause. The contribution of KPA pilots to the Vietnamese war effort is commemorated in Vietnam today, with a memorial to the 14 fallen pilots standing at Bac Giang just outside Hanoi. Duong Van Dau, a Vietnam War veteran and caretaker of the memorial, stated regarding its meaning, "It commemorates the fight against America with our North Korean brothers who fought alongside us and sacrificed themselves for our country." 25. Fighting in Egypt, 1970s. The involvement of the Korean People's Army in the Middle East and North Africa region, MENA, began in the early 1970s and has grown considerably since then. Egypt in particular emerged as the DPRK's first major strategic partner in the region following a military coup against the country's Western-aligned monarchy in 1952. Pyongyang formed a strong basis for positive ties with Egypt shortly afterwards as Cairo's relations with the Western Bloc rapidly deteriorated, providing 60,000 won in financial aid following a joint British, French and Israeli invasion attempt in 1956. Pyongyang proceeded to provide 5,000 tons of food aid after Egypt's overwhelming defeat by the Western-backed Israeli Defense Force, IDF, in 1967. 26. The first deployment of Korean units to MENA came shortly afterwards during the War of Attrition, which saw Egyptian and Soviet forces engage the IDF in several skirmishes across the Suez Canal. Shortly following the inauguration of a new Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, an unexpected decree was issued to remove Soviet forces from Egyptian territory. Soviet personnel had played a key role operating Egypt's fighter jets and air defenses, which the Egyptians themselves had proven less competent at doing, and these assets were vital to denying IDF total control of the skies. With Egypt's defenses compromised, and suffering a shortage of trained pilots, the North Korean leadership offered assistance including the dispatching of a KPA contingent. Egyptian Chief of Staff Saad al-Shazli noted in his report on the war effort that KPA assistance proved critical at a time of great need. Recalling that Soviet personnel had been flying approximately 30% of Egypt's MiG-21, he noted that following their departure, the Egyptian Air Force had struggled with a significant shortage of trained fighter pilots. Regarding North Korea's role in solving this issue, the general stated in his memoirs, "The solution occurred to me in March 1973, during the visit to Egypt of the Vice President of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. On March 6, while escorting their Vice Minister of War, General Zhang Song, on a tour of the Suez Front, I asked if they could support us and give their pilots useful combat training by sending even a squadron of men. I knew at that time that his country flew MiG-21s. After much political discussion, in April I went on an official visit to President Kim Il-sung to finalize the plan. My fascinating 10-day tour of that extraordinary republic, an inspiring example of what a small nation of the so-called Third World can achieve with its own resources is, alas, rather outside the scope of this memoir, as is my stopover in Peking. Korean pilots, all highly experienced, many with more than 2,000 hours, arrived in Egypt in June and were operating by July. Israel or her ally the United States soon monitored their communications, of course, and on August 15 announced their presence. To my regret, our leadership would never confirm it. The Koreans were probably the smallest international military reinforcement in history, only 20 pilots, 8 controllers, 5 interpreters, 3 administrative men, a political advisor, a doctor, and a cook. But their effect was disproportionate. They had 2 or 3 encounters with the Israelis in August and September and about the same number in the war. Their arrival was a heartwarming gesture. I mention the story here mainly to pay tribute to them and to apologize for the churlishness of our leadership in not also doing so. 27. According to Western and Israeli reports, KPA pilots fared considerably better than their Arab counterparts in the air, with one incident seeing a single Korean MiG-21 hold its own against 2 heavier Israeli F-4E Phantoms and evade multiple rounds of missiles before the Israeli jets returned to base. Korean-piloted MiGs reportedly took losses to Egyptian surface-to-air missile crews, which due to rushed training and a poor command structure were prone to shooting down their own aircraft. 28. The participation of the KPA in the Yom Kippur War represented the first of many conflicts in which North Korea undermined U.S. and Allied interests in MENA by bolstering the capabilities of Western adversaries. While the KPA flew Egyptian MiG-21s, pilot shortages which emerged among the Israelis soon after the outbreak of the Yom Kippur War resulted in American airmen reportedly flying Israeli Air Force combat jets. U.S. Air Force State Route 71 strategic reconnaissance aircraft were also flown to assist the Israeli war effort, providing intelligence vital to turning the tide of the war. 29. Thus the KPA represented the only non-Arab participant in the air war against Israel, and the United States provided the only foreign pilots for the Israeli air campaign. With Pyongyang and Washington each actively supporting one Middle Eastern party against the other, North Korea's participation in the Yom Kippur War can be interpreted as a conflict by proxy with America and its interests in MENA. Korean units are not known to have directly clashed with American airmen, but, given that it was not announced which Israeli jets were flown by Americans, it remains a possibility. Egypt's government came to rely increasingly heavily on North Korean assistance after the war, seeking to ensure mutual vulnerability with a nuclear-armed Israel through the development of an advanced ballistic missile capability. North Korea seriously undermined the Western-favored balance of power by providing Egypt with assistance in upgrading its military capabilities and in particular its ballistic missile arsenal. Multiple visits by President Hosni Mubarak to Pyongyang in the 1980s following the death of his more Westphalian predecessor saw the agenda of cooperation in missile development repeatedly raised, and as a result Egypt's ballistic missile forces came to be comprised almost entirely of North Korean platforms. In 1996 CIA sources indicated that Pyongyang was delivering manufacturing facilities to Egypt which could allow Egypt to begin Scud-C Hwasong 6 series production. 30. Washington considered applying sanctions to prevent this proliferation, but ultimately refrained to avoid the risk of alienating Cairo. Subsequent acquisition of the longer-ranged Rodong-1 missile allowed Egypt to threaten targets across the Middle East and U.S. bases in Greece, Turkey, Italy, and Romania. The Korean missile remains Egypt's most capable ballistic platform to date, and deliveries of missile components reportedly continued throughout the 2010s. 31. Fighting in Syria, 1980s and 2010s. Of all America's adversaries, it is the Syrian Arab Republic which has relied most heavily on North Korean support in the face of Western and Allied military and economic pressure. The effective collapse of the Egyptian-led Arab nationalist bloc in the 1970s following Cairo's defection to the West left Syria increasingly isolated in the face of considerable security threats, both internally from Islamist elements receiving foreign support and externally from neighboring Western allies, Turkey and Israel. Although the Soviet Union was Syria's primary external supporter, arming it with some of the most capable weapons in its inventory in the 1980s from MiG-25 interceptors to T-72 tanks, North Korea also played a significant role in training and arming the Syrian Arab Army. Syria remained on the front lines against U.S. and Allied designs in MENA throughout the 1980s, and was described by Egypt's Chief of Staff Saad al-Shazli as the rock stemming the tide of Israeli hegemony in the Middle East. 32. Prominent British defense specialist Jonathan Marcus observed in 1989, Syria alone remains in the front line of the anti-Israeli struggle, noting that the other members of the former Arab Nationalist Alliance had been taken out of the picture. 33. The KPA bolstered Syria's defenses with a permanent stationing of forces including pilots, tank operators, missile technicians and officers who trained much of the country's military. North Korean operators of M1977 rocket artillery batteries were, according to Israeli reports, killed and one of the Korean-made launchers captured during the Lebanon War in 1982. 34. The KPA was an active participant in the Lebanon War, a conflict which saw Syrian forces directly clash with both American and Western-backed Israeli forces in one incident, shooting down 3 American naval fighters on December 4, 1983. 35. The Korean People's Army and the United States military were thus again providing material and manpower support to opposite sides of a Middle Eastern conflict against the other. While Syria's reliance on North Korean support grew from the late 1970s when diplomatic ties with Egypt were severed, Pyongyang had provided support to Damascus before then. U.S. and Israeli sources reported that KPA pilots also flew fighters for the Syrian Arab Air Force in the Six-Day War and Yom Kippur War, although this remains unconfirmed. 36. In 1970 the KPA was reported to have dispatched 200 tank crewmen, 53 pilots and 140 missile technicians to Syria and provided extensive training for Syrian pilots in preparation for conflict with Israel. In 1975, amid ongoing skirmishes with the Israeli Air Force, the KPA provided 75 Air Force instructors which were followed by 40 trained fighter pilots in 1976. 37. The Soviet collapse in 1991 served to strengthen the unofficial Korean-Syrian alliance, with both countries losing access to Soviet military aid, protection, and advanced new weapons systems. This weakened both considerably relative to their respective Western-aligned neighbors, South Korea and Israel. Syria remained Pyongyang's only partner other than Cuba, which continued to deny recognition to South Korea, and Pyongyang reciprocated by refusing to recognize Israel. Trade with Syria was particularly prized following North Korea's loss of the vast majority of its trading partners with the collapse of the Soviet bloc, and while there are no verifiable statistics on trade between the two, a visit to any of Pyongyang's trade expos shows the presence of Syrian products in large numbers and prominent positions wholly disproportionate to the small size of its economy. By 2000, Tel Aviv University's Jaffe Center of Strategic Studies concluded regarding Syria's security situation, that the strategic balance between Israel and Syria has never been so tilted in Israel's favor, and that Damascus has no real military option. 38. Syria's growing inability to mount a symmetric defense against potential American or Allied attacks led it to invest more heavily in asymmetric systems from the early 1990s. 39. For which North Korean assistance was vital. Syria began to acquire Korean Hwasong-6 ballistic missiles from 1991 to 1995, allowing Syria's armed forces to retain a viable deterrent capability as its conventional forces deteriorated. The Koreans provided Syria with Hwasong-6 construction facilities near Aleppo and Hama, and the Syrian military carried out its first test of the missile in July 1992 in the presence of Korean observers. Russian An-124 aircraft were also leased to Syria and used to lift missiles from Sunan airfield near Pyongyang. Syria's armed forces also received Korean cluster warheads for the missiles, and Syrian weapons technicians were simultaneously sent to the DPRK in large numbers for training. 40. Supplementing the capabilities of the Hwasong-6, Syria became the only foreign operator of the Korean KN-02 Toxa, a derivative of the Soviet 9K-79 Taka with an extended range. First tested in May 2005, initial production beginning the following year, and the Toxa was officially unveiled during a military parade in April 2007. Syria was thought to have received the missile at around this time and is speculated to have jointly funded the program. The Taka variant on which the Korean platform is based, the Scarab C, entered service in 1989, and represented technology decades ahead of the Scud and Hwasong-6 designs. The missile seriously improved on the Scud's precision, with Western analysts reporting integration of an advanced GPS system for near-pinpoint guidance. 41. The compact solid-fueled missile's short launch time and high mobility were also highly advantageous, guaranteeing a higher degree of survivability. The missile's firing cycle of just 16 minutes, launch time of 2 minutes, and 20 minutes reload time meant it could fire approximately 3 times as quickly as its liquid-fueled predecessors. 42. North Korea reportedly developed a specialized class of missile specifically for Syria's defense needs, known as the Scud-ER. The missile has the same payload and launch time as the basic Scud-B and Hwasong-6 but has an estimated range of 1,000 km, more than 3 times as long as that of the former and twice the latter. The missile is manufactured in Syria under license with Korean assistance and is the longest-range ballistic missile in the country's arsenal. A sizable arsenal of Korean missiles and the setting up of manufacturing facilities in Syria has allowed the country to threaten U.S. military bases in the Middle East as well as U.S. allies Israel and Turkey, ensuring mutual vulnerability in the case of hostilities and a highly survivable deterrent. As the U.S. provided considerable assistance to Israel to upgrade its missile defenses, seeking to undermine the Syrian deterrent by provision of the PAC-2 Patriot. 43. And later with joint development of the David Sling system. 44. The DPRK provided Syria with technologies for a maneuvering re-entry vehicle, MARV, for its own missiles, making them extremely difficult to intercept and thereby countering the effects of the U.S. arms transfer to Israel. According to the British information group IHS Janes, assistance was provided by engineers from North Korea's Tangan Trading Corporation. The upgrade, which incorporates a bespoke canard system, will enable the MARV of the Scud to alter its original planned trajectory when it re-enters the atmosphere, significantly improving its accuracy and increasing warhead survivability by making its flight path problematical to assess for missile defense interceptors. 45. Without continued Korean assistance, Syria's deterrent capability likely would have eroded into obsolescence in the post-Soviet era, leaving the state highly vulnerable. Korean actions thus served to severely constrain Western and Allied freedom of military action against a leading regional adversary. Syrian missile capabilities were highlighted by a number of analysts as an important factor deterring potential U.S. attacks in the aftermath of the invasion of Iraq in 2003 at a time of high tensions between Damascus and Washington. 46. Alongside development of the Syrian missile arsenal, servicing of older Syrian hardware from armored personnel carriers to air defense systems and MiG-21 fighters also fell to the KPA, with Korean upgrades keeping these systems from falling into complete obsolescence. An example was the equipping of T-54/55 battle tanks with Korean laser rangefinders, upgraded turrets, and improved armor, with Syria fielding around 2,200 of these aging platforms. 47. The fact that the two parties operate much of the same hardware had made such cooperation easy to implement, with technologies developed to augment Soviet armaments in the Korean arsenal highly compatible with armaments in the Syrian arsenal. Western reports also indicate that the DPRK provided Syria with nuclear technologies, with a CIA report stating that a project to construct a gas-cooled and graphite-moderated nuclear reactor based on the Korean plutonium production graphite reactor at Yongbyon began as early as 1997. 48. An Israeli airstrike neutralized what was reported by Western sources to be an Iranian-financed Korean nuclear facility in Syria in September 2007, killing Korean technicians. The veracity of such reports remains uncertain. A number of nuclear experts and intelligence officials, among them the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, have asserted that not only was there no evidence of a plutonium reprocessing plant, or of any notable defenses which would be expected at such a facility, but also no sign of any facility to produce nuclear fuel in Syria. 49. To fill this hole in the narrative, it was subsequently claimed by Western sources that the reactor was part of a wider plutonium program which Iran had partially outsourced to Syrian territory. 50. Why Tehran would do so given such a reactor's far greater vulnerability and proximity to both Israel and U.S. forces in Iraq is hard to fathom, however, as is the construction of an unconcealed reactor for over 5 years in plain sight and just 50 kilometers from the Iraqi border without alerting U.S. intelligence. Other Israeli sources claimed the reactor used uranium fuel which was delivered by ship from the North Korean capital Pyongyang itself. This too seemed very unusual given both the lack of major ports or nuclear facilities there and the low viability of a nuclear program reliant on fuel shipments from so far away. 51. It was noted by a number of reporters that allegations of the development of weapons of mass destruction, often fabricated, were frequently used as a pretext for hostile and illegal actions by the U.S. and its allies in the 2000s. 52. The true nature of the Israeli target and the extent of Korean involvement can only be speculated. The DPR case consistently provided considerable support for Syria's armed forces throughout the 1990s and 2000s, with frequent reported shipments of missile components and other military equipment. 53. Vital to facilitating their much-needed military modernization. This partnership strengthened following the outbreak of a Western-backed 54. Insurgency in Syria in 2011, which pitted the Syrian Arab Army against a number of well-funded militant groups, the vast majority Islamist jihadists. 55. Which sought the state's overthrow and imposition of Islamic law. These operated with considerable funding and equipment from external sponsors. 56. And represented an imminent threat to the Syrian state. The outbreak of war empowered the country's Ba'ath party and the security apparatus, which had over the past decade resisted recently appointed British-educated President Bashar al-Assad's Westphalian reform process. 57. And led to revitalist Syrian ties with traditional allies including Pyongyang. Pyongyang and Damascus have exchanged high-level delegations, including a visit by Defense Minister Kim Kyok-sik, a close confidant of former General Secretary Kim Jong-il, in 2013. An artillery officer, fluent Arabic speaker and former deputy military attaché at the Korean embassy in Damascus, his visit at a time of escalating conflict and multiple losses against a number of jihadist groups was seen as a sign of growing Korean support for the Syrian war effort. Korean Foreign Minister Ri Soo-young visited Damascus the following year and met with President Assad. North Korean embassy staff paid several visits to wounded Syrian soldiers as the country provided considerable humanitarian assistance. This has included the construction and full staffing of 3 hospitals by the DPRK. 58. Syria in turn opened Kim Il-sung Park in honor of the DPRK's founding father in 2015, adjacent to Kim Il-sung Street in Damascus, seen as a wartime tribute in thanks for Pyongyang's extensive assistance during the crisis. At the park's opening ceremony, which marked the 70th anniversary of the Korean Workers' Party, Syria's Deputy Foreign Minister Faisal Mikdad praised the DPRK's leader and its current government for standing with Syria against terrorism. 59. A reference to the ongoing jihadist insurgency. During the war, the Korean People's Army reportedly set up a command and control logistical assistance center to support the Syrian war effort, with Korean officers deployed to multiple fronts, including the front lines of engagements against jihadist forces in Aleppo. 60. A number of Western sources have meanwhile claimed regarding the KPA role on a second front in 2013, Arab-speaking North Korean military advisors were integral to the operational planning of the surprise attack and artillery campaign execution during the battle for Qusayr. 61. According to a 2013 statement by the former president of the Syrian National Council Burhan Ghaliun, a Western-backed Islamist opposition group, KPA pilots were operating Syrian aircraft against jihadist forces. Considering the significant shortages of trained pilots Syria has endured since the mid-1990s, this report has some plausibility. Other reports by Western-backed anti-government figures indicate that North Korea dispatched two special forces units named Hama 1 and Hama 7 to Syria to engage jihadist forces, and that these units proved fatally dangerous on the battlefield. 62. Deployment of Korean special forces overseas could provide the Korean People's Army with valuable experience in modern warfare, including in mountainous terrain and urban areas. Former Chief of Staff for the U.S. Special Operations Command Korea David Maxwell, among others, expressed considerable concern at the benefits such overseas experience would bring the KPA. 63. These elite forces have been described in British reports as highly motivated, politically well indoctrinated and well trained. Units are expected to seek the initiative continuously, to turn all unforeseen events to their advantage, and advance all to achieve their objectives regardless of cost. 64. Their notoriously rigorous training programs reportedly included skills, such as obseiling, mountain climbing, swimming, martial arts, airborne, demolition, and rigorous physical fitness, and training designed to produce individual initiative, creativity, flexibility, and aggressiveness. 65. The KPA fields the largest special forces in the world with an estimated 180,000 to 200,000 personnel. 66. Which proved highly capable in clashes with South Korean forces during a 1996 infiltration incident. They are likely to be a highly formidable asset in counterinsurgency operations. The Syrian economy and post-war reconstruction efforts have been seriously impeded by Western economic sanctions to be lifted only if the government accepts U.S. and European demands to cede power and adopt Western-style political reforms. 67. Korean pledges to provide assistance in post-war reconstruction and strengthen economic ties have thus been highly valued by Damascus. 68. Bolstering Iran, 1980s to 2020s. North Korean support for Iran dates back to the early 1980s, long before the two were declared part of the axis of evil and targets for regime change under the George W. Bush administration in 2002. Pyongyang saw the overthrow of Iran's Western-aligned Pahlavi dynasty in 1979, and the ambiguous alignment of the newly declared Islamic Republic, which harshly denounced both the Soviet and Western blocs, as an opportunity to gain a major new partner. The works of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, the leader of Iran's revolution, were reportedly translated into Korean in the DPRK for the purpose of forming a better understanding of the Republic, and multiple overtures of friendship were made to Tehran. The Iraqi invasion of Iran in 1980 saw both sides move to cement ties, particularly in the field of defense. The Western Bloc provided Iraq with modern military equipment including F-1 fighter jets, Exocet missiles, and even Soviet-style arms acquired from third parties under the Bear Spares program. 69. They further shared valuable intelligence on Iranian troop movements. 70. Assist Iraq's nuclear development. 71. And chemical weapons program. 72. And later directly intervened to sink much of the Iranian navy, destroy manufacturing plants and oil rigs. 73. And enforce a blockade on Iranian oil exports. Thus, by supporting the Iranian war effort, Pyongyang was waging war by proxy against Western interests. The KPA provided training in fields such as air defense, ballistic missiles use and guerrilla warfare, and the two states concluded their first arms contract in 1980. 74. Alongside several hundred Hwasong-5 ballistic missiles, North Korea supplied Iran with Koksan 170mm howitzers and M1985 240mm rocket artillery systems, the latter later license produced in Iran as the Fajr-3. The Koksan was the longest-range artillery gun in the world at the time, and proved a valuable asset. 75. North Korea was also the only provider of modern battle tanks to Iran during the war, providing Khanmaho platforms to compensate for the heavy losses Iranian armored units suffered. 76. Other armaments from Bulsi-2 anti-tank missiles down to the level of small arms were also provided, with the Korean Type 73 light machine gun purchased in large numbers and later passed on to Iranian defense partners in Yemen, Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria. 77. Iran has since regularly purchased arms from North Korea to equip a number of its non-state partners, including Hezbollah and various Iraqi government-aligned militias. 78. By bolstering Iran, at a time when the Western Bloc was both strongly supporting Iraq, and on many occasions directly engaging Iranian forces, Pyongyang was again undermining U.S. and Western designs in a strategically critical conflict. Cooperation continued to expand after the war's conclusion, with Iranian President Ali Khamenei visiting Korea in May 1989 and declaring the importance of solidarity between the two states before the Supreme People's Assembly. "You have proved in Korea that you have the power to confront America," he announced, standing beside President Kim Il-sung. Khomeini would assume the office of Supreme Leader less than a month later and repeatedly reiterated the importance of cooperation for both states. Meetings between the Supreme Leader and the DPRK's own leadership have occurred frequently ever since. 79. The U.S. and its allies have on multiple occasions come close to taking military action against Iran, and with the country's air force, surface fleet, and armored divisions all poorly suited to mounting an effective symmetric defense, Iran's access to Korean missile technologies has served as its most vital deterrent over almost 4 decades. Iran began to invest in a ballistic missile capability in the 1980s through the acquisition of Korean technologies, with its first platforms, the Hwasong-5 and Hwasong-6, soon supplemented by longer-range systems capable of reaching targets across the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia, Israel, Turkey, and Western military bases. The most prominent was the Rodong-1, which was manufactured under license as the Shahab-3 and forms the mainstay of the Iranian strategic arsenal until today. Significant efforts, including American threats and Israeli diplomatic overtures aimed at Pyongyang, were expended to attempt to prevent the sale, but these ultimately failed to prevent an Iranian acquisition of the Rodong-1. 80. The platform has an estimated range of up to 1,500 kilometers, and entered North Korean service in 1990 with deliveries to Iran beginning shortly afterwards. Transfers of Korean weapons technologies have been repeatedly cited as a source of major concern by U.S. government and intelligence sources. 81. The Shahab-3 has since been modernized with Korean assistance, improving its accuracy, lengthening its frame to accommodate larger fuel tanks, using a lighter aluminium fuselage, and integrating new guidance systems, maneuvering warheads with higher velocities and specialized munition types. The Gidra-1 and Ahmad are the best known examples of enhanced Shahab-3 variants, and have extended ranges of 2,500 km and 2,000 km respectively and improved guidance systems for greater precision. 82. The Rodong-1, as Shahab-3, is the only North Korean or Iranian medium-range ballistic missile confirmed to have been combat tested. Israeli intelligence sources reported the missile was deployed in June 2017 against Islamic State jihadist insurgents in Syria. 83. Iranian reports indicate the missile proved highly effective and precise as confirmed by drone footage. 84. Further building on the capabilities of the Shahab-3, Iran reportedly received complete Musudan missiles from the DPRK in the mid-2000s, with the first batch of 18 shipped as early as 2005 and a first test launch conducted in January the following year. 85. These missiles were in active service by 2010. 86. The Mu-Sudan was significantly more sophisticated than its predecessor and reportedly deploys multiple warheads, making it extremely difficult to intercept. The missile entered Iranian service both in its original form, renamed Shahab-4 in Iran, and later in modified form as the Khorramshahr. The modified variant has become smaller in size and more tactical at the expense of range, according to the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps' Aerospace Division. 87. This variant is still reportedly capable of striking targets as far as Western Europe. 88. The two Mu-Sudan variants are currently the most capable strategic platforms in the Iranian inventory. Another longer-ranged missile in Iranian service, the indigenous solid-fueled Sejil, was, according to multiple reports, developed with North Korean assistance, making extensive use of Korean components. 89. The DPRK has also provided Iran with the foundation of a second-stage deterrent in the form of a cruise missile submarine program. Iran has manufactured approximately 24 Korean Yano-class attack submarines under license as the Gator class, and the platforms were later fitted with license-built Chinese C-704 cruise missiles, allowing them to fire on targets while submerged. 90. The first test, 91, came 2 years after the KPA first attempted to launch missiles from its own submarines, and technical know-how is likely to have been exchanged. Some sources indicate that the Iranian Navy also intends to equip its submarines with Korean cruise missiles either alongside or in place of the C-704. 92. It has been speculated that Iran could seek to develop a ballistic missile submarine based on the technologies of the Korean Gori-class ships in future. Approximately 90% of Iranian submarines are of North Korean origin, including the Yano-class license-built as the Gator and the Yugo-class acquired directly from Korean shipyards. According to U.S. analysts writing for the National Interest, Iran's submarine units acquired from North Korea, while much smaller than the fleet in Korean service, represent the one notable caveat in American conventional superiority over Iranian forces. 93. Iran's submarine capabilities have been referred to as by far the most numerous and technically capable arm of its navy and slated to remain so for the foreseeable future, and as the one conventional field where it can challenge the United States. 94. The ships grant Tehran considerable political leverage at times of high tension with the U.S., and are considered central to potential Iranian plans to close the Strait of Hormuz to American shipping, as Tehran has often threatened to do. 95. Submarines thus represent yet another critical field of the defense in which Iran has been heavily reliant on Korean assistance. The country's indigenous Fateh-class submarines, first commissioned in February 2019, are speculated to have been developed with Korean support and make use of Korean components and technologies. Modern air-independent propulsion systems in particular are key to a submarine's survivability, and as North Korea is one of only a few countries to have developed them. 96. It is likely these Korean systems have been integrated onto the Fateh class. Western sources have also claimed that Iran's military and civilian satellite programs have benefited from North Korean ICBM technologies, with Iranian satellite launch vehicles reportedly based on the Korean Hwasong-14 missile. 97. These claims remain unverified but are a significant possibility. Reports from America's Missile Technology Control Regime indicate that technologies from Korean intermediate-range missiles such as the Mu-Sudan could also assist the Iranian space program. 98. U.S. State Department cables indicate that Iran's Sapphire satellite launcher is heavily based on the Rodong-1, but features steering engines in its second stage derived from Mu-Sudan technology. 99. Other forms of military cooperation have also seriously augmented Iran's defenses. North Korea has trained Iranian crews to operate MiG-29 fighters, the most modern jets in Iran's inventory, and sold parts for aircraft. North Korea has manufactured the MiG-29 domestically under license, providing a high degree of familiarity with the design, and is speculated to have assisted Iran in refurbishing and modernizing the jets. 100. More directly affecting Iran's deterrence capabilities, Korean expertise was reportedly key to efforts to harden and heavily reinforce Iranian nuclear facilities such as the Fordow uranium enrichment plant, which was built under a mountain in the early 2000s. Such fortifications have been a field of KPA expertise for over half a century. North Korea has constructed over 10,000 meters of nuclear infrastructure and underground facilities for Iran, reportedly with reinforced concrete ceilings, doors, and walls intended to withstand strikes from the U.S. Air Force's penetrative bombs. Myung Liu-do, a leading Korean expert on fortifications and underground construction, was confirmed to have traveled to Iran in 2005 to personally oversee these construction efforts. 101. With the threat of an American or Allied attack on Iranian nuclear facilities remaining high, added durability seriously complicates potential offensive operations against Iran. 102. Although it is thought to be at least a decade behind that of the DPRK, and has progressed at a far slower pace, Iran's nuclear program has benefited considerably from Korean support. The DPRK's near-total self-sufficiency in the production of both nuclear energy and nuclear armaments placed it in a strong position to provide such assistance. 103. Due to the secretive nature of both programs, only limited details have emerged regarding cooperation. In 2011, Pyongyang reportedly supplied Iran with a computer program and complex software to assist its nuclear development, and a delegation traveled from Pyongyang to Tehran that year to train Iranian defense specialists in using the software. 104. The Washington Post that year quoted intelligence provided to UN officials, which stated that North Korea had provided Iran with crucial technology which helped propel Iran to the threshold of nuclear capability. Iran relied on foreign experts to supply mathematical formulas and codes for theoretical design work. These originated in North Korea, according to diplomats and weapons experts cited by the Post. 105. Quoting diplomatic sources, prominent South Korean media outlet Chosun Ilbo reported in 2011 that hundreds of North Korean scientists and engineers are working at about 10 nuclear and missile facilities in Iran, including Natanz. 106. Accelerating Iran's nuclear development at a time when the United States and its allies were going to great lengths to stall it, from massive economic pressure to multiple assassinations of Iranian scientists. 107. Seriously undermined U.S. interests in the Middle East. Western experts have also assessed that North Korea assisted Iran in developing a plutonium reactor, potentially a second more efficient path to developing nuclear weapons alongside the uranium program should Tehran decide to pursue such a course. 108. Korean assistance to Iran's deterrence program has been truly comprehensive. Almost all the Iranian inventory of ballistic missiles in service today could not exist without Korean technology transfers, parts, designs, and assistance. Neither could Iran's nuclear program have accelerated as it did leading up to 2015. Iranian nuclear sites, too, would have lacked fortification, making them relatively soft targets for preventative strikes, much as the Iraqi Osirak reactor was in 1981. As covered below, Iran's most valued military capability other than its ballistic missiles, its cooperation with highly trained and heavily armed militias, also would have been seriously undermined without extensive Korean assistance and training for these groups. Thus it is no exaggeration to say that Iran's aspiration to major power status has been facilitated by North Korean assistance, without which the state would have lacked the deterrence capabilities and resulting confidence in its security needed to pursue its current policies, or the rapid progress in nuclear development needed to drive a hard bargain under the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action nuclear agreement. As American expert on North Korean weapons sales Bruce Bechtal noted, the overwhelming majority of Iranian ballistic missiles tested to date or used in combat have had their genesis in North Korea, were built with North Korean assistance and parts, and remain the key component of Tehran's missile program. 109. As military analysts have widely noted, Iran without its ballistic missile capabilities would not be able to balance the vastly greater conventional strength of its adversaries, and would thus be forced to adopt a much more restrained policy in asserting its interests. 110. Aside from ideological solidarity, ties to Iran have provided the DPRK with a means to seriously undermine U.S. interests abroad relatively cheaply if not profitably, with the oil-rich state's purchases subsidizing Korea's own weapons programs and facilitating larger and more efficient production lines for many key platforms. Iran's access to advanced Korean technologies, ballistic missile technologies in particular, in contrast to the generally poor state of most of its military inventory. 111. Has caused a major shift in the balance of power in the Middle East against Western and allied interests. Libya. Libya's defense and economic partnership with North Korea dates back to the 1980s, when the African state emerged as a leading adversary of the Western Bloc. Military clashes between Libyan and U.S. forces were not infrequent at the time, with multiple attempts made on the lives of the Libyan leadership. 112. A year after Libyan and American fighter jets clashed over the Gulf of Sidra, Tripoli signed a treaty of friendship and cooperation with the DPRK in November 1982, which stipulated the exchange of military data, specialists, and equipment, providing Libya with considerable quantities of Korean armaments including ZPU-4 anti-aircraft artillery, howitzers, and BM-11 rocket artillery systems among others. 113. Many of these munitions would be put to use against anti-government militias armed and backed by NATO in 2011. 114. Korean-Libyan defense ties were overshadowed by cooperation in other sectors such as construction and medicine, and the limitations of Libya's heavily rentier-oriented economy made Korean labor a much appreciated asset. Fueled by high oil prices, Libya's 1980s construction boom saw North Korean workers contracted for projects from new apartment blocks to military barracks. Where South Korean labor was sending back considerable remittances from Western-aligned Arab Gulf states, Libya proved highly attractive for North Korean workers. The writer previously met with a married couple, both doctors, who worked in Libyan hospitals for over 6 years until the mid-2000s. The money they earned allowed them to take regular holidays to Egypt and other neighboring countries and to visit their families once every 1 to 2 years in Korea. Korean workers in Libya numbered in the tens of thousands, several thousand of them in the medical sector, and such ties proved highly beneficial to both parties. North Korea played a central role in Libya's ballistic missile program, providing Hwasong-6, 115, and Rodong-1 platforms which outperformed its prior arsenal of Soviet Scud-BS. A number of South Korean and Western reports indicate that the Rodong-1 was first delivered in July 2000, and provided a strategic deterrent for Libya's armed forces with the ability to strike targets in Europe. 116. Despite the country's general neglect of military modernization in the post-Cold War years, this provided a degree of security following the Soviet collapse. This deterrent capability would be neutered after Libya agreed under U.S. pressure to unilaterally disarm and surrender its missile arsenal in exchange for economic sanctions relief in the mid-2000s. Having ignored direct warnings from both Tehran and Pyongyang. 117. Not to pursue such a course, Libya's leadership would later admit that disarmament, neglected military modernization, and trust in Western goodwill proved to be their greatest mistake, leaving the country near defenseless when the Western powers launched their offensive in 2011. 118. For the U.S. and its allies, Libya's deterrent capabilities acquired from the DPRK had stood in the way of their designs to impose regime change. It was only after these were removed from the equation that Western bombs and cruise missiles could be rained down on the African state without fear of retaliation. 119. Southern Africa, 1970s and 1980s. North Korea was a leading supporter of several of nationalist groups in Southern Africa during the Cold War, directly undermining Western dominance over the region. The People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA, was a leading recipient of Korean support during its war against the U.S. and South African-backed National Union for the Total Independence of Angola, UNITA, in the 1980s. After Portuguese colonial rule ended in 1975, the U.S. had sought to promote an anti-Soviet government firmly aligned with the Western Bloc in the resource-rich southern African state, and supported UNITA to this end. While the United States provided UNITA with considerable material support, the armed forces of South Africa, then ruled by a European settler elite under the apartheid system, directly intervened in Angola to back their cause. The MPLA received material aid from the Soviet Union but relied heavily on Cuban and North Korean manpower contributions. Cuba's armed forces reportedly deployed over 35,000 troops to Angola at the height of the conflict. 120. And Cuban-operated MiG-23 fighters fought multiple battles with the South African Air Force's European-made jets over Angolan skies. The KPA did not deploy for a direct combat role, but dispatched 1,500 personnel in 1986 as advisors and trainers for the MPLA's militias. 121. The Koreans reportedly sought to use Angola as a staging ground to support operations by the African National Congress, ANC, and the Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO, against the government of South Africa. Some reports indicate that by 1984 there were 3,000 North Korean regular troops and 1,000 advisors in the country. As these movements opposing apartheid rule were widely portrayed as terrorist movements in the U.S., this support was used as a pretext for accusing the DPRK of sponsoring terrorism overseas. 122. The Zimbabwean African National Liberation Army, ZANLA, also received Korean training and faced Western-backed forces in the Rhodesian Bush War. The Angolan Civil War and the struggle between apartheid rule and the ANC in South Africa represented other instances in which the DPRK and the United States provided considerable support to opposing sides of major conflicts. The eventual victories of the MPLA, the ANC, and ZANLA provided a strong foundation for close ties between the three new African governments and North Korea. The DPRK retains an embassy in Angola, and the two maintain close ties in defense, health, construction, and information technology. 123. The DPRK also established an embassy in Pretoria following the end of apartheid rule, and relations between the two states have remained strong, with the ANC Youth League in particular expressing continued solidarity with the Korean cause. 124. Relations with Zimbabwe, which was also targeted by Western economic sanctions following its independence, were particularly strong, with the KPA taking a leading role in training the country's armed forces and the two countries establishing a robust barter trading system to evade Western sanctions. Southern Lebanon and Hezbollah, 1980s to 2020s. Defense ties between the Southern Lebanese militia and political party Hezbollah and the DPRK were first established in the early 1980s, and much of Hezbollah's central leadership, including current Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah, Security and Intelligence Chief Ibrahim Akil and Head of Counterespionage Operations Mustafa Badruddin, were trained in Korea. The militia's intelligence sharing, command structures, and security apparatus today all closely reflect this influence. While Hezbollah's defense doctrine, ideology, and organization have often simplistically been compared to those of their primary sponsor Iran, an analysis of the close ties the group has had to North Korea since its foundation indicates otherwise. The circumstances under which Hezbollah was formed, as a resistance movement to neighboring Israel's annexation of southern Lebanon with considerable support from the local Lebanese population, are highly similar to those of the KPA, originating in the guerrilla resistance movement to Japanese occupation and forging its modern identity in later resistance to an attempted American invasion from 1950. While Hezbollah's primary financial sponsor, Iran, has never conducted a revolutionary war as Lebanon and Korea have, the comparable circumstances faced by the latter two, extreme proximity to their adversaries, similar arms and tactics used by their adversaries, and similar terrain, have all led to the evolution of Hezbollah's military wing as effectively a smaller reproduction of the Korean People's Army. Some indications of the extent of defense cooperation between the two parties were highlighted in the aftermath of the 2006 Israeli-Hezbollah war, a conflict in which the militia's means of waging war indicated a strong Korean influence. Israeli experts described Hezbollah's war effort as a defensive guerrilla force organized along North Korean lines, concluding, all the underground facilities Hezbollah's, including arms dumps, food stocks, dispensaries for the wounded, were put in place primarily in 2003 to 2004 under the supervision of North Korean instructors. 125. Other intelligence sources indicated that the Korean People's Army had a military presence on the ground, concluding that Hezbollah was believed to be benefiting from assistance provided by North Korean advisors. 126. A further decisive factor was Hezbollah's high degree of discipline and effective command and control, a strong contrast to the disorderly Arab armies Israel had previously faced. These factors were reportedly strongly focused on by the KPA when training Hezbollah's special forces and officer corps, and allowed the militia to function in a league of its own among Arab forces at a level comparable to the Koreans themselves. 127. Southern Lebanon has since the 1980s been shaped into a garrison state largely self-governing under Hezbollah and with a distinct identity from the remainder of the country. Like North Korea, this emphasis on security has come about as a result of the perception of imminent threat from a far larger enemy force at the border seemingly poised to invade. The construction of historical memory in both societies of occupation plays a key role in forging such an identity and maintaining a state of resistance, something which cannot be found in Iran, which as a far larger actor which did not know occupation has not seen its society reshaped in the same way. While the southern Lebanese experience of occupation was certainly far less extreme than that in Korea, with the Israeli Defense Force proving a far more humane occupier than the United States or its Western allies had been north of the 38th parallel, this is partially compensated for by its more recent memory of occupation. While the KPA had been able to build up considerable quantities of armored units, air defenses, artillery units, attack submarines, and combat aircraft since the 1953 Korean War armistice, which it was beginning to complement with ballistic missiles when it first established ties to Hezbollah, the Lebanese militia had little equipment at the time above the level of handheld weapons with rocket-propelled grenades and mortars at the heavier end of its inventory. Hezbollah's strategy thus evolved to closely reflect that of the immediate post-Incheon phases of the Korean War, allowing it to wage an asymmetric resistance to occupation despite overwhelming Israeli air, armored and naval superiority. There were notable differences, however. The Israeli Defense Force never firebombed population centers, brutalized civilians, or waged war indiscriminately as America and its allies had, and took measures to avoid rather than maximize civilian casualties. As a result, the civilian casualty rate was 2 to 3 orders of magnitude lower too than it had been in Korea. 128. The effectiveness of Hezbollah's tight security network in southern Lebanon, its emphasis on using complex and often extremely deep underground tunnel and bunker networks to move troops, store munitions, and infiltrate enemy territory safe from detection or air attacks, and more recently its deployment of vast arsenals of rocket artillery and ballistic missiles, all closely reflect not only Korean influences but active Korean assistance. KPA advisors have reportedly assisted Hezbollah in building the complex tunnel infrastructure deemed key to its success in 2006, and Israel's discoveries since then of infiltration tunnels under its own territory meant for wartime penetration were highly reminiscent of those discovered by South Korea coming from the DPRK. 129. It is notable that layout of the tunnel network in southern Lebanon closely mirrors that on the northern side of the inter-Korean demilitarized zone. 130. To provide some indication of how extensive and well fortified the Korean-built tunnel and bunker network in southern Lebanon was, the region south of the Litani River alone was thought to have over 600 ammunition and weapons bunkers 8 or more meters underground, alongside better fortified command bunkers constructed to a depth of 40 meters using poured concrete. 131. These were not as deep as those in Korea itself, designed to withstand multiple American nuclear strikes, but were still sufficient to weather anything in Israel's arsenal or any known non-nuclear bunker buster in service in the Western Bloc at the time. The network built in southern Lebanon was 25 kilometers long and has reportedly been expanded significantly since the war's end. There were at least 10 Korean-built tunnel and bunker networks in southern Lebanon, each with dozens of command bunkers which in turn were each divided into several rooms. 132. The bunker network also served as an effective cover for the launch of missile and artillery strikes against Israeli targets. 133. Much of Hezbollah's rocket artillery and tactical ballistic missile arsenal was comprised of Korean-made systems according to Israeli reports. Whether these are weapons systems acquired directly from Korea, or Korean systems assembled in Iran under license using Korean-made components, remains uncertain. 134. Rocket artillery systems were often deployed from firing pits 5 meters deep with foot-thick poured concrete frames reinforced with blast walls and covered with sandbags and thermal blankets. These firing pits minimized the rockets' heat signatures and made firing positions extremely resilient to Israeli air attacks. 135. Had Hezbollah lacked the tunnel networks, intelligence network, high-level training, or missile assets provided by the DPRK, it is highly likely that it would have faced a swift and outright defeat in the summer of 2006 as the Israeli government had initially predicted. The tunnel and bunker network in particular, alongside the communications network and fortified armories, were all reportedly built by the Korea Mining Development Trading Corporation, KMDTC. These were all assets which Israel was unaware Hezbollah had access to. 136. And are widely credited by U.S. and Israeli sources with having been decisive. 137. In thwarting Israeli war aims. 3. The fact that such a large building operation right on the Israeli border could be kept secret despite the considerable intelligence gathering capabilities of Israel is further credit to Hezbollah's own intelligence and security network itself, also built by the Korean-trained specialists, foremost among whom were Ibrahim Akil and Mustafa Badruddin, and run on Korean lines. Although Korean forces are not known to have directly taken part in hostilities, the 2006 Israeli-Hezbollah war is likely the most significant case of KPA intervention overseas against the interests of the United States. The Korean-Hezbollah partnership represents the only time an allied military organization has been modeled so closely on the KPA, with the Lebanese militia built since its foundation in the 1980s from the ground up as a fighting force based closely on Korean lines. It therefore followed that many of the most prolific systems in Hezbollah's inventory today were provided by the DPRK either directly or through Syria or Iran. Examples include 122 mm rocket artillery batteries deployed in very large numbers, the militia's main anti-tank weapon the laser-guided Bulsi-3, which replaced supplies of the Russian Kornet. 138. 4. And even Hwasong-9 ballistic missiles manufactured in Syria. 139. Support from the DPRK for Hezbollah played a pivotal role in determining the conflict's outcome against one of the United States' most valued allies, with ripple effects from the militia's military successes affecting the entire region to the detriment of U.S. and Western interests. Considering the vast quantities of American armaments provided to Israel under its aid program and the substantial Western interest in an Israeli victory, Korea's assistance to Hezbollah and very likely turning of the tide of the war can be interpreted as a conflict by proxy against the interests of the United States. Chapter 11. The U.S. military in South Korea liberation, imposing American military rule and abolishing the People's Republic. Critical to understanding the nature of the relationship between North Korea and the United States, the resistance state and the imperial hegemon, is an understanding of the parallel but opposite relationship which exists between South Korea and the United States, the client state and its former ruler. An assessment of the history and nature of the U.S.-ROC relationship reveals much regarding both American intentions towards the Korean nation as a whole, and the fate Pyongyang has ardently sought to avoid for 3/4 of a century. Paving the way for the first landing of U.S. forces in Korea, American military aircraft dropped 3,000 leaflets over southern Korea for 4 consecutive days starting on September 1, 1945 by order of General Douglas MacArthur. Addressed to the people of Korea, they announced, "The armed forces of the United States will soon arrive in Korea for the purpose of receiving the surrender of the Japanese forces, enforcing the terms of surrender, and ensuring the orderly administration and rehabilitation of the country. These missions will be carried out with a firm hand, but with a hand that will be guided by a nation whose long heritage of democracy has fostered kindly feeling for peoples less fortunate. How well and how rapidly these tasks are carried out will depend on the Koreans themselves." 1. A more threatening second proclamation was issued in the same way on September 7, carrying a personal address from General MacArthur, who identified himself as Commander-in-Chief, United States Army Forces, Pacific. It proclaimed, "Any person who violates the provision of the instrument of surrender, or any proclamation, order, or directive given under the authority of the Commander-in-Chief, United States Army Forces, Pacific, or does any act to the prejudice of good order or the life, safety or security of the persons or property of the United States or its allies, or does any act calculated to disturb public peace and order, or prevent the administration of justice, or willfully does any act hostile to the Allied forces, shall upon conviction by a military occupation court, suffer death, or such other punishment as the court may determine." 2. Whether the Koreans would be killed or punished depended on how well they abided by the will of their new master. In imposing its military rule, the United States expected total obedience. At this time, however, the Korean population was already governing itself through elected officials and committees under the People's Republic of Korea, which made the imposition of foreign military rule without consultation of the Koreans themselves appear more like an invasion to assert foreign interests than an attempt to restore order. The way this was imposed raised a number of questions regarding the consistency of the military's rhetoric with the persona of the benevolent liberator expressed in the first set of leaflets contrasting with that of an invader imposing its will indicated in the second. Could America claim to liberate Southern Korea while at the same time occupying it, forcefully dismantling its existing government and threatening those Koreans who did not abide by its will with death? Ernst Fraenkel, an influential jurist and leading advisor for the U.S. military government in Korea, summarized his observations of the nature of American military rule over the country. Military occupation of a liberated country is basically self-contradictory. 3. Liberation during the Cold War increasingly became a euphemism for bringing a country into the Western sphere of influence, or what soon began to be called the free world, to conceal its Western-dominated nature. This new definition of liberation would become commonplace and remains so today. 4. Protests against American rule, described by Western observers as absolutely ordered and peaceful, were widespread and made it clear that the imposition of foreign authority and undermining of self-governance was not welcome. Korean independence groups slammed bans by the U.S. military government on public protest and public assembly, and the position of the general populace was well known to the Americans. 5. As the Governor Lieutenant General John R. Hodge observed, the Koreans want their independence more than any one thing and want it now. 6. The accounts of Ernst Fraenkel, who arrived in Korea as the occupation was being established, are insightful as to the state of affairs at this time. Korea was one of the few places on earth which Western militaries had yet to occupy, and as such Western cultural influences remained relatively few. Fraenkel thus described the lives of the Korean populace as a completely separate world from that of the Western occupiers, for whom the prospect of eating Korean food was fantastic, something beyond consideration. Based on the vast differences between the American military governance and those upon whom American rule was being imposed, Fraenkel questioned whether it is possible to have any contacts with them, except a very small crust of intellectuals who have been educated in US, Europe, and Japan. And now we try to do the job to govern these people of whom we know so little and whom we will probably never understand. We enact statutes and even a constitution, establish institutions which are wholly based on Occidental thinking and apply ideas to the government of this country which are meaningful only in the framework of our tradition and civilization. 7. According to the German jurist, the goal of the American military government he was serving was to remake Southern Korea in America's image into a virulently anti-communist state indefinitely intertwined with American material and political interests. 8. The treatment of the Korean population by U.S. military personnel was particularly poor, contrasting strongly with conduct towards Allied European populations at the time. This served as another demonstration of the true nature of the two nations' relationship, far from that of liberator and liberated which the Americans claimed as pretext for imposing their rule. As the office of General Hodge itself observed, Americans act as though Koreans were a conquered nation rather than a liberated people. 9. Widespread portrayals in American state media of the Pacific War with Imperial Japan as a race war, as part of the perpetual wars between Oriental ideas and Occidental and a crusade for Western civilization, likely influenced Americans to perceive Koreans as part of the East Asian resistance to Western rule under the Japanese Empire rather than as an involuntary colony of Japan. 10. It was notable that during the war, Korean comfort women forced to serve the Japanese Imperial Army overseas had been targeted for rape by American soldiers just as Japanese women were. There was no distinction made between them. 11. Perceptions of the Japanese Empire as one which would combine most of the Asiatic peoples against the whites. 12. Had a key influence on perceptions of Asian populations, stimulating greater animosity towards them. 13. This only grew as Korean resistance and the Korean People's Republic were depicted as affiliates of global communism, which even before Japan's subjugation had begun to replace the Empire of the Sun in Western propaganda as the new great adversary of both America and the wider Western world. 14. The office of General Hodge had observed regarding the occupation period, Americans are ignorant of Korean customs, show no appreciation of Korean art or culture, and openly ridicule the idea that there can be any good in anything Korean. 15. Staff Sergeant Robert H. Moyer, who served in Southern Korea, stated, before the war, Koreans considered us as another occupier of their county. And after the elections in 1948, we were only permitted off-post in groups of 3 or more, for safety reasons. They disliked us. 16. Indeed, even many of those South Koreans considered Americanized before the war, those who went to school in the USA, smoked USA cigarettes, spoke American, appeared to loathe the U.S. occupation and would go on to side with the Korean People's Army in the Korean War. 17. South Koreans' ill feeling towards Americans came not only from the forceful abolition of their republic, sustainment of the Japanese imperial system and protection of collaborators from what was widely seen to be the People's Justice, but also from American soldiers' abusive treatment of Korean civilians. Perceptions and treatment of Koreans remained relatively consistent both during the occupation period and in the following decades. The U.S. 8th Army reported in 1951 regarding the apparently sadistic pleasure personnel took in tormenting the Korean people that soldiers take a perverse delight in frightening civilians and using force to drive the Koreans off roads and into ditches. 18. U.S. personnel were known to regularly commit violent, humiliating and abusive acts against regular South Korean civilians who had worked for them. 19. As one U.S. Marine stated, effectively summarizing what appeared to be the predominant attitude among Americans in Korea, they're just a bunch of gooks. Who cares about the feelings of people like that? 20. Historian Lloyd Lewis wrote regarding the indoctrination American personnel received before being sent to war in East Asia, soldiers in all branches of the armed services recount receiving the same indoctrination, that the enemy is Oriental and inferior. 21. The population in Southern Korea and those in other East Asian states hosting American forces were forced to bear the brunt of this. An American survey carried out in the 1960s in South Korea and West Germany showed how the attitudes of U.S. Personnel towards populations in countries where they were deployed influenced how they were perceived. Of South Koreans questioned, only 13% thought Americans liked them, while 70% of West Germans assumed Americans not only liked them but viewed them as friends. 22. While Americans had greater historical reasons to mistreat the German population as an enemy, cultural and racial factors meant that treatment of a Western population was always far more respectful than that towards an East Asian nation. The U.S. military itself appeared to make the difference official through its publications. While the opportunity to explore cultural sites such as castles and learn about a new country were used to promote deployments to Germany, by contrast easy access to servile comfort women was used to attract soldiers to Korea. There was not considered to be any culture to speak of worth promoting. 23. The nature of the relationship between the United States and South Korea was demonstrated by the former's extensive use of comfort women from the latter. The comfort women system was established under direct American military rule but would continue long afterwards. U.S. Army Colonel Donald Portway had thus concluded regarding the prime function of the U.S. military government in Southern Korea: the American military government had as its basic purpose the provision of banquets, gifts, and feminine company, a conclusion he was far from alone in reaching. 24. Serving the U.S. military, comfort women in South Korea. Describing the perks of deployment to Korea, the American military newspaper Stars and Stripes specifically highlighted the attraction of access to servile Korean women, strongly objectifying them, and in doing so, encouraging similar perceptions from readers. It wrote, "Picture having 3 or 4 of the loveliest creatures God ever created hovering around you, singing, dancing, feeding you, washing what they feed you down with rice, wine and beer, all saying at once, 'You are the greatest.' This is the Orient you heard about and came to find." The paper encouraged American soldiers to take part in Korea's nighttime action, calling it the ultimate experience, which was thought to allude to the experience at camp towns near U.S. bases where soliciting prostitutes, many coerced into the trade, was extremely common. 25. Approximately 84% of Americans deployed in the Korea surveyed admitted to having been with comfort women. A U.S. captain deployed in Korea said there was an overwhelming cultural pressure among enlisted men to seek out prostitutes, and even those initially against the idea would end up participating. 26. When U.S. Navy ships were set to dock in the Philippines or Korea, officers threw the men condoms as if they were Hallmark cards. Officers were known to tell their men that prostitution was a way of life for East Asians, and that Asians liked prostitution, which they enthusiastically promoted. 27. Although this was used to justify the exploitation of Korean women, the extent to which chastity was valued in Korean society, and extramarital sex or prostitution was abhorred, had few equals in the world. In her comprehensive study of the evolving Korean perceptions of chastity, Professor Katrina Maines repeatedly emphasized how chastity was vital for a woman to be respected and considered of value. She wrote, "Respectable women were expected to uphold their chastity at all times. Their virginity was their greatest asset and their key to an honorable marriage. They were instructed to guard their chastity with their life, and in the case of rape, women were taught that suicide was preferable. Respectable women could prove their honor through demonstrating chastity and upholding their husbands in life and death." 28. Nevertheless, it suited the American agenda to depict Koreans as a population which liked prostitution to dispel any moral qualms soldiers may have had against making full use of the opportunities provided to them. U.S. military personnel's use of comfort women reportedly began as soon as the first American soldiers landed in Korea, with the comfort women held to serve Japanese imperial forces raped by the Americans. 29. Again, the contrast between the depiction of the U.S. as a liberator and actual American conduct, that of a particularly brutal conqueror, was evident. Japan's system of comfort stations was later vastly expanded under American rule, and women were provided with modest salaries. Many of the first generation of prostitutes working for the U.S. were in fact former comfort women for the Japanese Imperial Army, working under a remarkably similar system. 30. In the center of downtown Seoul, the U.S. Army occupied the 640-acre Yongsan garrison that had been built for the Japanese Army. The neighborhood quickly filled with brothels servicing U.S. troops, and GIs came to call the area Hooker Hill. American expert Professor Arisao noted on the comfort system's origins, during the period of U.S. occupation, 1945 to 1948, camp towns, or Kijishan quickly sprang up around American military bases throughout South Korea. The system of us-oriented prostitution was built on the foundation established by the Japanese colonial government. 31. Scholars Maria Han and Seung Suk Moon, who carried out a detailed investigation into the comfort women's system, noted regarding its establishment to service the U.S. military. The demise of Japanese colonial rule did not end the use of women's sexual labor for foreign soldiers in Korea. Projecting its image as a benevolent liberator to teach democracy to Koreans, the U.S. military was deeply implicated in various forms of prostitution from the dawn of its occupation of Korea. The so-called decolonizing process led by the U.S. military continued to provide fertile soil for the rapid growth of private and unregulated prostitution, Sachang, in Seoul, Askham, Daejeon, Gwangju, and Busan. Well-paid American soldiers aggressively sought out local women for sexual services. American GIs chased after Korean women in the context of racialized cultural difference, coupled with racism against the Koreans by GIs. Military authorities had to deal with the pervasive problems of the deterioration of military courtesy, discipline, appearance, and training. Under the category of courtesy, the authorities addressed widespread racism against the Koreans, ranging from the use of the racial slur gooks, physical assaults, reckless driving, and undue arrests of Koreans to making aggressive passes at Korean women. GIs viewed sexual access to Korean women outside the respectability of marriage as their entitlement, as agents of European colonialism did towards colonized women of color. 32. Much like in Japan at the time, where Western occupation was also imposed. 33. From the early days of the U.S. military government in early September 1945, there were widespread reports of rapes by American military personnel outside the comfort women's system. While there are scant records of the individual cases of rape, as it was in the interest of neither the military government nor the subsequent Syngman-Rhee government to keep them, there is substantial evidence from both Korean and American sources that widespread rapes did take place, including testimonies from South Korean victims. According to the U.S. National Archives and Records Administration, the Korean population, though forced to tolerate the GI's relations with prostitutes, complained of the widespread rapes of women outside the system. 34. A South Korean soldier interviewed stated to similar effect, "I was conscripted into the ROK Army and had to do sentry duty at the house of a big-shot American. Each night they took our Korean girls in there to be defiled. I don't want your sort of free world." 35. Professor Arisao, an expert on the occupation period, noted regarding these incidents, rape of local women was largely undocumented but widespread enough to prompt complaints from South Korean officials. It was highly in keeping with their conduct elsewhere for U.S. troops deployed across the region to commit rapes en masse against women, a practice also extremely common from 1945 in Japan. 36. And later in Vietnam. 37. Franziska Donner, the Austrian wife of President Syngman-Rhee, claimed that establishment of comfort stations where Korean women would serve American personnel had been necessary, as GIs had previously kept taking any woman they wanted, a reference to widespread rapes. 38. From a woman who strongly supported the occupation, whose husband had been handpicked by the U.S. military to assume power, this admission was a powerful indicator as to the extent of the sexual crimes being perpetrated. Reports by victims and their families of mass rapes were so widespread and pervasive that they prompted complaints by South Korean officials to U.S. commanders. 39. Comfort stations were seen as a way to prevent this by providing American personnel with controlled access to Korean women. While it was an essential part of the American occupation to try to be seen as benevolent democratizing saviors, rather than as rapacious conquerors, accounts from the time strongly indicate the latter was much closer to the truth. Comfort women after American military rule. The end of formal U.S. military rule over Southern Korea in 1948 and the establishment of the Republic of Korea under Syngman Rhee's rule saw the country continue to provide comfort women to service American personnel. The government put in place by the U.S. military was instrumental in encouraging the continuation of the comfort women system, both directly and indirectly. Professors Seung-Suk Moon and Maria Han concluded in their study of the comfort women system that the Rhee government relied heavily on prostitution to provide foreign currency as a result of its ineptitude in economic management, stating, in the face of dire wartime poverty, the way the Korean government viewed prostitution as an inevitable means to feed its people. 40. Ms. Kim, a former prostitute, recalled when interviewed regarding government policies, they urged us to sell as much as possible to the GIs, praising us as dollar-earning patriots. 41. By the early 1960s the South Korean government relied on the comfort women system to provide 24% of the country's gross national product, GNP, far more than the system serving the Japanese Imperial Army ever had. 42. As Kim Ae-ran, a 58-year-old former prostitute interviewed in 2009, said, our government was one big pimp for the U.S. military. 43. During 12 years in office Rhee's administration never instituted a national economic policy and the ROK made almost no economic or social progress. As professors Yu K-hyo and Terence Roerick noted in their study of South Korean political history, alongside rampant corruption Rhee also had little expertise or interest in economic development, and his economic ministers were similarly inexperienced and untrained in economic policy making. 44. Supporting the comfort women system provided the Rhee government with a means of earning foreign currency, compensating for its own economic ineptitude. Few investigations were made into government involvement in the comfort women system in South Korea, although the New York Times was several decades later able to conduct an investigation and interview former prostitutes. Those interviewed claimed their government had been heavily involved in human trafficking in relation to the sex trade and provision for the U.S. military for many decades. The investigators reviewed South Korean and American documents, which they concluded do provide some support for many of the women's claims. Although the South Korean government remained silent on the issue, in 2006 Kim Ki-jo, a government official and former high-level liaison to the U.S. military, admitted in a televised interview, although we did not actively urge them to engage in prostitution, we, especially those from the county offices, did often tell them that it was not something bad for the country either. 45. The state's active encouragement of the comfort women system servicing the U.S. military was confirmed in a ruling by the Seoul High Court on February 8, 2018. This policy had been adopted for the sake of both strengthening the military alliance and earning foreign currency. The court concluded, in regarding the right to sexual self-determination of the women in the camp town and the very character of the plaintiffs as represented through their sexuality as means of achieving state goals, the state violated its obligation to respect human rights. It further reported, according to official Ministry of Health and Welfare documents, the state actively encouraged women in the military camp towns to engage in prostitution to allow foreign troops to relax and enjoy sexual services with them. 46. A number of means were used to coerce women into entering the comfort women system and providing sexual services to American personnel. One very significant, though indirect, means of coercion was the destitution which had resulted from the policies of both the U.S. military and Rhee government. The wartime scorched earth policy, destroying entire towns and villages across Korea and burning the crops and livelihoods which people had relied on for generations, left a large segment of the population with few possessions and no means of providing for themselves. At a conservative estimate, the war created 2 million refugees in South Korea, and between 20 and 25% of the population at the end of the war could not support themselves. Little was done to compensate these families or help them restart their livelihoods. 47. This combined with Ri's economic ineptitude, his focus on militarization, the low wages available to conscripts and the poor social welfare available meant many Korean families faced very serious destitution. Thus, both during the war, and afterwards when a presence of hundreds of thousands of Americans remained, many women, particularly mothers with dependents, had no choice but to enter the comfort women's system. The claim that the comfort women's system was based on consent thus strongly contradicts the available evidence from both South Korean and U.S. sources. Professor Arisao concluded in her own study, many women had few options other than questionable employment in tea rooms, restaurants, and bars, where a thin line separated the hostess and the sex worker. Other women were seduced through false promises, or raped. Widows often resorted to sex work to support their children. 48. It was often the reality that women had to either sell their bodies to Western soldiers or see their children starve. In 1952, the final year of the Korean War, the U.S. State Department reported that of the UN aunties, a term for the prostitutes servicing the Western soldiers, half were widows. This statistic alone is highly indicative as to the true nature of prostitution in wartime and post-war South Korea and the desperation of those who entered the trade. 49. Seung Suk Moon and Maria Han publicized the findings of their investigation on the methods of coercion used to obtain comfort women for American forces after the Korean War, stating, "It appears that, while some women would have been trafficked through force and deception, the masses of impoverished Korean women, single and married, were mainly recruited by private businesses that secured approval from authorities. The majority of women working in UN comfort stations were married, which suggests that sexual labor was a desperate attempt to feed children and families. The force of abject poverty and the death, disability, and displacement of men during the Korean War further multiplied the number of women who had to prostitute themselves for survival." 50. Based on an analysis of the circumstances, it is clear that what was called consensual was actually very far from consensual work, with the primary workforce of widows and married women being a strong indicator of this. The conditions which forced women into prostitution were caused by the very same external actors who benefited from having access to large numbers of desperate Korean women. A number of other studies of the comfort women's system reached similar conclusions regarding the supposed consent of the women who were forced to sexually service Western suitors. Referring to the continuity between this system and that which had preceded it on a smaller scale under the Japanese Empire, Associate Professor at American University in Washington, D.C. An expert on foreign and military policy David Vine concluded in his research, with the assistance of Korean officials, U.S. authorities continued the system absent formal slavery, but under conditions of exceedingly limited choice for the women involved. 51. Professor Lee Jin-kyung, an expert on labor migration in South Korea, noted regarding the nature of the consent of South Korean women to serve American soldiers that it was hardly worthy of the term. It was in fact very similar to the system of comfort women Japan operated, but on a far greater scale. She concluded regarding the nature of prostitution in South Korea. Prostitution is an occupation choice that is largely forced on them as a matter of bare subsistence and survival. Prostitution is an institutionalization of sexual violence via commercialization, for the ways in which the consent is forcibly manufactured out of unequal social and economic relations among sex workers, their employers, and their clients. In other words, considering this inherent coerciveness and structural violence built into prostitution, I would like to conceptualize prostitution as another kind of necropolitical labor. Necropolitical labor is a term she coined for forced labor, in which there are significant risks of violence and death, evidenced by the number of prostitutes killed or otherwise seriously harmed in their work by GIs, but the alternative to which is death. 52. In her research for the reform of law and the prevention of prostitution, Elaine Kim concluded that the Korean War and the U.S. Republic of Korea Mutual Defense Treaty had between them laid the basis for the comfort women's system, with wartime destruction separating families and creating orphans and widows.